bad conversation.
Yeah, for sure. I immediately regretted engaging with him.
It's a recipe for a right proper spurging, which doesn't have anything to do with Asperger syndrome.
I think if he takes a deep breath and stops speaking and moving, jabbing his mouth so much, he can probably listen a little bit more and probably think about it and then try to formulate a reply or something. But he he just keeps talking and talking. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
and he just kept saying, I get it. I'm stupid. I'm young." It's like nobody said that.
Just relax, bro. I know the testosterone levels are going off. Maybe you're like on that age. You just get a grip.
Maybe his girlfriend was in the room with him, and he was trying to,
It's all right. Hopefully he comes back later on and he can have a conversation with Quantum Eraser. um,
and then he had that weird sidekick for a minute that was like just saying, "You don't believe in math? You don't believe in geometry?"
that was like another guy that was next to him. Who was that other guy? There was like two of them. There was another one that was asking, "You guys don't trust math? You don't? What was it? You don't trust
Oh, he was saying,
you,
"Yeah, do you believe in geometry?"
you don't trust geometry? Like geometry's gonna walk my children to the park or something?"
Yeah, it's a different crowd in this politics server for sure.
Listen, we get horizontal lines from the horizon. In reality, we have a horizon. We can observe it, right? A horizon. So the slope of a horizontal line is zero. Everybody knows that? And then curve has a slope more than zero. That is, it's not zero. So in reality, we have a horizontal line, a horizon, no slope in the horizon, and then they're claiming that we have curvature. So their claim is out of reality.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
He said, "You guys, um, he said you guys are nonsense or something." He said, "Nonsense," but he's the one claiming the opposite of what his senses are showing him. So by definition, nonsense.
Right. And I mean, at least he freely admitted, well, I that's what they told me. That's why I think it.
I mean, they
So
tell me it's a ball, therefore it has to be. How do you know? Science. Papa?
seems like he had some predispositions, or what do you expected to find in here?
It sounds like he'll be back later with a better connection. He's a young one. I like when the young ones can have a decent conversation. It could be pretty. It could be good, and I think I can see that he can control his emotions and hopefully have a conversation. But like it was a
Yeah,
combination of things. Hopefully he'll come back later on,
yeah.
whenever
He
his
didn't seem
connection
like
is better.
he didn't seem like a disingenuous or anything. He just, just a little too excitable and a little too naive, maybe.
And questioning the belief that he's been holding probably for most of his life, maybe trigger his emotions a little bit. But now he's gonna sit down. With his internet connection is doing bad right now, so he's gonna disconnect and he's gonna sit down, think about it in the back of his mind, and he's gonna formulate more questions, and he's gonna come back later like, I got more questions, guys. Am I really this dumb?
Buddy.
Buddy, I'm 14. I'm gonna tell you how shit works, buddy. Amnesty. Theo said the Amnesty was the other guy. Too bad I was in between calls. I was receiving calls when they were in here, so I had to jump out, jump in, jump out, jump in. Um,
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really even have a chance to touch on anything at all. They just took anything you said and just ran with it the opposite direction. Like playing fetch with the dog that doesn't play. It just takes the ball the first time you throw it and runs off with it.
it's all good.
It's pretty bricked. It's kind of in my country they block social media. Well, you kind of proved why they do that.
If in your country they block access to information, how do you know better than everybody else? Claude, go ahead, Claude. Claude the consulator. Oh, he jumped out. But there's multiple accounts with that name. Claude. Claw of the Conciliator. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 accounts with that name.
What's up, Embo? How's it going?
Hello, I'm good. How about you?
I just woke up like 30 minutes ago. Feeling pretty good.
Nice. So, is there any topic that was, uh, you know, talk about before I joined, or are we supposed to start a new one? There was an issue in the text chat with spherical triangles
Yeah,
for
dude,
some
it's not the
reason.
text chat. They don't exist in real life.
Yes, they are all CGI
You can
and
you
both.
can draw a triangle yourself and demonstrate it for yourself that any triangle you will draw in reality will be 180 degrees,
But I
definitionally
can
and
do that.
practically used.
But I
So
can do
yeah,
that on a
if you
on a
try to
physical globe.
CGI it, then you'll get like some sort of graphic representation that doesn't match real life. So draw a
But you know that.
triangle. Yo, hold on,
Okay.
Embo. Draw a triangle and just keep expanding it out as further as you can within some air bar that you have. It will always be 180 degrees.
Okay,
That's
right
that's
now
a
I'm going
fact.
to do that with a sphere. I'm going to do that with the globe right now,
Yeah.
if you
Okay.
want.
Yep. Come back when you're ready. Okay. We'll see you in a couple months or years.
Embo, how do you have a horizon on
Dude,
a
he's too
sphere?
bricked.
I know, I know.
Like he's gonna
I've
do
heard of Embo
something that
before.
he's not gonna do. Like basically they roasted him in text chat and now he's angry about it and want to like grab some attention in VC. Not today. Okay, there's been so many globalist meltdowns and triggerings that until you at least understand what a triangle is, there's no point in having this conversation. You don't need to talk. You don't even know what a triangle is to start with.
Just keep it simple. Horizontal line. Zero slope.
Should we
Can't
give him?
have that in a sphere.
Let's give him a test. Embo, what is a triangle?
A triangle, it depends on the geometry, on the axis.
Okay, no, what a triangle is. No, depending. It is or it is not. Okay, what is a like Jeopardy question? Okay, you see a Jeopardy question, geometry for 100, elementary kid edition, and it says this is the answer: three angles that equal 180 degrees. What is
Yes, that's
a
for Euclidean geometry.
what is a do 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 do? What is a say it?
A triangle in Euclidean geometry
Well,
is a set of.
boom. No, a triangle in anywhere. See, this is what I'm saying. If you can't even understand what a triangle is, this is a disqualification because you're talking about things you don't understand. You want to try again? Let's see. What is it? What is Alex Trebek? The answer to that is what is a
I'm not going to answer that. I can.
okay, you don't need to talk then. If you're not gonna answer questions, there's no point in you talking. And that's your worldview, not mine. Okay? Don't be like, oh, Crit put me on mute. You said you're not gonna answer anything. You're just here to talk and not answer anything. You're here to preach. And no, no thank you. Go to any other space. You can square that triangle right there. Square it up. Any other space, you can stand in some pulpit and just preach to the choir about how you don't know what a triangle is. If you're going to be in this channel, you're going to engage intellectually honestly. If you can't even agree to what a triangle is, why are you even here? Like you can't even figure out baseline principles. Like for your worldview, all of geometry has to be in on it. All of the Cambridge Dictionary, the whole Cambridge Dictionary is in on it. It's like this massive conspiracy theory that you won't really explain or talk about. All these people are trying to trick you of what a triangle is.
So Crit, when people are bringing up like triangle not having 180 degrees on a sphere, they're talking about spherical geometry.
Yeah, which doesn't exist. A sphere is an unresolvable surface.
No, I mean spheres, perfect spheres definitely don't exist, but spheres definitely exist. I mean, you can make a sphere. That's pretty easy. Just take like a basketball and draw a triangle on it, and then measure the angles, and they won't add up to 180 degrees, and that's because of spherical geometry.
Yeah, what you're not doing there is that you're making a cone. You're not making a triangle. The triangle would go all the way in. Like if you were to cut that piece out, there's your triangles. You got 4 triangles in a dome top. That's called a cone, or whatever the the square version of a cone. I'm drawing a
pyramid?
blank here. What's it called? Yeah, but a pyramid with a dome on top of it. Does it have a special name for it, or is it just?
Earth? I don't know. Sorry, I'm just memeing.
No, like a square cone shape. I'm drawing. Is it? They got like, I don't know, like some funny interesting name for it, like a. You know what I'm saying? You know what cone is, right? Like if you draw a circle, and you trace that circle with an angle there, and then
Yeah, I
draw.
get what you mean.
Okay.
I don't know the name though.
Yeah, because some of them have some really complex names.
An obelisk?
No, the obelisk is like, it's got a pike at the top. Here, let me show you here. So this is like, here's a cone, right? It's a 2 triangles basically going all the way around the circle. So it's like a pyramid with well, not really a pyramid either, because it's got the 3 lines.
That would be a tetrahedron.
Is that okay? Yeah, kind of like the dice that you use for like Dungeons and Dragons and whatnot. Okay, here we go. This is a good picture. So here, Dream, look at this one. So here you've got a sphere that you cut 3 triangles into, and then the last part you put a dome on top of the last sphere on each of the triangles.
Mm-hmm.
Tetrahedron has 6 sides that come up to a point, actually. It's probably like a polyhedron is probably just what it would be called.
So what the globalists will do is say that outside perimeter of the dome on top, they call that a triangle. You see the air there? There's a very, very sophomoric air that they're making.
No, the problem is that it's a triangle because the sides are straight. if the sides were curved, it wouldn't be a triangle, right? But the sides are straight. But if you put a triangle with straight sides and you lay that onto a sphere, you lay a two-dimensional object onto a three-dimensional object, then the angles necessarily change. It's no longer 180 degrees, right? That's what
Yeah.
they're talking about.
Yeah, which is they're missing. What they did was they ignore, like, basically the four triangles there. They ignore all those four triangles and then put a dome on top of it, and then call that the one triangle. Because you're cutting into the surface of a sphere-shaped object, and you're making three triangles that meet down whatever your depth is. And then on top of that, those points all form a triangle, and then you curve that surface on top of that. But they say none of that is a triangle. Everything else is a triangle. Here's another good picture here. See here, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 triangles, and now you put a concave surface in there. And then the globalist would say, yep, proves concave. That triangle is more than or less than 180 degrees, or however they would play around with those numbers. I guess it would still be more. So what they're doing here is they're using a method that is outside of any sort of geometry, and then say now it applies to the surface of the Earth. These
It's a
non-triangles,
paradox
yeah,
because the triangle has a horizontal line. Let's say one of the lines is, let's say the bottom line, right? You have a horizontal line across a horizontal surface, and that has a slope of 0. But then if you put that on a globe, the curving surface has a slope of non-zero, right? So that's a paradox. You can have the horizontal line of zero slope horizontal line, right? And then have it with a slope, which is curving. Curving has a slope, right?
Yeah, curved would have a slope to it. That's what makes it curved.
Yeah,
Not.
but the horizontal line has a 0 slope. So how can you have both at the same time? You can't. It wouldn't be a triangle. That's your point as well.
Yeah, they don't know what a triangle is. That's generally they're working on some very poor understanding of how things work in the real world, which is why, like, hey, draw a triangle. Did it equal 180 degrees or it didn't equal 180 degrees? If it did, you drew a triangle. If it doesn't, you did not draw a triangle. That's why geometry is just based on it's just pure logic.
This isn't some like basic misunderstanding of a person not taking like high school math. I mean, like, spheres exist in the real world. Like, people use spheres in architecture, shit like that. And
Yeah, so
putting
do
a
triangles.
triangle on that sphere, putting a 2D shape onto a 3D shape is something that occurs. Like, if you put a 2D pattern on top of a 3D object, that's something
Here, look
people
at
do,
right here.
right? That's
Look at
not.
here.
It's not like a misunderstanding.
Yeah, there's a huge misunderstanding. Look at this right here. This is what I just posted.
Hellfish, what is the slope
Okay.
of the bottom line of the triangle? What is the slope of the horizontal bottom line of the triangle?
Do you see that triangle
0.
that's made inside the cone?
Yeah, I'm seeing a cone with an arrow pointing to a sphere. I'm not seeing
Yeah,
the
so if you
connection you're
put
trying
that
to make.
cone on top of the sphere, did you just change the radius of the adjacent? Or is that
Yeah.
that R? Okay, yeah, see you.
I'm sorry.
R-
The picture isn't clear to me.
Okay. These two R's right here. So just think about geometry, okay? Don't get model afflicted, okay? Stay hyper focused on just the geometry, because otherwise you'll confuse yourself. Are these two R's equal?
No, because one has a zero slope and the other one has a slope.
No, Jamsy, you're missing it. The R, not the R value, not the outside part. The
Yeah,
R on
the circle where the R is, the radius of that R. The two R's on the first of all, look at the cone's R, and then look at the sphere's R. The radius
Yeah,
of the
they're
sphere.
not the same. Yeah.
I know the other guy can't see it, but you can see clearly on the image that Crit actually enlarged. You see the R?
Hellfish, go ahead. Answer that question, bro. Can you?
No, I can't. I don't see the point.
Yeah, look at the cone. There's a circle in the middle of it, right? And then look at
I certainly see the circle.
sphere, the actual sphere. Look at the sphere, and it has another radius value.
Well, a cone is a three-dimensional object, not a two-dimensional object.
I know that, but look at the bottom of this. Look at the circle that the bottom of the cone has.
I certainly see the circle.
It's got a smaller circle in the center of the bottom of the.
Love joint cones.
Do you see it?
I certainly see the bottom of the cone.
Yeah, but do you see the circle that's in the center of the bottom of that cone?
I see the radius of the cone, yeah.
Okay.
But a cone is a three-dimensional object. That's the point I'm making.
He doesn't get it. You
yeah.
don't get it.
Okay. So have you ever had the ice cream cone before?
So, I mean, what you're trying to say is that like a triangle
listen,
laid on.
Okay, one step at a time, right? Have you ever seen in your life an ice cream cone? Have you ever seen this object before? Have someone ever presented you with an ice cream cone?
No, you don't even need to ask. Of course I've seen an ice cream cone.
Well, okay, so the radius of that ball of ice cream is, and you put that ball of ice cream on top of the cone, the radius of that sphere of ice cream is equal to the radius of the sphere of the cone. If it was too big, what would happen? If the radius was too large, that ball of ice cream radius was larger than the radius of the cone, what would happen?
Pretty easy.
This is very logical, just logical gates. Don't get model afflicted. Okay, don't start thinking globetard. Okay, I hand you a cone and I'm gonna scoop a 1 meter ball of ice cream on top of your cone. What's gonna happen?
He's got to get it.
Yeah, I think he's you can smell
No,
the wood burning.
I'm not bothering to respond because we're talking about a cone. We're talking about a cone. We're talking about a cone. We're talking about a three-dimensional object, not
these are shapes. These are shapes, dude. You're
hyper. Not gonna oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hyper focus on the wrong thing. You're talking about shapes. That's all.
Yeah.
Focus on the shape.
Respond. That's okay with me because I can just mute his mic. Inside his worldview, he doesn't need to talk. He already said, "I'm not going to respond." Then you don't need a microphone. If you're not going to respond, what the fuck do you need a microphone for? Like, give me something in your worldview for at least you to follow, okay? Let's see if you can be logically consistent inside your own worldview. A lot of these guys are broken. They can't even follow a simple claim. Like if I say, hey guys, I'm done talking for the day, and I put myself on mute, see how easy that is? It doesn't matter if I got red mic or not. I'm done talking. I'm saying, hey, I got a lot of stuff going on today. You know, the dogs are all wild up. I'm gonna stop talking. You would never even know if you're on mute or not because I'm not talking. So it's like I wouldn't have keyed my mic at all. But somehow they get triggered. They say a flat earther muted me, dude. But you told me you don't want to talk, and I'm making sure you're holding to your worldview, not my worldview. You said you don't want to talk. If you want to talk, just talk and be openly honest about it. I hand you a cone. You've got a cone in your hand. The radius of that cone is like an inch. Maybe that's a little too big, but whatever. It's a big cone. Then I scoop you an ice cream ball that has a radius of 2 inches, what's going to happen? The cone, it's not going to sit in the cone, right? It's going to roll off. It won't. But if I give you the right radius, that ball of ice cream will fit snug as a rug in the bug. Or I said the opposite.
Bug
Yeah,
rug.
yeah. It'll be a perfect, the ice cream cone alone. Okay, now if you want to get modelly afflicted, that debunks the claim of a spherical triangle. Because just because you curved the top of that cone, you didn't make the cone curved. You
That's one way.
added.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to look at it because yeah, you cannot have a triangle on the sphere unless you actually have the sides kind of like if you had spaghetti noodles like on top of something that the lines themselves could not they conform to the sphere. If you're lying like if you got like yarn, right? You made a triangle out of yarn and you laid on the sphere, those the lines on the sides are going to actually conform to the sphere, but we're not talking about that. What's most important is if it's still a triangle or not, and it's not a triangle anymore because the triangle is defined by the sides and the degrees of 180 degrees. If you don't have that any longer, then it's a triangle stops becoming a triangle.
Bro,
Um,
the slope formula apply on this because on the cone you can make a radius, when you have a horizontal line at the bottom of the cone, right? You have the horizontal line that has a 0 slope. You can still have a radius of that circle of the bottom of the cone, and you can have a horizontal line with 0 slope. And then on the sphere, the radius of that sphere has a slope because it has a different how do you say, it has a different side that is higher than the other side. It's rising or falling. The surface is rising or falling. So the slope argument applies on this as well. You have a horizontal. What was that, Miggy?
No, I wanted to say that even talking about a spherical triangle is a derivative topic, and I would say that because in order for you to have a spherical triangle, you'd have to have already a slope of non-zero. So it's derivative to the topic. The topic itself is how do we know the Earth is curving at the set rate they tell us? You haven't demonstrated it by talking about a spherical triangle. That's an assumption. You're assuming the Earth has that curvature that you're talking about, a slope of
Very
non-zero.
angle. That's crazy.
See here,
And
Embo, look at this shape here. You see the cylinder with the sphere. This is how basically one of my toilets is set up. So what you
Yes, I
got
see it.
here, okay, what you got here is there's a little chain that connected to a ball, a floating ball. Okay, and
Okay.
when you flush the toilet, okay, that ball, that floating ball, then drops down on top of the cylinder and stops the water from going in. Okay, then the water that's
Yes,
inside the cylinder then dumps into the toilet and it pushes it out of the house. Then it also flips a switch that starts filling the tank up with water. At that point, it pushes the sphere up because the sphere floats on the water, and then the water also dumps into the cylinder. You didn't make the
yes, and
top of that cylinder. By doing that, you don't make the top of that cylinder curved. The top of that
I'm
cylinder is still flat.
I'm gonna address the group in here. That you guys think that it's a false dichotomy. It's actually a true dichotomy. In other words, if the Earth is curving, then it is. If it's not curving, then it's not. It's either curving or not curving. And so the question on the table is, as far as a dichotomy goes, is it one thing or the other? So it cannot be a third option. It either has a slope or it does not have a slope. Which one is it? So if you're saying that it's maybe a third option, then it becomes a false dichotomy. But if there's not a third option and it's only either curving or it has no slope, that means that can only be one of the two things. So it's a true dichotomy. You guys need to brush up on what a dichotomy is. If you're actually looking at it like it's something else, then it throws the dichotomy into a false dichotomy. It can't be a third option unless you're saying that there's another thing that you can say because any other shape that has either a flat surface or a curved surface. That's the only two options you have. Think about it, because we're only talking about the
So
surface here. That's all we're talking about.
I'm not sure
Slope
if anyone
or none.
advocates for that, but hypothetically, you could have a surface that has both curves and flats at different parts of it. For example,
I
you take
know.
a sphere,
I agree with that.
you
But
cut
the
it.
thing, what's
Yes.
in contention?
So you,
What's So, Embo, that what's in contention is if it is a spheroid. The oblate spheroid is what's the proposed model. So we're not arguing with the fact that, like you said, it could be that thing you're saying. In this argument, it's either what we're saying that we don't see any curvature, there's no curvature detected, no curvature measured, or like everybody else believes, it is curving like they say that it is. And therefore you're trying to argue in the arena that there is a true dichotomy. For us, there isn't, because there is only one truth, right? So you guys think that it is, and then if you say that it's a false dichotomy because there could be a third option, then it is one, right? But there is no other third option, because then you'd have to concede that the Earth is an oblate spheroid on its face. If you say there's a third option, you're already dead in the water, because you're conceding that it's only an oblate spheroid. So you can't say that unless you're sabotaging your position. When you do that, then you're going to have to provide evidence for the third option, but you're not sabotaging your position if you say that it is a spheroid. See what I mean? So you can't, there is no third option for you. Once you admit that there is, you already sabotage your position and it's no longer useful. You can't say that it's no blade spheroid because you just said that it could be something else. So you have to think about this. The implications of you saying that there's a third option and it's a false dichotomy makes your position weak, and you just sabotaged it. And it's no longer no blade spheroid. I'm just saying, think about it,
but
guys. When you guys are coming in here defending the globe, if you say there's a third option and it's a false dichotomy, then you are sabotaging your position. That's the truth. But think about it.
okay,
If you are,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but all the time you were explaining a point that I've never said, because when I said about the false dichotomy, I referred to the fact that a triangle can be a triangle and not be a triangle in axioms of Euclidean geometry, because it can be a spherical triangle. I wasn't talking about the shape of the Earth. In the terms of shape of the Earth, I can fully agree with you.
well, yeah, that's the
Hypothetically, that there could be a third option, because you could, for example, as I said, cut a sphere in half, and in that case, you would that top of the sphere that was cut would be flat and the rest would be curved. So you could hypothetically have a shape that is curved and flat at the same time, but nobody advocates for that. So yes, I can agree that in terms of shape of the Earth, there is a real dichotomy.
right. So let's get back to the point, because spherical triangles are a derivative topic. We're going to be arguing over the framework that we have already established that the Earth, within this, I would say the Okay, I'm actually calling it a false dichotomy in that it's not a true dichotomy, because we only, in the flat earth side, we only know that there's only one truth to the earth, that there is no slope, there's no curvature, there's no drop over the distance. For us, we only understand that for practical use case, for measurement, we only detect like flat and level, right? So for us, that's the truth. There's no other thing. But for you guys in this dichotomy, there is. There is an Earth that's a globe, it's a sphere, and so on, right? You're going to say spherical triangles exist because the Earth that we stand on is an oblate spheroid, and there can be a triangle if you're mapping out points on the Earth. That's the only thing that you can think of, because it's how you can understand a spherical trigonometry works over a sphere, right? So that's you're arguing from that standpoint. But what we're saying, though, it's a derivative topic to the main topic. It's like a subtopic. You're arguing from a subtopic that the main topic is actually derived from. So let's say, okay, we're giving you the fact that the Earth is a globe. How does a triangle work? That's what we're saying when we give you that spherical triangle. Instead of saying we're not giving you the Earth as a globe, you're going to have to demonstrate that Earth as a globe first, and then we can talk about your spherical triangle. But if you don't have the curved Earth, you don't have a spherical triangle. Does that make any sense? For us, it's clear. There is no curved Earth, but you have to have a curved Earth to talk about a spherical triangle.
Not really. The spherical triangles and spherical geometry was invented based on the Earth. It was invented to make astronomical measurements and terrestrial measurements, but
Yes.
that doesn't mean it cannot be applied to other spherical objects. You can take a
No, I
globe in your
agree.
room, you know, a
I'm
small
agreeing
model
with
of
you
the
on
Earth,
one
and
point.
apply
Embo, I'm
spherical
agreeing.
geometry to it.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you on one point. If you're talking about the celestial sphere for navigation, it could be applicable in that arena. I'm not denying that. A lot of people don't know this because they haven't researched the topic. But the celestial sphere has to deal with navigation. It has nothing to deal with terrestrial sphere. There's a terrestrial sphere in which you think you're standing on, and the celestial sphere in which navigation is used. But you can apply that. Not saying that the sky is the same as the ground, but in that regard, you're not dealing with the terrestrial sphere. So the celestial sphere that you're looking at in the sky, right? Because that's how observations are being made. When we see the sun going from east to west, it looks like it takes an arc path over our head. But observations that we make are just that, observations. They're not verified as in like we know for certain that the sky above us is indeed a dome shape or it's spherical shape. All we understand is from our perspective, that's the way it looks. So we can't deny that. And anybody that does would have to get into like perspective, right? So that's not something anybody should deny. What we do say is that it's not dealing with the ground. What the ground and the sky are two different things. But how navigation works is with celestial objects, right? Because the sextant, and before that you have the astrolabe in history. So we have these devices that have been used over time to map out the sky and post-dict the predictions that when eclipses happen, they're going to happen again in cyclical nature. But what we have to figure out here is if the thing that we're talking about pertains to the surface of the earth or it pertains to the sky. So I don't like there should be some people that shouldn't disagree on some points about like what people are saying. In the idea of a spherical trigonometry, but at the same time, you got to realize that you're not looking at the Earth. You're talking about navigation to deal with celestial navigation and the sky. Yeah, guys,
But
got to look at northern
I
and
wouldn't
southern.
say.
Yeah, northern and southern hemisphere have to deal with the celestial sphere. Everything to do with the celestial sphere, and nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere.
I
There's
would say that the sky has very much to do with the sphere, because the entire field of navigation is about applying astronomical measurements to get your location on the Earth, which is the ground. So I would say there is some kind of correlation between these two, because if you
well,
say that navigation is only about the positions of celestial objects, then you could find a point in the sky, not a point on the ground.
no, I'm not disagreeing with you that it's useful for that, for navigation. But at the same time, it has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. It doesn't tell you the shape. It can pinpoint a place that you need to be at, say, in a location, and you use your almanac to actually find out the arc minute of like where you're at in relation to that celestial object. I'm not saying you can't do that. What I am telling you is that it doesn't tell you the shape. It could give you a position, but it doesn't tell you the actual geometry that you're standing on. That's false. So even at best, it could only tell you a position, but it's not going to tell you the shape. That's the thing. That's the information it does not give you.
It kind of does though, just a little
No, it
bit.
kind
Yeah,
of doesn't.
definitely
So
does.
we're gonna have you.
Well,
We're gonna whoever said that you're gonna have to present how it talks about celestial navigation talks about geometry specifically how we can get the radius,
oh,
diameter, and circumference.
maybe not
From-
navigation, sorry, but the stars do show that the
Okay.
Earth is a globe.
All right. So tell us how the stars tell us about the geometric shape of the Earth, please.
All right. So actually, I don't want to strawman you. So could you, if you have a nice model for us for of the Earth, if that's possible? Like I did this morning, and I kept asking, but if you could have a model of the Earth that I could explain.
They don't have one.
There is no model to the Earth. The overall Earth is not a model. So first of all, we only have the flat plane of existence, meaning that there's certain local maps and charts that can be used to navigate the Earth, but the overall worldview map, there's no precise continent locations, orientations, just different things that inconsistencies that every map has. There is no one gold standard map that anyone has. There's only map projections that you see that are useful for every type of navigation that can be thought of. So every map that you look at, any projection, is not an actual depiction of what the Earth is overall. And you're false if you say that there is, because I'd like you to point out to the gold standard map that is used for everyone. Go
No,
ahead,
you're
try
right.
it.
There's no perfect map, but I'm just saying, would you have one? You have
There
one that
is
you
all of them.
prefer?
Yeah, all of them. I'll tell you like this, okay? Now, really think about it. Every map is a flat Earth map. Think about it. Every map. There is no
No, a
globe.
model, like a globe, right? Like I have a globe
Yeah,
in my other room.
the globe is not a it's not a scientific model. First of all, number one, the globe is not a scientific model. You have to look at the criteria for what a scientific model actually requires, and if you actually put the globe up to the scientific model example, it doesn't fit. It's not a scientific model. Number one. So if you're talking about just a regular model, no, there's not a model for the Earth being a flat stationary plane, because
Okay,
overall nobody knows what it looks like in totality.
okay. But for example, if it was a flat plane, right? Not a
It
disc,
is.
but a flat. Okay, yeah. If it is a flat plane, okay. So how does it explain that again? We Someone in North America and someone in South America sees the same face of the moon.
Okay, so you're telling me with this information that you just described is going to give us the geometry of the spherical Earth. How does that correlate?
Oh, because in a spherical Earth, right, everyone is looking at the moon at the
Yeah,
same
but
time because the moon is far away. It's a sphere far away from the Earth, and everyone in the same plane looks at this. It makes a cone shape of vision towards the moon, which is the point, right? So everyone
yeah,
in that latitude. Okay, but in a flat plane, if there was, I
yeah.
guess, a sphere above said flat Earth, and it would spin around, someone in North America would see one face of the moon, and someone in South America would see a different face of the moon.
Now, how do you like? You're trying to draw from something that I haven't given you, so you're making a
No,
comparison.
not you,
Yeah, I'm
but from
telling
a
you.
flat plane.
I
From
know.
using
I'm telling
logic,
you
a flat plane.
from the flat plane of perspective, people look at a celestial sphere. We're actually looking at this the stars above us in a, I would say it this way, but it's for your mind to understand. It's like a dome of perspective. It looks like a dome. Everything that we see above us, because we're on a flat plane, would be a dome above us as far as like the perspective of what we see. So from the point of observation, you're not looking at the sky like it's a flat plane, and I think that's where the confusion comes in. It looks like, in your perspective, like a dome of perspective. That's what it looks like from your vantage point anywhere on Earth. So if you're saying how can this work, we're telling you it does, because people are making their observations every night. So what's in contention right now is what we're looking at in the sky, and how does that relate to the ground? And I think that's where you're getting confused. The confusion happens where you're saying it can only happen on a globe, and we're saying that how do you know that if our vision when we're looking at the night sky, it looks like a dome of perspective. So in your
What do you mean
worldview,
by
and
dome of perspective?
so when you look at the sky, you could be on a flat plane, right? Did you think about it like this? In your mind's eye, when you're looking at the sky, you're not looking at the sky as it's flat. You're seeing it as it's a dome. Like when you see the sun in the morning, you see the sun rising in the east, and as it makes its way across your sky, it looks like it's doing an arc pattern, like an arc above your head. So once it goes to the right, it looks like it's rising in the east and setting in the west. This is what it looks like to everybody on Earth. It's what it looks like. So everything in the sky takes this path. It goes from east to west, and as it does so, it looks like it takes an arc path in the sky. Everything, all celestial objects look like they take an arc path in the sky. Does it making sense like what I'm telling you? From a flat plane, it looks like everything from the east to the west takes an
Yes.
arc over your head.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So if
Can
you,
I ask him?
for example, if you thought you were living on a sphere, let's say the ground was curved, then that would still be the same way you would see the sky.
Mhm.
It's still viewed as a celestial sphere. It doesn't matter what the shape of the ground is; it's still viewed that way. So the understanding here is that it doesn't change the fact that your perspective is seeing the sky in a specific way. You can agree that the sun takes an arc path over your head. I can agree that the sun takes an arc path over your head. So we're agreeing that the sky is viewed a specific way. It's not viewed differently because it's a flat Earth. It's viewed the same way. If you think that
Okay.
you're seeing, you know what, you get what I'm saying or no? Like it's you
Yeah,
and me
yeah.
make the same
No, for
observation.
sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. But again, the face of the moon.
Can I
Yeah.
How
ask
did
you something?
It
how
doesn't.
does the moon?
Yeah, it
Can I
doesn't
ask you
change.
something?
It doesn't. Hang on, Sash. It doesn't change the face of the moon. Okay, so when you see the face of the moon in a particular location and it looks a certain way, I could stand right beside you and I tell you I see the face of the moon. We could move to a different location and then you would say, "Look, now the moon's different." I would say, like, "Yeah, I see it looking different too." I'm not going to disagree with you when you're at different locations. There's nothing disagreeable about how we see the sky because a flat earther and a globe earther will agree that the same phenomena that occurs in the sky is they're going to see it visually represented the same. And like I said before, you look at the sky like a celestial sphere in the globe, so does the flat earther. They see it like a dome of perspective, so does the globe earther. They see it like a dome of perspective. So it looks like the sky is what's like curving, not the ground. Does that make sense to you? At least I'm trying to get this to where it's you're not thinking of it differently. It's not viewed differently from flat earth perspective. There's no false dichotomy where you're trying to put somebody on an AE map and then you're saying, okay, one guy's looking south, the other guy over here in Chile is looking south, and the other guy in Australia is looking south. How can they see the moon? Like that's false. Nobody's saying that. What we're saying is our observations that are being made are viewed the same everywhere. If the globe earther and the flat earther stand side by side, everything they see in the sky will be represented the same. And so I'm just clearing this up because this argument has gone long enough. Like people think that we're going to see differently. We're not. Because we're
But there,
seeing in the dome of perspective, which equates to what they're saying the celestial sphere is.
but
Okay,
there's one
but where
difference
where
though.
does where does this sphere? Where does the moon come from? Where does it go? What is this sphere surrounding us?
It,
What is that?
it's it's
Is it a
basically
projection? Like what is
no,
it?
no, no. Yeah, that's going too far into like an
Oh,
explanation.
absolutely.
The only thing I'm
Yeah.
telling you, the only thing I'm going into is what it looks like to everybody. So I'm not. There's no. We shouldn't be arguing this point because everybody should be in agreement, right? If somebody's in a disagreement of how things look, then that's the issue. But if we all agree that we're seeing the same thing, the arc path that the celestial objects make, that becomes the disagreement. Like, how come everybody sees the celestial bodies do something, and then you're the only one that says that it doesn't? Like, that would become a debate. This is not a debate, however, because we agree that when you see the sun, it takes an arc path over your sky and the moon as well. And the face of the
But
moon,
how? Why
the
does it
face
do
of the.
that?
What do you mean? Why does it do that? Because
That's the
it's a.
question.
Okay,
Why does
so
it?
what?
Yes, the vision, right? But again, where does it
Yeah,
come? I have an explanation of why it
it
happens.
has.
Do you have an
I,
explanation of why it
yes.
happens?
Well, not where it
Me?
goes. Your explanation happens to be filled in by what somebody says about the cosmic vacuum. We
Of
don't
course.
have an explanation about a cosmic vacuum. Your cosmology that you're inserting here has more to deal with what you've been told versus what you can see and tell people
Okay.
from your perspective. So it has
Perfect.
nothing to
Okay.
do with. Yeah, it has
So the
nothing to do.
argument the argument here is I have science that started
No,
2000 years ago where
no,
every
you don't
single
have science.
scientist, almost every
No,
single one.
no,
No,
you don't
let
have
me finish
science.
though.
You
But
don't have
let me
science.
finish. But let
But
me
you don't
finish.
have
Okay.
science.
So almost not only most, not one or two, but
Correction, you have
99.999%.
pseudoscience.
Yeah, you don't have
Pseudoscience,
science.
correction.
You don't have
Again,
look.
not
The
but
people that were making their observations a long time ago, the ones you were saying 2,000 years ago that they're on your side. No, they're on everybody's side because everybody can see the night sky. Okay, nobody's saying that those guys are saying the Earth is a globe
because
because they're making observations. They're saying that
you're not letting me finish though. You're not letting me finish
you're
though,
saying
right?
those guys. First of all, they're not doing science. They're just
You're
making
not letting me
observations.
finish though. You're not letting me finish though. That's
But
the only
you're
problem.
trying to make it
Or you're
sound like
not
there's
letting
a.
me finish. Again, you're still like you're not letting me finish. Can I finish my point first before? Yeah.
Well,
Can
you
I
can
ask
say
you a first
those are
question?
scientific
What I
ones.
wanted to ask
They're
like
right.
10 minutes ago.
May I finish my point,
You
please?
you don't have a point. You're saying you have science where you don't have science.
No, I
There's
know
no
I
Can
have.
I
You
ask
don't
you what?
have
No,
what
no,
you're
no, no,
claiming you have.
no, no, no.
No,
Please.
exactly no. Exactly no. You don't have
Can
that.
I?
You're saying you have
When,
it, but you don't have
Yeah.
it.
so is this your strategy? Just to talk over me and
No,
hope
you
I
just
go
have
away?
to. You don't have
That's
science.
the only
You have
strat.
to
You
admit.
can't
Yeah.
you can't even give me
Admit that you
a
don't have.
model of your Earth.
Admit,
Okay,
Okay, I
define
have a model.
Okay.
what science.
I have a map.
can I ask him a question about
In the
model
middle,
and
right?
about moon?
We're trying to
No.
get him to admit that he doesn't have science. He does not have science. This is not science.
May I finish my point though?
You have to admit you don't have science. If you continue, you're going to continue in a false.
Wait,
in a
this
false
morning
paradigm.
again, this guy muted me and forced me to answer a question which I
No,
didn't.
false.
You're
Do
just
you
making me
answer the
have an
question?
opinion.
Is
No,
it science when you
how
look
about
at
you let
the
me
sky?
finish? How about you let me
Is it
finish?
Is it science when you look at the sky? Answer that. Is it science?
I can go on. I can go on this for days.
Answer
You're
the
not even. If you won't let me finish, then that's fine. That's just
It's not
proving my
letting you
point. Then
finish. It's you're
yeah.
in a category error.
Again,
You're
you're
in
still
category error.
not letting me
It's a
finish.
category
You know,
error.
I didn't even get my point out. You have no
said
idea what I was gonna say. Look
Is
at
there
this.
science?
This is
Yes or
very
no?
childish right now. This is very
No, it's
childish.
childish because you don't want to. You're like a petulant child, not admitting that you're wrong because you think there's science and there is no science looking at the sky. There's no science done, none whatsoever.
Again, that's not even my point. I'm not even talking about that, my guy.
If there's no science, you said there's science. There is no science.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking
Admit it.
about how not one, not two, not most. All scientists in this world know that the Earth is a globe.
No.
That's a fallacy.
No.
That's a fallacy.
What? 99.9999% of scientists
No,
know
that's
the
You
Earth
said
is a globe.
all, and now you're saying 99. Now you said all, and now you're saying 99.
Oh, sorry, there
No.
might
So
be
you're
3 or
changing
4
your position.
doctorate PhD scientists in the U.S. that might believe
What do
that
they
the
have
Earth
to
is
do?
flat.
What does science have to do with looking up at the sky? What does science have to do with looking up at the sky?
No, scientists, people.
What does
I don't-
science have to do with looking at the sky?
Looking up at the sky has nothing to do with science.
Thank you.
It's the
Thank
things.
There you go.
It's
Finally, we
it's
made
the
it.
answers that you
We've
get from
made it.
We've made it.
looking at a tree is
Oh my
obviously
made
not
God,
it.
it
science.
was that difficult.
See, that wasn't
Yes.
hard.
Of course not. Again, that's
Okay.
very childish. Of course it's not. That's
Childish.
a very.
It's you're the one
that's a
that's being
very-
childish. Doesn't want to admit the category error.
For
Not
what?
us.
When did I say that looking up at the sky is a science? When did I say
Earlier.
that? When did I ever say
Earlier,
that?
you said all the people long ago, 2,000 years ago, did science and looked at the sky, and it was like, no,
I never
there's
said
not
that
any
in my life. I said people 2,000 years ago figured out from looking at the sky. When did I say science in there?
Wow, bro.
When did I say?
Wow,
You
bro.
said there.
Why are you
You
lying?
said there was science, but you can.
No,
You can.
I didn't say that.
You can. Yes, you did. Yes, you fucking did,
Okay,
dude.
and
Don't
maybe I
call
did.
people
Maybe I
liars.
did. Well,
Yeah,
okay.
you did, but maybe you misappropriated the word science and
Yes.
used it for this. What I'm saying
Again.
is, like, we can't.
Hey,
we
he
can't
made a
be
mistake.
angry.
That's fine. He made a
Yeah.
mistake.
And see, that's the only thing we're saying. If you made a mistake and because this calls miscommunication. If we think you mean science and you don't mean science, then we have to clear it up because then there's going to be
Okay.
a category error.
Perfect, but you're still to give me a model. Okay, again.
Okay, can I now ask a question because you are
I have a
repeating
model, I
that
have a map.
model? Can I
I
ask
know.
a question about Can I ask a question about
Yeah.
model?
Yeah.
What you will do if you want to make a model of Porsche?
I'm sorry?
What you will do if you want to make a model of a car, whatever car, let's say Porsche?
I don't know what goes into making a model of anything.
Can you just say
If you
Toyota?
want to make a model of something, what you will do?
I look at the thing.
And?
I don't know. Draw it.
And when you look at the thing, when you know how things looks like, then you will make a model. Is that true?
Yeah.
How we made a model about globe?
So I just explained it to you. By looking up at the sky and
Explain,
seeing.
looking up in the sky, that means if I want to make a model about Porsche, I need to look where?
At the Porsche.
Oh, why are you not looking in the earth when you want to make a model about
like
the earth?
I'm gonna answer.
No, I'm asking you a simple question. Why you don't make a model of the looking in the earth when you make a model of the earth? Why are you looking in the sky?
Because we can't look at the earth. Because you don't believe me when I say that we went to the moon and we saw the earth. Is that you just don't believe in that? So I have to.
What I don't believe. What I don't believe.
That we went to the moon and we saw the earth, like you just said.
I don't care. We saw the earth, and earth is spherical. Is that true from the moon?
Yes.
That means that it must be spherical also on the ground, on the air.
No.
Why?
It is spherical on the Earth. It's just we're just so
It
tiny
is
that we do
spherical.
not see
Can
the
we
curve.
check that? Can we check out? We cannot see
Yes.
the curve. Can we measure
Yes.
the curve?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let's measure the curve.
Perfect. So there's this tool,
So,
very
yeah,
accurate laser level, right? And
yeah.
Flat Earthers actually did a GoFundMe to do this. They bought one. It's a couple $1,000s.
Okay,
And
I will post you
because
something about it. I will post you
no,
something.
let me finish. Let me finish though. How about
No,
that?
no, no,
How
no,
about
no,
you
no,
let me
no,
finish?
no, wait,
No,
wait,
no, no,
wait,
no.
wait.
Oh, this is annoying. This is annoying.
Wait, just a second, man. Just a second. Just a second. You
What
said
am I supposed
laser.
to do? What am I supposed to
Wait,
do?
can you
What?
watch? Can you watch the voice text chat? Can you watch?
I mean,
Do you
that's
see the
fun,
picture?
man.
Do you see the picture on voice text chat?
Yes.
There is no lasers. What do you see?
I don't know, a guy walking on water.
Okay. Do you know what's that?
No, I don't know what that is.
That is Salt Lake in Bolivia. Do you know how big it is?
Pretty big, probably. Very big.
4,000 miles squared.
Perfect.
Do you know how much the elevation change is 4 miles squared?
I know none.
None. It's 1
Almost.
meter.
How much? 1 meter. Okay.
1 meter. How much should to be elevation change on the globe?
I don't know.
Let's say this is 60 per 60 miles, because a little bit more, but that I will give you 60 per 60. This is 3,600 60 per 60 miles. You know? Do you understand me?
Mm-hmm.
That's 60 miles per 60 miles. How much elevation change is 60 miles
I don't know.
on the globe?
I don't know.
On 10 miles, it's 66 foot. On 60 miles, how much is? On 10 miles, it's 20 meters.
Okay.
But in 60 miles, it's changing only 1 meter elevation.
Okay.
On 10 miles, it's 20 meters changing elevation on the globe.
Okay.
How much on 60?
I don't know. Probably more like 600.
Is it more or less?
More.
More. How much more?
A lot.
A lot. But we have 1 meter elevation change.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And?
Well, yeah. I mean, you can go ramp, but you didn't let me
You
finish my
said
point. So yeah, whatever. Man.
you said something like a lasers. I don't need lasers. What is this?
No. Yeah, I don't need sight. Who needs very accurate measurements? Who needs that, right? Wait, guys, everyone in the chat, who needs accurate measurement? Am I right or am I right? Am I right or am I right? Who needs
can you
accurate
tell me
measurement?
how much? Can you tell me how much elevation changes on the globe on 60 miles?
I don't know, man. Tell me.
I don't know. It's
finish your
sure
point.
something more than
Finish.
it's more,
Finish so I can get on to my point,
it's more
please.
than it's more than 200 meters, for example.
Okay.
But it's changing only 1 meter.
Perfect.
Perfect what?
I mean, can you?
Hey, man,
Yes.
listen this. On the globe, elevation change should to be, I will now spell out the number, 200 meters, but doesn't change 200 meters. It change only 1 meter.
Sorry.
On the sphere, that elevation change should to be, who knows, 100 meters, 200 meters, 1 meter, and that is saying what that surface is.
A lot, like, please, again, the Earth is flat. Whatever.
Can you tell me
I
this?
don't care, man.
Elevation change 1 meter in 60 miles.
Like again, you just took my point. Just keep talking, bro. Just like I really don't care what you have to say.
Question: if you have 60 miles and elevation change 1 meter, what
Is that
that
60 miles squared,
surface
by the way?
is? What that
Is
surface is?
Is it 60 miles squared? That lake or more? How big
Yeah,
is that
it's
lake?
60 miles squared. It's
Perfect.
it's 1,000 miles squared. That means 60 per
3,000 miles.
60.
Okay.
4,000 miles squared. Do you know what means 4,000 miles squared changing elevation 1 meter? That means that fucking thing is flat.
So 450 inches. How much is 450 inches divided by 12? That's about 37 feet. So yeah, that's 100 meters. That's way more than yours.
than 1
No,
meter.
for sure.
One,
Of
yeah.
course, absolutely, absolutely. But again,
Okay.
right?
But
Again, we
again,
can use our
but again,
eyes.
but again, you said, what do you have? Do you have model? Yeah, I have model of this is Bolivia model. This
Can
is
I say my
elevation
point now?
profile of
Can I
this
say my
is
point?
elevation profile. Yeah,
May
can you
I
tell me
please?
why?
Perfect.
Can you,
Perfect. All right.
yeah,
So
yeah,
basically,
perfect. Can you
right,
tell me?
this group of flat earthers. No, let me speak now. It's you
No,
spoke for
no, no,
like
no.
10
Can you
minutes.
point it
No,
out
no,
that?
no, no. You're not gonna ask me a
Can you
question.
point it
I
out
came
that
up with the point
Salt
first, and now you just
Lake?
hijack.
Please, we are
This
on
is what you
Salt
do.
Lake.
No, I'm not gonna stop because you just hijacked the topic. How about you let me talk? Okay, I
I
talked first.
hijacked
You
the topic. You
interjected and you
said,
started.
where you asked where
No,
is the model. I showed you the model,
no,
Bolivia
you
model.
didn't.
Bolivia.
Okay, put a model.
Okay.
Put a model in the chat. Show me a model. I can show
I
you a model. I
showed
can
you
show
the
you a million.
model. I show you
No,
the
you told me. You
4,000
told me
miles
a model.
squared of flatness.
You
Did
told
I
me
show
model.
you
You
4
didn't
miles?
show me.
Okay, how you can have 4,000 miles square flatness on the sphere?
Again, I don't give a shit. I don't care about that. I don't care about.
How
Can I
you don't
please
care about that? How you can?
how about I say
I
my
said,
point? Because there's elevation
can,
differences. There's
can
tides.
you
I don't know. There's a
can
bunch of
you
stuff.
have 4,000 miles squared on the spherical surface with 1 meter elevation change?
I mean, surely you can. Yes, because maybe the calculations are wrong. There's many ways that can happen.
What is wrong? Calculations are wrong now.
Sasha, how about I explain something to you? How about I do a counterpoint? How about that? How about I tell you
Okay.
a group of flat earthers did a GoFundMe to raise money to buy a very, very sophisticated piece of equipment. Okay, this thing is, you know, the level with the little water that can tell you the level of land. Okay, but this thing uses very accurate lasers technology. Okay,
Like
now
that
if the Earth
military
was a
things,
globe
like a
spinning,
like a radar
basically,
laser. Like
not a
that.
radar,
What
but like
is
a
what is
laser.
that?
But
You
anyways,
know
it's a
that
very accurate
military.
level.
Well, you know what military is using. Military is using that radar that can shoot a target like a 200
It's not a
miles
radar.
straight
It's a
line.
laser. And again, let me
I am
finish.
telling
So
you
again,
what
Sasha,
military is
you
using.
start blah 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 blah. Let me speak just for
Okay.
like 2 minutes straight without you interrupting. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
So these people raise money for a laser measurement device. It's a very accurate level. And since the globe is spinning, okay, since it's spinning, this level should be off by 15 degrees every hour, right? 360 degrees divided by 12, 15. Okay, 15 degrees. No, divide by 24. That's 15 degrees every hour that it should be off. Okay, if it was flat, of course, it'd never go off because it's a flat plane. But guess what happened? Guess what happened? They had enough money, and these flat earthers bought this thing, and they waited a couple hours, and every hour, perfectly 15 degrees, it became inaccurate. It changed by 15 degrees.
What is changing? Earth is rotating 15
measure,
degrees
the
per
level,
hour. You're saying?
it's spinning.
Are you saying that?
It's
Are you saying that Earth is spinning 15 degrees per hour?
yes, it is spinning 15 degrees per hour.
That means that if I put a drone in 1 hour, drone will go away from me, 15 degrees.
No, because the drone is also spinning with the Earth. If you don't understand
Oh, you have
velocity.
one reference frame now.
Sorry?
You have one reference frame now. Everything is spinning in one reference frame.
Yes, everything is spinning at the same rate.
In the also your atmosphere, it's spinning together with the air.
Yeah, most of it, yeah.
That means no Coriolis.
Again, I just told
no
you
Coriolis.
that they have a very
no
accurate
Coriolis.
measurement level. Okay, there's a level.
Then no Coriolis.
So why
no
did it change 15 degrees, Sasha? Why did it change 15
What
degrees?
is changing 50 degrees, man?
Sorry?
What is changing 50 degrees?
This level, this laser level that knows the level that it's on, its angles, okay? And if it changes in any way compared to, like, not just like the plane that they're on, compared to the sky, compared to everything beside you, okay, from miles away, okay? If it's that accurate, okay? So if it changes 15 degrees because the Earth is spinning, why did it change if it's on a globe?
And which instrument measures that we are turning 15 degrees per hour?
Yeah, one sec. I need to find it actually.
I think I know this one. Is it refraction?
No, it's a gyroscope, I think, from Bob Nodell, I think. Is that gyroscope? Maybe. He doesn't know even. Gyrosphere.
Is the chat finally dead? Can I finally
No,
say something?
we are waiting for the machine which can demonstrate that we are turning 15 degrees per hour. And it's
Okay,
made for that. And it's also made for
yes.
that.
You know, you don't even have to use a machine for that. You can simply hang a mass on a string and swing it.
Can I ask a question? When you go out, do you rotating?
Is that a question to me?
Yep.
Yes, I am with the entire Earth.
You are rotating when you go out.
Yes.
How would
Kind
look
of
like
slowly,
if you
but
are
yes.
how would look like if you are not rotating?
If I wasn't rotating, if you
Yeah, how would
say
look like
about
then?
it would depending in
I
what
like that.
observation, because there are observations that would look exactly the same, but there are also observations that would make a difference.
I'm asking you now this. You are going out. I'm out now. You said that you are
Okay.
rotating, and I feel I'm not rotating. You're saying that
that's how
that
velocity
because we are
works.
rotating. Now my question is
If you're on a train, yeah,
man,
for sure.
how would look like if we are not rotating? Because in this moment we are rotating. Now my question is, how would look like if we are not? Are the
Okay.
same? And
It would look the same.
how we can find the difference?
Again, with a ring laser
difference.
gyroscope. Yes, you were right. It was a gyroscope. Yes. The ring laser
It was the
gyroscope, though.
Is it that instrument made for the calculating the rotation of the Earth?
Well, no, it's a very accurate
No.
level, but you can
Okay,
use it.
no.
You can use it.
That means no. Okay, can we measure the temperature with the barometer?
No,
No. Why?
because it doesn't do that.
How it doesn't do that? But the gyroscope is not made for the calculating the rotation of the Earth.
No,
Why should
you
we?
can. No,
No,
it was made to calculate flat surfaces when you want to build a building, right? And you want to make sure it's very almost close to 90, perfectly 180 or 90 degrees. You would use this thing for
okay,
very
good.
accurate measurement, close range.
That means
But
it was not used.
also.
It was not used for the rotation.
It was though, right? Because flat earthers
No, it
spent
was not made for the
20,000.
rotation.
Again,
No,
flat earthers spent
If I make a
$20,000
thermometer,
trying to prove that the Earth is flat.
no, if I make a thermometer, I don't measure the pressure, with the thermometer, because I will not get the pressure
You're
from
going so
thermometer
far away from the
ever in
point.
my life.
You're getting so
I'm
far
not.
away from the point. You're just going away from it because you know you're scared. Look,
I'm not
flat
scared, man.
earthers,
You
flat
cannot
earthers,
use something what
like
is
you,
not
like you.
made for that.
No,
You
flat
understand
earthers
that?
like you wanted to prove that the Earth is flat, so they spent $20,000 on this laser gyroscope because they thought it would never change, right?
Man,
If it was flat, it would never
I want
change.
to help
And
you. I want to help
since
you.
it's
Are you
round,
speaking about Bob Knodel?
no, a laser
Are
ring
you
laser
speaking about
gyroscope.
person who made that experiment? Or let's say experiment. No, it's not experiment.
What do you mean? Am I talking about the guy?
What do you mean? Yeah. Do you know who is that guy?
I don't know what his name is now.
Yeah. He's not anymore alive because he's dead. But he explained everything what happened in that video, in that, let's call it experiment and blah, blah, blah.
He's not talking about him anyway.
And you will tell me this. in the human history, we have the instrument what is measuring whatever is measuring, and then Flat Earth came out to buy that instrument, what is not used for measuring the rotation. And now, after all years of humanity, the Flat Earthers proved the rotation of the Earth with the instrument what is not used, made for the rotation of the Earth.
What are you talking about?
I'm
No,
talking
people have
about.
known. It's just
I'm
that these
talking about
no,
this.
everyone.
I'm
You're in
talking about this. One
you're in the
day, I'm
minority.
talking about
Everyone
this.
knows that the
One
Earth
day,
is a
I will
globe,
take
right?
a thermometer. One day, I will take a thermometer, and one day, you will find videos. Sasha proved the 40.7 psi on the sea level with the thermometer.
Okay. No, it's more like this. You have a meter stick.
What you are
Okay.
saying?
No, Sasha. This is a much better because yours is stupid. Okay. You have a meter stick, for example. Okay, you
I'm
can measure
stupid.
your
Why I'm
desk with
stupid?
it. No, Sasha. For example, you have a meter stick. You can measure your desk with said meter stick. But you know what you can also do? You can measure the distance between America and England with it. You could. It would
Can we
take, but
measure
you
the
could.
distance in Bolivia?
What are you
With
talking
what?
about? Who's measured the distance between America and wherever with a meter stick?
That's what I'm saying. Because he's saying, oh, you can. That's the
Mm.
point of this instrument. This is a very expensive.
No,
Again,
it's not. Yeah, it's not for measuring Earth's rotation, and that's
no,
not what
it's
they
not. It's,
did. And you don't know anything about it.
so
You've just
what
heard
did they
about
do?
it like
What did
10
they do?
minutes ago.
Cyclone.
So
What did they do, Cyclone? What did they do with it?
you
These
tell
are
me.
anti-flat
It's your argument. What have you
These are
read on Google after 5 minutes?
these are anti-flat Earth talking points, Zaki, that you're
Yeah,
reading
you've
off
got
of.
no idea,
You have
bro.
no
You should go back
you
to
have
the
no idea what
measurements that
What
you were
there's a
talking about
there's a
earlier.
documentary of a group of flat
hang on.
earthers
It's
Zaki, I need
Netflix
you
puff piece,
listen,
bro. Do you get all your
listen.
worldviews from Netflix puff pieces?
Here's the thing, Zaki. What you're doing is fallacious. You're looking up flat Earth talking points to talk against them. Anti-flat Earth talking points. That's what you're doing, Zaki, and you don't know anything about the context of the information. You're just parroting it because you think it's some sort of gotcha to flat Earth, and you don't understand what you're saying. I have to unmute you because you don't know how to stop, dude. And the reason why I'm saying is you're gonna get wrecked, dude, big time. Because none of these
and
anti-flat Earth talking points measure up to anything that debunk anything, bro. They're
Yeah,
we've
Zaki,
so is there a
we've already
reason
talked
that
to those
it
guys.
is
Yeah,
it?
we've
I know.
talked to those Zaki, hang on, man. We've talked to
Yeah.
those guys prior when the debate was happening, like 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. And we've taken care of that a long ago. You're just resurfacing you're just
I
now
don't know
seeing it.
this.
I
Yeah,
know
again,
you're just
no,
now
I saw
seeing
it a
it,
couple
yeah,
of
bro.
years ago.
Exactly, because you don't
But like,
know what the conversation is and where it is and all the
Yeah,
things
you could
that have
ask.
happened
You
since
could
we've been
simply
okay,
ask
discussing
of what
this.
it's
sorry.
about.
So all right, my bad. So why did it change by 15 degrees per hour? The ring laser gyroscope. Why did that happen?
Hey,
Yeah,
Zaki,
and
that's a falsification of the globe model. It had to be 15.04 or the globe was falsified. Just because it got close, too. And even if you did weighted averages, that was just one measurement. He got everything from like 3 to 20. And when you do
Yeah, I was going
weighted
to say it wasn't even
averages,
consistently 15
it wasn't
degrees,
consistent,
which
Zaki.
alone debunks the entire argument. Zaki, you don't even have the data to look
You
at,
don't
so
even have the
why are you
data,
even
dude.
talking about it?
He
I
That's
doesn't
can
know anything.
post
difficult.
the data if you want to see it.
Yeah, post the
Listen,
data and let Zaki have a look
Okay.
through it
you're
because
gonna
he
get
clearly
wrecked,
hasn't.
Zaki. Stop doing that. You're using
You can
anti-flat Earth talking
pause
points, bro.
first. Okay, relax. Yes, I'm not gonna use
What?
pro flat Earth. Sorry, I'm sorry. If I don't use pro flat Earth
No,
points, I
Zaki, this is
guess.
a
No,
problem.
no.
It's just ridiculous, Zaki. We're
Dude,
just talking
listen.
about reality.
You're going on the internet and typing out how you can debunk flat Earth, and these anti-flat Earth talking points pop up. And people like you, Zaki, have been doing this all the time. That they've ever since they've come out, and every time they come in here, we correct them, and they look like they have egg on their face. Stop doing that, and just simply ask us, what is this all about? You don't have to make it like it's a point against us, because it's not. We can show you how whatever they've done throughout that whole test had nothing to do with like measuring
Perfect.
the
All right.
rotation of the Earth.
Okay then. Perfect. Then explain to me how someone in Australia and someone in South America sees the Southern Cross
Dude, you're
at the same
I already
time.
teleporting.
told you. Wait, we covered
Oh
this
my
earlier,
gosh.
Zaki. I
No,
already
you
told
didn't,
you.
because that's
Yes, I
that's
He's
did.
got
different.
like a top
Yes,
10
no,
list
I
open
told.
or something.
Listen, I
I
already
know,
told you
because it
that
is. It's a very
everybody.
big thing.
Zaki, relax, dude. So I told you that everybody that's making their observations in the night sky, flat Earth and globe, could stand side by side. They would see the same thing in the sky. They're gonna say, "Yeah, I see what you see the Southern Cross. I see the Southern Cross. Do you see the
How?
sun going above us? Listen, dude. I see the sun going in an arc path above our head. So does the flat earther see the sun path doing an arc path above our head. There's nothing different from the observation standpoint. You still see the same thing everywhere on Earth that you are. And you're asking
That's
how,
cool and
because
everything,
you're
but
trying,
how?
Zaki, you're trying to put some kind of flat Earth model in your head to make it sound like, well, the globe Earth explains it perfectly, but the flat Earthers have to come up with an explanation. No, we don't. We're seeing the same phenomena. There is no explanation needed. We're seeing the same thing, Zaki. Do you
How is that
understand?
scientific? So you
What do
just
you
want
mean?
to live your
It's
life
not
without knowing
science,
anything.
bro.
You're just
It's
saying it's
not.
impossible.
Listen,
Nuh-uh. You're just
Zaki,
saying,
Let
nuh-uh,
me
it's
ask him a
impossible.
question. Let me ask
It's
him a
not science,
question.
bro. First of all, number one, he left. He's gone. It's not science, bro. It's just not science. You're making observations is not science. It's just making an observation. Your science actually comes in when you're testing a hypothesis.
Science is literally a part of observations along with experiments.
No,
It's one
observation
of the
is
ways
a
to
part of
test
science.
hypotheses.
Listen, Embo, observation is a part of science. It is not science in and of itself. This is the confusion, right? You guys are getting into confusion by saying observations are science. No, it's a part of science. It's what's used in the scientific method. It's not science in and of itself.
Yeah, he
That's the
doesn't know what
confusion right
science
there.
is to begin with.
There are
I mean,
different methodologies for different
Embo, look at
problems, for
right
different
here. Check
hypotheses.
this out. Is it proper and correct to say Netflix behind the curve? Okay. The advent is meet real flat earthers, a small but growing contingent of people who believe in the conspiracy to suppress the truth about flat Earth. What in that sentence tells you that they're not actually flat earthers? They prove the globe for you because you couldn't because of science. It's
Hey, did
even
somebody?
better. The other advent is even better than that one. It says meet the ever growing group of theorists who believe the Earth is flat, despite living in a society that vehemently rejects it. You could simply replace atheism in there.
Did somebody
Like,
mute Geodesy and Maverick so I could unmute him? I don't know who's, or they muted for a reason.
yeah, I don't know. I don't remember
Okay.
them being muted.
Okay.
See,
So I
Embo,
have
this
a
really
question.
make an observation right now. Is Netflix documentary about the globe or about flat Earth? Which one is it about?
Netflix documentary.
I would say it's both at the same time because these two are direct opposites. So if you prove the globe, you debunk flat Earth. If you prove flat Earth, you debunk the globe.
Okay, so here, read that sentence again. Try again. Now, just read the sentence. It was meet the. Read?
So,
Or he's too busy playing a video game?
Okay.
so guys,
Okay, I
I
see
have a
it.
Thanks,
question.
Joes.
I have a question.
I see it now.
Okay, what does
So
that say?
okay, so it basically makes fun of flat earthers. It's you know,
Okay, try again.
a
Try again.
troll.
Read every word in there, okay? Don't add.
Okay.
Okay. Add no words. Remove no words. Okay? Change no word. Read each word in the correct order. This is going to prove that you also can't do observations.
Okay, so meet the real flat earthers, a small but growing contingent of people who firmly believe in a conspiracy to suppress the truth that the earth is flat.
Okay, so is this about what's this documentary about? Is it about the globe or about flat earthers?
It's about the flat earthers who
Okay.
are trying to prove that the globe is false.
No. Okay, dude, you're too bricked right now. At no time is the word globe even written in that statement. Okay, so you are just completely incensed. You can't even make an observation. You can't even read a sentence and know what that sentence means. That's how bad your science is. It's that bad, dude. The other, I'm trying to look for the other screen cap of it. The one that's actually posted on Netflix is even better.
All right. Let's see if there's anybody like other than Embo because he's not providing any evidence. Does anybody have any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
I can't
Just
believe
gonna
they're
ask the
still on Netflix.
NASA
Yeah.
told me.
I'm surprised it even surfaced today. That's crazy.
No, what's interesting too is like so they at first they got angry at Netflix. How dare Netflix platform flat earthers? I'm outraged. Call the manager. Downvote it. You'll downvote it into oblivion. It's like rated like at one point like 3 stars. Then once they realized, oh shit, we can't bully Netflix into deplatforming flat earthers, we'll just say flat earthers prove the globe and then do some sort of cringe victory dance. So your epistemology is now you've got no proof of the globe, but flat earthers, the dumbest people on earth, according to you, were able to prove it for you.
Yeah, that's the maddest
When
thing
you
about it.
couldn't.
It shows how little experience they have with anyone actually proving the globe, because 90% of them, when they're asked who proved the globe, they start talking about flat earthers.
Yep.
I mean, I've
Prove the
been saying
globe.
this for a few weeks. I've been saying this for a few weeks now. I mean, I've noticed they're all using old stuff. I don't know if we're getting new people in here who are new to it, but a lot of them are using "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, How I Wonder What You Are" for proving the shape of the Earth. And like you say, the Netflix, it's just they've either gone back to stupidness because they've got nothing else to go to, or it's new people just getting into it.
Yeah.
Sorry,
You got
Me
some Coil?
personally, yeah, me personally, I don't believe in fake CGI cartoon bullshit. Like I've never been to space. I don't know anybody who's been to space. So, in my opinion, if NASA's putting out this Mr. Blue Marble like CGI, oh, we got the telemetry data composition of this. This is the Earth. Like, well, it looks like CGI cartoon bullshit to me. That's all it is. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna just as long as we're off the other topic, I'm gonna mute Embo. So if he has anything, because
Okay,
we're
so
actually last night we had
I
a
would
great
say,
conversation. We had a great conversation with the people that were in here. We got Mez, we got Scott Mackey. Somebody else was a third guy in here, but they all admitted that they don't have any evidence for the share. I was like, dude, I'm gonna remind you every single time you guys are in the chat that you admittedly said so on the live stream, because we're recording 24/7. That you admitted that you don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe. So there goes your arguments. Like anything that you bring up from this point forward, we're just gonna go right back to the point where you said I don't have any evidence. That's it.
Okay, here we go. I found it.
They're done. They're done. So, but everybody else, if you do have evidence for the Earth being a globe, you can present it. Unless you give up and say I don't have any evidence, I defer to a scientist. Then
See,
of course.
okay, so
I wish
so
Netflix
now
would
we are
platform
already
atheism.
giving up on the topic of
Embo, I'm talking,
metrics.
dude.
So we
Embo, I'm talking, dude. You hear me talking?
okay, sorry.
See, it'd be great if Netflix would platform other minority opinions, like atheism. Call it behind the, like universal truth. So behind the universal truth, meet the growing worldwide theorists who vehemently defend their belief that there is no God, while living in a society who vehemently accepts God as a
Yo, Crit.
subjective. What?
Dude, I can tell that's not a flat earther in the thumbnail. No one, I don't think I've seen anyone who's a flat earther wear a shirt that says flat earth. Like,
Uh-oh. You've
like
never
that's
seen.
so dumb,
Wait,
dude. Like, no one
you
wears
see
that.
it with your
Like,
own eyes, and you still don't see it.
Actually, there's a lot of people who make merch about flat Earth to make money from
Yeah,
gold
they make a lot of
videos.
money. Yeah, they
Yeah,
make
it's
a
a
lot of
huge
money.
money-making venture, flat Earth, isn't it?
I'm telling you, hand over fist.
Here,
Oh,
let's
you're
look at the
rolling
gift
it. We're
shop.
all rolling in it from all the money that you get for coming out
Here's
saying
a
the Earth isn't a
$1
globe.
million gift shop.
I'm thinking, bro.
Here's a $1 million gift shop
200
from
IQ.
NASA. Go to
Oh, shit.
NASA, do a tour of the building, and buy your Chinese crap, your Chinese made, junk. Oh, but flat earthers are the ones, selling a bunch of bull crap, Dude, you
Yeah,
can go right here. Gift shop. Okay? Your NASA gift shop.
Yeah, if I may, I just want to shift it to see if we can get somebody to bring some evidence this morning. I don't know if we have any new people. I haven't heard Embo actually speaking on the mic. It's kind of weird that you're on the mic, but now that you are, we're gonna get some people involved with the conversation, guys, because we want you guys to do your best efforts to bring the evidence. We have a panel of people here who can critically think about the world around them, so it's not going to be uh, difficult for them to see through all the. If you guys are lying, if you don't have any evidence, just admit it. I don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe. But if you do, Please bring it forward, and don't bring something in here like anti-flat Earth talking points because you're gonna be embarrassed. There's no evidence with those anti-flat talking points. Just go on basically what you think. However, the Earth has been demonstrated to you as a globe. Bring that information. Anybody have
Okay.
any? Yeah. Do you have any information, Embo? How the Earth is a globe?
Yes, of course I have.
Ah,
So there's something
great.
you're probably familiar with, which is called reciprocal angle measurements. And they are about measuring between 2 points, zenith angles, and if the Earth was a globe, yes, and these verticals weren't parallel to each other, so they were diverging over the distance. These angles would add up to more than 180 degrees if the Earth was flat and all of the verticals were parallel, because that Earthers don't think that gravity or whatever you want to call it converges to a point, to a center of mass. They think it's some magical universal vector that just infinitely goes downwards or upwards if something is less dense. So in that case, these angles would add up to 180 degrees. But when we measure them, we find out that they add up to more than that, proving that the verticals aren't parallel to each other, so they are diverging over the distance. So the ground also has to diverge over the distance, or else people would be pulled at slightly
Okay.
different angle. And
All right.
and for
Yeah.
example, people very far away in America, in South America or in Australia, would get pulled towards the north instead of
All right.
straight down.
Embo, let me see if there's somebody. I'm gonna pass the flat Earth talking stick. Does anybody want to take point on this conversation as far as our group
Yeah,
goes?
I think Embo, write this out. Okay, this is where I think a lot of your stuff falls apart. Try to write it out in a logical syllogism, and you'll see the error yourself. You won't even need any feedback from me or any other flat earther. Just write that out
Okay.
in a premise, like you did. Remember the other day when we did this, and you realized you had an error in your reasoning. The same thing will happen here.
All right.
I
I'm going to do that.
I didn't quite understand what he was saying. I mean, he did say a lot there, but the bit I was sort of pricking my ears up was he was talking about measuring angles and straight lines.
Yeah.
He didn't say where at
Yeah. Where? I'm with
or
you,
what
one deck.
or what tool he was
Where on
using
the
to
Earth?
do this.
Where on the Earth, Embo? Give us a demonstration on Earth where this has been done, so that we can review. Embo.
I can send a YouTube link. Meanwhile, I will be
Well,
typing
I
this
mean,
syllogism in the text chat.
geographically on the Earth, Embo. Geographically on the Earth. Give us some points to look at. Give us something. Don't just say that this can
Okay.
happen. I'm done talking. Like, give us how you know. What place has been found out to, or what test has been done?
So I've just sent a link to a
Main
measurement in
surveyor.
the text chat.
Yes. There's
Yes,
somebody talking
you're
about
probably familiar
math
with
and
them.
how things work on a piece of paper. We're talking about geographical locations that can be measured to be this. How did he come up with that if he
Yes, but these
hasn't
are direct
demonstrated?
measurements.
Of what? A piece of paper? A thought? Direct
No,
measurements
of
of what? There's
angles.
no
You write
geographically.
the
Yeah. Yes, I know. You said that. Of what geographical location? Where on Earth?
you have the coordinates in the description of the video.
So you don't know.
I do. They
Well,
are
then
in the
where? What
description of the
geograph? What's the
video. I just
geographical?
indicated
What's
it.
the geographical location of the places we're looking at here, Embo? Since you've seen it already, go
If you
ahead.
want, I can put it
No, I
into
want you to
Google
tell us
Maps.
in this chat if you're honest and if you've seen it. Instead of just guiding us to a video, if you've seen it and you're thoroughly understood on this information, please tell us the geographical locations of where this main surveyor guy is using. Tell us. Yes. Thank you, Embo. Have a
You mean
seat.
by coordinates
If
or by
anybody
what?
else, no, we're not going to take a look at it. Because we're not going to look at some information that you're presenting and you have no knowledge of. You have to know what you're talking about. Otherwise, have a seat. We'll ask somebody else for any information they have to demonstrate that the Earth is a globe. We're not going to waste our time. We want people to know what they're
Right.
talking about. If
So
you don't know what you're
this
talking
is a
about, just have a seat. We'll let somebody else come up and demonstrate to us how the Earth is a globe. Anybody else can talk if you want.
can I put a talking point? So, from what I've observed from heliocentric models and geocentric models, that some of these tests work on both models. Like you can do a test on a heliocentric or geocentric model, and they'll both be consistent with each other. So, how do we prove that one is heliocentric or geocentric?
Yeah, we'll get to
If
that. We'll get to that bit. The thing about what we
okay,
want right now
okay,
is for the Coil. So what we're doing here is getting these guys to not just shove videos in our face, to know what the information of those videos are saying. There's a lot of layers to this. This isn't just like, oh, I got the globe Earth proof seeds. Here you go. Go look at this. No, bullshit. You're gonna tell us
Yeah.
what that video is in context of what it's saying. If you don't know what it's saying, it's hand wave dismiss out of court. We're not even gonna look at it. So you
Yeah.
better know what you're talking about when you step up to the mic and say, I know what's going on here. If not, please have a seat. It's that simple,
It's
right?
it's like I
Imagine
agree
if
there.
we did that. If we were just sent a video and we were like not explaining anything.
Well,
Yeah,
I was
it'd be
just
the
going to
same.
say that it was like me saying that, I was going to get into like a little bit of celestial navigation, and he's talking about angles on the surface of Earth. So you're going to need a flat Earth for that, mate, to measure that elevation angle. But it's just like me. I can talk him through that and explain things. I don't just say, well, there's a PDF on celestial navigation. Just read it. I'll go through it and explain why it's explaining the surface of the Earth and sea level must be used for the baseline to measure the elevation angle and the circle of equal altitude and the radius line and everything else. I can talk him through it. I don't just send him a PDF and say read that. That's lazy.
Yeah, well, that's not like
Videos
what
are
we're
more
asking.
like, don't take my word for it. Look into it yourself. They're not
Yeah,
your explanation. You're supposed to
yeah. So
explain in these videos to back up your point.
Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So, with that in mind, guys, if you're coming with an information, you need to support your claims, and you have to at least tell us what the information's about in context, so we can understand that you did thoroughly go through it. Not going to waste our time looking at something you didn't even look at. That's ridiculous. All right.
Here,
So,
I
with
got
that being said, does anybody else have any information they want to present for the Earth being a globe? We want you guys to do your best. Remember that. Do the best you can to present the information and, like I said, thoroughly understand what it's been said in the information in context.
something that came up talking to a globalist here. See what you guys think. So the claim here was this is a globe model. Okay. I said, well, whatever you post, right? The whole idea to try getting to post something. Okay. I said, whatever you post, I'll accept it as a model that the Earth is a globe. Okay. And then we'll analyze it and see where its shortcomings are. So after they posted this, said this is the Earth, this is a globe, this represents reality. And you said you can tell that the Earth is a globe because you can rotate it 15 degrees per hour. That's not possible in a flat Earth. So how about this then? I rotate this car 15 degrees every hour. Is the car now a globe? And that part alone just sent them, instead of thinking about it, analyzing their logical syllogism, if you just rotate something 15 degrees every hour for 24 hours, that means it's a ball. That's, like if this, then that. So this is what I want globals to be able to do, is dive into their worldview and fully adjudicate each talking point to a full, complete logical conclusion. Get all the way to the end of the thought.
Is there any globe earther in here that has any evidence for the Earth being a globe? I'm even dropping the word scientific to give you guys a chance. That's how bad it's getting, guys. I'm not even going to say scientific. There's no point. I'd rather you just present whatever you have. What do you got? Is there anything you have? Anything at all?
Nothing you'll accept.
I mean, the Earth is a
when I
globe,
was in
right, guys? Pretty easy.
Give it a go.
yeah,
Go
when I
ahead.
was
Give
in,
it a go, mate.
when
Give
I,
it a go.
yeah, when I was in elementary school, I had a globe in my classroom, so therefore it's a globe. Case closed. You're wrong. And
What else did you have in your classroom? Right? Like,
All right, we got some.
propaganda.
We
yeah,
got some
lots
new.
of propaganda, huh?
We got maybe some new people that are listening right now. We got Majesty right now who's joined our chat. I've seen Jeff Bezos advocate for the globe. Let's see, Majesty. I don't know what side you're on, what you're advocating for.
No,
Going
I
down the
just
list. Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
want to know. So I just want to
Go ahead.
know, like, so if it ever comes down to like conviction, how strongly you believe, let's say the earth is flat. Like if you were in like a saw-like position where you're trapped and the only way out is to cut off your arm, but you have to play,
All right.
would you do it?
We're not gonna indulge this. Speak about something pertinent to the topic, sir, or move it right along. If you don't have anything to bring it as evidence for the Earth being a globe, then just have a seat. We're waiting for somebody to come in, chime in, and say, "Hey, I have evidence that the Earth is a globe." We're not going to indulge your little idiotic story. It's not story time. It's time to show. You guys have been saying the Earth is a globe for as long as you coming in here. So now it's time to present the evidence, right? Present the
Yes.
evidence. Let's go.
Step it up, guys. Come
So
on, let's step
Come on.
it up.
so how many of you?
Not so. Present the evidence if you have it or not, Jeff Bezos. That's the only thing we're concerned with. I'm going to unmute you if you do not have the evidence and continue with your story. I'm going to keep you muted until somebody else chimes in. So it's pretty simple. I'll leave you unmuted. Just behave, dude. Just relax.
Yeah.
You have evidence? Do you have evidence?
Yes.
Okay, present
So
it, please.
yeah. So so how many of you actually believe strong?
Nope. No evidence. I'm
Yeah, his
asking for evidence,
evidence is
gentlemen.
our belief. Makes sense.
Yeah. I'm asking for evidence, gentlemen. You guys think you have evidence. Let's have it. What are we waiting for? If you have the winning hand, put it down. Let's
Come on,
see
hit
it.
us up, man. Hit us up.
I'm not even asking for scientific evidence anymore because it's useless to say that. You don't have it. First of all, it's a category error. I'm not giving that to you. Now, show us anything. What
Come
do
on,
you
embarrass
got?
us. Come on, embarrass us. Beat us up with a globe proof. That's what we need.
We
Dude,
can wait.
NASA told me that NASA told me, and I went to their Hubble telemetry data CGI cartoon, and then they told me it was a globe. So I believe it's a globe.
Oh, yeah. Let's just wait for the Glober to actually say that. All right. Let's not play the devil's advocate. That gets kind of boring because nobody in here is
Yeah,
doing
I'm
that.
sorry.
So
Okay, yeah, I'll stop. Yeah, I'm sorry.
all right. So we got Majesty in the chat. Who else is in here, guys? If we haven't talked to you yet, please unmute your mic and say hello. We want to welcome you into this chat. We got Zeno at the very bottom. He's been advocating for the Earth as a globe, but lately he's been kind of silent, not doing so much advocating. And we do want to, if you guys are brand new to the chat, please jump in here. We want to talk to you. I don't like leaving people muted. It's not that. Just stay on topic. All right. Just stay on topic. That's all I'm asking. Do not go into the dumb things that you say when you're trying to just be a meme. Don't be a meme.
If you have questions,
Well,
feel free to ask those too.
I think
Anything.
the argument is if
Yeah.
you are going by mainstream academia and like what you're told and taught in school and all that, like what else do they have? Like that's all they have to go by. They just have to go by what they were taught. So I'm not saying that they can't have an argument that it's a globe or not. But what I'm saying is most likely they're going to go off of what they were taught in school. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, what else do they have to go?
Well, I mean, you can do multiple searches and do a little bit of research on how do we know the Earth is spherical, and some of the key points on there. This is the first hits you'll get on Google from different people. Is we know the Earth is a globe because boats disappear over the horizon. We know the Earth is a globe because if you climb a tree, you can see further. Eclipses is proof of the shape of the Earth. The ISS is also proof. Now, this is what's on the table. I mean, this is all ridiculous proofs. It's not evidence. Every one of them can be debunked. Where's the real evidence? This is what we're looking for. Please give us the real evidence that we live on a spinning water ball. That's what we're looking for.
Jedi.
Okay, so
But
when I posted in the chat, and I said, I quoted from from Google, like you said, Wikipedia. There's geocentric models and heliocentric models. So one places the Earth in the center of the universe, and the other places the sun at the center of the universe. So how can we prove that one model is correct or the other model is correct? Because there's a lot of testing that can be done on either model that match up to each other. So that's kind of my
I think you're talking about predictions, mate. I mean, the geocentric model and the heliocentric model will predict things regarding the celestial bodies, and they're both correct. Yeah, but what the heliocentric model offers is geometric proof of Earth curve measurements, and whatever proof is attached to that is not Earth curve measurement. It's presuppositions of a globe and some angle measurements and depression angle measurements.
Yeah, you're getting far away, one deck. I don't know if it's your mic or you're getting away. But
Sorry.
also, I'd just like to say hello to everybody here. If you're just joining us right now, we got Jedi in the chat. Fucking, we
What's
were
up?
last night rocking and rolling.
yeah,
Hey,
so
hi.
how strongly do you believe the Earth is flat?
It's not a belief, Jeff Bezos.
Sorry, how
It's true.
strongly are you
It,
convinced?
it's true knowledge. The Earth is not
How
a globe. It doesn't.
so
It doesn't.
how strongly
Let
are
me
you convinced?
let me tell you. It doesn't measure a globe. It's not practically used as a globe, and people don't navigate across it like a globe. So, what we're doing here is demonstrating to you that for every way that the Earth is being looked at, it has been demonstrated that it's not a globe. So there's nothing that we can do except for imagine that it is. It's only
How
in the
strongly?
imagination of men.
How strongly
Yeah,
are you
but
convinced?
Let me
100%.
ask. Let me ask Jeff. Let me ask
100%.
Jeff. Let me ask Jeff. Jeff, how strongly are you convinced that the flat horizon and the motionless Earth that you experience every day is not true?
Not very convinced.
So you accept the flat horizon and the motionless surface that you experience every day?
Motionless what? Surface, right? Yeah, yeah.
Sorry
Yeah.
to
So
interrupt.
how
I'm
convinced?
sorry.
How convinced are you that that is not what's actually happening?
Not very. No, not very convinced.
So you don't believe the Earth's a spinning ball?
Do I not believe? I'm not convinced of either.
Sorry, this guy's not with it. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, he's bricked.
Miggy's asking for people to
Man's
come in with
bricked.
evidence. Yeah? He's come in and asked questions to us of how strongly we believe. We're not asking for that. We know the Earth is flat. It's measured flat, and we 100% know it's flat. Yeah. Now you've got to come in and smash our hopes dry with your globe proof. So put your globe proof on the table.
If you know,
Yeah.
if you
Don't
know
ask us.
anything, if you
Don't
know
ask us
anything
what we
about,
believe.
if you know anything about epistemology,
Oh my God!
saying
No!
just to give me.
No! No! No!
Go on now,
Fucking
get.
epistemology.
And go on, get.
If you know anything about epistemology, then you know that I don't even know if I'm on Discord. That's how I know that Earth is a globe. Fucking retards. Get out.
Yeah, I know the feeling, Cyclone. Yeah, every time, because if they can't have it their way, they're gonna burn the whole house down, aren't they? Let's just fucking
Yeah.
light this thing on fire
There
because
can't. Yeah, there can't even be a
I'm not.
house.
I'm not
If it's
trying.
in
yeah.
question, there
I'm
can't even
not
be a
trying to.
house.
I'm not trying to single Bezos out, but he. I was in the chat with him earlier. He's kind of not a troll, but he's, you know. But
Yeah, his
my
brain is
argument is
pickled like the
my
Glowbirds.
biggest
Their
argument.
brain is in.
My
As the brain's been in a jar for so long that it's actually pickled.
Now that it's
If
let
I
out,
can't have a Barbie house, I'll burn it.
yeah, burn it.
my biggest concern with flat Earth and like stationary or infinite plane or something like that is I do believe that the sun and the moon are localized. You know, it could be. I think they say 3,900 miles
Yeah,
away.
Coil, can I ask
But
you a
when you look
question?
at
Sorry, you said something that's pertinent to my question asking. So when you're talking about this, how new are you to this forum, to this platform, to Flat Earth? Just can you give me that just real quick? Because it's to my next thing that I'm gonna say. But how new are you, Coil?
I've been researching Hollow Earth and Flat Earth since 2013, like
It's been a
about
minute.
10 years.
Have
Yeah.
you encountered the
I just,
24/7 Discord, like the forum, like our group,
yeah,
or
I have,
have you?
yeah.
Okay, so what I would say is that there's a lot of bloat within flat Earth, stuff that's not needed, right? So one of the things that I would consider bloat is saying close and local. Okay, because you're actually comparing close and local to their idea of 93 million miles away as far as the sun goes, right? So we're not going to use that in a way to talk to somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe. Close and local denotes that there's a dichotomy, meaning not that this, right? So we're not saying that we're pitting it against anything to give it as in like it's close and local. We don't know the distance. That's the truth. We don't know the distance. So close and local denotes something specific. Like it's not that, it's this. So we don't if you use that in a discussion, they're gonna ask, they could turn it right back around to ask you, how close is it? You said it's close and local. It's not 93 million miles. So you tell me now, the burden of proof has now shifted to your shoulders. You're gonna have to tell me how close and local it is. So I'm just showing you that in a
Yeah.
constructive argument, it's not going to work because that point will be turned right back around to you. The burden of proof will be shifted onto you. If you're already saying it's not 93 million miles away, I'm telling you it's close and local, then the burden of proof has now shifted to your shoulders, and they're going to ask you how close and
Yeah.
local are you saying it is,
So
right?
we actually had an eclipse this last weekend on Friday, and I believe that there is a localization as far as from what I've read. I can't prove it, but hold on, give me one
That's the
sec.
point, Coyle.
It's
That's the
about
point. You just said it. I
okay.
can't
Well,
prove it. That's my point. Well, that's my point. I'm just helping you to argue better. It's not. Listen, the close and local thing that has gone. Like if you haven't been around, if you're not keeping up to current events with the argument, that we can't use. That's not something being used. It actually can turn detrimental for your case because the burden of proof will quickly shift to your shoulders, and then you're going to have to start providing evidence on how you know it's close and local. And then you're going to start coming up with claims. You're going to be making claims, and we don't do that here. We don't make claims unless we understand claims can be verified. Once it can pass through us being, I can falsify it, I can verify it. If you can't do that with your claim, then you're just making up another story.
okay. Okay, yeah,
Just
cool.
So
Like I
that.
understand, but in my defense, let me give a rebuttal, and I'll shut up afterwards. In my
sure.
defense, I do think that the 4,000 miles, uh, with the sun and the moon and the total solar eclipse and lunar eclipse and these perfect eclipses, it does make sense to me from my natural observations that the sun and the moon are localized. That's all I was trying to say.
Awesome.
I know
Can I jump in
you're gonna
there?
bulldoze everything and try to make it sound like you have a point. You don't, brother.
But it
Go ahead,
doesn't
Jedi.
matter anyway. It doesn't matter
2
anyway.
seconds.
I mean,
But hang on, one day. Go ahead, Jedi.
sorry.
Just want to quickly jump on Miggy's point as well, because you have to be really careful with the words that you use, even when you say things like the sun. So the definite article, sun. You don't even know if that thing that you're looking at is an actual physical object or a reflection of an object or a projection of an object. So just be really careful when you even use the phrase the sun. Because that means the definite article thing that you are looking at is a physical possible thing. You don't know that. No one
And
does.
the only reason why we're saying these things is because those of you who have not been in the arguments long enough you've not encountered sophists that could pick apart what you say. We've encountered these types. They don't just stop at like not being able to prove the Earth is a globe. They continue to rail on what you're saying. So they can catch like somebody who's a novice in the debate arena or argument arena. You're gonna get lambasted, and they will catch you on what you're saying, and then because you said it, you can't get away from it. So now you're gonna have egg on your face because like they can't provide evidence. So what they're gonna try to do is not even think about their evidence anymore. They're gonna look at what you're saying. So that's why I'm saying that, Coyle. It's really important,
Okay,
bro.
so okay, yeah, and my natural, I understand everything you're saying, and I'm not trying to just throw out, theory crafting or, imagination or whatever out there. What I'm saying from my natural observation it does look like the sun and the moon are localized to this, I guess the firmament or something. They're not 96 million miles
Okay,
out in
Coil, here,
space.
let me help you out. Bring this up again on Sunday, okay? Just put a pin in it, okay? Put it on the back burner, and on Sunday, okay, just a couple days from now, it's all speculation. We call it the whole 24 hours, from midnight to midnight, okay? They cover all the time zones. You can bring up
Unless,
any one of those.
Okay.
Unless you see a name called Quantum Eraser, then don't bring it up.
No, it's just
No,
the thing is.
no. I'll shut up. I'm sorry to interrupt, Alpha, but he's right. If the speculation chat, yeah, I'm down for that. I appreciate all the feedback, and I will be
And
my way
believe
out.
me, Coyle, I'm not. There's not something said in bad faith, dude. It's just when we've all these guys that have been in here, we've been exposed to like the worst types of sophists that they're not even talking about globe Earth, flat Earth anymore. They're just looking at your argument. They're trying to scheme. Right now, these guys who are sitting in here who are just anti-flat Earth types, they're scheming, bro. They're not even looking at the argument. They're looking at what you're saying, and they're trying to weasel their way. Like, I can get them on this, and that's all they're doing, bro. That's what they're trying to do. Because they can't thwart the. Yeah, it's hopefully you
So
see
like
that.
you
You know
were
what I mean?
saying, just yes, be careful with your words and your arguments because they're gonna spin it and they're gonna like try to use it against you, basically.
Yeah, dude, I've seen it many times.
Let me do it. Prove it. Prove the sun's local. You got a measurement to it. Prove it. That's what they'll do. They'll hold you to your claims.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how do you measure it, mate?
There's Darth Dawkins on his mic. He's doing a lot of talking in the text chat. He says he's got tons of globe Earth evidence.
Excellent. Maverick, you're also feeding back, and I think my dogs are being rowdy. But Maverick, mute your mic.
Sorry about that.
You're feeding back.
Okay, Darth Dawkins, you got tons of globe evidence, yeah?
Oh no, I just said you guys don't have any evidence that it's flat. Like y'all don't have any videos that it's flat. And until then, you
Didn't you
can't
say
prove
you got
anything.
tons? Didn't you say you've got globe evidence?
Yeah, so we can pull up YouTube. Let's look at the live ISS feed of the Earth. We can all watch that together.
Wow. Is it live?
Yeah, it's live.
How do you know it's live?
It
Let's
says
let
live.
Let's Cyclone take this,
Wait.
guys. Cyclone's got this.
How do you know it's live?
If you go to youtube.com, you can see the live chat on the right and the live meter in the bottom left.
All right, so it
says live on the
says it says live on it.
Yeah, I'm looking for the live flat Earth channel where they got a satellite.
So you know it's a live real video because it says live. Is that it?
Yeah, could y'all post one with the flat Earth and I
Wow,
could see the
that's
flat
pretty
Earth?
good. So is that
Sorry.
how you verified that it was a real live video? You read that it said
Just
live.
go to the beach, bro.
No, actually, I was on that rocket with Jeff Bezos, and I saw that it was flat, but he was getting nervous, so I told him to come
You went
back
up
down.
on the rocket. You went up on a rocket and saw that it was flat. Okay, and that
Yeah.
convinced you that it was a ball.
Yeah. You
Very
wouldn't believe
interesting.
how thin it actually is. It's only like
Very
4 inches thick, actually.
So other than YouTube videos that say they're live, what's your other evidence for the globe?
I've been listening in here, and I have my psychiatrist on speaker, and he says you guys are a bunch of schizophrenics, so I'm trying to listen to him about this.
Well, it sounds like your psychiatrist isn't doing a very good job on you. I'd maybe look for someone else. But so other than the YouTube videos, what was your evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball?
I've been looking up your guys' counter arguments. I've been Googling those, and Google keeps telling me.
Right. I'm asking about your evidence for it being a globe, not what we're saying.
Yeah, so
Unless
I
that's
tied
your
my
evidence.
dog up to a balloon, and he went all the way up to
Tied your
space
dog
with a
up to
camera
a
in his
balloon,
mouth.
went all the way up to space. Okay, so you've got YouTube videos. You went in a rocket with Jeff Bezos. You spoke to your psychiatrist. You tied your dog to a balloon. What else have you got for the globe?
But you don't need anything else, mate.
I shot a bullet the other day, and then it moved to the side,
Shot a,
and they called it the
shot a bullet and
Coriolis
it moved to the
which I heard y'all
side.
don't believe.
So what were you shooting? What gun were you shooting?
Let me see. Let me pull.
I don't remember what gun I was shooting yesterday to measure the globe spin.
It's on my
Yeah,
camera.
Okay, this
easier.
is compelling
Yeah,
stuff
just,
so
just go
far.
and check.
This is
Wonder.
compelling
So
stuff.
you don't need a psychiatrist. You need an actual like brain doctor, bro.
No,
A
a
surgeon,
panda
a
dude.
surgeon
Brain
probably.
doctor for taking nerve
I don't know. I don't know if they do full brain transplants yet, so that you could actually have one put in. Maybe that's something
I'm
you could
glad
look
this.
into.
I'm glad this is live, and these guys are getting recorded, and the people
Okay.
can listen to the
So he's got
waffle that's coming out of
YouTube.
these globers.
He's on point. He's got YouTube videos. He tied his dog up. He what else did he do? He went on a rocket with Jeff Bezos. This is solid stuff. I mean, really, can't really deny that.
I'll be real
Did
with
you
you
climb
guys.
a tree, mate?
Can I ask him a question?
I saw the curve with my own eyes.
You saw the curve with your own eyes. Where did you see that? On YouTube again?
No, I climbed that tree.
You climbed a tree.
Yeah, it was a really tall tree. It was a redwood.
What kind of tree was it? Do you know the types of trees?
Yeah, it was a redwood tree.
You climbed a redwood tree and you saw the curve of the earth.
Yeah, you can see it for yourself. Just go outside.
Did you
I know
take
you haven't
Did you
been
take
there
a
in a while.
pic at the top of the tree?
Yeah. You want to
Let's
see it?
Yeah, show us
All
your
right,
pic of the earth curve
me-
from the tree.
let me put it on real quick.
Can
Just
I
for
ask him a
reference,
question, please?
no, wait, hang on. Just for
We're in the
reference,
middle of something pretty important here, guys.
yeah.
He saw the curve from the top of a tree, and he's got a picture.
Just for
All right,
reference,
guys.
everybody was referring to him as a god of debate. Just letting everyone know.
Well, I can
Oh,
see
Darth
why. I
Vader?
can see why.
This
I
is
mean,
your
I
best
can't.
right here. This is your best right here. Darth
That was some
Dawkins
really
is the
good
top
points.
tier. Yeah, just
Yeah,
saying.
I
I'm just showing
believe
you
it.
guys.
I'm not the real Darth Dawkins. I don't want to put gas on his name because he actually is the best debater in
Or are
history.
you just a fan? You're just like a little
Yeah,
fan of his.
I'm a tier 3 sub actually.
Oh wow! Is that what you're most proud of in your life? Being a tier 3 sub to a guy called Darth Dawkins?
No, I'm actually most proud of my 8-inch dick, but other than that, I got some really
Like the one
cool
on your head.
meatballs with some grape jelly. I'm pretty proud of that recipe.
Okay, so you've got a photograph from the top of a tree showing Earth curve, do you?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Hold on, I misplaced it with my photos of the Earth being flat.
Okay, so you don't have the curve. So what's your other argument for the globe?
Oh, geez, bro. Hold on, let me go through your text
He's
chat.
laughing at his own jokes.
Why are you going through our text chat? I'm asking you what your evidence is, because you said you had tons of evidence for a globe.
Actually,
I'm going back to
verbatim,
globe,
today at 12:39 p.m., I said I got tons of videos of globe Earth. You guys have zero evidence, zero videos.
Right, so that was just YouTube. Okay, but we've went through YouTube. You didn't have the
Wait,
photo of the curve.
YouTube wasn't real?
So what was the evidence? What's the actual evidence for Earth being a spinning ball in a vacuum?
I mean, we can just like look up at the sky and see Starlink flying over us.
Okay, talk about that. Tell us what that tells us about the ground.
Because I remember in here, I'm pretty sure Mr. Dr. Mean was saying satellites weren't real. And
Wow, is that the globe evidence?
What the fuck?
Hey, you definitely
So
said
that's the globe
satellites
evidence,
weren't
Cloud?
real in here the other day.
So what's the
And-
globe evidence? Stay focused, Darth. Tier 3 sub. What's the globe evidence? Be specific.
Talking to me.
TV.
There's a lot of people in here. Under heaven? Is he talking to me?
Only one guy's talking to you. Focus. It's Cyclone. He's the only guy
Oh,
that's speaking to you
Cyclone.
right now that you need to be concerned with. He's asking you a question. Focus, dude.
Okay. All right, Cyclone, look, I'm going to come clean, man. I'm actually a flat earther, and I just came in here because I just
That
wanted
didn't
to talk
take
to you.
long. See how low stamina you
I
globies
don't
are?
believe
See how
in the
like
globe.
low stamina and no brain you globies are?
Dude, fuck
It
off,
takes like
dude.
5 minutes of asking for your evidence, and then you're
I'm a
like,
big
oh, I
flat
don't
earther.
actually believe in it.
If you're a tier 3 fucking sub, tell that dumbass to come in here so we can hand him his ass in front of you. Your fucking hero.
Oh,
We'll hand him
Yeah,
his
we're clearly
fucking
not
ass
learning
in here.
anything from that guy.
You you don't have a chance
I
against Dark
do.
Dawkins, dude.
Well, then
You
bring his
don't.
bitch
Oh,
ass in here.
really?
Bring him in
Well,
here. Bring your
I mean, as one of his
bring your gods of
acolytes,
debate in
you've
here.
been very as one of his tier 3 acolytes, you are not putting on a very good show. So I can't
No
imagine
shit.
he's putting out much good information, or you might have an argument.
Well, Alpha, are you a
Fucking idiot.
Christian? Because he won't debate you
Nobody
unless
gives
you're
a
an atheist.
shit, dude. Bring him in here. You're just a fucking scrub. Bring his ass in here. I wanna shellac him in front of you. So I can
Yeah, but
destroy
he's
him
just
so you
gonna
can see
talk
him
about
fucking go down in
Christianity.
flames.
He's just gonna talk about Christianity.
What is
Nobody
this guy?
cares,
Is
dude.
he
It
does he
matters if
debate
flat
flat
Earth
Earth and globe Earth?
No,
No,
Darth
What's he debate?
Dawkins. He says his Darth Dawkins says that flat earthers are demonically possessed. They're worse than
Okay.
atheists.
Yeah,
Is
you
that
guys are worse
why
than
his tier 3 subs are lobotomized?
That fucking scrub.
Yeah.
I think that's how you get to tier 3. You need to agree to be voluntarily lobotomized.
There's a
That
lot
seems
of
to be what's
dudes muted in here that know the good old days of Darth Dawkins being in here with 500
Well,
people.
but what we're looking for though is one of you guys who can make an argument for Earth being a spinning ball, because none of you can do it. What's
Okay,
that
well, my
about?
question to you is, bro, do you got any videos of the flat Earth?
Go
Nobody
outside.
You got
cares,
any
scrubs.
videos?
Nobody
Go
cares,
outside.
scrub. Sit
It's all
down.
flat. Darth, have you not realized that the Earth, as you experience it, is flat and motionless? Have you not realized that?
You need videos of flat Earth. Stay
No,
focused.
Darth. Have you not realized that when you go out, you only experience a flat horizon and a motionless surface? Have you not realized that?
Bro, I feel like my brain's getting churned, man. The washing is happening.
Well, let's not pretend you have a
The
brain.
worms.
All
It
right,
might be the
we'll
worms.
just stick him
Cognitive
on mute. I mean,
dissonance.
he's not able to have this conversation. Is
Oh
He's
shit.
definitely not one for the cyclone, not at all.
that
It's
crazy?
Parasite.
Does his doctor know he got out of the padded room?
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
if he's got fucking Darth Dawkins on the hotline, man, let's get him over here. Because
Of course he
everybody
doesn't.
keeps.
Darth is just taking that sucker's money and being like, "Who is this retard that keeps messaging me?
It's crazy, dude.
What is he paying for? What is this? What is this? Is this guy supposed to be? Is this someone who's supposed to have been educating him or something?" Jesus
To be
Christ.
honest, he sounds like a little bit like PD, but you know, just me.
They're off their heads, mate. They get off the face, come on here and talk shite. They're just idiots.
Yeah, that's the part that really blows my mind. It's like you've got these very firmament Christians, like they're like PD, like Darth Dawkins. Man, they hate flat earthers, and then the atheists will come in here and they hate flat earthers too. You go, dude, you've got something you can talk about now. You both sides, this atheism, anti-theism debate. You've got a group of people you both hate. Use that to advance the conversation forward. Do
Alright, is there-
something other than just constantly yelling at each other and talking over each other.
All right, let's move this conversation forward. We got some people in the chat. We got Oryx. Oryx is in the chat. Welcome, Oryx. Who else we got in here? And if you guys have any questions, if you're brand new to the topic, please open up your mics. If you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, Jedi would like to talk to you for sure. So if you're in here and you want to present something, I'm not even asking for scientific evidence anymore. You guys don't have that. So just provide anything that gives credence to your Earth being a globe. I don't care what it is. Just present it.
Unless it's gravity, then I will want scientific.
Please give me that globe. Please.
I will give a nitro if they have a picture with the horizon at the predicted distance.
Yeah, good luck.
I never
I'll
saw
take the
it.
nitro.
So no Glober tempted.
Well, Newt was another god of debate because they always chalk these guys up, right? He came in here the other night. You guys were in here, and he also, for the ones who saw him, was given the opportunity to provide evidence for what natural science is, and he didn't answer. He clammed up. So
Are they self-proclaimed gods of debate, or have they been labelled by other people?
Yeah, they've been labeled. Other people come in here and say, "Dude, Newt is he's so amazing, dude. When he debates, like nobody can withstand." Like I was like, "Fuck, really? Wow." When they come in here, they're like little mice, dude. They're scared. They don't even want to get on the mic.
Remember when they used to love science?
Yeah, I remember that.
They were asking us, do you even science, guys?
This is a fucking great time for flat earthers, mate. I mean, the globe has been destroyed. Anybody can come in here. They're just going to get slapped about and sent home. There's no proof of globe.
I agree with that.
You almost want them to try their best, like give it their best shot. You know. Ah.
Well, I tried, guys. I tried to get that guy to give me whatever evidence he had.
Give him some clues, like.
He's talking about his dog being tied to balloons. He's climbing trees. I mean, somehow they think that this is a compelling discussion to have from a globe side.
He was next to his psychiatrist while talking to
He was
flat
going to his
earthers.
psychiatrist, yeah. I mean, they don't. It's like they don't
was in the
realize
same
when
room?
these words are coming out of their heads how retarded they sound.
Yeah, but Cyclone, like I said before, the 7 proofs of Earth is spherical. One of the proofs is climatry. That's what the public will get told.
Yeah, but when you're
Climatry.
saying it out
And they will
loud
say,
to people, to adults on Discord in an argument, it must dawn on you, this is retarded. What am I doing? I'm embarrassing myself. And Darth Dawkins, I'm his best tier 3 sub. How could I do this? It doesn't
It
dawn on you.
fascinates me how that guy managed to use the smartphone while wearing the restraint shirt.
Or with a ball gag in his mouth.
Yeah, remember smartphones and dumb people.
Yeah.
True.
But welcome to the era of AI, where human intelligence is no longer a requirement for social existence.
Sigma Ontantis, mate. The Southern Cross, that proves Earth shape.
Yeah, they're fucking idiots. They're whoa, explain Sigma Octantis. What do you mean explain it? Fuck, what do you want me to say? Everybody sees the same fucking thing. Give
me a
fucking
picture
what
of
needs
it.
explaining?
Give me a picture of it. I don't even think Sigma and Tantis actually exists. It's if ever, I might have seen one possible photograph of it.
Hey, Jedi. Let me just while you're on that, because I did try and. Is that star part of the almanac?
Southern Cross. Oh no, wait, no, it's not a part of Southern Cross.
Sorry.
Is Jedi? Is that star in the almanac?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't think so.
No, I tried to research it because it's very, very dim, isn't it? It's not very, very supposedly very bright. So I don't know if it's one of the how many stars are there? 87 or 87 constellations or whatever it is. I mean, they're saying that's a southern star. I mean, if that was a southern star like Polaris, it would definitely be used for finding your location and be able to get a GP of it. It'd be a constant GP as well.
It's very, very, very dim if it exists.
Yeah, it says that you can barely see it with the naked eye. Like like you have to know exactly where you're looking for, and then okay, I guess that's a star, maybe.
Bit like Earth curve, then.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta squint. Like, is that a star, or is that just like,
I mean that's a really fucking interesting point. The fact that the what is it, geology or biology isn't the same over there, whatever it is. Like the flora and the fauna is different in the north than it is the south. Same thing with you know, damn, where are my words? Like traveling across the face of the earth. You would think if we're on a ball, then the southern end would be like basically a mirror to the northern side. Like you would have a star. The star would be in the middle of this rotation. You'd be able
Yeah,
to use it just like you use the North Star. At least I would assume. It's like, there's always
but
like
you
when
could
you
work
really
back.
look into the globe, way more questions than asking about flat Earth. But
You could
you know
work.
what? Yeah.
You could work back, Eli. You could work back, you could work back from a 90-degree point from the southern star and get your latitude and the elevation angles back to the equator, and it would match from Polaris if that was the case.
What's the most
But you
common
wouldn't be getting an elevation angle.
What's the most common constellation used south of the equator for celestial navigation? We all know it. Southern Cross, right? It's the most predominant thing in the night sky, and it's kind of obvious to see. We don't use any other real point apart from that. There's a couple of other possible constellations that are used south of the equator, but I guarantee you it isn't the southern pole star. We don't
All
get
right.
declinations. Sorry, Mayhem.
Sorry, buddy.
Nigga.
We have another god of debate, Dr. Jason Flatworm. These are the ones that they talk up. He's another one that they talk up. Oh, he dipped. What the fuck, dude? He said, yeah, he was in the chat. They talk him up a lot. There he is. Dr. Jason Flatworm, are you there? We have to
I
test the
hope so.
metal. Yeah, we have to test the metal. Dr. Jason Flatworm, are you there?
Yeah, how y'all doing?
Pretty good. Now, it's been a rumor that people say that you're very good at debating. I'm not sure if that's the case or not, so we're going to actually see perhaps if you're able to have this discussion or not. So,
Okay.
in this room, what is your position on the topic of this room, sir?
Whether I believe the Earth is flat and stationary or not, I believe the science, and the science follows that we have disproven that there's any curvature whatsoever by a far sight.
Bro believes the science.
Okay.
Can I, Mickey? Can I ask him one question before you get into it?
For sure.
Well, maybe two. Are you aware of what logical fallacies are?
Yes, sir.
On a scale of
Did
1
I
to
commit
10,
any?
on a scale of 1 to 10, how important would you say it is in identifying a logical fallacy when making an argument?
Well, you always got to make sure you steer clear of those.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. I agree.
Did I make any?
No, you haven't. You haven't said it. I mean, do you have? What are you
I'm gonna try to
proposing?
avoid that. I'm gonna try to avoid those at all costs.
That's good.
Okay, so I mean, I'm gonna be pretty useless for you guys here. I mean, I've been listening. You guys are on it. There's no catching anybody up. I mean, anything you guys have said, I've said. So.
So do you think there's been a scientific experiment that's proven the globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is disproven. 8 inches squared per mile, or that equation that's near that.
Wait, let me just maybe I should rephrase, or we should rephrase it. Is there any scientific evidence to provide evidence of the globe? Yes or no?
Scientific experimentation? No, sir.
Well, I'm asking the question. So if you understand the underlying
Scientific
premise,
theories and things like that.
yeah, Jason, if you understand the underlying premise, if you understand the question, then you can understand the underlying premise. So if I'm asking if there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, then it's either yes or a no, understanding the underlying premise.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
No.
All right.
So what does prove the globe then?
Images from NASA and math equations that run on forever.
Okay.
Things like that.
So let me go into inquiry. let me just go into the steps that we usually take. And if everything's up to snuff, then you have nothing to worry about. So I'm going to ask you a question, and just please provide the information. If you know, just say I know, and then follow up by primary source, citation, demonstration. If you do not know, just say intellectually honest, I do not know. Does that sound cool? There's no gotcha. Either you know or you don't know.
Oh yeah, definitely. I like that.
All right. So with the first question, there's only 3. has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance, or as it were, elevation change, slope?
No, no. The heliosexuals would say that the Eratosthenes experiment has done this, but I find fallacies all in that experiment. So we'll get to that later. But the answer is no.
Okay. Second question. Has anybody ever in history measured the rotation of the Earth, as in axial rotation, demonstrated to be at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator? Allegedly.
No. But the heliosexuals will say that you can watch a live stream from a satellite somewhere, and that proves this thing.
Okay, sounds good. Third and final question. This might be the one that usually gets everybody, but they're telling us that we're flying around in a cosmic vacuum, right? Not really flying. Flying denotes a specific type of, you know, thing that happens within the medium of air. But we're not talking about that. Just the understanding that the Earth is going in a cosmic vacuum, right? We're saying that we have the low pressure of the cosmic vacuum being a specific Torr value that's given right above the exosphere, past the Kármán line, where they said that the acronym LEO, low Earth orbit, is right. So satellites are floating around in this medium, and it's a cosmic vacuum with the super low pressure. The differential from that to the surface, from surface being around 14 psi. How is it possible that that large pressure differential exists without any type of containment? Because as we understand, gas laws and gas pressure is defined by its container. So if, as a conditional statement, if the container is not present, then gas pressure cannot be defined. So how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
It's
On Earth.
impossible.
Okay.
It's impossible.
Okay. Is there any way that you can say
But the
that that was?
heliosexuals will
Go ahead.
say gravity, though.
Sounds good. But if you're, are you advocating for that position or are you not?
No, I'm just showing you that
Okay.
I've know all the arguments,
All right.
the counter
So
arguments to it. So
but what I'm actually demonstrating here is if anybody's standing or advocating for the position of globe, then they would have to stand for the argument and how they're going to demonstrate. So if you say there is no demonstration on your part, right? So I'm only asking you as a person who either advocates for the globe or not, and that's what I'm saying. So what we've done in this.
Wait, so is he not a globey then?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm asking right now. So are you advocating for the Earth being a globe or not, Jason?
this app is kind of wonky. It keeps moving my push to talk when I'm trying. Anyway, the Earth is hemispherical in nature. We live in a biodome of sorts. Gravity is a pressure that our atmosphere applies on us, and it's relative to
Right.
whatever.
Is the Earth a globe like they teach the kids in school?
Absolutely
we're
not.
okay.
All right, fine.
We are
Next.
The exercise is complete, but the
Exactly,
exercise is
it's like-
complete. Yeah, the exercise is complete, but I will say that just to finish off, that when asked these questions, the Earth cannot be demonstrated as the Earth having surface curvature, axial rotation, or gas pressure like a cosmic vacuum adjacent to the pressure that we breathe, and therefore it's a blind belief that anyone would have. And so, if that was the case, then we need the supported evidence to back up the claim. So, therefore, thank you very much. That's all I really had to ask you.
It's definitely not religious.
Looks fun.
Oh. No, definitely. But like, yeah,
Yeah.
from Dr. Jason Flatworm's perspective, yeah, he's not advocating for the Earth as a globe. Demonstrated. So
I like how
I-
he answered.
I was here before the flat Earth rooms and stuff like that. I was the flat Earth guy, and I had a
were you?
room, a server that was parasites of flat Earth and stuff like that, and it literally got removed. There was no action on it. There was no cursing. I wasn't yelling. I wasn't like saying f bombs to people or anything like crazy or anything like that. Just having answer questions and stuff like that. Completely erased my entire persona here.
Well, they talked you up as you were some sort of anti-flat earther. So I was just
What?
wondering. I wanted. Yes, you were talked up as you were advocating for against against flat Earth. So I was like, that's weird, right? So when I was trying to get you on the mic the last time, I really wanted to know if that was the case or not, because I didn't know if we had some sort of, big brain in here, or if it was just some guys just
Well,
talking someone other
let's
dude
get
up.
to the bottom of it. Let's get to the
Yeah.
bottom of it right now.
Sure.
What's your personal proof that the geometry of the globe is false?
Are you talking to me, sir?
Yeah, listen closely. What have you validated or invalidated that made you a flat earther? Meaning, so you must have seen an observation, tried to do a measurement, something like this. What did you do? We'd like to see it.
I refer back to Bedford level because it is the smallest version of what seeing over the curvature or seeing the boat disappear over the curvature. So
Can you
we do
explain
the
it?
Bedford level. Yeah, we do the Bedford. Oh, you want to do the Bedford level? Explain. Okay. One guy gets in. Bedford level is a canal. It's the first real long man-made canal that we've been able to produce because of industry, evolving and the ability to dig long trenches at a time, right? Bedford level is 20 miles long. We do 6 miles. Okay, we only need 6 miles. One guy gets in the Bedford level with a telescope 12 inches above the water. Another guy is in a rowboat with a flag 5 feet above the water. He rows out 6 miles. He's supposed to be under around 18.7, almost 19 feet of curvature. Not only has he watched the entire boat the entire time, he can see the flag, he can see the boat, he can see the bottom of the boat at 6 miles. Why do we see that boat is the question now, and then I get refraction. So we're kind of stuck at, people need to prove this was refraction that made us see this boat after such a distance.
You
So
see the
that's where I'm
boat
at.
because it's flat, boy.
That's what I'm saying. But people on the heliocentric side will say because of refraction. Well, that's kind of weird because we went to Bedford level to negate the effects of refraction and also the currents in the water and also waves that the water might be having. They don't have any of that at Bedford level, so it's just glass flat, which is what we need to prove if the Earth is curving or not.
That's what's up.
That's where we're at. Refraction. You got to prove that refraction made my vision go around 19 feet of curvature without no inverted image, without any humidity in the air to denote. So you got to show me how this happens in an experiment. Now we did an experiment, and they got to disprove this one. And the closest they came to it is this other guy did an experiment on the land where he measured a flag, and then he measured the bridge without taking into compensation the shrinking of the bridge. And he said, hey, look, see, it's all aligned perfectly straight, therefore the Earth is curving.
So all this is just optical. We're just talking optics again.
Again,
We're just getting back to
exactly.
optical observations.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
But this one is one you can measure. So why are we missing 19 feet of curvature in the Earth here?
Another thing I was looking at is he's very knowledgeable in parasites, and Gemsy is our resident parasite knowledge guy. So we looked
nice.
at there's a lot of good stuff, man. Gemsy has been kind of schooling us on a bunch of things about parasites and that. So I think
Is
it's
he in the room now?
super interesting. It's a lot of things that people don't know about, but I would say a conversation definitely I would love to talk to you about if you know a lot about parasites. But yeah, probably for another time or something. But definitely want to prod you about that information.
Like, add me up. Add me up if you want to know about parasites. Add me up. We'll get there.
Interesting.
We'll get a fucking parasite room going. Let's go.
Oh, that dude, like, I can't say this, but I kind of want to give you guys a notion that tomorrow I'll be doing a show. That I'm not don't. That's the only thing I can say. I'm gonna be doing a show tomorrow, so look me up at 24/7. That's
Well,
all.
from
can't say
now
too much
on,
more.
he has to sign on presence at least once a week here.
Did I hear Gemsy parasites on the same sentence?
Yeah, bro. Like, cause Dr. Jason Flatworm is very knowledgeable, dude. I think you guys can really collaborate. We're saying, dude, you've been giving us you're schooling us on like parasites because you've been talking about. It's interesting, dude. Like all the information.
Really? Yeah, we can talk about that in another channel or something. I'm not gonna school anybody, but I would like to hear
Uh,
Dr. Flatworm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, you can join 24/7. Dr. Jason Flatworm.
Let me
Invite
see.
you
Oh,
over.
Flatworm. Yeah.
Hey, dude,
Come on,
everything's
bro.
pretty new.
We've spoken
Everything's
before.
pretty
Yeah, I
new.
know.
I used to be
Go ahead, bro.
Jason Family Man, if you guys know me by that, but I changed it to Dr. Flatworm after Patty Politics called me a doctor for some reason. I don't know. By the way, is Patty Politics still a thing here?
Who knows, bro?
Oh, good. Then she isn't. Awesome. Is Dubia still a thing here?
I've seen that guy.
Okay,
I don't know
so
what you mean by that, but I've seen a dude
Doobie
named
is
that.
still a thing. Yes.
okay. It seems like the it's being ran better, being ran way better now. So I'm looking forward to coming back.
I think it was that guy Kenny who was promising that when you were on the mic, you were going to wreck everyone in this room on their flat Earth hypothesis. Kenny's a little bit
Yeah,
crazy, so.
I don't know about all that, man.
Well, I mean, the
I
fact
ain't
that you're
trying.
not
I
a
ain't coming here to
Glober
wreck
would
any. I
refute
ain't
that
coming here
point.
to wreck anybody. I come here to maybe educate and be educated at the same time. That's the whole purpose. So I don't want to. I tell you what. I've been at Clubhouse, and it's a whole different like vibe. Bro, Discord. I came from Discord like back in the day. It was like a fucking civil war zone. It was horrible here.
It was bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so bad. Yeah, so I'm glad to see it's a little more civil. Man. It's awesome.
What happened with your old account? Did it go deleted?
It totally got erased 100%. It just came to the app one day and it said, "Hey, bye."
Maybe because you were talking about parasites, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, I had a fucking library. Dude. I had Parasite music. And I had every time they talked about parasites in music, I had a fucking lot of those. Parasites in movies, I had a fucking lot of those links, dude. I had so much shit about parasites on there. Gone. Bye-bye for no reason. No excuse or anything.
So you don't have any more parasites. That's good.
Oh, I got my Instagram still up, but I ain't got it linked or anything. But Dr. Jason Flatworm at Instagram, you find it.
Is it linked to your account? Let me follow you. No, it's not linked.
No, matter of fact, dude, literally, I just had an encounter with a fucking parasite. A dragonfly came into my house yesterday, and it landed on my stairs. And we were all, oh, look at this. Me and my son was like, oh, check this out. But it's like, its thorax was like pulsating, right? Like that. We're, oh, shit. And then it flew off. Oh, man, we lost it. I found it today with a fucking half-inch worm hanging out of its ass, dude, dead.
Yep.
No shit, dude. No shit.
Bro, I saw a monkey that was pulling this. It looked like a serpent. It didn't look. It was a worm, but that worm looked like a freaking serpent coming out of the monkey's.
Right, that's weird that you say that because the word serpent actually comes from the word worm. The word dragon comes from the word worm. So every fucking
what are
time
you,
you
a
say
doctor
worm,
or something? God damn it.
no, I haven't killed nobody. Calm down. I haven't killed nobody.
Don't disrespect Dr. Pinworm like that.
I try to help people. Yeah, you guys seen that bear with the fucking 5 tapeworms coming out of its ass, 30 feet long? I know you all seen that. You got an Instagram.
Oh, lovely. Bears are infested.
This is, I mean,
Yeah, just 'cause they eat fish.
This topic is a kind of makes your skin crawl because it's like you see shit that just you don't think it's even possible. Like it's happening with these parasites, man.
Funny you should say that. Skin crawling is one of the side effects. Feeling like you have bugs under your skin is also one of the main things they look for. It's schizophrenia. Ain't that a bitch? You tell, hey doc, I feel weird. I feel like I got bugs, and he goes, "You're a fucking psycho. Get in the fucking loony bin, bro." That's what he tells you. Isn't that some shit? It refers you to a therapist so you can get some pills so you don't have to feel like that no more instead of fixing
And I
your
think you and Gems
parasite.
are gonna have a great conversation, man. That's what I think.
I think so. I like it. I'm telling you, this could pull a room. This really could pull a room. 7 billion people have an infection. It's interesting to a lot of people.
Dude, yeah. I was talking to Gemsy one night about it. There's way too much. There's too much. It's like its own. It can be its own room. I'll be honest. It can't be its own room.
I think there's too much that we don't even know about them, actually.
Yep.
Oh, there's a lot of shit that you can take from religion.
Is fenbendazole good?
I can send you a link to Parasites Without Borders. You can just go to Parasites Without Borders by yourself. Parasiteswithoutborders.com. They literally, it's a collection of doctors and parasitologists that over 500 years worth of information in this book. They give it to you for fucking free, dude. And then they give you a clinical diagnosis book, and then they give you a fucking all kinds of stuff. Like they tell you if you have this parasite to take this particular drug at this particular dosage. All kinds. It's very simple stuff.
So,
Oh,
dude, can
thank
you
you
join
very
the
much.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Jason?
Oh shit. I'm actually part of that.
Are you?
He's been in
Yeah,
there.
that's the only.
That's
That's
where
the only thing I
I
got.
spoke to him first.
Yeah, that's the only thing I got is this and that.
Same here, Jason.
There is
It
such a
seems
thing,
like
something called parasitic host manipulation, and some of these things can manipulate the host into behaving certain ways, and that goes deep, very deep.
Fucking wild, dude. That's all I gotta say.
Yes, this is what I
intestinally deep,
wanted
dude.
to ask.
Intestinally deep.
They take over the mind and they make you do things you wouldn't normally do, right?
Do you know the process? Do you know how they do this though?
No, I don't.
Let me check it. It's really simple. It's like so simple. It's like what? Okay, so you eat a parasite egg from a piece of shit somewhere, right? It's probably an animal product. It comes from a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It goes in your stomach. If it goes in your lungs, you're gonna have a bad time. You're gonna have pneumonia. If it goes into your sinuses, you're gonna have a bad time. You're gonna have like fucking the craziest, just bad time. But if it goes in your stomach, it's going to breed. So these things sometimes they don't even need to like procreate with other things. It literally can breed with itself. So you'll have an infestation. Thousands of worms. Okay, you don't even know it because they're small. They look like intestinal flesh on X-rays. You don't know these things. Okay, so
micron
yeah, they're
size.
very small. They're very small, like the size of a pencil eraser, the largest ones, right? And the tapeworm is like 30 feet long. You'll know if you have one of those. You'll be fucked up anyway. But check this out. If 1,000 of these parasites secrete a chemical directly into the colon wall, it goes right into your bloodstream. It has no filters whatsoever. It shoots straight to your brain. That's the most nutritious blood you have, and it's for your brain first. And it goes. And these parasites are big enough. They actually hide in the blood cells, and they breed in the blood cells, and they go right past the blood-brain barrier. And when they get in there, they can pop, and then you have the worms in the head, or you literally just have the chemicals that these things released in your brain. That's how they make you go, hey, I need you to eat beef. I need you to eat pork. I need you to eat fish right now. Yeah. So you really don't have no free will whatsoever at this point.
They feed a lot on proteins, right?
They feed a lot on your nutritious blood. They're vampiric in nature. That's why they're attached to your colon wall. As soon as your blood is saturated with all the nutrition that your stomach just made for your blood, they suck all that nutritious blood. They eat it first. And then when they're full, and if you have some nutritious blood left over, that's what you get to supply yourself. That and the cholesterol. That's basically all you get is like a little bit of nutritious blood and cholesterol, a lot.
Yeah.
So they don't need the cholesterol. It'd be nice if they did eat the cholesterol.
Their presence in the intestines, digestive
You're making me
system,
hungry.
will be visible on the skin, right?
No. These
Actually,
things.
there's cases that it will show up as maybe as a rash, or even some of the children that have like
What, having
eczema in the
fatigue, guys?
spring.
Yeah.
Some of these you
it
won't
will
know.
be some will definitely show up on the skin as an adverse. Like it will show up something on the
I'm
skin.
having
When that happens, that's
having
because you have
noodles
like a
fatigue.
pork worm of some sort or a cow worm, and it's not supposed to be in your human body, so it really doesn't know where to go, and it'll roam around inside your skin.
Wow.
No, gracias. Yeah, that's where you get these rashes. That's what a ringworm is that. A ringworm's not supposed to be inside of you, so it just keeps going in a circle trying to find its way out of you. It keeps munching. Yeah.
Well, they can also find places in your organs. They can be in many of your organs as well. Make a house there. Make a house party in your organs.
You know what's
Liver,
weird?
pancreas.
Well, you know what's weird
Yes.
is people think these worms are like an actual size. There's over 300 different types of worms that go into the human body alone that we've
They're
discovered so
not
far,
worms
and
only. They're really small as
they're all
well. Like
kinds of exactly. They're all
you can't
kinds of
even
different
see
things.
them. Some of them. They're
Yeah.
fungi
Yep.
types. The ones that look like worms, but there's also like people say bacteria. Those are parasitics as well.
Yeah,
Well,
but
you know
isn't
what's
there
it was
healthy?
weird? It's oh, go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say, isn't there healthy parasite like the ones that your
Yes.
body would? And then there's
There's
there's the
healthy
ones that are
organisms.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
those are
people have
called
too much
those are called
candida.
symbiotes.
Candida.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Yeah, those are symbiotes. A parasite can never be good for the host. A symbiote can.
Organisms that are part of your body, like he's saying, symbiotic organisms that are
So
supposed to be there to actually protect you from some of these things as well.
Well, yeah, that's what
So
I'm saying. There's
it's
like there's a
interesting.
battle. There's a battle that goes on when somebody gets sick, right? Like with these symbiotic relationship, and then the parasites, right? Like those are the invaders, right? So we got if you're healthy, then you have a balance of like how these organisms are keeping you like the machine that you are, right? The meat suit is keeping it like working and functioning properly, or at least
So
to the
we were
best of its.
talking about
Anyway.
we're talking about like the psychological ramifications of flat Earth, and it went beyond that. We were talking a little bit about finance, which Jimsy he's typically there for that conversation as well. Jimsy knows a lot, and now so you go for the mind, you go for the way you see your earning potential, and last you go for the health. It's crazy. It's crazy what we think normal eating is.
Yeah.
And this is like
Big
the
factory,
key to
man.
all of our problems. Literally, what we put in our minds and in front of our eyes, and what we put from our hands into our mouth, like we're all doing it. Like people think, oh, if everybody learns that the earth is flat, then everything will be okay. No, 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 no. What we need is a mass download from the big man himself to help us from putting our hands up to our mouths and keeping an open ear to these deceivers. That's
Top
all we
down.
have to do.
It's a top-down view of like all information. I was always saying this too, Eli. On your just piggybacking on your point, is that it's not. It's people say flat Earth. Are you a flat earther? No, I'm a critical thinker. I have to every piece of information from health to finance to everything. I have to critically think about all things because there's a worldview that's being pushed on me every day, and I can have either whatever choice it's going to be, whether I accept that this is my fate or I can do something about it. It's a top down. It's like it touches every subject, dude. Like
Love it, dude.
it's crazy.
Awesome. Yeah, that's
Just
awesome.
just on that though, just a quickie, just a quickie. And I'm a vegetarian. I don't fucking go on with people who eat meat. I used to eat meat myself, but me personally now, I do, in my heart, believe that we should not be eating meat. And I think that's part what Eli's just said. A little bit of that is I think that
I wish that were true,
I think it
but I don't know if that's true.
No, I
'Cause
don't.
you know why?
But I believe that's why I said believe.
Yeah. So let me tell you what. Well, okay. I mean, anybody can sell me as long as it's not selling me on. Oh well, it's better for the animals. What about the plants that sustain everything? What about you're eating dead flesh? No, it's just not rotten yet. You ever left a salad in your fridge for 2 weeks?
Yeah,
Like,
my salad ain't gonna have
I
maggots
did.
in it after 3 days.
Yeah.
sure, yeah, but those organisms make you chuck up everything you had last birthday.
Yeah, the
All that
amount of
oil.
parasites. Yeah, the amount of parasites from a salad to like a piece of steak or something. You're trying to equivalate that to be something that is not the same. But I could tell you
I
that the
don't even
ground.
know, to be honest.
Well, I'm saying the minerals are in the soil. You know, all these things that this plant's actually becoming what it is. There could be parasites hidden in the flesh of that that vegetable. So there's no way that you can say that it's
I got to
not
pause on
a
that.
bed. It's
Pause
a
on that
bad
one.
choice.
Pause on that one.
Miggy,
Pause on that one. The only way that the only way that intestinal parasites
let me
can
just
be
finish
in a vegetable is if the fertilizer is infected. That's the only way.
Well, yeah,
Or cross contamination at the kitchen. They
Well, these
cannot be
guys
in the
aren't-
flesh.
I think where I was coming from,
Yeah.
guys, I was just trying to finish. Let me finish the point. I was trying to say that on my personal thing, and I don't promote this, and I'm only saying what I feel, because I've ate meat for years, but I haven't ate meat for about 7 years. But I feel it's part of the, you know, I don't think we should be eating meat. I don't. I think that's part of the. It just is cannibalism. Tearing
Well,
into
I
flesh.
wouldn't.
The body part. It's
We can't say
look,
cannibalism, but if you're not finished, go on. Finish your point.
I
mean, we
am
definitely
vegan.
shouldn't be eating dairy. That's for baby cows.
People eat liver. People eat ox tongue. People eat ribs. It's body parts that you're eating.
Yeah.
Flesh,
I think it's
body
okay as
parts,
long as
skin.
it's like
Yeah, with meat, we are okay to eat meat.
That's not right. It's not right.
Even in
It's
Greek
not right.
mythology, the meat is for man and the bones for the gods.
Listen.
Yeah.
Listen, the
Yeah,
In
Greeks
the
thought
Bible,
the
for
Greeks knew the
example,
earth was round, mate.
eating meat is
Listen, the Greek.
punishment for sin. So
No,
you
go
can
according to
choose
what book?
not to
According
eat,
to what book? According to what
but
book? Don't do that, Gabby. According to what book?
I don't remember Elijah right now, but
All right,
I'm
so
serious. I
I
read
hate
it,
these
and
because you know what that's equivalent to. That's like the people who put science on everything. They know that it's a different epistemology when we're talking about natural science, and they're like, well, we're just gonna hijack these words. You can't just come and say, oh, that's a sin, based off of what fucking authority, bro? You can't just throw shit out there like that.
Elijah,
We
in
can't get off this stuff.
Deuteronomy, this book, it says that people had to bring animals to the priest for the sins, for their own sins, as a payment for sin. And the priests were cooking these, sacrificing the animals, and they were burning them on
Oh,
the
you mean
altar. They were
for their
cooking,
sin?
and
You don't
they
mean
were then
they had to
giving a
eat meat
part.
for their sin.
No,
Sorry?
that's incorrect. Sorry, that's just incorrect. Right, so I'll grant you that yes, animals are given as a sacrifice for sin. But all we have to do is
Yeah,
look at there's two classifications of animals: the unclean and the clean. Now everybody
correct.
thinks that the animals 2 by 2, yeah, those were the unclean beasts. But there are other animals that went in, and those were the clean beasts. There's a clear distinction between those animals that we can eat and those animals that we can't eat. Clean and unclean.
Yes, Jedi. According to the Old Testament, this is, and this was before the supreme sacrifice, like the sacrifice of the Holy Son. But when the Holy Sacrifice Son came, he's the ultimate sacrifice, and God now does not look to any sacrifices that we make. They don't matter. They don't count that much.
I I never
It's
know
about
how
the
you got to where
circumcision
you
of the
get
heart.
to. I
So
never understand how you get to where you get to when we're talking about something. I mean, it's
yeah, well, Elijah, I was trying to
I'm so
that.
glad I found Jesus and flat Earth. This
Could you let
politics
me
Discord.
finish, please?
Darth, if you don't have anything
So,
to contribute, shut up.
so the end I was getting to was this: that no matter if you are vegan, vegetarian, or whatever, when someone is eating, is having a meal, wish him bon appetit. May it be in good health. you have to say the good word and respect a man that is eating. Do not mock, do not speak dirty when someone is speaking, because the ritual of eating is very important in a man's life. So,
All right, bow and say thank you to those who have food. Yes, I get it. Okay, back to the other point.
yeah.
The one deck. You might be right. You might be right. I don't know, but you know what I don't like? I don't like that there are countries getting on board with us eating less meat, and they have a plan for that. Something about that is fishy to me, bro. Now,
Eat more
Yeah,
veggies.
Yeah, well,
now we're
that's
being
exactly what
skeptical.
governments do.
This
They
is
give you
what
a
a flat
problem and they
earther
give
being
you a fix,
skeptical
don't they?
sounds like. What?
Yeah.
That's what governments do. They give you a problem and they give you the fix, right?
Yeah, on a
And
flat
then a
Earth.
whole bunch of laws go along with that too. So that's
Oh,
what they're doing.
no. The fix is fuck what they're saying, read what they're writing, and then use your brain that you were born with to figure out, does this make sense or doesn't make sense? Because we can all see something that doesn't make sense. We can even read something that doesn't make sense. The only difference between some of us and the rest of us is that some will read it and go, yeah, that makes no sense, and others will go, I can see how they were making this make sense, even though it makes no sense. From this perspective, subjectively, I can see how these words that are telling me, you know, what I know objectively is wrong in some instance that I can't verify is correct. Not just read what they're saying. Everybody needs to act like we're and realize that you can make more moves than what they tell you can make. The board is not for them; it's for everybody. You can do what the fuck you want to do. That's really real. That's really true.
true. Yeah.
That's all you can do, really. Do what you think's best for yourself. I mean, and that's what I only mention. I'm not promoting this or telling everybody it's right or wrong. It's just I'm just telling about my personal journey, and it doesn't matter to anybody about my fucking personal journey. It's fucking personal. But I was just like, yeah. At the moment, I was thinking, I look at meat and animals. I see body parts. I see it as a cannibal. That's me personally. I'm not telling anyone. My partner eats meat. My children eat meat.
Could
I
we?
cook meat. I cook meat
Yeah.
for my
After this
fucking
thought,
children.
one deck. After this thought, could we just cap it here because this is something that'll just go back and forth for hours if we don't just take it back to topic. But I'll let you finish your
After
thought.
my dissertation on carnivorism. It's only
Okay,
like
one
20
more
pages.
dissertation. One more dissertation, and then we'll go back to talk.
I'm just joking. Well, go ahead,
Yeah,
one deck.
no worries.
No, I'm fine, mate. I'm just chatting. I'm not even. I'm just talking to my friends.
Do we have anybody in here that thinks that the Earth is a globe? Should bring it back?
The Earth is flat.
Or
It
anybody
was
that
measured
has
like
questions about it, that would work too. Anybody curious?
Yeah, Dreams put in the addendum because obviously anybody in here that thinks that the Earth is a globe, they always come with, well, if it was flat, and that's the first thing that comes out of their mouth. Like they don't address the fact they don't have any evidence for it. So it's weird, right? Why do you have to start a sentence with, well, if the Earth was flat? It's no point. Or don't bring up fucking Netflix documentaries.
If the Earth is
My
this
God.
imaginary thing I have in my mind, it has to be wrong.
Exactly.
What would you call that though? Is that a fallacy? A type of fallacy to come in with proof of something and ask a question about the other thing? What is that?
If the Earth isn't a globe, then it has to be a simulation. That's the only option.
If it's not a
why
Barbie
can't I
house,
see London from New York?
nobody can have toys.
Oh, don't feed the trolls, Get. We're not doing that. Fucking don't give them arguments to come in here. Yeah, what a fucking.
I'm gonna give them tachyons.
Yeah, and when you're not here and they're saying that, I'm gonna remind you. I'm gonna tell them thanks, Get. Fucking feeding them. Yeah, but we got Pisces G in the chat. Pisces G, welcome to the chat. All you gotta do is open up your mic if you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe. We got Thyard Techie. Are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
So, what is your position on the topic of this room?
The Earth is obviously a globe because gravity has to pull everything equally, and the only way everything can be equally pulled by gravity is to have a perfect sphere.
Okay,
He's
so
so
for
fast on it.
right now, you believe that the Earth is a globe, and so
It's an absolute fact. It's a state of fact. It's
absolute fact.
observable fact.
Obviously.
Okay, let's just test that, and if I was to ask you a question, you'd be able to respond then, right? Understanding do you know what science is? Try hard.
The repeatable observation of events to establish known facts.
So, if I was to tell you, do you have any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? What would you respond?
Well, the first observable fact is the fact that we can see that is a completely round
No, but
globe from
what would you?
space.
I know you're gonna answer it, but like, what would you say? Do we have scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe? Yes or no?
Yes, we see it every day.
Hang on, try hard. I want to let Jedi come in here.
All right, you're trying to control and frame the situation so that I can respond in a proper manner. So I'm not going to take part in your charade.
No, that's fine. It's simple. Either there is or is not scientific evidence. Did he dip? What happened to the guy?
He gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's
not
gone?
taking part in the charade.
It's melt down so fast over here.
It's really simple. If you know what science is, what do you have to be afraid of? If truth is on your side, why leave? You could stand on all 10 toes and say, I am correct. You are incorrect. Let me show you how. Just saying.
I think it was the point my name and he fucked off. I think it was me.
Eli, you're feedbacking, brother.
After this, though, working out.
Eli, you're feedbacking.
What?
Eli.
He's working out right now.
Somebody, should we mute him and then just mute him when he's?
No, I look good. I mean,
I don't want him to be saying things and it's personal. All right.
Yeah, better mute before we hear stuff.
Something important. All right, so, well, that was the only guy that was in here, but Pisces G, I don't know if you want to chime in or not. You can do so. We got TY, but he's not much for conversation. He just likes to put down flat Earth every chance he gets, every corner, every time. Darth, what are you banging on your mic for, bro? Darth Dawkins, tier 3 sub. Are you there?
Oh man, you unmuted me. I'm so sorry, bro. Let me mute myself.
You're tapping on your microphone.
Dude, that was an hour ago.
We had a great night last night, guys. Bunch of confessions from the ballers saying they don't have any evidence of the Earth being a globe. It went really well.
What ballers?
I got to sleep listening.
Mez was one. Scott Mackey was another. Who else was in there? There's a few. It was well after you went to sleep, Jedi.
Yeah.
We went from 24/7 and then we came back over here.
Oh, okay. I was around for ladies' night and then I fell asleep with you lot in the background. Woke up about 2 hours later to people shouting at each other, and that was it. I was off. Lots of people in the chat though tonight. My goodness me, we extended the capacity of the room.
Yeah. Let's see. We got 42 people in here right now.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, Jedi, you remember the guy yesterday which invoked like gravity changes when you are weighing yourself inside an elevator.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Who said that?
A guy that came in here, but I haven't heard
He
him
said he was an
coming back.
ex-flat earther.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
what's his
yeah,
name?
right.
What starts with an S? What's his name? Sam something.
Yeah, Sam. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, we were
And
expecting that Jedi was gonna shellac that guy, but then Jedi took
yeah,
the he put on the soft kids glove approach. I was like, oh man, everybody was like everybody wanted blood, and Jedi was just like,
yeah. Ladies' night began, and he continued with Lulu. And I wanted to refresh her mind, but I got muted. So yeah.
I don't think it was that guy, dude. It was another guy, two other guys, Plant Man or something.
It was Sam.
It was Sam.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, that's not
He
good.
was driving, and when he got to the destination, he took off. Yeah. So
One of the oh, he left. One of the little Israeli guys came in here. Joker from yesterday, remember? Joker and
Oh yeah, I remember. Friend. Yeah.
He just popped in here right now, but he left.
They came in pretty hot yesterday, didn't they? And they had a conversation with you for, well, meeting you eventually, but for about 45 minutes to an hour. They kind of changed their tune a little bit towards the end. I don't mean changed their tune as in their point of view, but their attitude seemed to have diminished. They still had some, but the way that they came in the first 5 minutes, oh, bloody hell, that was crazy.
So I wanted to address the fallacy that guy made. When you wake yourself and you are moving against the down vector or towards the down vector, that will directly have a change in your weight when you are trying to weigh yourself on a scale. But when you move in other directions, it doesn't change much. Probably nothing at all. Like if you go on a train and you're going level to the horizontal plane, your weight will be the same as you will be standing still.
No, you are spot on. I liked his claim of you can test for gravity because of the inverse square law. The further you get away from the Earth and you were to fall, your speed increases.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
Oh yeah, he addressed that actually with Lulu, but he dipped out too soon to continue. And he invoked the inverse square law of gravity. And Lulu told him, you realize this problem will not help at all. The heliocentric model, the globe.
But yeah, I did have my kid gloves on with him last night. Maybe I should have tried a different tact. I definitely don't feel like taking that tact tonight. I've got some aggression I need to take out, so I need somebody to make some idiot I can rip him apart.
Yeah. I hope he comes back.
He said he wanted to. We'll keep an eye out for him.
Yeah.
I stayed up till like 2 a.m. yesterday.
Wow,
Crazy.
man, you've been putting some late nights, dude. You've been burning that candle for sure.
I was me and I was wondering too. Flatwater Crisis. Dude, you stayed up late yesterday. You were on here as long as I think he's after I went to sleep. Flatwater Crisis was still on here. Heretic, he was still on here. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, does put
Usually
some
hang
late
out
night.
here at night.
Yeah,
sorry, what was that,
you,
Jerry?
you do put in some late nights. I was in here till about 9, 10 o'clock in my morning, and you were still bloody in here.
Still going, can't stop.
Well, we got some admissions. I was telling him, Flatwater, that Mez said that they don't have any evidence for the globe. Scott Mackey said he don't have any evidence for the. And on top of all of that, they were not even saying that they advocate for the gravitational theory. They don't even care. They're like, nah, it doesn't matter to us.
Yeah.
We're not. Last night.
Yeah, they're like, we don't need Einstein. We don't bring him up. It's just you guys who bring him up. We don't care what the cause is. It's like, that's your whole paradigm, and you don't even care. Like, okay.
But they just need gravity. As long as they have gravity, as long as they've got it, then the Earth's a ball. Gases are going to fuck off. Everyone's going to stay perfectly rooted on the planet. Even Timbo and T-Dub aren't going to fall off. We're going to have tidal. As long as they have gravity, they're fine. Don't need to know what the cause.
Their new definition of gravity is whatever it is that's causing all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously. It doesn't even have a cause attributed to it. Like, what is the current paradigm? Well, it's the bending of warp in a space-time. Well, let's run with that. Well, what if it's not, and it's actually mass attracting mass? That's still okay. Let's go with that. Like, they don't even care anymore. It's just whatever anyone's. Yeah, that's fine. It could be, whatever. Well, we got Milange that just joined in. Milange, are you there? We're just talking to all the new people that are joining. Milange. Are you there? Hello.
Este es Melange.
Melange. All right. What is your position on the topic of this room, Melange?
What is it? English?
Oh, language barrier. Okay.
He sounds like a PhD student.
Are you guys finding it hard to actually find Globers that come in here?
Well, no, we got a lot of them that come in here.
I mean, this is the most popular political site on Discord. Discord's no slouch. There's a lot of people, and there should be like 20, 30 people coming off mic just screaming at you. Oh, it's not flat. You flat tires and all this kind of crazy stuff.
It'll happen. Don't worry.
Seems like it should be a much higher rate, though.
Well, in one day, we get 20, 30 plus every single day.
Yep. But we've been here for weeks, though, and they know us now. And in the beginning, it was like that. We were inundated with like 30 of them at a time. But we've been here for a while now. Yeah.
The room is filled with like flat earthers right now, basically, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. The thing is, the team that we've already the team that's here, Jason. We've been together for about, let's say, more than 3 years. I would say all of us. We know.
You guys migrated from 24/7, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Can you imagine 3 years as a one-trick pony? What a life!
Oh, that's all you have, Dante. Really? That's all you got.
There's one. You got one
No,
right there.
all right. First of all, Alpha, that's not all I have, but that's currently like the point at the moment.
You just throw shit at the wall and hopefully it sticks, and somebody goes like, "Damn, dude."
Oh,
that
it
was a
all
good
sticks.
Point.
Yeah, it all sticks.
No, well, yeah, because you're shit
just
stinks,
not that slippery, Sorry.
Yeah, but it's all shit. So what does it matter?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But that's the point, though. We're trying to get people to engage with the conversation, and they do antics like Dante. That's all they got is fucking antics.
No.
That's it.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, we already did the actual debate thing, and you guys just trolled it down to fucking garbage. And I'm like, if you go low, I go lower. That's the way it is.
How do we measure the curvature of the Earth? How do we measure it, Dante? Go for it. How do we measure it?
I get it that the 41 trick ponies are waiting for their one trick to walk in the room, but today I'm not your guy. Try again tomorrow.
Speaking of one trick pony, you should find a new trick. This one's not working for you very well.
Shouldn't science supersede tricks, though? Shouldn't scientific experimentation that follows a scientific method, shouldn't that supersede any type of trick?
Absolutely. I just haven't heard any in here.
Do you have any to present for your heliocentric world?
Oh, yeah, I don't present shit. Yeah.
That's my position as well.
Yeah. I keep an open mind, and I'm waiting for the
Thank you for
flat earthers to
conceding.
present a position, and like they don't
Open
even have the
mind
balls to
Okay,
do
so you
that.
don't, so you don't, so you
They're
don't
just
believe you're
waiting
on a
for
ball
somebody to
earth
walk
either.
in with a position that they can debunk. They're like it's Losersville, dude. Sorry.
But
Sorry
you do
to
believe
just call a spade a
you do
spade.
believe in the ball earth though, right? You do believe you're on a ball right now.
Yeah, so I'm like at least like 51% convinced that the Earth is round rather than flat. I could
Okay.
change my mind given evidence right now. In fact,
What's the evidence
I
that
was
gave
going
you
to
that
put a
1%?
bounty. I was going to put a bounty. There was a claim that there was a actual study done with some head.
He asked you a question that you just bypassed because you want a monologue. He asked you a question, Dante. Are you spatially aware when people are asking you things?
Yeah, I want to get to that 1% because it's very important. You made it very obvious. You said 51. What is that thing that made it 1% though?
He's a fucking baby, Jason. Every single time he wants to just bulldoze past what you're saying because he knows it incriminates him. If he talks about it, he doesn't want to answer questions.
I really didn't
He's
want to
really
interrupt him
upset.
or anything. I would just please explain that 1% that made you believe in the ball versus anything else.
Well, and the important thing is that when questions are being presented, it's easy for somebody to be like, you know what? Let me tell you what my 51% is. But he doesn't. Those are made up fucking analytics, dude. He just made up on the spot because he's just trying to say that there's more evidence for the Earth being a globe, which there isn't. But that's all they have. They throw shit at the wall, see what sticks, and then they're trying to say that, yeah, well, it's more of a globe, man. And you're like, when you ask them the question, they don't answer. It's
You know what's
annoying.
even crazier? They don't throw it at a wall. They throw it and it goes for 1 billion light years away.
Well,
And you can't test it at all.
but
Holy
you know
shit.
what? Maybe Darth Dawkins will take that challenge, Jason. Perhaps Darth Dawkins can tell you how the Earth is a globe. Darth, can you tell Dr. Jason Flatworm how the Earth is a globe?
Easily, my man. Have you ever been on the website called YouTube.com?
Nah, you're roboting,
It's
dude.
a lie.
Your internet,
In the
your
Matrix
internet's trash.
1950s robot.
Your internet is trash. Get near your
Mr.
Wi-Fi
S-
router.
Mr. Smith, gotcha.
So
The Starlink is flying overhead. It
He's
should be
literally
better now.
morphing into Mr. Smith. There you go. There you go. He's morphed into Mr. Smith. Let's go.
All right, tell Dr. Jason how much evidence you have of the globe. Let him know.
Hey, I'm fresh here. I'm fresh.
Like my fellow constituents, I am 51% convinced that the Earth is a globe.
Starlink's not working now, is it, Sunshine?
Yeah, that's Starlink. I heard you are as the same 51%. I asked the same exact question. Why is that 51? What is that? What is that 1% that made you believe ball Earth versus anything else?
His connection proof he's on a globe because the connection is spinning and going back
Did you guys see?
every
Did you
other
guys see
second.
that interview with that soldier when they're like, "What do you think about the war?" And he's like, "I don't think we should be getting any fucking wars for no reason." And the connection cut. Did you see that? This is
No, I
happening.
haven't
Right
seen
now.
it.
It's hilarious. They just cut him. Like he's like, "I don't think," and Israel can stand for itself. And then, like as soon as he said that, they just cut him right off.
Dude, isn't that scene the same scene that Forrest Gump when he was saying, I only got one thing to say about the war in Vietnam, and they disconnect him like right when he's about to say that shit.
And you basically made up your own reason to go to war with Vietnam in your head while he's talking, and you're not hearing
Yeah.
it. That's what's fucked up.
Well, you know, we know.
And right after that, he does the Baphomet symbol as Jenny goes away. Remember that?
Does
I'm telling you,
somebody
man.
talk about Nixon in Vietnam?
Uh-oh.
He
You gonna
talks
stir
about
crits?
Bubba Gump dying actually, and that's all he don't want to say about that.
And
At the
don't
end.
bring up Nixon in front of Crit, dude. He's gonna give you the fucking spiel of a life.
Oh,
Dude, Crit knows what he's talking about. That's what I'm telling you. He's gonna take you to task. There's a lot of shit that went down in that era, bro. Like people don't know about it.
Oh, they were
The
making
whole
moves,
paradigm,
man.
like the whole
telling
paradigm
you.
shifted at that era. It was, before then, the federal government really didn't have that much say in what was going on. And after Nixon,
The
it
first time you've had
completely
that much
switched.
television in your house too, right?
Yeah, Crit
Oh yeah,
kind of said it.
Oh,
Crit
go
kind of
ahead.
said it this way. This is like fucking Nixon's wet dream right now. Like what we're living in. Like this fucking Big
Yeah.
Brother always spying on you. Like
CCTV.
fucking all this shit, bro. Like
he wouldn't believe it. He's like, "Holy shit, I could have done that." He's probably thinking like,
he did the Steve Urkel. Did I do that? Like,
yeah.
fucking-
Like
Oh,
Nixon
fuck.
said, the TV one's really important because on the wall of the CIA building in Langley, there's a quote from Nixon where it says, "The American people will believe anything they see on TV."
Fucking,
Isn't
And
he
that's
one of the
exactly.
dudes that
These guys
started the
parrot that shit.
propaganda laws?
yeah. That ties back into Operation Paperclip and how they used, mass media for propaganda. It was no secret, that a lot of these things changed all of a sudden, like right after Operation Paperclip and Nixon.
What if Nixon was now alive and he saw
Operation
us?
Mockingbird.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He would be stunned at the level of executive overreach. Like what he almost got away with is barely like not even comparison to roving wiretaps. Like rendition.
Yeah.
Like all the things that happen today. Like it's so funny. People in the 1960s and 70s are like, nah, the CIA is not spying on us. And now today it's like, hey, CIA, can I feed my cat pancakes? Like
Facts.
yeah, it's like they're always like this is the thing too. Where globals will tell you, hey, call up NASA and ask them if the Earth is a globe. I go, dude, they're not going to take your call. The only one who's listening is the NSA. That's the only part of government that's going to listen to you.
Hey, we got Jojo that just jumped in the chat with the Garfield avatar. Jojo, are you there? Hello, Jojo.
Good morning. It's like 3 in the morning for me, so I'm just chilling.
Oh, it's fine, man. So the topic of this room, flat Earth. What is your position on it? Are you for it? Against it?
Yeah, my position is I think this is the most interesting VC in politics.
Okay, and no, yeah, that's fine. But your personal understanding, do you think that it's a globe, or would you actually side with the Earth that there is no evidence for it being a globe? What do you think?
I think it's a globe, yeah, but I think you raised some good points. Like, we don't know what gravity is. Blah, blah, blah. You raised some valid points, but yeah.
Oh, so are you just in here to listen, kind of just spectate, see what's going on?
Oh, yeah, I'm here to listen to the shit show.
Okay. Well, we'll ask some other people in here some questions, but yeah, stick around if you want to listen. Oryx is
Was
in here,
that two
but
people that couldn't tell me why 51 instead of 50? Is that?
Yeah.
I'm just taking no. There's two people that's at 50. I'm on the edge. I'm on the fence, like literally split down the middle, except for one tiny percent. Can I get an answer on that, or are we just gonna leave that open ended?
no, we'll actually ask them when they get back. I'll actually remind if you hang around, Jason. I'm gonna remind. Hey, remember that question that Jason was asking you? Let's get right back to it because I don't forget.
Yeah, Dante.
I will ask them when they come back in here. So
That
they're not getting
1%,
away.
bro. It makes that 1%. That's it. Oh, fantastic. They literally went into space, then not answer this question.
Well, the guy, the first thing he had to offer was a mockery, and then after the mockery, when asked the question, he was bulldozing your question to get to his fuckwit explanation, just so he can talk. Just keep talking, so that he doesn't listen to you asking him the pertinent question, because that's what's on everybody's mind. That's the elephant in the room, right? We need to talk about it. Why do you think 51% that the Earth is a globe? That's what we all want to know, right? We don't care about him going into some diatribe of some other topic. We don't care about that. We want to know about what this means.
I want to know
Have you
why
noticed
he's
that he's turned
99%. That's what I want to know. I want to know why he's not 99% sure he's on a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yeah.
Well,
There's all that missing certainty. You notice that the Dante guy is really salty lately now. He wasn't that bad before. He's
He wasn't.
super triggered now.
He's super triggered, and I actually want him to be taking a position now, like, because it sounded like he's so open minded. He's in between. He's not just a bullshit, dude. Everything you come in here to do is to mock. You just want to. These guys, I'm gonna tell you, it's real. Like from a perspective where you're identifying like who they are, they just want to not be held accountable for the things that they say. I'm not saying the Earth is a globe, so you can't pin any shit on me. They're called Earth agnostic. I'm Earth agnostic. Yeah, I don't know. It could be flat, could be globe.
Oh, really? That's some
Yeah,
new
it's
shit. I didn't
listen.
really know that.
Well, check this out. If you're in the arena, Jason, these are archetypes of people, and this is considered a sophist type, but they're all in little categories, right? This category is called like a Earth agnostic. They don't want to claim responsibility for anything you got to say about the globe, but they want to launch an offensive to you and ask you questions. And no, you tell me how the Earth is flat. No, you brought it up. Now and so it's a burden of proof
Is-
reversal fallacy tactic,
You know,
basically.
what's crazy? They talk about a special place in Dante's Inferno, like very low in, that's for the fence sitters. That people, those are the weakest people there is, because you're a coward, because you're going to sit back and you want to wait for the warriors to fight it out, and then you're going to jump on the side.
Exactly.
That's the weakest part, and you go down the deepest into Dante's Inferno, bro. To live as a coward, a little weak man coward, is pretty much hell your entire life. So that is your own little inferno, bro. That's terrible. I hate fence sitters, bro. Take a position. What is that 1%? Let's see if we can get you off that 1%.
Well, and they want to spin it to where it sounds like that's their, because they were like, in other words, it's like globe is dominant, but they're not held accountable to it. You see how weaselly that is, Jason? Globe is dominant because it's 51%, but yet they're not. Well, I don't know. Could be. I don't know. I'm not saying it, bro. You can't hold me to the globe, and so easily gives them the out that they want. So they can sit in here talking trash. Meanwhile, if you say, "Oh
Collecting
no,"
information.
No.
Sitting
yeah,
here
I mean,
collecting information. So when
but
we
there's
win, they're going to be able to spit all the shit that we said.
yeah.
So easily.
No, I was with those guys. No, Earth is flat, bro. Wasn't I saying that?
That's what I was
49%.
saying the whole time. I was saying that.
Fucking weasels, dude. The lot of them. Because they know they
Remember
don't have
when
an
I had
argument,
said
bro.
that, but you had said this? Like, you don't even remember, bro.
Yeah, you identify. That's the archetype, and it's basically a debate tactic when coming in here. So what they're doing, Jason, if you listen to them, they're sitting in here scheming, and they're waiting for their champion to come in here. And as soon as he comes in there, you can start hearing them squawk like fucking seagulls.
Oh, we have acknowledged the
Fucking
champion
squawking.
here. Is there a champion?
Every now and again, somebody will stroll in here who doesn't know us, any of us, and they'll be standing on all 10 toes saying that the Earth is a globe, and they'll be talking about spherical trigonometry, and then these guys will fucking like seagulls, we throw a piece of bread, they're all just squawking,
Rip 'em
dude.
apart.
They'll just coming out the woodwork, jumping behind the guy, cheerleading
I can
him on.
only imagine. Just I can
Fuck,
imagine.
dude.
Yeah. Oh, really? You can see curvature from a plane, huh? Tell us
And
more
the
about that.
thing is, though,
can
we're
imagine.
asking, like, right now how we're asking everybody, hey, get on the mic, the floor is open, you guys can come in here. They're silent as fucking church mice. But as soon as one of these champions come in here, they're all about interrupting. They're all about trying to, you're not letting me speak. And you're like, dude, you weren't fucking speaking when you were in here by yourself. What the fuck? Dude, like, and that's the
Let
way
him
it
finish.
operates. Yeah, why don't you let it finish? Dude, why don't you shut up? You had the floor when he wasn't here. Now he's here, and you want to get behind him like fucking like you're cheerleading him on. It's just like, I don't get it, bro.
Hilarious.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
laughing my ass off right now.
and I would say, what I'm telling you, just wait. You'll see. It'll be proven. Later on, you'll have a room full of people like there are in here right now. Some people are believing the Earth is a globe. And then as soon as some guy comes in here, I'm going to show you spherical trigonometry is going to show you that the Earth is a globe. And you're like, all right, bro, let's hear it. And then he's saying something stupid. We mute him so that we can get our point across. And here come the squawkers. Why are you not letting them speak? It's bullshit, dude. It's the same old shit.
When I hear that, I'm going to laugh so fucking hard.
Yeah, because they're fucking predictable, dude. We have ourselves a time, but at the same time, it's like we've been asking them for as long as we were in here in this room if there's any
Mayhem.
scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, and they
I
don't
need,
fucking Yeah, go ahead, Dr. May.
I need you to post that. We lied to you about gravity. I think somebody did. Let's see. Oh, there you go.
You want me to run the film or the the audio?
Yeah, can you run the sound?
Yeah, Dr. Flat, Jason, check this out. Does it come through clearly when I'm playing it?
Okay,
Or is
yeah, exactly. How does this work?
Yeah.
Do I just watch your screen? Do I click your screen?
No,
How's this
just
go?
No. Just listen. I'm gonna run it through my mic, so you're gonna hear it.
All right.
Yeah. Just all you gotta do is listen. All right, here we go. It's loading. Oh shit! I have it turned down. 1 second.
First of all, we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this. Gravity attracts everything around the vicinity to create gravity around the Earth.
Little
Or,
Asian dude,
as
I
we
know this
say
guy.
in our astronomy courses, when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. The space around you is warped, and space itself is pushing you down into your chair. And that's why you're sitting in your chair today.
That was it.
All right. Well, we may as well
don't care
just wrap
about
up.
the reason. I'm
Yeah,
going
we
to
should.
claim a
Hey,
reason, then say the reason doesn't matter.
So he's saying there's a big push. Why can't that be from the pressure of the atmosphere that we're breathing right now, being so massive?
All it does is tell you Cavendish didn't happen then, so you can throw that one out the window because they didn't get pushed together. He said pushed down, not together.
Okay, hey, that's fair
Well,
enough. That's a
yeah.
good chess move.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, the theory is what's at in contention here with the rest of the ballers that come in here. They're like, well, it's mass attracting mass according to Newton's law of gravitational theory. And we're like, dude, do you know that's fucking 110 years out of date? Nobody's talking about that in current rhetoric. There's nobody except for you guys who come in here and say that we've done a science experiment at school. It's like, dude, nobody's fucking saying that shit. Well, can't you get on board with the rest of science, the community, the consensus that they're all saying that it's Einsteinian's gravitational theory, and they're just like, well, it doesn't really matter which one. Yeah, it fucking does, because even Michio Kaku is saying it does matter because remember Newtonian gravity, we lied to you. He's saying it that way. It's not like they're like, oh no, you can use it also. He's like, no, stop using it. We lied to you. It's not what's going on. It's space pushing you down. That's what he's saying, bro.
It's a prank, bro.
But
Well, what do you
but
think?
here's these are the scientific communicators of the day, and when we show other ballers that come in here, they just don't know how to respond to that because it's not us saying it. Because Michio Kaku's not a fucking flat earther, dude. He's a Glober 100%. He's parroting what scientific community consensus is telling him to say. So he's speaking on the behest of these fucking guys, right? Like he's like not just up there. It's like some random guy. You know, he's got a platform worth millions. Like, what do these guys have? These bobbleheads that come in here saying, "Oh, it's Newtonian's just fine." No, it's not. Every time, Cavendish and all that shit, just throw it in the bin. We're not looking at
Yeah.
that. We're looking at what this guy's saying.
If Newtonian was just fine, why supersede it in the first place? Why come up with a whole new concept? What would have been the point? It was working perfectly and they just replace it because?
Interesting.
They replaced it due to a larger cosmological discrepancy. But what do you guys think it is in reality? I mean, I lean more towards pressure being the forces.
Well, yeah, but what we're getting to is the root cause of why everybody comes in here saying the things that they do. No tanks.
Yeah,
And
and
so with that, do you understand if the Earth is a globe or it's understood to be measured and verified as flat and stationary? I mean, what position do you have? No tanks.
Yeah, we don't live on a globe. Yeah.
We don't live on a globe. Is that what you said?
Right. No, we do not live on a globe. But yeah, I mean, I see in reality, it seems to be like a sort of like a pressure.
Mediation. Yeah,
Yeah, mediation.
Everywhere you go, there's always different pressures enacting. Like you can see the variance of pressure and weather systems and just different things, right? Like so, that is something true that you can discover and measure. So um, but that's void of this kind of cosmological uh, understanding or gravitational theory. That it's void of that. You don't need that. It's even considered the weakest of all forces, I guess, in the sense of saying that it is an entity, right? Then you get into like, how did they discover that? What's the scientific evidence for that? And we go back to where they're calling it a theory, um, and then you have to deal with that whole paradigm. But that's the reason why we bring it up, because it was in a it's kind of formalized, right, in the consensus. So because of that, we have to talk about it. And then the guys last night said that it's inconsequential. We don't need to talk about it. It's like, well, then what the fuck do you think is causing it? Because in your cosmological paradigm, it is something that we need to talk about. Either is or
Well,
is not true,
most
right?
people can't even like even on the globes can't even like define it. They'll say gravity. Oh, well, what is gravity? Where do you see it? Where can you find it? Like where are its effects? And they can't even get that far. So I mean, yeah. So some people saying we don't even need to address it because it's such a small force. Nobody even knows like where it's what it's doing, what it's
Let's
supposed to be
let's
doing.
Yeah, let's open up the floor because I think Dust Bunnies just arrived. Dust Bunnies, I heard you arguing for the Globe yesterday. Are you there? Without your voice
What?
changer, or you got your voice changer on? Dust Bunnies,
What do you want?
you got your voice changer. So you advocate for the side that the Earth is a globe, right? Yesterday it sounded like you were very staunch in your position that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. I believe
Okay.
the Earth is a globe. I
How
was mostly
certain?
here to listen,
Sure. How
but
certain?
I
Not
can
well.
speak.
We want to see if the engagement from your side would have anything to produce any evidence. So, how sure are you that the Earth is a globe? On a scale from 1 to 100, what percentage value would you give it of your certainty?
Oh, 99.9.
Okay. So, being that as it is, then I guess some people we can open up the floor to some questions. We have Jedi in the house right now who probably wants to ask you some questions, but more than that, I'll let Dr. Jason Flatworm, who's just joined our chat, if he can just ask you a simple question, and we'll go to Jedi and just kind of pass a flatter talking stick, as it were. See if we can get some people to take point. So, Dr. Jason Flatworm, if you want to ask him a question, Dust Bunnies, then we can go to Jedi or not.
Oh, we got a willing participant, or
Yeah, Dust Bunnies is in here. He was advocating yesterday, so.
okay. So I always ask for scientific experimentation that follows the scientific method for curvature. Is there any experimentation that follows those parameters?
Oh, do you
that
want
you
to
can
define the scientific method? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, scientific method. You see something happen in nature, you come up with a theory, develop a hypothesis about how it's happening, then you test said hypothesis with a scientific experiment. That includes controlling the environment, controlled variables, independent variables, repeatability, peer-reviewed testability. And then after all that tests passed all the mustard, you have something that says, yes, we have curvature.
Okay, I have a little bit of a different definition, but I'll provide my own.
Okay.
And we can see which definition you prefer. So
Okay.
usually I'll say that scientific method defines a question to investigate. So it has to be a proposition, it has to be true or false. Then we make predictions. We form a hypothesis and we make predictions based on that question, right? So we'll say, is it raining outside? We'll make a prediction. We gather data. Okay. This could be either mathematical data or empirical data or, just data, right? Um, and we do experiments. We analyze the data, right? We do tables, graphs, diagrams if possible, or, important variables for testing. And then we draw conclusions based on that. Now, let's say our conclusions are faulty and somebody else tests our conclusions, right? Because it's not just me who tests it, it's somebody else who's testing it as well. We'll have to go back to the drawing board, right? If we're wrong, let's say it wasn't raining outside, we have to retest and revisit the model, right?
Was that a good enough answer? I don't know, Dr. Jason, if you want to
That's
just
his.
go to the Jedi.
That's his. Her. I don't know. I don't. It's a voice, a robot. I don't know. That's robot's opinion about it. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, do you agree with my opinion? You don't have to agree. There's different definitions, right?
It sounds very vague. It sounds like it could be manipulated very easily. The definition I gave for scientific method seems more scientific in nature and more precise.
Well,
And that's what I believe.
mathematics, right. I think we all believe in science, okay, but we might have different definitions for how we go about gathering evidence for our beliefs, right? So I think like mathematical proofs can be proofs, right? You might disagree, right? You might say math doesn't adhere to reality, but where I would say, that's valuable. That's the basis of the scientific method is mathematics.
Just to be clear, to hold my own side accountable, you would not devise an experiment to find curvature. You would do a measurement. You wouldn't do an experiment for curvature. You would just do or
You could do
or you could do,
measurements within a scientific experiment.
of
And you can do
course,
mathematics within inside of a scientific method.
that's fine. I'm
But
not.
you can't just do math and you can't just do measurements. You have to do both of these things within a scientific experiment for it to be a scientific experiment.
But for curvature, you would just either detect or measure curvature. You wouldn't actually need to do an experiment
Well,
because
actually, I mean, you can do experiments, and there could be an experiment conducted. It'd be very simple. It's basically the Bedford level, but you put it in a giant vacuum chamber tube, 6 miles long. Which we can do pipes for miles
All
and
right,
miles, 6 miles.
yeah.
Probably.
that would be.
And then we
before
can
we,
change.
yeah,
Then we can change the environment. Then we can change control of variables, and we can have independent variables. Yeah, so that makes it scientific. We can do that.
Yeah, let me just before you guys move forward, I was just gonna give the talking stick to Jedi because he was gonna be next. But I just wanted to, I guess, it seemed like Dr. Jason Flatworm and Dust Bunnies they didn't agree on the position, so I'm just gonna let Jedi come in. I mean, we're gonna see if we can pass it around to as many people as we can. But Jedi, if you want to.
All right, I just want to clear this up very, very quickly. So Richard Feynman, Nobel laureate in physics, from the Feynman lectures. Mathematics is not science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. Its test, the test of its validity is not experiment. I'll post that in the live stream for you, along with a few other citations that I've been posting with regards to the scientific method, the constituent parts of an experiment, all of those lovely, lovely things. Just give me a moment and I'll post the one that I've just read out to you and a few others in the text stream. It'll take me a couple of moments though, guys. And I've got my hands not free.
Oh, that was a beautiful quote. I like that.
Yeah, there's kind of like a
so
yeah. I'll just go ahead, Dust Bunnies, if you want.
There's been a long schism between mathematicians and physicists, right?
It doesn't matter, man. Who cares about the sociological bullshit?
Did you cut out, Dust Bunnies? We don't hear you.
Oh, I said I agree. There's been a long schism between mathematicians and physicists, right? That's true.
Yeah, but who cares?
Jedi, are you gonna come in with
Well,
your?
he brought up the physicist. I don't know.
Well, yeah, he's got something to present.
I mean, look, I've just posted a load of citations with regards to the scientific method. I read you another one. The scientific method distinguishes science from all other forms of explanation because it's a requirement for systematic experimentation. So we'll understand that mathematical equations are not systematic experimentation. We understand what an experiment is. That will be after you've created a hypothesis. The hypothesis, the observation of a natural phenomena, something happening in the physical natural world, that would be a dependent variable. You would then make a special kind of prediction. That prediction will be the prediction of cause
of the phenomena. So you will have both your independent and dependent variable correctly situated within your hypothesis. Then you can go on to then test that physically in a physical experiment where both independent and dependent variable must be physical, and the researcher must vary and manipulate, add energy, kick whatever he has to do to the presumed cause to see if it has the effect. Again, I've posted several citations. This isn't me. So, Dust Bunny, this isn't what I think science is, my friend. This is what science is. See what science is. So, Nobel laureates, Richard Feynman, blah, blah, blah. I know you've got
Jedi,
your kind of idea.
Jedi,
Hold
will
on.
you stop going on about this scientific method, mate?
I know I do it.
So
Fucking 20
let me
times.
give you an
Oh my
example,
God.
right? I'll give you an example. X plus 1 equals 2. Right? We know what X is because logically it has to be a positive number because it's not a negative number. So X plus 1 equals 2. Right? Do I need a physical experiment to test this?
Because you're doing maths. But when you do science, natural science, you must have an experiment. I was in a conversation
Well, we
today
could
with
test this
somebody.
physically too.
My friend. I mean, if you want to give me some apples, that'd be great. And we'll add some apples to some other apples and brilliant. There we go. I'm not saying that you cannot abstract mathematics from science. In some places, yes, you can most definitely do that. In some other instances, you're going to be able, you're going to want to measure things as well. But within natural science, you can't replace natural science with a mathematical equation, for example. To have natural science, you must have a correct formalized hypothesis that you can test in a physical experiment. The final arbiter of science is experimentation. Again, Richard Feynman.
Yeah, you mean you don't
right?
you don't walk around in the woods looking at numbers, number 2s and 4s, and the minus and plus and multiplication numbers dangling off trees, do you?
Well, for example, right? If I wanted to test the shape definition, right? That's going to be a mathematical proof, right? That shapes cannot necessarily be experimented in the physical world. Like a square is defined as a four-sided
Bingo.
He's correct.
Yes.
Thing. Right. So shapes in particular are the product of mathematics.
Correct.
And definitions and axioms.
Yeah.
Correct.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. Sorry, Alpha. I do apologise, but yeah, you are 100% correct. That's why I'm jumping up and down. This is something that we try to educate people with, whether they are flat earthers or globe earthers, because we've all been told that science proves the shape of the earth. If we knew what science was, systematic hypothesis construction and test, then we would understand that science is not the tool we would use for this particular piece of inquiry. I'll give you your math though. The problem is you must not beg the question with math. You must measure all things to be true, especially like the radius value of the earth. There must be a direct measurement of the surface of the earth to have drop between point A and point B over that distance of the arc. Elevation change. There must be a direct measurement. We can't just assert math without demonstrating physically its actual applicability and existence. So this is where the next question comes in. Do you, or does anybody that you know about through the annals of history, have a direct measurement of the surface of the earth to have curvature, slope over the distance?
Do I
Negative.
or anybody I know about have direct, like taking a piece of measuring tape and running it around? Or are you talking
Doesn't
about
have to-
measuring the shadows?
No, not shadows, right? And I'm not
No.
talking about you running around with a measuring tape, but a direct measurement, however that was done. So, and I don't necessarily mean you, because you obviously believe something has happened in history that has demonstrated drop over distance to be true. If you want
And
to
a
bring
shadow.
up shadows, we're gonna have a problem. If you're going to be talking about Einstein, I'll be talking about Su Hung, who was the Chinese guy who did it, and that was a flat Earth.
Chinese guy.
A shadow is not physical, is
So
it? Is a shadow physical?
is a shadow physical?
Yeah.
Technically, yes. It's the
Can
result
you
of light photons.
can you touch it? Can you feel a shadow? Can you feel a shadow?
No, I can't feel light either.
Yeah. So it's not physical then, is it?
Well, it is physical, right? In the same way light is physical. I don't sense it because my body is not that sensitive, right? Like it's too small. Just like I can't sense like an individual cell on my skin dying. It would just be bad. I can't feel that.
I'll give you
That's
this.
great. Now
Right.
let's get back to the Earth curve measurement evidence.
Yes. Sorry. 2 seconds. One deck. So, Dust Bunny, you're going to want to bring
Okay,
up stocks and shadows now.
so do you
Dust Bunny.
guys let's actually do an experiment we can all do. So do you
Oh.
guys know, for example,
Just gonna
if you take a heavy object and a light
Oh.
object, they will actually fall at the same time?
Are you going to completely go past curvature and go on to something else?
Well, no,
Well,
this is a part
no,
of
you guys
it,
are
right?
being
This is
insubordinate.
Right, but we would think intuitively that heavy objects should land on the ground first, right?
And how is this proving the shape of the ground?
Because it proves
It's
gravity.
a process, okay? It's a process. This is how we're going to prove that the rate of gravity
real
can be
quick.
calculated,
Hang
and
on.
that it applies to both heavy and
We
light
got a
objects
runaway
in the
train
same.
here. We got to hang on, Dust Bunnies. But I just want to point out real quick to the whole room, Dr. Flatworm. Do you remember what I told you? It's happening right now. So, anyways, Dust Bunnies, please stick to the topic. And once again, Jedi, please.
Duly
I'm trying to
noted.
hold it.
Gravity first.
I'm writing
So
it
we
in the
can do
Reddit.
an experiment.
Whoa.
Anybody who's
Whoa.
willing can do
Whoa.
this
Wow, you
experiment.
just talked all the way through him.
Dust Bunny,
This is a
literally
fucking
gonna-
echo chamber. Holy shit.
Told you.
All right,
Somebody's
so Dust Bunny,
angry.
I'm trying to hold you to Yeah, please, guys. Dust Bunny, I'm trying to hold you to this because I was going somewhere. We were talking about mathematics not being science, and I jumped up and down for joy when you got that right. So, intelligent man, brilliant. Are you going to want to talk about the direct measurement apparently using sticks and shadows? Or are you going to want to go into something else and then beg the question there?
Well, no. What we want to establish is whether it is true that gravity exists. And one of the ways we can prove this ourselves without using any mathematics is simply by taking a heavier object and a lighter object and dropping it over a similar distance or a similar point. Now,
Okay.
if my
So hold
theory
on.
is correct and there is a rate of gravity,
Keep going, don't you? Are you going to just give me give me an effect of things falling down at a calculable rate in the vacuum chamber, which isn't up for debate? Or are you actually going to be able to vary and manipulate your cause?
I can actually demonstrate. I can send a video to somebody of me dropping a Sharpie and me dropping a rock at the exact same time, and they fall at the exact same rate. So if I make a
Maverick,
video of that,
please sit down. Please sit down, Maverick, or you'll be sat down.
I mean, I can post the video somewhere if I get
Maverick, sit
curved
down,
or.
Maverick.
That's brilliant because
I'll
what I'm
send the
trying
video
to
to you,
ask.
Jedi.
Brilliant, Maverick.
so we
Listen to
have
this.
calculated the rate
No.
at which things fall.
Seriously, you're all going to keep talking and not let me make sure that you understand this point. Are you just going to give me
go
a
ahead.
phenomenon, an effect which isn't up for debate, the rate of things falling to the ground, little g, or are you going to vary and manipulate your presumed cause of little g?
Well, we have to Okay, so we
Wait,
have
what?
to understand what G
What the
represents.
hell?
So why G is occurring? So the reason why things fall at the same rate as other things, right, like heavy things and light things, is because of the mass of the planet,
Oh, okay.
which is
So,
weighing down
okay.
space-time. And we
Oh,
have an
okay.
equation for this
So not
that
science then.
predicts.
Oh,
Sorry?
so not science then. We're going straight into
that
mathematical equations. Yeah, that's fine.
Math
Right.
as
So
well.
the math
Why,
is going
why
to
we not?
back up the method.
So
So
you've, to be clear, you've conceded that they've
because
never.
we know. Sorry.
To be clear, are you just accepting that you're skipping over the measurement of curvature directly and just talking about this? Are you conceding that there's no curvature measurement that's ever been done? I'm going to start talking about gravity because
Oh,
that's what.
I believe there's been tons of measurements done on this, right? I'm
Okay.
very sure there's been
Awesome.
tons of measurements done on
Like-
this, but this would be
No,
right
wrong way round.
regardless because we're trying to explain
Why?
gravity.
Just funny. Why? So things going down on a
Why
flat
are
Earth
we
or a
trying
globe
to
Earth.
explain gravity?
Listen, and you'll understand why. I want to go back to the direct measurement to prove that your gravity does what it says it does. Pulls things into balls, makes balls, for example, right? The falling objects thing isn't up for debate, apart from gas. So if you've got a
Well,
direct
we can talk about
measurement,
gas.
that we can do, but we're going to have a direct measurement to prove your assertion of gravity doing what you say it does, making things the way you say it does.
Sure.
We need a direct measurement of the
Right.
curvature of the Earth.
So
Remember?
right. So if we took a banana leaf, for example, and dropped a drop of water on the banana leaf, it would form a sphere because that's the most efficient shape it can take.
Only over a small amount of water. After a while, that water will become too big.
Well,
so,
what
has
do you
that
mean
water
too
got
big?
tides in it? And dude,
If
has that water
we
got
had a
tides?
giant
Hold
like
on,
colossal sized
fucking
banana leaf,
No, dude. We want a direct measurement because we understand that when I pour water into a cup, it's not doing what you say it does. It fills the limitation of the container and is level upon the surface, right? Apart from the meniscus around the outside.
okay,
So
so
direct
in a
measurement
cup,
of those curvature is.
so in a cup, for example, it's going
It's
to
less
take
than
the shape of a cup,
yes. So where's your
right?
little
But
droplet
that's
of water
because of
now?
physical barriers. Okay,
Yes,
so that's
physical
because of
barriers.
physical barriers. If
Yes,
there are
physical
no
barriers.
physical barriers, meaning it's free floating, it would be round.
Mhm. No, I would just pour it out onto the floor and it will take the shape of whatever it is on because there are two vectors with regards to fluids. You pour it into a cup, it
Yeah, but
presses downwards. Hold on. It presses downwards and outwards, doesn't it? When you put a rock on a scale, it just presses downwards. You put water into a cup, it presses downwards and outwards. You put gas into a container, it presses in all directions. But we still need a direct measurement of Earth curvature to demonstrate that your supposition is correct in the first instance, because I'll run a bath in a minute and the water will be level on the surface and will just fill that container. Now, have you got a direct measurement of Earth curvature, please? I asked this in the beginning. I really didn't want to go to gravity, but the way that you were explaining it, we're going to have to go for a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
Okay. So the reason why gravity is so important is because that's going to determine basically everything. We can't really even like gravity is why the Earth is round.
There we go.
That's the
So if you're
cause.
so that's the claim. You're saying if my cause of things going down, my big G is true, then the Earth will be a ball. That's your claim. So can we have a direct measurement of Earth curvature to prove that claim? Otherwise, it's just a fucking baseless assertion.
Well, you can look at other planets in the galaxies as well,
No,
right?
no,
Like the moon is
no,
round,
no,
the sun is
no,
round,
no,
Venus is
no,
round. If this applies to other
no.
objects, it applies to the
That's
Earth.
funny. That's funny. No. We're not going to start pointing up to things in the sky and say, oh, that thing looks like a sphere, so I must be a fucking sphere too. It's akin to me going to the woods, watching a squirrel in the tree eating nuts and declaring, I must be a squirrel in the tree eating nuts. You would have to directly measure the surface of the Earth to prove
that it is like those things in the sky. You can't just make claims without proof of the claim.
Right, but if the theory of gravity is true, it should apply to all planets, right?
If you can demonstrate Earth curvature, we will all give you that. But just because some things in the sky are round and you've got a presupposition of what makes them round and what makes the Earth round to be like those things, I guess the best thing we could do is measure curvature on the Earth. Now, you've got two premises on the table. Gravity causes balls, and there are other balls in the sky. How do we verify this? I know. Measure the surface of the Earth to see if it has Earth's curvature. Do you have a direct measurement of Earth curvature? I'm starting to think you don't, because you're sidestepping it.
Oh, well, we would use like a GPS to, I guess, do that. We could use GPS or stuff like that. Sure. I would post like the formulas in the side chat, but I can't like post anything in the side chat. As well as other experiments done, not by myself, but by other people.
Experiment.
But
Experiment for a shape.
experiments? Yeah. So like when we measure
Eh,
things,
Hold
right?
on. So 15 minutes ago, I jumped up and down when you declared that no, shapes aren't part of the scientific inquiry. Maths and measurement and observation would give you the shape of an object. You've just said experiments again and said, yeah, but did you forget what you said 15 minutes ago? No one's going to be doing an experiment to figure out the shape of an object. We're going to want to measure it. So, do you have a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
Personally, no, like myself, but other people have taken these measurements on my behalf.
Excellent. So, how have they done this? Who was it? What's the method?
Okay, so we have, what is that stupid experiment called from like the 1600s? It's a very common experiment. It's just eluding my mind right now.
What's the
Don't say
method?
Eratosthenes, please.
I'm gonna look it up real quick, just so
Don't
we have
say
it.
Eratosthenes. Don't say Eratosthenes, please.
Dude,
Don't
let him
say
say
what?
Aristotle if he wants to. Let him do it if he wants to.
Oh my God! Yeah,
This is
please
where he
don't
was
give him
going.
things.
Okay, so because
Going
there's
down
this
the
guy.
road.
Have you guys ever watched what's his face, Professor Dave?
Oh, fuck me.
Oh my God!
Is that the guy who was get the Nobel Prize after the Einstein?
What? No, he
He's
just did
no,
videos on this topic.
he's not that guy. He's not that professor who get the Nobel Prize after the Einstein. No? Yeah.
Here we go. 1 sec.
What
I
he done?
will link you a whole
So
video on
vague.
this topic.
Right. So look at. So we were talking about this about an hour ago. Don't just chuck a video into the live stream unless you know what's happened and you can tell us about it. Otherwise, it's going to be an elephant hurling fallacy. Do you know what he
Sorry?
did? Do you know what he did?
Do I know what he did?
Yes.
You must know if you're posting video.
Yes
Well,
or
I
no?
can't post
Do you know?
video because that would be.
That's okay. Post it to me. Let's do it like this. If you know what he did and you can describe it to the rest of the panel, you can post it to me and I will put it in the chat for you, but only if you know what he did.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so.
So you don't know.
So.
Do you know?
What he did.
Do you
Sorry?
know? Do you know what he did?
What do you mean, what he did? Like.
You will post the video, but you don't know what is in video.
Oh, what's inside of the video? Yes, I can tell you, like, in parts, right? It's not just one thing.
Oh,
okay.
Can you tell
So
everything what is?
He makes
Look,
multiple points.
Okay, so please, dude, don't just again elephant hurling. Just chuck as many things as you can, one specific thing at a time. And we will go through them, not a problem. But if you're going to suggest that
Okay,
this
sure.
video,
So
Pick one.
Okay, so we're going to talk about, in this video, he talks about what is gravity, right?
Oh my
Is
god.
at 7 minutes and 41 seconds. So that's the question. And then he goes through point by point exactly why, you know, there's
And
no
what
explanation
he's
for
saying.
gravity.
And what he's saying.
Oh, well, what he's saying in this video is that a flat Earth doesn't account for gravity or have an account for gravity.
Stop right there. Because no matter what you're going to do, we're going to go back to 5-10 minutes ago, and I'm going to ask you for a hypothesis that I can test, where I vary and manipulate this presumption of gravity some fucking how. That's where
Right,
we're going to
like
end
I
up.
said, this is an experiment you can do yourself in your room. So the
Okay,
reason why we know gravity works is because we
Mm,
can take a heavy object and a light
mm,
object, and if we hold it
mm,
at the same time and drop it, then it
mm.
would be the case that both objects should fall and land on the floor at the same time, regardless of the weight.
Again, it's like you forgot. This isn't up for contention, my friend. Little g, the rate of drop for an object of 8, whatever it is, 8 meters per second squared. Sorry, I forgot my words. This isn't up for contention. What's up for contention is the cause of that phenomena.
Well, again, the cause is going to
Oh,
be
yeah.
the mass of the Earth.
Oh, what's the mass of the Earth doing? Is it attracting the mass of the object, or is the mass of the Earth sitting in the fabric known as space-time?
It's sitting on the
Is the
fabric known as space-time.
So push then, not pull. Okay, got you. Are you going to give me more mathematical equations then, and a backwards engineering of this rate of fall? Because you're not going to give me an experiment, are you? You're going to give me
Well, I
Einstein.
wanted to give you
general relativity.
I wanted to give you
You're
an
gonna-
experiment that you could test yourself with your own eyes.
Dude, I can drop things. Brilliant. But I'm not very manipulating the cause of things accelerating to the floor, or if Einstein pushing things to the floor. You're going to give me equations. I want natural science. We're going to have an impasse. Again, it feels like this is maybe the 5th or the 6th time I've said this.
Is that
It's
not natural
kind of,
science if you performed the experiment yourself?
my goodness me. Have I or you varied and manipulated the presumed cause of the thing falling? Remember, I defined this for you about 20 minutes ago. Hypothesis construction and test. First step, observe a natural phenomena. That would be the object falling. Yes?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, the object falls.
Prediction
Yes.
of cause, the independent variable. According to you, the mass of the Earth sitting in the fabric of space-time. That's your presumed cause, yes?
Right.
Brilliant.
Yes.
So now I have to test that in an experiment where I vary and manipulate the presumed cause to see if the thing drops.
Right.
Or change the rate of fall.
Okay, so I don't think you could do an experiment on that level, but we could test, for example, different variables like viscosity as well as very intuitive examples. Like if you stand on the back of a truck and you throw a ball to your friend, the ball's not going to zip past you. The momentum of the ball is going to carry through the rate of the truck, and your friend's going to be able to catch it. Just like if you jump off the back of a truck upwards, right? You will land back on the truck, and the momentum of the truck will carry you forward, right?
Brilliant. But we're still not going to be able to test the presumption of cause. You're just going to point to lots of things and go, oh, this happens, phenomena. Oh, this happens, phenomena. And I'm going to assert cause without doing any science here. Yes.
Well, okay. So,
No
for
science here, dude.
example, when we see other objects celestial bodies similar to Earth's composition and size, we see that they are round.
This is going to be funny. Right. I've kind of entertained this for long enough. You've pointed up to the sky, and within your idea, because of things that you've been told, these things are balls with gas attached, giant gas balls, atmospheres in a vacuous space, like the Earth, correct?
Some of them are made out of gas, some of them are solid rock, but yes.
Well, Mars is solid rock with an atmosphere. Venus is a solid rock with atmosphere. You've got two giant gas balls, that's Jupiter and Saturn, and then you've got some icy planets, Neptune and Uranus, but they've also got atmospheres. I think Mercury's got blown off, I'm not quite sure, but I still think it's got an atmosphere. So all of them have got atmospheres, mate. Right? The Earth,
Right, but
atmosphere.
what about the moon?
Yes. So yeah, tiny little atmosphere apparently, according to your story. So now I'm going to ask you this. Can you demonstrate to me gas pressure without a container without begging the question?
Demonstrate to you gas pressure without a container?
Yep. Being as we have gas pressure here on Earth, and the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, the Earth being an open system, so no container, you're going to have to demonstrate to me gas pressure without a container.
Right, but
you're going to have to.
okay, so
you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to violate the second law of thermodynamics. We all know entropy increases. You're going to have to demonstrate an entropy decrease, which will be a violation of that law, because the gas would increase in entropy and disperse into the vacuum.
Right.
Your claim would be what? It isn't dispersing into the atmosphere.
That the Earth is being contained by the force of gravity.
So it's a force now. Which way is that force? Is it pulling the gas down, or is it pushing the gas down?
Which way is the force?
Yes.
So because of the mass of the Earth on the fabric of space-time, it weighs. Like if you were to take a blanket, let's say, and you drop a ball, right? You would notice that the concave, it would have a concave. It wouldn't just be like one direction, like up. It's going to be down relative to the center.
Awesome stuff. So at least you're still talking about the same gravity. Lots of people start flipping things around at this point, but that's fine. But the same challenge is going to arrive to you. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Without begging the question.
Well, the Earth is a container.
And the container is?
Gravity.
Awesome. So like I said, without begging the question. This is the very thing that's up. This is the very thing that's up for debate right now. The Earth being uncontained from the vacuum of space, and the atmosphere not increasing in entropy, as in dispersing into that vacuum of space. Also, the other problem is the definition.
Just out of curiosity, what do you think is causing the Earth, us, and all the rest of the things not just to be blown out into space, right? What is holding our feet to the ground?
Well, holding? I don't give.
Yeah, like what's the force pushing against me that forces me to stay on the ground?
Dude, I'm not making a claim here. You're not going to reverse the burden of proof onto me and now start asking me questions. Well, I'm just asking you to do one simple thing. Simple. Can you demonstrate to me proof of your claim? Gas pressure without a container.
I don't. Well, like the Earth itself, right, is the container because of its mass.
Oh, so without begging the question, just declaring that you have a belief that up there is a sky vacuum and that the gas isn't dispersing into that sky vacuum because of the cause of the bending and warping of space-time fabric. We haven't got a scientific experiment to demonstrate that mass bends space fabric, or time-space fabric, which is a reification, by the way, not an actual thing. Obviously, time isn't physical. Space, absence of anything, height, width, length, isn't physical. So it's a reification and reified into a fabric so Einstein can bend and warp it with math. We've already conceded that you haven't got an experiment to do that. So you're not going to be able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, right?
Again, this air pressure is because of gravity. You don't get air pressure
Again,
without gravity. There's no such
again,
thing as air
this,
pressure
you
without
don't,
gravity.
oh no, there is such a thing as air pressure without gravity, and that will be the definition of gas pressure, which is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. That's a conditional statement. Without the container, two problems. One, you won't be able to achieve gas pressure because there's nothing physical to press against, and two, the gas will fuck off. Right? We understand that to keep gas in the space, we got to contain it. Otherwise, it will disperse,
Right, but
increase
air
in
pressure.
yes. Air pressure what?
Air
Go on.
pressure increases and decreases due to elevation, right? So if you were to climb a mountain and go very high up, right, the pressure, the gas pressure would change, right? So it can't be because of gas pressure, right? And gas pressure doesn't make any sense without a theory of gravity.
I've been waiting for somebody of some type of decent intelligence to come along and say this. You do know that within your model of the atmosphere, the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is not because of gravity. The reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is because of heat. Within your model, and I can cite this again if you want to, like I cited what a scientific experiment was, I can cite that within your model, not a quick Google search, by the way, and the first fucking things that you find, which attributes its mass attracting mass, which it isn't, because you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time, by the way. Within your model, it's heat. Heat from the sun, radiant heat from the earth. That's why you have a gas pressure gradient within your own model. Now, you can't beg the question and say there isn't an increase in entropy because there's a void out there, an uncontained space out there, and gas isn't increasing in entropy and going into it, which it should do, right? You've popped a balloon, you know what a vacuum chamber is. You know the problem with having a vacuum chamber is one, there's a container separating the two dynamic environments, and when I open the fucking door, the gas rushes in, increasing in entropy and filling that void, that space, lower pressure environment. The claim is the Earth is an open system, so no physical container, like I gave you within the vacuum chamber example, and there's no chamber there. So the gas would not be able to achieve pressure because there's nothing to press against, and the gas would fuck off. This is laws of nature that are applicable to the Earth.
So
you're in violation of
okay,
7
because of
gas laws. You're in violation of 7 gas laws and the second law of thermodynamics. So 8 laws of nature.
okay, so gas molecules, you're right, do increase in movement due to heat, right? But this increase in movement is subject to the Earth's gravity, which draws the molecules downward towards the Earth.
Question. Do you know the evaporation cycle? Good. What happens when the sun comes out over the oceans? What happens to the water? What happens?
It
What happens?
enters from a solid state to a gas state.
No, it's not solid. It's water, fluid.
Or liquid state.
No,
Sorry. I was thinking of
no
ice.
problem. No problem. No, you're fine. You're fine. So when the sun comes out, it breaks the hydrogen. Shush, my friend in the background, whoever that is, got some background noise. When the sun comes out over the oceans of the earth or a lake or whatever, even the dew in the morning, right? The hydrogen bonds of the fluid, liquid, are broken. And which way does the gas go?
Well, the gas goes up.
Problem. Gravity's the vector downwards, right? You drop a rock, it goes down. The gas is going upwards.
Right.
So the gas on the Earth is primarily produced on the surface and within the surface of the Earth, and its motion is away from the mass of the Earth, so up. Okay? You can't assert that gravity is pushing or pulling, I'll give you either, don't really care, is pulling or pushing the gas back down to it, because that's not observed. Remember the gas chamber example? I've got a vacuum chamber, I do apologise. I've got a vacuum chamber and halfway up I've got a tap. I open the tap and gas starts to disperse into the vacuum. It goes as fast up as it goes fast down and outwards, moving freely and randomly in all directions and only colliding with its other gas molecules and the walls of the container, which are the only things that changes the vector of gases. Physical interaction. Now, I've given you all the gravity that you want, whether it's Einstein, which you stuck with, and I do appreciate that. But you can't make a declaration that the gravity of the Earth is pulling or pushing the gas back down to it, when observably, when created, it moves away from the surface of the Earth, the evaporation cycle, and when dispersed into a vacuum, it goes as fast up as it goes down. So you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and you can't assert that gravity is doing something to gas when observably, first step of the scientific method, observe a natural phenomena, we don't have one.
We don't have one, like, I don't understand.
We don't have the phenomena of your gravity acting on gas. So we're at a problem here. No, we don't, because the gas evaporation cycle, gas goes up, chemical and biological cycles on and within the surface of the Earth, gas goes up. Within the vacuum chamber, gas disperses in all directions, pressing on the limitations of its environment, pressing upwards and downwards and outwards, giving you all the gravity that you want, but observably, it's not affecting gas.
Right, but as you go higher into the atmosphere, there are fewer molecules and the mass of the atmosphere above you is less. The number of air molecules is reduced and atmospheric pressure goes down, right?
It's a gas pressure gradient, which within your model is caused by heat, but you can't have a gas pressure gradient because you need to achieve gas pressure first. The definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. You can't now just blindly assert that the gas graduates out into a vacuum. It doesn't, because gas fills space, and because we live within a dynamic system, and heat is the primary cause of your gas pressure gradient, as I've asserted, and I will provide citation when I've got my hands free. It's not your cause, my friend. Gravity isn't your cause
Right,
of gas
but the
pressure
gas
gradient.
pressure is right. The gas pressure is the same throughout, right? There is a gradient, but the gas pressure is the same throughout the Earth, right?
Okay.
So,
So, in other
our
words, listen, in other words, there's a gradient of gas pressure. So, there's a gradient of the force that gas is exerting on the walls of its container. And you're trying to use that to say that there isn't a container.
There would have
right,
to be a
no, the
container.
Earth,
If there would have to be
the
a container.
container is gravity.
Again, we're going to go around this. You're just making assertions on phenomena that don't exist. Gas goes up, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions here on the Earth. You, to claim this, are in violation of 7 gas laws, Goussak's law, Boyle's law, blah, 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 and the second law of thermodynamics. You're saying entropy is not increasing, which it should do.
No, entropy is increasing. It's just
Is it?
subject to the force of gravity.
And again, an assertion. No scientific validation for the claim of gravity, no demonstration of gas pressure without a container, no observed phenomena of gravity acting on gas. Just an assertion based on your belief.
I
You
just
believe this?
I don't
You
even know how
believe?
you would get gas pressure without gravity, though. How is
Oh,
this
I
even
do.
possible?
I do. I do. You put it in a container. It's a conditional statement. It's the definition of gas pressure, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of a container. You know what a tire is. You know what a football or a basketball is. You know what a balloon is. You know that if you want to take gas from here to there, you put it in a container and transport it. Inside the container, the gas is pressing on the walls of the container and has pressure. Please don't say that you don't know how we would have pressure without gravity. The definition of gas pressure.
Well, like again, the pressure within a ball, or like, where's the solid container around Earth? Like, is
That's
it
your
invisible?
problem. That's your problem. I'm just pointing out a conditional statement. If you say that there's a vacuum up there and there's no container, you're in violation of 7 laws of gas, second law of thermodynamics, without a scientific experiment to prove your presumption of cause, without a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Observably, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, so you don't have the phenomena to even start the scientific inquiry.
Okay. So you believe pressure has to have a container, right? That's your like thing. So if there's
It's
no
not a belief.
physical container containing
It's
the
not a belief.
gas on Earth, then what is the cause for the Earth's gas to be contained?
A container.
If not gravity.
A
Right,
container.
but a container. Where's the container?
Up in the sky.
Right, but is it see-through? Is it made of
I
plastic?
can
What is it made out of?
don't know. Never been up there and licked it. Never been up there and poked it. Things can be transparent, right? Gases, when cooled, turn to liquid, right? Liquid helium, hydrogen, right? They are
Right.
very transparent, right? But this is just
Right.
me saying things. Shush. I can't verify what or where the container is, but I will assert this to you. The gas must be present on something physical. If there's nothing physical there to have a fixed volume, the gas will just keep expanding. Entropy, right? You have a belief that you have a belief that up there is a sky vacuum surrounding the Earth, surrounding Jupiter, surrounding Mars. That's a violation of laws of nature. Just because you have a belief in that, and I accept it, that's what you believe, but that cannot be true. One, you don't have a scientific experiment that proves your gravity. We've conceded that. Two, there is no demonstration for gas pressure without a container. Three, there is no observed phenomena in gravity, and I've given it to you, acting on gas. Gravity isn't changing the path of gas molecules, only interactions between themselves and the collision with something physical would change the path of gas molecules. Right? 4, you're in violation of 7 gas laws, Boyle's law, Goussak's law, I'll name them all if you want, and the second law of thermodynamics. Nowhere in the second law of thermodynamics does it mention gravity. Nowhere in any known gas laws does it mention gravity.
Right, but they're not trying to explain gravity, so why would they like
Well, they're
say that?
explaining what gas does, for a start. If we're talking about Goussak's law, Boyle's law, they're explaining what gas does. And this now is going to
Right.
compound my point even further. Because if gravity was affecting gas, they'd have fucking mentioned it. But being as we don't have the observation of gravity acting gas, then why would you mention it? Like I said, no
Well,
observed phenomena, right?
Okay, so but gravity in this case plays a significant role in compressing gas to create high temperatures necessary for like stars and all these other
Without,
crazy things, right?
again, this is you telling us about your story,
right? Which is a story that you've been given and we've all been given, right? These stars are compressed gases. That Jupiter's a giant ball of gas. All of them uncontained from the vacuum of space. Okay? Now, that is the very thing that is up for debate right here, right now, between me and you. You cannot have gas pressure without a container. Gas will increase in entropy. If there is a space, that's why it's called space, lots of space, right? If there is a space full of gas to disperse into, you keep asserting gravity, you don't have a scientific experiment that proves it, just mathematical equations based on a reification fallacy. You don't have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container unless you point to your belief in what's happening in the sky. And you don't have the observed phenomena unless you point to things that you believe are happening in the sky. Jupiter, for example.
Yeah, but wouldn't Jupiter be an example of the cause that I'm talking about, right? An observable, measurable cause? If
you
Jupiter
believe,
was flat,
if you believe,
then I might agree with you, but Jupiter is
who
not
cares?
flat.
Who cares what the other things in the sky are? And we will go back to what we were talking about half an hour. And I do apologise, gentlemen, this is taking so long. Then we're going to need a demonstration that the Earth is like those things, which would be a direct measurement of Earth curvature. You see how this works? Every single claim must be met with validation.
We exist in the same system. We don't exist outside of nature. We exist within nature. So what affects other things will
So-
affect us.
So, if we're dealing with natural science, which we are, if we're dealing with laws of nature, which we are, then those things violate those laws of nature, my friend. The Earth
No,
would violate its own
the
laws of
laws
nature,
of
my
nature
friend.
must be universal. It must apply to all planets, not just one.
Good, good.
There
So entropy
cannot be
would
an exception to the rule.
entropy, dude. No, there's no exception to the rule. If laws of nature apply here like they do up there, which they should do, then entropy would increase and those things up there would not be uncontained balls of gases. The Earth would not have gas pressure. The Earth's gas would have fucked off into that space. We wouldn't be breathing because this whole story couldn't exist.
Okay, so the roundness of Jupiter, for example, can be explained by the pressure put upon it by the force of gravity, right? Similar to the
You
Earth.
don't, which one, again, you don't have a scientific experiment for. Two, you don't have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Every time I say vacuum chamber, remember the chamber, the only thing that's separating the two dynamically different pressure environments, stopping the gas from going into the vacuum chamber because there's a physical boundary. Three, you don't have an observed phenomena of gravity acting on gas unless you point to your belief about what Jupiter is.
Well, okay, so if the flat Earth model is true, and Jupiter is being held by some kind of container, then where is the container in the physical world?
Who said Jupiter's a giant ball of gas? I didn't.
Like the moon, we've been to the moon, for example. Where was the physical barrier for Neil Armstrong or whatever when he landed on the moon?
Have we left a second law of thermodynamics violation, an open system with gas pressure and not an increase in entropy, blasted off from the Earth into this, what might as well be termed as freaking Narnia at the moment, and gone to the moon? Or is that just a story that you believe because some people saw it on TV?
Some people saw it on TV. No,
Well,
we
I don't
can
know.
do experiments from our house to test whether these theories are true.
Awesome. So we're going to
Don't
go
get
back
snippy
to
with him.
dropping pens on the floor, are we? Which is little g, the effect, not presumption of cause of the effect. And we have to remember that when I uncontain gas, it fucking goes everywhere. So we don't have the observed phenomena to start that particular piece of scientific inquiry. Do you see how we're going round and round and round? And every
Yeah,
single time you bring up a
it's
point, I'm
it's starting
asking
to
you to
become.
prove it. If you can, please.
Okay, so the
Did I?
issue with what you're
Yeah, he's
saying
starting to.
is,
Hang
though,
on,
your
Dust Bunnies. I have
claim
to
is
mute him. 1 second. It's starting to become a circle jerk. So I don't know if you want to get off this ride because I think a lot of people are kind of wanting to get off the ride. I don't know if he has any more points because you really shellacked him thoroughly. So I don't know what else he can recover from. He just keeps going back to his paradigm being a globe. That's all he's
I was
doing.
just going to tell him that space time pushes everything down. Gravity doesn't pull anything.
Well, but yeah, if you want to give like a closing statement and let Dust Bunnies give a closing statement to finish up, but yeah, it's getting pretty circular. Go ahead, Dust Bunnies.
Sorry.
We just want you guys to like, if you want to say anything closing for your discussion / debate. It's not. It wasn't a debate, but
No, I'm just having an open conversation. I mean, I disagree with him, right? And I don't think I'm going to be able to convince him, and he's not going to be able to convince me.
You
Right.
agreed though to everything.
Sorry.
Well, it's because you're stuck in your fantasy paradigm, and you just don't seem to understand reality or anything that he's putting down. And you just go back to your circular reasoning every single time. You just don't seem to get it.
That's mean. I would just say, Bunny, you made some good points, but you agreed to everything that Jedi put forth. But go ahead, sorry.
Okay, well, the difference is with logic, there is circular reasoning within logic, right?
Oh my God!
So,
Let's
for
just mute
example,
this guy.
the law of non-contradiction only is true in light of the
Alright.
fact that it is the law of
we'll do
non.
that. All right, so we'll move on to if anybody else is in the room, they want to present their case for the Earth being a globe. Go ahead and do so. We had a few people chiming in while Dust Bunnies and Jedi were talking. If you think that the Earth is validated to be a globe, please come forward with your evidence, demonstrations, citations, primary sources, whatever you have. Anybody in here? We got some new faces in here.
When you go around the block, Mayhem, and you come back to that person, I have a big question for that person. If we go around the block and can't find anybody first, I'll wait. Go ahead.
Yeah, because he was getting circular with his belief, so we can't be talking about it too long. Because he kept going back. He didn't have no evidence. He kept asserting gravity, and it was just circular. All right, so and we got some people listening in right now. I'm gonna mute some of the guys that are well known, established like people that are in this room, like Maverick was kind of obfuscating while they were talking, but I just unmuted him. No Tanks has just joined us. He's on the side of the flat Earth, from my understanding, anyway. And then we got some people in here, the usual suspects. OG Meatballs hanging out with us. Over Fences, Plum Bob, Prismo, Resolve, Sasha, Slow Moon Buggy. TOS UK is always recording all the time. We're 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Also, we're on live on YouTube in like 3 places. We're on Rumble, we're on YouTube, and we're always on. So everything you can say will be used against you if you say something incorrectly. We can turn back the video and see if you said something incorrect. So yeah, we
And
are being live streamed.
Dr. Nice is here too.
Dr. Nice is in the house. Dr. Jason Flatworm has also joined us as well. I didn't really know too much about him, but today we got to get to know Dr. Jason Flatworm. Pretty cool dude. We got Crispy Boyce, kind of a brand new into this arena, but it's picking up steam. He's starting to learn some of the arguments. And if anybody else, like One Deck has been a guy who's been with us for a while. So if you guys have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, please chime in. We'll want to talk to you about it. And I'll just unmute Dust Bunnies XO if you wanted to talk to him about something. Go ahead. XO, if you're still there.
I don't know if he's there.
I don't think so.
Yes,
I think it's time.
yeah. So I
He's
just
still
got one
there.
question for Dust Bunny. So Dust Bunny, you were speaking about this ontological primitive of this outer space indoctrinated system that we go back and forth on. Can you tell me, where do you get your information from regarding this outer space theological belief system?
But Like the laws of logic?
No, nothing to do with that at all. Where do you get the information based on this outer space or measurements of said globe Earth specifically? Where did you get the information for the measurements of the said globe Earth paradigm?
Scientific textbooks.
Okay, can you give us any sources for those so that any of us can actually look into this ourselves? Can we be shown any of these things?
So physics
Okay,
by
sure.
Paul A. I can't put it in the side chat. I would give you a citation, but I can't. So there's University Physics by Hugh D. Young and Roger and Friedman. The textbook, I
Sure.
think, is an excellent resource on the fundamental principles of
Mhm.
physics, including gravity's impact on gases. And then there's an introduction to atmospheric physics by David G. and Andrews. Introduction to modern astrophysics by Bradley W. Carl and Dale H. Ostelli.
Awesome, awesome.
Name, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's perfect. Where did they get their info? So what is the origin of their information? Where did they get it from?
Where did they get their information from?
Yeah, that
Well,
would be.
it's a
I'm looking for the
compiled-
ultimate source. So just okay.
Right,
So, is there any source? I'm just looking for a pinpoint where the actual information based on this globe Earth ideology. Where does it originate from? Who measured it? And how did they measure this? And then how did they take this information down and then put it into things so that we can actually use these things? Where does this originate from? This information.
This information comes from basically just good science, correlation of various points of data that explains observations in a simple way.
Sure. No. Now, can we get an origin? Is there any way that somebody can show me or some of my constituents? We just want to see where this information originates from. And we're just waiting for an answer because nobody in many years can tell us where the information originates from. So I'm just wondering if you could be that person that can show us something, the origins of this.
Well, like I said, it's done through correlation of various data points that explains observations in a simple way, right? So the
Well, where did they get? Well, where did they get? Where did they get
several-
that from, though? Where did they get it from, though? Where can we see where we got this information from? That's all I'm trying. I understand what they believe. I understand all the paradigm, religious beliefs. But where did they get this information from originally? Where does the information originate from?
A scientific textbook is not a religious belief like the Bible. A scientific textbook has backing by, like, it's a compilation, right? Obviously, it's a second-hand source. It's not a first-hand source. But
there you go. There you go. Right there. You just said that right there. That's my point. Is that when can we ever find out what the first source is? Is there any science book that can show us here's the person that did this and what date and time it was and where the person was in reality? Is there any claim for that at all?
Yeah. In the textbooks, you can read about different theories and where they came from. I would have to pull you quotes, etc.
Well, I'm just curious if anybody can ever tell us where the information comes from. We're just looking for an answer. I just want a claim so that I can show my students as well and other people. Oh, okay. Is there a claim? I'm just looking for the claim. Yeah.
The observations are made by other people the scientists write about.
Right. Where did the original information come from, though? That doesn't tell me anything about the origins of the information or claims from its.
If you're looking,
if
you're looking for a primordial source, it's going to come from observation.
Right. Who was this person that first did it? Yeah. So I need to know the person, though, the real person in real life that did that first, that observed it and said, okay, now we know we're living on this ball thing. Wherever it is, doesn't matter. Just this ball Earth idea, where did it originate from, and who was this person that did this? Yeah.
Well, I could put together a compilation of sources for you and draw you like the entire history of the globe model.
Well, that's my point. Is all I want is where it started. Well, that's what I'm trying to get you to do is to stop thinking about all this stuff afterwards. Where did it initiate from? Where did it first start from? Who was the person that initiated the information primitively? Where did it start? The prime starter. Where's the prime? Yeah.
I believe like if we were talking about the history of science here, I would say
Sure.
probably Socrates. If we want to go,
Okay.
depends how far back you want to
Okay.
go.
So is that going to be in the textbook that it says probably Socrates, or is there an actual claim for the definitive knowledge of the primitive origination of this?
I don't think it makes a primitive knowledge claim. We'd have to look into the history of science.
Okay, so my point is, do you know? Okay, there you go. So you don't know where the origins of the ball Earth ideology started from. Then you're not sure. You're saying.
Well, I don't even know where the origins of the flat Earth ideology started.
Oh, okay. I'm not a flat earther though. I'm not interested. The government teaches the ball Earth idea, don't they? Though, don't millions of people believe in the ball Earth idea? So I'm just trying to know if you know where that originated from. If you have any idea where that started from. You said probably, and I don't think that's going to be an adequate answer. Uh-huh.
Right, just like how I don't know how a lot of ideas purely
Okay, so that's your
originated from, like,
okay. So we're good. Listen, bro, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna be here for about 30 more seconds, bro. So you're admitting that you don't know the origins of the ball Earth ideology. Okay, well I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I really do. That was an interesting extrapolation. I just wanted to kind of show.
Need to know.
Oh, I just want to. I know. No, I just want to point out. I know it's okay. It's okay, bro. Listen, I'm just going to point out to my constituents and some of my friends that after 8 years, there is nobody that can even attempt to show us the origin of this outer space ball religion. And I want to thank you again. You've done quite well, Dante Vita, and I appreciate your time. This is the executive officer of the Red October. You can check my channel. It's on my profile. And thanks for your assistance, Dante. Have a good day.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm Dante, but I'll take credit for any dubs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was the guy I'm just speaking to? Dante, good job though. Who was I just speaking to? Oh, Buster Bunny. Buster Bunny. What's his name? Not Bitcoin. Did he leave? Who is it? I'm sorry.
Just call me.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you call me. It's
The
irrelevant.
guy. I'm going to say the guy that I. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to say the guy that I talked to that said that we don't know where the information comes from also said that my name is also irrelevant. So that's kind of consistent. I got to be honest with you. That's pretty admirable of you. Thank you again, sir. And your name was probably Bunny, I think, is what I remember. So God bless, sir.
Whichever voice
Right,
he's
now,
using today.
Again, so the problem I have
Alright.
with this level of critique is it doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? Like, do we need to know the exact origin point of every single idea?
Yeah,
Well, yeah, that's
because
how
when
reality
we're
works.
talking
Go ahead,
about
man.
when we're talking about truth, we want to know if it's true or false. And so we're getting to the root of the issue, and we're seeing it through and through people like such as yourself, Dust Bunnies, that you have a belief, and it's not rooted in true knowledge. It's just rooted in what you think it is, and that's fine. You can have your belief. You can think you're spinning and twirling on and wobbling on a, on a spheroid, but that's not the truth, right? It's your belief, and that's okay. You can believe in whatever you like. There's people that believe in concave Earth and hollow Earth and many other things, but that's just a belief. It doesn't stand to reason that it is true. It's just your belief, and that's all right. All right. So at the end of the day, you can go to sleep and have a nice, comfy sleep, knowing that you're believing something. That's okay. Nobody's saying you can't believe in anything.
We all have beliefs, right? This isn't
Yeah.
exclusive to me.
Yeah.
The difference is I'm not sure like what you seek to explain with a flat earth model
That
where
it's
my model
and it's
has
not a flat. First of all, yeah, you see, it's not a flat Earth model, Dust Bunnies. What we have is just the truth. What can we see? What can we observe? What can we test? Do we practically use every single day? And it always, amounts to it being a flat stationary plane. However, you have this globe belief that's very strong. All right, I will say that it's pretty strong belief, based on some knowledge that someone else has told you, hearsay that they told you because you want to believe the story that you've been told about the globe. And so that's all that it amounts to. It's perfectly okay to have a belief, but it's not okay to say that it's the truth. It's not the truth. The truth is the earth is not measured to be a globe. Period. And if the earth is not curving anywhere, well, it can only be flat. That's it. Finito, finish. And yeah, that's the end of that.
Why would that? Okay, so the issue
Mhm.
I have with this is it doesn't have
Sure.
explanatory power in the real world.
Right. So stories make something true. Is that what you're saying, Dust Bunnies?
Stories make something true.
Yeah, according to you. Explanations.
If we want to get into a theory of truth, that's going to
No,
be
not a
like a
theory.
whole
I didn't
talk
say
about.
theory, though. It's not a theory, though, Dust Bunnies. You got to think about it like this. If it was a theory, then everybody wouldn't be making their observations as a flat stationary plane, practically using it as a flat stationary plane, and measuring it to be a flattened stationary plane, Dust Bunnies. That's the thing, right? We have
But people don't
truth
do
on our
that.
side. Yes, we do. Every day. Every single day. You know that in actuality, you are a flat earther because you aren't standing on a flat stationary plane. You just believe that it's a globe, and that's okay. Like I said, your beliefs are whatever you all day long, dude. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Some people think the earth is concave and hollow and all that good stuff. That's fine, but it's not true. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
So, can you give me an example of something you could do, let's say, on a larger scale,
I
right?
can. Yeah, I can if you want.
Yeah, but
Anything.
I mean, here's the thing, though. I think you're trying too hard, and you don't need to. The answer is very simple. The thing about
Well,
globe
how do
Earth
you
is that it.
explain planes?
Okay, so
Like
here's the thing,
plane
though. Yeah,
trips,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Just 1 second, Dust Buddies. What I say is like usually people in this kind of mindset that and a strong belief, they try to overcomplicate the simplicity of it all, and I think that's why it's like it doesn't need all the complication that you think it does. Either it is or is not a globe, and that's the thing that I'm telling you right now. You could verify it, you could falsify it. There's be many tests that people can. It wouldn't even be a question. People couldn't argue with the truth because it would be true. But the fact is, truth is not on the side of the globe. There's nothing that can be verified or falsified from the side of globe that would make it true. But like, I'll let you ask your question because I think it's pertinent to what you
Okay.
want to.
Okay.
So go ahead and ask your
Yeah,
question.
so
Dust.
okay, so just because people disagree on a certain set of facts, it doesn't make the facts untrue, right? So whether the Earth is flat or not flat, right, a globe, that's going to be true or false regardless of each other's opinion. It's not subject to our opinion. It's just
Objective.
objective, right? Right. So just because we disagree, it doesn't change the flatness or the roundness of the Earth.
Correct. That is correct.
Right.
That's a true statement.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
True statement.
So so our disagreement has no bearing. Now,
Yeah,
when
but
we're
the cool
talking
thing is
about
that you agreed to every single point that Jedi made, and that you also agreed that you had no evidence of curvature of the Earth. So we're all in agreement. Yeah, you're right.
okay, so the curvature of the Earth can be measured, right? We can even use plane trips if you prefer, right? And we have
but yeah,
explanations for this.
Dust Bunnies, yeah, the only reason I interject is because either navigating over the ocean or a pilot that's flying over the surface of the earth is not going to give us a direct measurement of the surface curvature, right? That's just in both examples where you have somebody traveling over the earth in a plane as it's a flat stationary plane or if it's a globe earth, all it's going to tell you is the point of origin to the target destination. Excuse me, it's not going to give you
Well,
the measurements of the ground. You're just traveling over a distance. What we need to do
right.
in this, yeah, what we need to do in this instance, Dust Bunnies, is understand that over a distance there will be a slope or a rate of change. And so for us to understand from, let's say, a point of observation to a target distance, what would be the drop rate curvature that would be on this earth that we're on? So by verifying a measurement, we'd be able to understand, okay, from where I'm standing to about 5 miles away, there's going to be X amount of drop over the distance due to the fact that I'm standing in an oblate spheroid. So that's the precise way to do it. We're going to measure the ground, right? Not using science, we're doing measurement. So flying or traveling on a boat or a car is not going to get us to that example. What we have to figure out is from a point of observation, from standing still to a target distance, what would be the rate of change on a slope? Because it would be sloping, right? As you're standing on the surface of a curved earth. So that's the most important question. Getting, like I said again, if you bring up the example of a plane or a boat, we're just traveling over the surface. We're not doing measurements. So the surface curvature needs to be examined as in what is the slope rate of change. So for me, I guess that would be the best way for us to do this together. Because we're trying to reason together, Dust Bunnies. We want to get to the truth. We don't want to know what people think when they look out the airplane window. What do you see? I see a globe. The other guy's like, well, I see the earth is flat. Okay, how do we settle this? Let's measure. That's a great way to find out whether or not the person is actually seeing a curved surface or the guy saying that it's, it looks flat from up there. That's how we're going to decide, not by thinking that we're flying over a globe. It's not about guessing. This is about measuring. We got to know. Does that make sense, Dust Bunnies? I just want to bring that to you. Like, we're not, it's not about what you, well, so you got on a ride from here to, I don't know, Australia. What was did you feel like you were on a globe? Like, that's not feelings. It's not thinking. It's measuring. Does that make
Right.
sense?
But
Sure.
okay, so ancient Greek philosophers, right? Because you asked about the origin. Oh God, I'm gonna mess up his name. Pythagoras,
Pythagoras.
and later Aristotle observed that the Earth cast a round shadow on the Moon during a lunar eclipse. Additionally,
Sure.
observations made of ships disappeared over the horizon, masked first, and the appearance of a different constellation as it travels north or south,
They didn't.
provided by early evidence of a spherical Earth. So in the 3rd century BCE, Erythraeus, the ancient Greek scholar, made one of the earliest known accurate measurements of Earth's circumference. He compared
Okay.
the
Stop
angle of the
right there.
sun's rays
Accurate
at
measurement. Dust Bunnies, hold on a second. Who did the accurate measurement? You just read it.
I honestly, it's an ancient Greek name. I can't pronounce it. I can spell it for
Eratosthenes.
you, but it's going to be
Eratosthenes, right? Starts with an E.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, it starts with an
Well,
E.
let's
Yes.
say he did it. Let's say he did a measurement. I'll indulge you that. Do you want to find out what he did, or this is the first time you're reading this?
Well, no.
Be
I'm
honest.
just
Like,
giving
honesty
you.
is the key. Honesty is the key for us to make progress, right? Did you know what Eratosthenes did? The guy whose name you can pronounce? Be honest,
Yes,
Dust Bunnies.
because I
Do you
knew
know what he
about
did?
Aristotle. Even no,
No,
I knew
no.
about Aristotle
Eratosthenes.
and Aristotle. Yes, I knew about him as well.
Okay, so what did he do?
What he did is he measured the sun's rays at 2 different locations. At Alexandria was one of the locations, and he used the angular difference to estimate the Earth's size. That's
Angular
what he did.
difference. What was he measuring?
The angular difference between the shadows cast on the 2 different points, which is Alexandria and whatever the other place is. I forget what it's called. Syene or something.
Saying. So if he's doing this measurements of shadows, could that be also done on a flat surface? Like, if the Earth was not curving, could it be done on a flat surface?
Could this be done on a flat surface? I don't think so. No.
Well, I would say that it can, because, and I'm going to just give you an example, okay? Just, you could put this in your mind's eye, because I'm going to use practical hypothetical. So this practical hypothetical deals with 3 objects, right? And we have a light source. Let's say your room, okay? We'll use a room for example, any room. So you have a light source in the center of the room, and you have 3 objects, one in close proximity, right underneath 90-degree underneath that light source, and then we have, of course, 2 other objects that are further away. Could be cans of soda, pop, right, far away from the light source, and then the furthest one is like really far, is the farthest distance. Every single one of those shadows is going to be different at a different angle. Would you agree or disagree?
Wait. The shadows are well, it's going to be relative to where the sun is hitting the object.
Well, yeah, the light source, right? So in your room, let's say I was using a practical hypothetical, right? In your room, you're using a flat surface, and you're having 3 objects, one underneath 90 degrees underneath the light source, one in the middle, like not that far away, and then one to the farthest distance. But what are you? Can you do this on a? I'm just showing you this can be done on a flat surface. Will you agree with me that you can be done on a flat surface?
Well, if it's directly above,
I
right?
know,
Like if the
but
light
Dust
source
Bunnies, let's be honest, right? Let's be honest between you and me. Can this be done on a flat surface? Yes or no?
can light be measured? Can shadows be
No.
measured on a flat surface?
Okay. Well, no. Eratosthenes, right? Let's not lose the plot.
Right.
Eratosthenes, what he's done, he was measuring shadows from the sun, right? And in one location in Alexandria, and in also Syene, right? Two locations. Okay. Light source is in one location. Now you got two locations on the Earth. You follow me?
Right. Okay.
The sun is in one up in the sky, right? And then you got one location here on the ground, and then you got another location that's farther away, right? You get it?
Okay.
Okay. We're measuring
Yeah.
shadows. Okay, measuring shadows. Now, imagine it being a curved surface, right? First of all, you imagine that. It's a curved surface. You got shadows that diverge. One is 90-degree underneath the light source, and the other one is showing an angle, a shadow with an angle to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you get it? Okay, now
Okay,
let's
well, I have
change
a
that.
diagram here that will
Yeah, but
make
hang on,
this like
Bunnies,
very
because I need you to
simple.
follow me here. I know you have stuff, but just hold on for a second. Now we're gonna use a flat surface. Okay, think about a flat surface, and we have Syene and Alexandria. On a flat surface, do you think you can still see 90 degrees underneath that's the sun, and then the other one would be farther away from the sun?
I don't think so. I think it would have to be, you would have to calculate the radius of the Earth, which
Well,
is what
we
he
don't.
did.
We haven't. Yeah, I know, but it's circular reasoning, because the thing that's in contention right now is whether or not he measured the actual radius or the circumference or the diameter of the Earth, due to the fact that his measurement proved that. Did his measurement prove that, or did he go in using an assumption?
I would believe he proved it because I'm reading right here. By knowing the length of the arc and the size of the corresponding central angle that it
There you go.
subtends, one can obtain the radius of the sphere from the relation that the proportion of the length of the arc to the Earth's circumference. 2 pi
Earth's
r, where
circumference.
r is the Earth's radius, equals
There
the
you go.
proportion of the
Okay,
central
Dust Bunnies, right there. I just
angle
want
to
you
the
to.
angles.
Yeah, hold on. I know you're reading, but just R. There's an R value in there. Radius, right? Do you see that?
Right.
That value? Yeah, the radius value that you just said. You read it, right?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
I have it. It's
Right.
again,
How
if I
can you
could
use?
provide you a source, it's like the
No,
most
1 second,
frustrating
Dust
thing.
Bunnies. I know you want to, you're hyper. You want to get into this, but listen, the R value was already in the formula going into measuring if the Earth is a globe or not. It was already baked in. They're using it inside of the formula that's to test if the Earth is a globe or not.
Surprised
How do
when
you
you use mathematics.
you
Do you
need?
do you see what's
How
happening here?
would you
It's
measure a circle without
right,
radius?
but that's the thing though. That's what we call begging the question. So when you beg the question, because you're already saying the Earth has a radius value, now let's use this R value, put it to see if we can measure the two distances to have a specific measurement. You're using the radius value that's already begging the question for the thing that you're trying to say is what you're measuring. It's circular. It's begging the question. You don't know if you have a radius or not, so how can you use it in a formula?
Okay.
You get it?
Because we have shape
Do you get it?
definitions. Okay.
No, 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 no,
That's
no,
why.
no. There's no two definitions. There's only radius and the circumference and the diameter of the Earth, and one of them is being used right now in this formula to get more information as far as the surface curvature. You can't use the radius. It's begging the question. We have to first establish that the Earth does have a radius. The surface curvature is measured. You don't have that information. You're pre-assuming, or I should say, Eratosthenes is pre-assuming that the Earth is already having a radius inserted into that formula. It's inside of the formula. You can't use that unless you've already understood that the Earth is a globe to have a radius, but it's already in there. You can't do that. It's begging the question. Anything farther is just, it's fallacious. It's like me saying, well, I'm going to measure the car, but I already know the size of the car, but I just want to know if it's going to confirm or not that the car size is what I think in my head it is. You can't do that. I'm already begging the question. I need to first measure the car and then figure out like if it does have the specific geometric values. And I use that as an analogy to give you the understanding of what's happening right here, Dust Bunnies. You can't use a begging the question R value inside of this formula when you're trying to figure that very thing out. If it actually does have a radius, you can't do that. You can't pre-assume something is
Okay, but
something.
you're referring
Yes.
to epistemic norms, right?
Epistemic
So
norms.
when
No,
you
I'm referring to the guy who thinks he's or not you, Eratosthenes, thinking that he's proving that the Earth is measured to be a globe. It's not measured. This is the sleight of hand that you're not seeing. You have to be focused on this. If he's already using the R value, he's begging the question.
Sorry to interrupt. Do you mind if I point
Go
that
ahead.
out a little bit?
Go,
Do you
Jedi.
remember when Mayhem? Do you remember when Mayhem gave you the example of standing underneath a light, and over there is a can of pop, and further away is another can of pop? There wasn't a shadow
Oh,
on
we can
around.
actually test this. Let me
Oh,
actually do
why,
this. I have lights
why?
in my house.
Good.
Why's your mic so
Okay.
Okay,
bad?
so
We all do.
Jedi, what were you
We all
saying?
have light,
okay,
my
so how
friend.
many objects do I need of relatively the same size? 2?
I'd
Doesn't
say
I think
matter.
that
three.
should suffice.
I'd say
Not
three would be
fine.
fine, but
3.
two,
Okay, so
two if you want, do it like Eratosthenes. Do two. It doesn't really matter.
no, 2 will be fine, right? So
Yeah.
you want me to put it directly under my light, right?
90-degree, yeah, where it doesn't cast a shadow.
Okay, so we can take one object, right? So it's not
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
casting a shadow, or well, it is casting a shadow, but that's
Well, if it's underneath,
not
it's going to be not. We're trying not to. The one underneath 90 degrees shouldn't be casting a shadow. That's the whole point.
right,
It's not supposed to be.
We gotta might not be possible because the angle is.
Remember that Aristophanes
Okay, yeah.
actually used a well, so he observed the sunlight
So,
down the well. But that's
yeah, I
fine for
have a
this.
beautiful picture. If I could provide you a citation, this is what's driving me crazy. If you can give me like access to post in the chat, I
That's
could
funny.
We don't.
post a picture for you.
It's
And
not up to. I don't know. Somebody can give him.
I really wanted to be
Okay,
really succinct,
so
very quick, because I didn't want to take away from this point because I wanted you two to have the conversation. You've walked down a street at night time, haven't you?
yeah, of
Underneath
course, yeah.
street light. Awesome stuff. You notice that when you
Yeah,
have
of
a
course,
street light,
everybody has.
yeah. So you notice that when you're directly underneath a street light, you lift your feet up and there's the shadow, but there's no shadow around you. And then you walk away from underneath that street light and you watch the shadow grow in size in front of you. Yeah?
Right, sure, yeah.
There we go.
That's
That. So that's what we're showing you here. If you're underneath a light, you don't cast a shadow. You move away from underneath that light, you start to increase that shadow length as you keep getting further away. Now, with the math that Aristophanes used, with that R value inserted, I could do the very same thing, use that math when walking down the street, measure my shadow at certain increments, and turn that road into a sphere.
right, but his degree of accuracy is what we're talking about here, right? So
No,
he
no,
was
it's
able
not.
to
That's not.
measure.
Dust bunnies. No, mathematical constructs can be precise, but it doesn't relate to reality. So the inside of the mathematical construct, you can make anything you want that does not even correspond to reality. You can think of models that you can't even put into reality, right? Things that don't even exist or can't exist in our known reality. So you can do mathematical constructs that don't have relation to reality. In this case, the Earth being a globe is a mathematical construct, but it was already derived from that, and that's why it was used as that in Eratosthenes' example, with the R value already inserted. They're using a mathematical construct to then catapult themselves into thinking that the Earth is a globe via their construct. It wasn't via the measurement. That's why it's not a measurement. It's just well, not to the globe side, but to shadows, yes. Not to a globe. They're just measuring the shadows. So like, and I was trying to point out to you that in your room you can do the test if you want, but it's only going to do what it's going to measure is the shadow length from the proximity of the object relationship to the light source. So when you move an object farther away, just like Jedi was saying, when you're moving underneath a street lamp, your shadow length will change due to the proximity that you have at the angle distance away from the light. That's all that happened with Eratosthenes. Now, after that, their mathematical construct was the framework in which they derived the Earth was a globe. It wasn't because they measured curvature. It's because their framework was already built and designed around a globe, and they kind of basically inserted the R value with that whole construct and said, "Ah, voila, the Earth is a globe via our shadow lengths." They weren't measuring the drop over the distance over the curvature of the Earth. That's not what they were doing. And this is all that we're pointing out, that you could do this on a flat surface or a curved surface. It's not going to give you validation of the globe either way, because it's a mathematical construct, and the framework that they were using was radius, the radius value of a globe of a certain size. So it's called affirming the consequent, right? It's a formal logical fallacy. What's happening here, and begging the question. It's quite a few logical fallacies that are like all into one.
That's just formal reasoning, though, right? So
It's
formal
fallacious. It's fallacious reasoning, dust
okay,
bunnies. It's
but
fallacious.
okay, no, but you need to understand that pretty much every like proposition is going to beg the question, right? Like,
No.
does God exist? Begging
No,
the
no, no, no.
question.
We're off into the weeds. Let's not go there. We have to stay on point in order for our points to be consistent with logic. If they're not consistent and you use other non sequiturs, they're gonna try to people in the audience are gonna think they're gonna give your point validity, and it's not. What we have to stick to is within what we're saying. How can we validate this to be true, as in it's demonstrating the curvature of the Earth for anyone? And it's not. It simply is not.
Well,
It was already a mathematical construct going into the understanding that they're going from Alexandria to Syene.
Okay, but
Yes.
the initial question you asked me was to go about telling you like the history of the globe model, right? So
I don't think I said
the
that.
history of the globe model.
I don't think I
What?
said that. That wasn't me. I didn't ask that
Okay.
question. But anyways,
Somebody. Okay.
well, yeah, it must have been the guy
Somebody
previous to me.
asked me.
But right, the
Yeah,
thing is
somebody
though, dust
asked
bunnies.
me.
Yeah, the history, that's one thing, right? Like what you know, where you got it from, that's one thing, right? The other thing is we're looking for in this room validation for the claims that are being made. And simply put,
Okay,
does
but
Eratosthenes or any other thing that you mention give the Earth validation or falsification that we can use to test any of these claims? And so far, we're looking at Eratosthenes, and Eratosthenes is just another fallacious argument because it is begging the question, it's affirming the consequent, and all of these are logical fallacies. We can't use that to test the thing that we're using a mathematical construct to then say, aha, the Earth is a globe because my mathematical construct, it validates so because we have shadow lengths. Shadow lengths put upon this sphere example equals a sphere. And that's not the case. We didn't measure drop over the distance.
I
Yes?
agree. We have
Okay.
better methods for measuring the Earth's shapes in the modern day. We have satellites and GPS, and they are highly accurate measurements of the Earth's roundness. I agree.
Okay, so you think that we have
But
better
when we're
we have better
talking about
accuracy we have better accuracy using, because see, we don't care about other things. The only thing we care about is how this can be validated. So if you say that those methods are great to validate, then is there any information that you could present drop over the distance over the oblate spheroid that you're living on? Dust
Any.
bunnies.
Sure, we could use
What?
satellite-based measurements to determine the shape of the Earth, right?
Okay,
And we
what
could
are we
look this
using here?
information up. I'm sure it's very available.
So do you know about it, or you just don't know about it right now? Or you're going to give us an elephant hurling fallacy? You're just going to chuck us at a source and say, there you be. You don't know, do you?
No.
No, but let's
what
be
I'm
honest, Dust
saying
Bunnies. We're trying to get to the honesty, intellectual, honest part of this conversation. Either you know or you don't know. It's fine if you don't know and you think some magical formula exists out there, but there's another thing for you to say that you know and you don't know right now. So you need to be honest with this conversation, Dust Bunnies. I'm going to start cracking down on you. Do you know or not, sir? Because we're not going to waste our times floundering around with your ideas that you think you're going to take us. You either know or you don't, sir. Be honest.
Okay, so I do know.
Okay, then present the information adequately.
Sure. So geodensity is the science of measuring and monitoring the size and shape of the Earth. We do this, but like with several techniques. One of the techniques we use is with satellites. So what we use is satellites to measure the shape of the Earth, like actual measurements with satellites, and we have the numbers. If you want the numbers, I can't present them because I can't post them in the side chat, which is a little bit frustrating,
Read
but
them out.
it is
What
what
are
it
they?
is.
What are the numbers?
Okay, so here we go. Shape, size, and motions of the Earth by whoever. Earth, the third planet from the Sun, is the fifth largest planet in the solar system. Only gas giants Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are bigger. Earth is the largest of the terrestrial planets of the inner solar system, bigger than Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Earth's width average distance of 92955,820
Get to the
miles.
measurements, nerd.
I just got to the measurements, okay? It's
That's
an
not measuring.
average distance.
That's
What?
distance. That's not a measurement of the Earth's size. That's not a
Distance is a
geometric shape. That's
measurement.
distances. We're looking
That's
for
a
the
claim, you fool.
size of the Earth, Dust Bunnies. You said you had it. Where is it? I'm very tired and weary. You need to take us straight to how big the Earth is, not distances to other planetary systems or other planets. We don't care about that. Do you have the geometry of the Earth presented in a way we can know how it's been measured, Dust Bunnies? This is very tiring. Yes or no?
Yes,
Geometry. Where is it?
Okay, but when
Where
I gave
is
you
it?
geometry, you call it
No,
begging
you
the
did
question.
not. No, you did not. Give me geometry of the Earth. You gave us distances to other locations. I need to know the size of the Earth, geometry, radius, diameter, and circumference. How was that derived? Let's go. Playtime is over.
Radius?
You're going to have to show.
Yeah, lots of
Okay.
tell. Very little.
Go.
Measurement was done even by photos. We can do this, okay?
Sorry.
So
You're not giving us a measurement. One last try. Either produce the information that we can know that the measurement of the geometry of the Earth is validated, or put yourself on mute. You got a choice. And I'm really getting frustrated because you're not producing that information. So do it, or sit down and put yourself on mute and we can talk to someone else.
okay. You know what?
You better be the geometry of the Earth. The next words are coming out of your mouth. That's all I care about.
Go on mute. It's not a big
On
deal.
this,
Come back.
I got to make a statement on this.
We're gonna let him decide. It's your choice.
Yes. Go ahead, man. Yep.
Okay, so what were the measurements you wanted?
Okay,
say
you're
them
done.
again.
Yep.
You're done.
This is my point, Mayhem, because we did
You are
revert
done.
back to that question. Yeah, we reverted back to the origins and they freeze every time. Yeah. What is your question again? That means he hasn't listened to anything ever. Ever. It's that easy, bro. Yep, he's crushed.
Anyway, we got some other people in here. We got Anubis that just joined the chat. Anubis, welcome to the chat. Who else we got in here? Welcome, everybody. We got Mega in the chat with the little bear icon. No Tanks, welcome to the chat. We talked to you earlier. And everybody else, WV Wallace, what's going on, man? We got some other people in the chat, but if you guys want to chime in and you have evidence for the Earth's geometry, please chime in. Well, that was weird. Apparently, the Earth is a globe. Why don't we have this information to support it? Just wondering, guys.
I think the last hour and a half has just been a demonstration of lots and lots and lots of tell, very little show.
My favorite question was The best question was, how do you explain planes on the plane? That was by far the best question. Yep. So
I think
write
he
that
was
one
going
down.
into that. He was going into that when we were talking about measurement. If he discussed it with you, he'd certainly brought it up again with me. So
You actually wouldn't let him go there. He tried to, and that's why I'm just repeating the question. Yeah, he said, how do you explain planes on the plane? Boy, that's a tough one. Yeah, okay.
What's even better is photos and now measurements.
Is it healthy for him though to like tackle all of these things in one day? I mean, he already got he gave up gravity earlier. Is it
yeah,
healthy
no
to give
tanks.
up
Yeah,
next
you're
thing?
very new to this. You're very new to this topic, and I will agree that on the onset it does look like a little bit harsh on your side. But when in regards to truth, there's nothing to help the person that we're speaking to combat. There's no buffer to combat the falsehoods of like the globe. So what we do is we're going to challenge them to think differently because right now their worldview is built on belief. So on your eyes and a third person perspective, it looks so harsh. Like, dude, why are we being so rough to this young person? Well, what it's doing right now, it's breaking the will of that cog disc. So therefore, whenever they think about this certain time frame, they had the session with us. They'll think back, dude. I remember it was difficult. I couldn't get through that person that was making me think. Like so, it'll help them. So it doesn't look nice on the onset when you're looking at it, but it's definitely healthy. Okay, it's basically helping them prune what's not necessary in their mind to think about. So yes, it is essential that we are the way we are. And in some regards, it might tip a little bit in a way that it shouldn't be, and I don't disregard that. But what I was doing was nothing but like guiding him to understanding there's a brick wall everywhere you go unless you have the truth, because truth is at stake right now, not you know feelings. Let's say that's what's at stake, and people are being lambasted by falsehoods every day. There is no buffer to stop that. No one's out there saying, "Nah, that's not true." They're just being fed all this misinformation, bro.
Yeah, that part is
So,
true. Yeah, for sure. It's
uh,
new lies every day. Yeah.
yeah, and if let's say, I mean, I don't know if you have kids or not, no tanks, but if your kids are in this world where people are just constantly feeding them misinformation, there's nothing this unless you kind of like showed them, look, this is how to think, not what to think. You could tell your kids about flat Earth and all that stuff, but if you teach them how to critically think about everything they're being told, nobody's just gonna come and tell them, hey man, check this out, believe this, and they're just not gonna fall for it because they're gonna be equipped to understand how to think, which I think is the most important part. Like, going off grid and everything is okay, to get away from it all, but I don't think it's about getting away from it. It's about how to navigate, adapt, and overcome in this world of deception. So, anyway, yeah, how's everybody doing? I mean, we're certainly moving right along.
Cooking, man. Everything's fine this end.
Got Flatsy Klein in the house, flat level water. What's up, guys? Crispy moist. Hey, bro, you need to get in every now and again. You got to use that slope dope.
Hello.
What's up,
Slope
Flatsy?
dope.
What up, guys?
Oh yeah,
Hey,
Alpha.
Yo, what up, Chris?
Yo, so earlier you mentioned Hollow Earth, dude. I had no idea. I just like looked it up and I was like, what?
It's
I
a
had
mind
no
job,
idea what
isn't
that
it?
was. I'm like, Hollow Earth?
It's a mind job.
Like
Yeah,
the
there's
inverse of a globe.
well, it's a globe, but it's just hollow inside.
Isn't that
Oh
concave
yeah, I
Earth where
mean,
we're on the inside of it?
oh yeah, that's right.
I thought it
Yeah.
was, but no, it's the concave
It's
is
different.
like it's basically like if you imagine Halo. Have you ever played the game Halo, like the Ring World? Like it's like where, yeah, it's all
Right.
concave. Everything's concave.
So
Yeah,
Hollow Earth
concave and
is
halo
concave.
are two different things. Hollow Earth is another world inside of the globe Earth, and the concave is as
Inverted,
seen
right?
from inside a ball.
It's inverted.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, they're saying that if the Earth is still spinning in a concave Earth, but everything's being held back to the walls of the container. That's how gravity's made. There's even I guess Earth agnostics, people that don't claim any Earth. Have you heard that? That's a new hotness.
Heard it last night.
Yeah, that's new
Yeah,
hotness.
okay.
Earth agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
The hell?
Just
So, I
wait.
mean, that is what
There's more.
happens. People start to doubt everything. Then now nothing's real, all because they were lied to about a couple things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've got people that are like, if no globe, then brain in a jar. So I guess flat Earth is the reason why we have Earth agnostics. But like, stop being so lukewarm. Be hot or cold. Figure it out.
as soon as you
Yeah,
take
they
the
give
globe
up.
off, how can they know anything? Sorry, buddy, carry on.
Yeah, no, same sentiment. Yeah, yeah. Then how can we know anything? Then nothing's real. We're just a brain in a jar. Yeah, it's silly, silliness.
Hey, we got Mega is in here. Mega, you have the bear avatar. Do you want to chime in? We haven't spoken to you, so
Sorry, guys. I was trying to be a passive listener, not too much about it. But obviously,
everybody has a part to play in here, Mega. We all do.
yeah,
Like we're everybody's
obviously
understanding.
fascinated by some people claim that the Earth is not round and deny evidence from NASA and all the other scientific work, and as well as some visual evidence that vessels start to disappear if they go into the horizon, or we see the ships emerge from the horizon if they come toward us.
Okay.
So,
So you feel like there's enough overwhelming evidence to support the case that the Earth is a globe, Mega?
I'm not a science major, so I might be one of those, like you said, being fed with it. But along the years, I saw more evidence to support this idea than the flat Earth idea.
Like, what's the strongest piece of evidence you think that is on the side of the Earth being a globe?
That ship thing, you see the top of it when it's approaching from far, and then gradually see the whole thing. Or if they're going from you, you see the shape of the ship disappear beyond horizon gradually.
Right. So what if there was an explanation that could show you that it could be something else other than what you think Earth curvature obstruction?
Yeah. Tell me that.
So have you ever heard of the term angular resolution or angular perspective
Angular perspective, no.
or
Like I
resolution,
said,
more aptly
I'm
named?
I'm not a science major. Not
No,
really
that's
good at
not
it.
Mega. You got to relax, bro. No, everybody you said that once. So this is the second time you're saying you're not that.
Yeah,
We
sure.
know. Everybody's
Would
just
you
regular
please?
people, but
Sure.
like knowledge is power, right? So if you start to figure something out or there's something stated somewhere, you can find out about it, right? You don't have to be a science major, bro. It's not what this
Okay.
discussion's about.
Yeah. I'm not even a native English speaker, so if you can show me how to spell the word, maybe I can search it up.
Right. Well, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about it, but angular perspective or angular resolution has to do with optics, right? How you see from the angle of view that you see like on the floor. As you raise an elevation, your angle changes from the ground, from your position on the
Yep.
ground. You could see
Yep.
more.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
it's pretty basic in a principle, like to say, as I increase elevation, I'm going to see more of the ground.
That's right.
Does
That's right.
that make sense? Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't need to
Light
be a
travels
science major
straight.
to know that, right?
Hmm.
Okay. So it's practical, it's basic. You understand that.
Sure.
So as you decrease in elevation, you see less and
Mhm.
less of the ground, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Therefore, if angular perspective or angular resolution is something that you understand is true, then when something moves away from you and you're at a short angle, it will look like they disappear from the bottom up due to angular resolution.
How does the
Mm,
retard stuff get their
and
own?
that's not really proving. I did not make
Yes,
the
it is. I
connection.
just gave you the example because as you rise up in elevation, you see more. As you lower in
Mhm.
elevation, you see less. It's
But how
practical,
about
right?
if I stayed fixed? If
No,
I
no, but
don't
I'm
change my
saying, do
altitude
you
at
that?
all?
But did you understand? My don't. You can't change the example. What I'm saying is, if something is moving away from your location at a specific angle that let's say you're closer to the ground, right? You're closer
Mhm.
to the ground, and so you see less of it as it goes farther away. But as you raise an elevation, you could see more of it. Does that make
Yeah.
sense to you?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why in the
So
old days when
right.
they sail on
So
the sea,
so you don't
people go up
disagree.
to
Correct. Correct. I'm just saying correct. You understand, correct? That's what
yeah,
we're agreeing. Okay.
yes.
So when something you're on the ground, you haven't moved, you're on the ground now, the object that's moving away from you is going to start getting farther and farther into view. You'll see less and less of it as it goes farther away. Angular perspective, angular
No,
resolution.
that's a
Okay,
false.
so
That's a false.
let's go back up into this we raise an elevation and we can see more of it again,
As long as
right?
they're going away from you, they will
Yeah, but
become smaller,
I know, but as we raise an
but they
elevation,
are
we can
not
see
going. No, no.
mega,
The case
mega.
I see is they disappear from bottom and up,
Yes,
not
I
like
understand,
they are.
mega, mega. I understand what you're
Mm,
saying, but as you raise an elevation from the thing that's disappearing from the bottom up, I'm telling you, you could see it again if you raise an elevation. Is this
That
correct or
makes sense.
incorrect?
That
Okay,
is correct. Out of run
okay. So
theory as well. No, no, no.
right.
Tell
So
me.
you're agreeing with me,
That's
right?
the same thing as you.
Yeah.
If you look at a curve theory, that makes sense too,
Okay,
right?
so but what I'm telling you here in this instance is that it's not just curvature. I'm telling you just from the basic perspective of angular resolution. Only from that, not curvature. We haven't even talked about that yet. Just based on the
Mm,
but I know it seems kind of like you're not agreeing, but here's the thing. When something moves away from you and it's not obstructed, like it's not going over a hill. It's just going away from you.
mm-hmm.
It will decrease in size in your perspective.
No. Well, it's decreasing the
Whoa, 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 whoa,
visibility,
whoa, 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 whoa,
and
whoa, whoa, Mega, whoa. Let me give you an example before you continue.
no, you are
You're
using a
outside,
word called size. They're
Mega.
decreasing
One
in
second,
scale,
Mega,
in
Mega,
scale, in
Mega.
scale.
Relax, brother, relax.
Oh
So
no, okay, go ahead.
when you're seeing a car drive away from you, it gets smaller and smaller as it drives away,
Yeah,
right?
that's a scale. That's a scale change.
That's
That's not a size
okay,
change.
but does it look like it gets smaller in your view?
Yes, it gets smaller.
Okay, so
It's not
you agree.
disappear.
I'm
Yes,
not saying that it disappears, Mega. I'm only
yes,
saying that
that's
it
right.
decreases in its size from your view.
Agree,
Apparently.
agree,
Is
agree.
it really getting smaller? Like really for real?
It's
Is it
not.
really? Okay,
It's
so
not.
we agree on some basic principles here. We understand each other. We know that if a car drives away from our location, it will appear to get smaller in view. It's not really getting smaller, it just appears that way, right?
That's right.
So right. So now let's just take, for example, you're looking at a car on a long highway, and the highway
Mm-hmm.
extends for, let's give it a distance, Mega. Let's give it a
Mm-hmm.
distance of 10 miles. Okay. Can you see the car from point of where it's leaving, where it was leaving you? You're saying bye to your parents or whatever, and they're driving
Well,
away.
naked eyes
Could you?
probably not.
Okay. Why?
Well, the eyesight only go that far. You,
Mm-hmm.
human eyesight
Yeah.
will not probably see clearly from 10 miles
Correct.
unless it's
Correct.
green, right?
Correct. So what
Mhm.
happens? Yeah, you're right. So we're agreeing that the view that you're seeing from the ground, and you see a
Mhm.
car drive away from you, the size of the car gets smaller and smaller, and actually you can't see it any longer. At a certain point, it becomes almost like you can't see anymore.
That's right.
That's perspective, right? You agree, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
Okay.
agree. Agree.
All right. But what we're using here is the example of there not being any curvatures, just a straight road. Straight
Yeah,
road.
it's
It just
complete
goes on.
flat, right? Complete
Right.
flat.
So
Yeah.
right.
Mm.
So what we're agreeing on is that the thing that's getting away from us is number one, getting smaller in our view. And number two,
Mhm.
it's getting harder to see as it gets farther away. But
Yes.
there's gonna be a point, and we haven't established this yet. There's gonna be a point where you cannot see that car anymore. Under the place where somebody says, "Can you see it?" You're like, I don't can't make it out anymore. I can't see it."
Mhm.
What do you
Yeah.
think?
Yeah, that's right.
What do you think that distance is,
I
Mega?
don't know. I need to check the data.
Ah, well, see, this is the thing about angular perspective, right? Once you start to realize that the eyesight, depending on the angle of your viewing,
No.
right?
No. No, 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 no. I do not agree
Yes,
on this point.
yes, yes.
Well,
Let me show
you
you.
cannot say yes.
Yeah,
Let me tell
I'm
you
gonna
the
show you.
reason I'm raising it, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, you're thinking about the car on a perfect flat going distance from me, and I will be on point A, the car go to point B that I cannot see it, right? And now I'm
Mm-hmm.
going up on the elevation, reach point C, and I can see it again. Is that what you're trying to say? It's almost like a triangle. I'm the A and the car is B. now I'm going vertical up to point
Yeah.
C. I can see the car again. Is that what you're
Yes.
suggesting?
Yes, you
No,
could
that's
see
not
it.
going to happen. No.
So you can't
No.
see farther if you get up higher.
What?
You
Well,
can't see farther
that's
if you get up
based
higher.
on a pre-assumption.
Can you see farther when you get up higher?
No, this if you just stayed on this,
Okay.
it's a
You've just
fallacy.
you
It's a
you committed
fallacy.
the
No,
fallacy. You
no.
the one that just
Let me
committed
tell
the
you,
fallacy. You're saying that if you get up higher in
because
elevation, you can't see farther.
when we say that you go up, you can see more. That's based on pre-assumption that you can still see the
Pre-assumption?
object. Yeah, it's an embedded
Nobody's
pre-assumption that you
pre-assuming,
can.
dude. You can see farther if you get up higher. When a kid can't
No,
see over the crowd, they get on their
logically,
parents' shoulders.
it
They get
doesn't
on their
work that
parents' shoulders
way.
and they see farther, dude. Come on, like you're
Yeah,
being unrealistic right now, Mega. That's
it's
unrealistic.
based on
Everybody
a
knows if you
pre-assumption.
go up higher in elevation, you can see farther, bro.
You know,
There's
if
not
you
even globe
overtalk
earthers
to
will
me,
admit. Globe earthers are
I'm
gonna
not a
admit you're
native
wrong, bro.
speaker. If you overtalk to me, overcover me talking like this, I don't think we have meaningful discussion then.
Well, it's not
You kinda
meaningful
let me.
because you're denying reality. You're denying it straight
You
out.
don't
You
want
also
me.
you agreed to it earlier, and now that you're seeing the consequence of it, you're denying it. Why are you doing
No.
that?
I don't
Well, let me
understand.
tell you, our logic for any statement, there are limits of any logical statement. Okay, and the pre-assumption for that one, if you go up and see more, is on the pre-assumption that if it was perfect flat, you'd still be able to see it. It's
No.
still within your ability to see it. The
Nope.
reason on a
It
perfect
works on a
flat
globe too.
system, let me finish, please. The reason
You're just
on a
wrong, dude. I'm
perfect,
sorry. You're trying to make excuses for being wrong. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear you telling me practically when you go
if you
outside.
don't
If you
want to
even
hear, I
if you live
call
on
it
a
the
globe,
sun,
Mega, even if you
because
live on
you
a
are
globe,
now
and when you
really
go up higher
trying
in
to make a
elevation, you can see
discussion,
more.
and like you said,
You're
try to
not
make
gonna
things
make something
twice.
impractical
You're
practical, bro. There's no way.
okay.
It's
You're a
either
native
something
speaker.
everybody
Go ahead.
recognizes, Mega. Either people recognize what you're saying is true in a practical sense, like I just said, on a globe or flat, it doesn't matter. When you go higher in elevation, you're gonna see more. That's it. You can't say
Okay.
no to that.
Let me. I'm not a native
Mega,
speaker. I
the
cannot
globe.
say clear as you. Let me post a video that may help you to see the point. Okay. It will be in our discussion forum. What I
Mega, will you
don't
agree
know
to it?
what you think.
Typically, the globe
Okay.
claim will be the proof that we're on a globe is that if you raise an elevation, you can see further. Therefore, we're on a globe. Are you disagreeing with that?
Let me check on one word. Because I'm not
He's not
really.
listening to you, no tanks. He just wants to get his
Oh.
information out.
No.
Did you hear no tanks?
Tangent line.
Mega. I'm gonna have to
I
pause
hear
you, dude.
you.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Okay, so no tanks is asking you a question. Please respond to his question.
Well, I'm busy looking up this word. Would you please repeat
I
the
know, but
question?
can you answer his question? At least it's a simple question.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask me the question.
Are you aware that the globe claim, the proof of a globe, is that as we raise an elevation, we can see further. Therefore, we live on a globe. Were you aware of that?
That was the ancient intuition suggestions made before. I've heard about it.
What's happening?
I don't know.
So
I
are you
didn't ask
denying
the
both? Are you denying? Are you? Sorry, go ahead. Are you saying something? Go ahead.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. What?
Okay, so are you denying that happens in reality? As you raise an elevation, you can see further.
I'm not denying it. Not at all.
Okay, you just aren't aware of
shit.
You did though.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I'm not.
that's good.
I'm just saying that is a statement with a limit. That is a statement with a limit, and that limit in the logic inferral process is called a pre-assumption. That's
we got
basically
limited
what
in
I'm
the
trying to say.
we got limited in the progression of the
Okay.
conversation because you
With
stopped it
my
there. Like it was gonna hello? It was gonna go
with
further, right? Oh, there you go. Go ahead. You go ahead.
yeah, with my limited knowledge, I know something called. I just search it up. I know how to say it in my own language, but I just search it up in English called a tangent line. Right? Have you heard about this word? Tangent?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
what
so
does that
you're
have to?
pre-assuming curvature.
Like I said, this is an ancient observation, and then later on being approved. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, you
And
could
this
prove a tangent
based on
on like a ball, right? But you're pre-assuming that the Earth has a tangent line, yeah, which hasn't been proven.
so what is the explanation then? If it's a
You didn't even
tangent
ask a
line
question.
phenomenon compared to the sizing change.
Well, it's a
What?
diffraction limit. It has to do with the angle of propagation of light to your
Well,
eye.
let's put it this way. In a right triangle I just described, A, B, and C, A being my point, and B is the point that the car is barely visible, and go beyond point B, the car becomes invisible to my naked eyes. And if I elevate myself horizontally from point A to point C, can I see anything beyond point B?
Well, you're
Essentially,
forgetting
I'm
about
trying
the
to say
surface because at some point the surface also becomes invisible to your eye.
you're
It's
mixing
called the
up the
vanishing
no, no,
point.
no, 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 no. The vanishing point is being used part of the global shape argument as well. That perfectly fit in the globe theory. So I'm trying to assume, this is my pre-assumption, I'm trying to make it a logic. Complete surface, flat. Okay. And point B is the point I can last barely see the car. That's just too far, become too small for me. And going beyond point B, I can see nothing because it's just too small for my naked eyes.
All right, can you
And if
focus on
I
that part then,
elevate,
Mega? Because that's a good point you're making. What is becoming too small? What's becoming too small?
when the object moving away from us, based on the basic principle of the light, the visible angle becomes smaller and smaller to the point that our eyes are out of physical
Okay.
ability to capture
Angular
them.
perspective. That's
Yeah.
what
So
we're
what? Yeah.
saying.
What? You just said the angle is now too small to make out. I
There it
appreciate
is.
that. Thank
Yes,
you.
that's it. Where the angle I'm referring to is the angle formed by two lines. The first line is at the bottom of the car. The second line is on the top of the car, and that
Yeah,
form a triangle. The point will be my eyes.
that was my
So
You're
we're
point.
talking about
negating
the
the
angle.
surface. The idea is the car becomes indistinguishable from the surface.
Yes, that's not merge into the surface. I think the global argument is the object will merge into the surface. With
So
telescope,
a
you
taller
can see that.
object doesn't merge as quickly as a smaller object, which means you can see the height of the object that's taller if it's bigger than the angle that's required for the vanishing point.
Anybody can
Yep.
see my post in discussion forum texting section. Anybody can see that. I just posted a YouTube video on there.
You could, yeah, but you could see this. You could see this in action. If you
Yeah,
have like, if you get your eyesight down to the ground, right, and you move something very far away from you, even in a hallway, it'll start to disappear from the bottom up. But as you raise an elevation, you'd be able to see it back again. So
well, that part I didn't do.
the vanishing point
No,
at the angle, the vanishing point at the angle of view from the ground is very narrow. As you raise an elevation, you can see more. You increase your angle.
that is not
It's
my
just a
assumption. That is
no,
not
I'm
my
not saying
setup.
it's your mega. I'm not saying it's your assumption.
That's
I'm just
fine.
telling you in practical reality, we all know this to be true. Everybody does. If you want to see something that's far away, you get on something taller, elevation, you elevate yourself. How is this not making any
You
sense to you?
are well
It's not even an idea.
in any
It's not
of
really
the
an idea.
logic you furrow, you are trying to eliminate all the variables
It's just a
down to
measurement,
one,
Mega. It's not
and
even.
that
It's not
is
even.
no, it's not a measurement. You're right now. You're
It's a measurement.
you're
Yeah.
mixing up with ideology with reality.
No, it's not
Those
an
two things are
ideology. It's
different.
literally a measurement.
Uh,
You can take a protractor and make the measurement.
uh,
You can take a you can
okay.
measure the
Any
angle. It's a
problem with my
measurement.
model? Then? No, no, no.
What's that?
Let me ask you this question. Any problem with my model?
It's
That
not about a model.
triangle,
It's just
right
a
up
measurement
triangle.
of a situation of a car. It's not really a model. It's
Okay.
just you're just an observation and a measurement of an angle.
Okay, because that's all within your capacity to see it with your own eyes.
That's just one little place
Okay,
on
that is
Earth, right? It's
big
just an
enough.
angle at one little place
That
on Earth.
is
There's no
still
model
big
involved.
enough that you can see. We're testing the point that is barely beyond. That is very point. Beyond that point, couldn't see. That is my argument.
Okay, well, the
Okay, it's
surface
the
plays a key role in this, okay? And as you increase your
what?
elevation, you can
What?
see a further distance along the surface. You can see
Yeah.
your vanishing point increases in distance
Now
at the
tell me,
surface.
in my model, is the line CB shorter or longer than the line AB? Which one's longer?
If I, what do you
Which
say?
one's longer? In my
Oh,
model, the ABC 3 points and the 3 lines, is the line CB longer or shorter than the line AB?
You have, yeah, you have here. But 1 second, you're trying to actually put something that we're using with the flat stationary plane into the globe Earth. So in your idea of a globe, it would be the curvature obstructing your view. So the reason
Yeah,
why you can't see farther would be because of the Earth's curvature would be getting in the way.
yeah,
That's why
yeah,
you
yeah,
can't see farther. And so we
yeah.
haven't even got there yet, Mega. The reason we haven't got there yet is because we're not even talking about obstruction at this point. We're just talking
Well,
about we're trying to reason with you to understand that as you raise an elevation, you increase
that thing
you
come with
increase
a
the distance.
pre-assumption. That one
Dude,
come with a limit. I've
dude,
talked
are you gonna
about
let me finish
3
telling you that?
times now.
Yeah, but you don't for some reason, I don't know why you're failing. You're failing to realize as you increase in elevation, your
Okay.
vanishing point extends. It gets farther. It's not going to be where it was, but as you raise an elevation, you should know this, Mega, if you're arguing for it.
Okay.
What?
I'm so sorry. It seems I need further training in logic inferral. Seems
No, you need
so.
to.
I will
You need further
admit
training in
that you're
practicality,
all
bro.
good. I will say I have no further argument. I will be again a passive listener. Put this
That's
as my
fine.
background noise so that I can pass my time. Thank you very much.
That's fine. I mean, you deny practical reality, then you're gonna have to deal with it, not us. We understand as you raise an
No,
elevation, you're gonna see
I
farther.
just post a video in the chat group. Please
Yeah,
look at
but you
that
don't want to
video.
talk.
That's
Doesn't
reality. That is
Yeah,
reality. Please look at
Guys,
yeah,
that.
I'm a flat
Okay.
with a
chested,
straight
flat
line.
earther.
yeah.
Flat chested,
this
flat help me. I'm flat chested. I'm a flat earther. Help me. Now Crit's gonna mute me. Crit's coming to mute
Con
me.
Con, have a
Like,
seat, dude. Have a seat. Just relax, dude. You don't need to come in and
you know,
firing your guns off. Just if you have an
I'm
argument
sorry.
for the
Okay,
shape of
okay.
the earth, if you have an argument for the shape of the earth, just say it. That's it.
All right,
We
start
want to
your
hear.
argument. Get it?
We're actually giving everybody the floor if they want to bring their evidence. Just bring your evidence
All
for the
right.
earth
So,
being a globe.
all right. So, promise me this. I'm gonna give you my take. It's serious.
Wait. You're cutting out.
But
You're cutting out.
one of you have. Okay.
You're
Hear me
cutting
now.
out, dude.
I know you can hear me now.
I know
See?
you can hear.
What?
I don't. I'm telling you, I
What kind
can't
of
hear
shit
you. What
was
the
that?
fuck's wrong with you? I'm telling you, you're cutting out. I can't. Can you? I know you can hear me. What the fuck, dude? This fucking guy. God.
Yo, I know you can hear me. I know you can
Now
hear
I
me.
can. Now I can.
Okay. Before you could have, you're trolling me. So anyway, here's what
Oh
I'm saying.
my god, dude.
So what I'm
Just go
saying
on.
is, all right, here's my actual argument. I necessarily do not think that shape this on the way that
Well, you're cutting out
He,
again. So are you gonna say that we can hear you when you're cutting out? Because you're cutting out.
He should have known that. Let him
Fuck,
figure it
dude.
out.
No, but he's gonna be like, you guys are just not listening to me.
Well, he
is
knew
his
that he
argument
could
going to
hear
be that
it.
the hypotenuse is
No.
longer,
Yeah.
longer line?
Okay. So is the
I hope not.
can you guys hear me? Is the abuse done? Are you done abusing me?
Dude, you're
Can you
not
hear me?
fucking saying anything. The internet's trash, bro. What the fuck?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Please don't mute
I'm
me.
just
I'm
gonna put
sorry.
you on mute, and then I'm done
Fuck.
abusing you. Good to go.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Better be.
I mean, if you could try to speak and say, "Hey, am I coming through?" and I'll be like, "Yeah, you are," or not. Like, we'll tell you. But, dude, if your internet's trash,
Hey,
we're
am I
not just gonna
coming
listen to you
through?
come in and out. For now,
Hey,
you are.
am I coming
Try it
through?
again. Try it
Yeah.
again.
Okay. So what I was saying is that I don't necessarily believe that shapes exist due to the human's mind's inability to actually understand its environment as well. That's why we invented tools for observation because we're lacking in everything else. We can't see as well as every other animal in the animal kingdom. We There's a shrimp that could not just see color but could also see in two other dimensions that we can't see.
Jesus.
Right?
So, please don't make fun of me. Thank you. So, if the human eye was able to 24/7 see things in X-ray, then switch over to ultraviolet, and switch over to whatever, then we'd understand, right, that maybe the Earth isn't the way that we think it is. That shapes are very maybe on how we physically interact with it limited to our mental understanding because we live in a third dimensional plane. To get into that, I'm going to give you guys an example. Please don't mute me because I feel like you're going to mute me. Let's say you look at a square, right? Please don't mute me. So let's say there's a square in front of you. You're looking at the square and you don't know if it's a cube. How the fuck do you know if it's a cube? Because your eyes are like it's impossible for you to see
Measure
that
it.
it's a cube. It's impossible for you to see that it's a cube without you having to move. But let's say that you didn't have to and you just knew it was. And that's physically impossible to imagine. Well, what if we were able to do that? The whole point is the Earth may not be a sphere. The Earth may not be flat at all. The Earth may be all of these things in separate dimensions that we do not exist in. So how do we know what's the true shape to the Earth? Because shapes are subjective to where you're positioned. Is my point here, brothers?
Right.
Please don't mute me.
You're
Please
no,
don't
that's
mute me.
you're not muted, man. I just have to ask something real quick. So you're admitting that you don't know, right?
I don't think anyone knows the true shape of the Earth.
No, I'm just talking about you though. So you're admitting that you don't know, though, is what I'm saying.
I'm
That's what.
admitting, and I'm admitting for you and all 7
See,
billion
no, it's
human
not for
beings.
me.
you're not.
I know.
No, you're
No,
not.
that's the problem. Is
I
I knew
will
he
do
was going
that.
to do this. I have to
No,
point this out.
yeah.
All he has to do is talk about himself, and he can't do that. Yeah, sorry, he can't do that.
I will talk about myself, and I will talk about you as well.
No, you can't.
No,
No,
you're
I've
not.
already.
Yes,
No,
I
you
will.
can't. No, you got to. No, you got to get
So,
some life experience, bro. You got
so
to get
now
some life experience. Then you can talk for other
so
people. But you don't even have a
so
claim. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't
we're
speak for me,
engaging
pal.
now.
No,
I
bro. You
speak
need to
for
get some
you.
life experience, bro.
I speak
No,
for you.
you got to be
I
this tall
speak
to
for
ride
everyone
this
in this
ride.
room.
No, come on.
I'm speaking for everyone in this room.
Listen, if you want to insist on talking for other people in this room, we'll just put you on mute, just like you didn't want us to.
Yeah, I mean that's just pathetic, man. You got to get some life skills, bro. Like learn how to be a person and talk to people.
Wow.
Don't be a
Okay.
weirdo. You don't got to be a weirdo and tell people that you know how what we do. No, that's disgusting. I'm not a flat earther, bro, but you don't even have a claim. That's the point. Is that people that believe in their outer space religion end up admitting that they can't even talk about it and they want everybody else. It's like if I can't have you, no one can. It's the most disgusting religion.
Right
Get
now,
out.
you guys
void
are
of.
engaging.
Okay, hang
You
on a
guys are
second. Void of you projecting that we're thinking like you. What do you think? Because at least from that standpoint, we can hear you. But if you're saying that we think like you, we're not going to agree with you, and you're just going to sit on mute. So just based on what you know,
okay.
Khan, go ahead and just
So
tell us from your point of view. Don't project onto us.
Don't
So
tell
go
me
ahead.
I'm a shrimp.
So you're attacking me. That's one. Number
Not.
two.
I'm saying stop telling us that we think like you. Nobody thinks like you. You think like you. Get it?
Everyone thinks like me.
No, fucking dude, shut up. Sit on mute.
That was so dumb, dude.
Jesus.
Definitely.
First, you have
Everyone
to get
thinks.
into the mind of a shrimp. Become a shrimp, and then we can go into his mind. It's interesting.
It's just yeah, you can't project that. Just
Did that man just say everyone thinks like me? Hey, he honestly claims that?
Yep.
Oh my god. I'm not even.
I sure hope not after what I just heard. Good God.
The grasping at straws is real, gentlemen. Like this is what we were like. They all they have is antics. That's it. They got gimmicks. They got some. They don't have arguments. They're bankrupt. We're
How can
showing
you
it
really
every
be
single day.
further? A cube
Yeah,
is
it's
a cube.
fear. It's a form of fear. It's panic. It's being afraid. He's obviously heard these conversations before and realized that he's lost many times. And it leads them to this one option. And it's a special type of troll of intellectual. I'm going to be such a troll. I'm just going to say that you also have to already, nobody can do anything. And we should just hold hands and be in this world where we can't determine anything. And that's literally the most evil kind of belief system. That's why we're in this gigantic mess of weirdos telling us what to do, because you can't really know what you're doing, so anything is okay as long as it feels good. And that's why we're here. So he's a perfect example of that. Yeah, Khan is a perfect name for that guy.
Well, think about it, man. This is warfare for your mind. If these guys were to weasel their way in and have a platform to get you to engage on their level, then they're starting to gain some ground in your mind. If you're not equipped for this, if you're just gonna accept everything these guys are saying, they're throwing at you, all their tactics, then you're gonna start talking like them. So just beware, guys. Like if you start getting engaged with these guys and saying, you know what, you might have a point. Like, and then you find out that you start thinking like it's a virus, bro. It latches itself onto the weakest mind. It's gonna continue to spread, so long as people want to indulge themselves in this absurdity. It's crazy,
Well, I
bro.
just love that how they come in making a knowledge claim, and then it goes from that to I can't really know anything. So much for the knowledge claim.
Up in smoke.
Yeah, if I don't know, then you guys don't know either.
Jeez.
And, like a video that's getting shared recently seems to be like getting traction. Is this little CGI kid apparently talking about dimensions? Maybe that's where he's getting it from. You know.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. He's like it's like millions of views, and didn't he disappear or something? Like they can't find him or some.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's like a
Something.
CGI little child, where it's just some NASA employee talking over him. Because yeah, he doesn't exist now. The kid is gone.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's made for those born in the 80s or 90s. Like they're trying to reach a specific demographic of people. The kid looks like he's like in a 90s movie or an 80s movie.
It's one of those unsolved mysteries kind of things that you're like, dude, he brought all this knowledge about the fourth dimension, and it's like, I don't know, piques people's interest to hear that guy say those things. All right, who else we got in the chat? Well,
Anybody else
about
who
it, I
wants to
think.
deny that you need a container for a body of liquid?
I want to say that all of you guys think like me. Let's start there. Let's start there. Everyone
Remember
thinks
that
like me. All right, let's go.
last night when Scott said you don't need a container for bodies of water?
That was
What
great.
the hell?
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah, he
Oh
did.
my god. Yeah, I told him that the oceans are in a container. He's like, no, they're not. You don't need a container for that.
We'll remind him next
Brilliant.
time he comes back.
Just
Oh, and
throw
they
some
also
water.
denied the theory of gravity. Whichever one. Doesn't matter. He said they don't need it, according to him. Which he's like, well, welcome to flat Earth. We don't need fucking theories. Oh shit.
Wow.
They said a lot of crazy stuff. I can't even remember half of it.
You know what I was finding out though is Crit is making quite an impression on these guys because they're coming in here. Crit, don't mute me. Crit, like he's breaking some of these. That's the third person he's broken. The first one is sitting in here right now. Human Sheeple is one of the ones he broke. Rob Noxions is number 2. That guy we just heard is number 3. I mean, Crit's got a body count.
Crick kind of goes
Stacking 'em
past
bodies.
like the actual back and forth about globe and flat, and he just goes straight to like their mental illness, and it makes them break down. Yeah, we had Embo the other night in another server. He was talking to us, and we kind of did the same thing to him, and he just shut down, stopped speaking, didn't type another word in the chat, and left. It was really effective.
Well, to be honest with you, man, I haven't heard him until today. That's the first time I heard him on the mic. Other than that, I haven't never heard him on the mic. Yeah, well, not until today.
Okay.
He was quiet the times that I was here.
Yeah, he's one of like I don't know if he's from Gem Pandas, but he's like one of those types.
We got Carpy Cat in the house. What's up, Carpy? What you doing, bro? It's another beautiful day, man. We got Psyop Consumer. Psyop Consumer, are you there? Let's see if anybody's here. Psyop Consumer, are you there? No?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
Why are you calling my name?
You're somebody I haven't seen in this channel, and I'm just going around seeing if there's any new people that are in here. We want to have a conversation with we're trying to get everybody involved in the conversation is what's going on.
Yeah, I was in here yesterday, but I was muted the whole time.
You were muted. Oh, what position do you take with the topic of this room?
Well,
believe the
I'm
Earth is a
not
globe?
a flat earther.
So you believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think there's any evidence for it being a globe?
Peer review
Okay. Peer review of what?
of what other people tell me.
Of what other people? Is that a category in science or math or what? What is this? What category should we put that in?
That's just what the scientists believe.
Which one, sir?
What
I
name?
don't know.
You don't know which ones, but you're actually telling us that some do. Isn't that an issue?
Well, look, if you want,
You know what someone believes, but
that the Earth is flat,
Hold
you
on,
can
he's
do
gonna
it.
paint himself. Hold on, he's gonna do it right now.
but
Hold on.
well, real quick, I just want to say before it goes ahead, you know what someone believes, but you don't even know who they are. Okay, just wanted to note that. Go ahead.
Who, me?
Are we allowed? Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, you.
I said if you want to defend the proposition that the Earth's flat, go ahead.
We're not
I'm not a
defending
flat.
anything.
Man,
There is nothing.
I'm not a flat earther.
Sorry, but there's nothing to defend because there's nothing against it. I would agree with you if there was something against it, but there isn't. So there's only the one truth, and then everything else are just made up stories, fabricated by men like you say, the scientists. So I want to know which ones you're talking about that told you a fanciful story of the Earth being a globe. Who could they be, Zio?
Well, I already told you I don't have any names.
Okay, so you don't
Is there
know how you
mayhem?
know.
Mayhem.
You
Can
don't
I
know
just
how
point
you
out one
know.
thing, Mayhem?
You don't know how you know
I did.
information. You just know information. How does that work?
What was the guy going to point out?
I just want to know if we're allowed to have this information too, because I'm just curious. I'm not a flat earther. I would like to know the information. Where you get it from?
That's the same question I was asking, Sio. Where'd you get it from?
Oh yeah.
Well, I forgot what I was going to say, to be honest. But
Okay,
I wasn't even going
let's
to
get
answer
back on
that
track.
question.
I know, but let's
Right.
get back
Okay.
on track.
I was going to tell you if you want to have if you want a productive conversation,
Sure,
then
we do.
I just want to ask you a couple questions if you're all right with that.
Couple of questions.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're pertinent. They're not off topic.
Well,
Yeah, you can go ahead if they're not off topic. Sure, if they're not
I
off
guess I
topic.
wanted to ask if you believe that other planets are round, or if you
Well,
believe in
that's
other planets.
well, just as you stated, Psyop, there'd be a belief system. We don't believe in something. We actually know if the things that we're understanding to be true. So in the case of that, we'd say that because it's a story, that you have to believe a story if they tell you a story, right? Like they're telling you everyone a story that the planets are whatever. That's a story. But the validation part of that story, there isn't any. So basically what it is a good bedtime story that they've been telling you. And that's all you have.
So
It's
what do you
just a
think
story.
happens when someone looks through a telescope?
You see things in the sky, lights in the sky. You see stuff. But what is how can you attach what you see to a story of what they say? How is it how can you do that?
It's pretty loaded. I mean,
Well, yeah, I know. That's the reason why I'm
the
asking because
optics
it's
in the thing can
sure.
see things that are really far away.
Okay. We'll grant you that you can see things that are far away, but what information is garnered from just viewing something? What information?
Induction,
Okay, and what is that going to tell you?
that there's a lot
I,
of stuff in the sky that are round.
I know,
That's
but let's pick one. Let's just pick one. Let's say Jupiter. I don't know. I'm giving you something that's easily seen by everyone. What can you tell me about Jupiter?
It's round.
Okay, what else?
It spins.
Anything else?
Not really. No.
Okay. And what can anyone else tell you about it other than what you just said?
Probably a lot of things, to be honest.
Okay, like what?
I don't know. They have to tell me.
So you don't know what they would tell you. You just know it would be more than what you've just stated.
Yeah.
Okay, based on what? What is that? Where are you getting this knowledge from? How do you know they can tell you something other than what you can know?
I'm not too interested in the topic, so I imagine they know more about it than I do.
Oh, so it's an imagination of yours. It has nothing to do with true knowledge, right? You're just imagining they could tell you something more.
Well,
you
I'm
don't know
sure people
how.
could tell me more things about dirt or a
Yeah, but that's
specific
physical.
animal
But
or
that's right.
anything I'm
But
not too interested in.
Saya, I know, but that's interestingly enough, that's what we have tangible around our vicinity. We can deal with those things. We can work with them. You can't work with Jupiter.
Well, to be honest, I don't even know the color of Jupiter. Someone could probably tell me that right now. It's not an imagination.
I know. That's fine. You can see a color. You can see it look like it's moving. You can see it look like a shape. That's fine. Other than that, what else can somebody tell you about the thing?
Its
I don't know.
distance. You can figure out the distance of Jupiter. You can calculate its orbital parameters. You can do a lot of things. You can figure out how fast you're moving relative to it.
Okay, but you're saying things about distance and relative to other things. We can see things in the sky in motion. Everyone can. We see the sun moving across the sky east to west. Good for you. Now, distance-wise, that's going to be a bit more difficult to actually get to, right? But things moving
No.
across the sky.
You can figure out
Sure it
how
is.
far it is
Sure
using its orbit.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
You can? Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
If you
All right,
figure
so-
out, if you
All right, Psyop, 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and talk to Majestic, and we're gonna see if Majestic knows what he's saying. Majestic, you are now switching over from Psyop Consumer. You can just settle down for a little bit. Majestic, go ahead. Tell us how we can know distances to objects in the sky.
So, Earth and Jupiter have an orbit, and
well, that's a claim.
If you
go ahead,
if you are in a period of your orbit, say like, it's January 1st, right? And you compare your position relative to Jupiter. All right, you have one position. Now, let's go to December 1st. At that period of time, actually, no, wait, no, not different. Go to, let's say, like March. Relative to Jupiter, you can notice between those two positions there's a difference, and therefore calculate its distance using trigonometry. So, like, over time, as you move away from Jupiter, you can figure out how far you are from it at that period of time, and calculate a lot of things such as, I forgot what it's called, its size and its position. And therefore you can determine its orbit.
Sure. How do we establish how far away something is? What's the first step to establish how far away something is? What do we need to know?
First, you need to figure out what time you want to do it. So, like, say we take
not the time, not the time. What I mean is, what is the first thing we measure to know the distance to that thing we're looking
Time.
at, and calculate time from
Okay,
what? What do we?
Look at Jupiter, and then take a picture. Okay. You can see its position at that period of time.
Yeah.
Then you wait like 6 months or so. It will change. Its position will change.
Yeah, it's in a
and
different
you can
location
cal-
in the sky. I get what you're saying. It's a different position
Right.
and a location in the sky. What I'm asking you is, distance-wise, how do I know how far away it is relative to me? I'm the observer. How do I know how far away it is to me, distance-wise? How did I establish
Using
that?
a parallax.
Okay,
You can
but
you can
what are we
calculate
parallaxing? What are we parallaxing with?
the position of Earth and the position of Jupiter.
Okay, in order for parallax to be achieved, don't you need two distant objects? Two things in the distance?
No, not necessarily.
Only one?
Well, if you can, there's star parallaxing, and then you can do it with the planet as well. For a star, it's different. If you want to do it for a star, if you want to determine how far a star is, you need to.
We're not talking. We're not talking about a star right now.
Yeah, that's the difference. What you're talking about is a star.
No, but we're looking at Jupiter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jupiter. How do we establish the distance between us relative to our position to how far away it is? What is the distance, and how do we establish?
You have to
that
figure it out by having those two positions, and then you can use trigonometry
What two
to figure
positions?
it out.
What two
The
positions?
position of when you took it first, in the position
Yeah,
6
it's
months
just
later.
moving. It's just moving a different position in the sky. I'm not talking about the difference between its
Well,
position
that's what
in
you
the
need
sky.
in order to figure out its
But that's the thing,
distance.
though. You haven't established the point from observation to that target. You're just establishing two other positions in the sky.
But
How do I
that you
figure
need
out the
position in order to, okay, think about it. Okay, think about it. You
Yeah, I
need
know I am. But listen, you're just getting from a place where it was in a specific time of a year, right? It's in a different location in another time of the year. I get that. But what we are trying to establish is point of reference of the person, the observer, making an observation. So we got to figure out how far away the
an
observer
angle.
is from the target.
Yeah, you need
How
an
do we
angle.
establish
No, you
that?
don't, dude. The Earth is not flat.
I'm asking Majestic. How do we know the distance between ourselves and the target distance?
You can use it, as I said before, using trigonometry if you figure out the angle and the
We don't
position of
know.
it.
We do not know the distance between us and the target, which is Jupiter. We
We
only know
don't
that it
know.
moved.
That's why you calculate it.
Well, calculation's not gonna. It's not a measurement, dude. And first
What?
of all, a
Wait, what?
calculation,
Whoa.
a calculation is not a measurement.
What?
Whoa.
It is not a measurement.
Bro,
Do you go?
that doesn't make
Do you go,
sense.
let me break it down.
Do you have any
Just say it.
source that backs up what you're saying?
I'll say it redundantly so you can understand. When you go to the shoe store, do you tell the person to calculate how big your foot is, or do you measure your foot for a shoe size? I'll say it
That's a
redundant so you can
different
understand.
scenario.
No,
That's a
it's not.
loaded
It's the
question.
same. It's not a loaded question. It's not a question. It's a statement. So when you ask the shoe store person, you're not going to tell them to calculate your foot. You're going to tell them to measure it. So there's a known distance between the top of your foot to the bottom. And so when you get a shoe size, you're going to know what size of shoe you're going to
I'm not
use to
arguing that it's a
measure.
measurement. I'm just saying you can
Well, I
calculate
am.
like
I am. I'm not saying it's calculation. So what we have to do is establish a known distance. That's a measurement, not a calculation. It's not known. It's basically like saying this is our best guess.
dude.
We're not using best guesses. We're actually establishing a measured distance.
Okay,
So
hold on.
that's what we're asking for is a measured
Hold on.
Can't
distance
physically
between.
measure.
Earth's orbit is
Correct.
1 year.
Correct.
Jupiter
The
has an
gentleman that
orbit.
just chimed in is correct. What were you saying, Majestic?
Earth has a orbital period of 1 year. Jupiter has
Okay,
like around
stop right there. Stop
20.
right there. You
Yeah,
need
hang
to
on.
prove
Go
that
ahead.
Earth is moving.
What? No,
Yeah,
this is
stop
about
right
No,
there
we
at the
don't,
orbit.
dude.
You need to
We don't
prove.
have
bro,
to
You need
prove
to
it.
we're
establish
talking
that.
about distance right now.
We don't have
You
to
need
prove
to.
it, dude.
You have to establish.
You can
that
feel
Earth
the
is
Earth
not
spinning right
Okay,
now.
how about this?
No,
Listen, listen.
Say, sit down, dude. You can't feel that. Even the Globers say you can't feel the Earth spinning, dude. Relax. Globers aren't saying
Okay, then how?
They're not saying you can feel the spin. Relax. Majestic, continue, please.
Okay, so Jupiter has an orbital period around 20 years. I forgot the exact one. So Jupiter doesn't move significantly far that from its for 1 year to take place. So you can figure out if you have one position, let's say like in June, figure out the angle and position, and then go to December, figure out the position and angle. You can use basic trigonometry to figure out the distance. I don't know the
Hosea,
exact
mute your mic,
equation,
please.
but I know.
Hosea,
can
mute
do
your
it.
mic, please. Thank you. So, Majestic, what we're doing here is establishing from the point of observation to the target distance, what is the known distance? So, example, if you look, here, check this out. I'm just going to show you something. If you go online right now and Google it, what is the distance between the Earth and Jupiter? You could see the distance. They're going to show you. They're going to tell you the amount. There's a variable there. What is that variable? What are they telling you? What's the metric that's given?
It says
I'll let you look it up.
372 million miles.
Correct. So there is a distance value from where we're at.
Yeah, they calculated it.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Now, in order to achieve that, what did they do to get that?
Oh, I
I'm
forgot the
asking you the
exact
method.
process, but
Well, that's the thing in contention, Majestic. We're trying to figure
well,
out the
there's one
method by which
way.
they use.
It may not be accurate because Jupiter's
Well,
moving, but I know you
hold
can.
on, dude. Hold on. Before you say it, do you know it? Because if we look it up and it's different from what you say, you can't recover. So I'd say go look at what it was first. I'm giving you that. Go look at
I
how
don't
they've
know.
done it, and then come back.
Listen, I don't know how they did it, but I know it is how
No.
to do it. Like for example,
No, dude, because it's not up to you. Those guys who are making up those calculations, they have a process, and if you don't know that process, you're gonna put your foot in your mouth, and later on go like, dude, Majestic, you're just fucking lying, dude. You're just really talking out your ass. Let the guys,
there's many.
bro. Let the guys who ever stated it. Let them be the ones who carry the burden. It's not your burden right now. You're
There's
you're
many
just
ways to
advocating.
calculate the distance.
So you're
There's a
telling
lot of
me.
ways.
So you're telling me you know the method by which it can be done outside of what they're saying, because we're gonna hold you to it. Do you like that?
Sure.
Even
Well,
if
you
you
also
You can
said that you don't know
calculate.
what the
Hold it to
process
it.
was.
We're waiting for you to
I
prove
don't know
Earth is flat,
exact
Alpha.
process that they used. I don't know the
yes,
exact process they used. It's probably very
Okay,
accurate.
well
They
then we
probably
can
use
end
it.
this discussion right
that's
there.
it. That's it.
No,
Just be
but I
honest,
know
dude.
how to. If you asked me originally how to figure out the distance, how distance is like how you can get the distance. I told you that's
Yeah,
one
but you
way
don't know
during that
you don't know
election.
the process by which they've done it, and that's fine. You don't have to
I
keep
mean, you can
thinking
look
like
it
you
up.
know it.
It's not like they're concealing that information. You can
I'm
look it up if you
asking
want.
you,
Yeah, look
sir,
it
if
up.
you know it. I'm asking you if you know it because you sound like you're in this argument like you know, and I'm showing you that you don't know what they've done. That's
I
it.
do know.
That's all I want to
Yeah,
point it out. Choose. You don't know.
Fact.
and we don't need to help
That's
you with your claim, man. It's your claim. So why don't you go look it up?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
in
need to
their
look for it.
claim, yeah,
Go
in
ahead, no
their
thanks.
claim, did they make any assumptions, or are they all measurements, or they all calculate? What did they assume? Did they make any assumptions in there, or are they all actually known distances? That's what you're supposed to find out right now.
Mm-hmm. And
Wait,
that's
who,
most
me?
important. Yeah, it's the burden. It's not our burden, man. We're not going to look for it. Like, if you want to provide evidence that it is been done a
Well, I
certain
told
way,
you how you can do it, and I mean, I told
dude,
you.
once again, you don't know how they've done it, Majestic. And so all we're asking is just go look it up. And if you find information, bring it in here and tell us. We're not going to, it's not our
Okay.
burden. We don't care. So we can get to whoever in here. Anybody else wants to provide evidence for the Earth's curvature? If you think the Earth is a globe, chime in. We'll talk about it. Go ahead, no
Is
thanks.
the guy who you segued away from still here?
Hosea, yeah, he's in here. I don't know if he wants to talk or not. Hosea,
Hello?
Hello.
go ahead, no thanks.
Oh no, I didn't. The original guy. Who was it?
So no tanks, you want to
Oh,
get refuted?
oh,
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, you have something that you're bringing.
Yeah,
Or?
so do you have an argument for me to refute?
oh.
Sure. Yeah, sure. So, I mean, it's not really an argument. It's just a statement of fact, right? That a water level, right? Two ends of a water level form a horizontal plane.
Well,
Therefore,
yeah, it's
ships
called
cannot. Therefore, ships cannot disappear over the horizon. Impossible.
So how come you can't zoom back into the ship?
You don't need to zoom in on anything. It's two ends of a water level, right? Like it's not like a level that you hold in your hand, like a bubble level. It's a water level. You hold two ends of it. You can hold them right next to each other in one place.
No, I didn't
stand
ask
there,
for that.
right?
I asked why does the ship
No,
disappear?
yeah, you asked me for my argument.
What
That's
does it
my argument.
disappear over?
Because it's
Nothing.
curved.
Yeah, it's the
All right, so
curvature, buddy. You just proved my point.
It's like an ass. If you
Right.
look at the if you look at an ass for a girl, it like disappears
LOL.
eventually.
Sit down if you don't have nothing to contribute. This is a discussion between people who are gonna try to argue. If you don't have one,
All
sit down.
flat earthers' wives
My bad.
are flat ass.
Is that
yeah,
all
so
you
could
got,
you do me
Jose?
a
So
yeah.
hold on. I'm sorry. No
That was
thanks.
really
But you
funny.
guys are being immature. If you immaturity is your style, just put yourself on mute. That's all. We don't
Okay.
care for that.
Good luck,
This
guys.
is
Have fun.
intellectual
stop.
discussion. So, all right.
All right.
If you don't put yourself on mute, I'll just mute you. If you're going to act like a child, we'll treat you like a child.
We don't want to, but this is what it is.
So Jedi, I've noticed that you're biblical from your bio here. So do you have any biblical bases on flat Earth? I'm actually a biblical enthusiast myself, so I can refute you.
Okay. Provide me with a verse from the Bible that shows that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space.
No, I ask you the question first.
He's answered it.
My rebuttal to that claim, as in, I know there isn't one. I understand that reading through the Bible, God didn't create a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. That's why I
Yeah,
asked
so
you
look in
to go.
Genesis, it says the earth was void. Void is
Yep.
space.
No, it's
The
not.
Earth.
Yes, it is.
The Earth was void.
No, it's not.
The
Dude.
Earth.
What do you think void is? It's a synonym for space.
No, it's
Earth
not.
does not have a shape.
Yes, it
Earth
is, buddy.
It was without form
Yes, it is,
and
buddy.
void. It was desolate, dude. It's another word for where you been. Okay, and then you want to talk about the Bible? You're gonna get refuted right on your face.
It says
by
in
the truth.
Isaiah chapter
So here's
40,
the thing.
verse 22,
So
that
let's go to
God sits
Genesis.
upon the
Let's go to
circle of
Genesis.
the earth.
Let's go to Genesis. Relax. Let's go to Genesis.
The earth is a
And the very
circle.
first Hang on a second, dude. Are you gonna let me tell you how you're wrong, or are you just gonna continue to babble? Because you can, and then in your own head you'll be a secret king. All right. So the beginning, right, in Genesis, the earth was actually created what first? And what else happened afterwards? The sun, moon, and stars on the fourth day were created. How the fuck is it a heliocentric motion when we don't have that until the third fucking day, Hosea?
This is metaphorical, buddy.
Metaphorical.
So,
Oh, it's nice poetry
what you
language.
fail to realize?
It's nice poetry language when it suits your ass. But how about when the truth is staring you in the face that we couldn't be revolving around the sun because it wasn't even created until the third day. And furthermore, life was actually existing on this earth prior to that third day. So you didn't have
Yeah, that
until the
supports
fourth day,
evolution.
the sun, moon, and stars were created. So what happened to the heliocentric model? Out the window. That's
Can I
it.
go back
So do you
That's
have an
all.
explanation for the
You are
darkness over the
refuted.
surface of the deep?
You are
You're gonna let me
refuted on your
respond?
face.
You're gonna let me
No,
respond?
you're refuted. You're dead. There's no more.
You're gonna
It's
act
gone.
like a little girl? You're not gonna let me
It's
respond?
gone. You lost.
Can I go back
It
to that
says
circle claim? Can I go back to that circle claim? We do
Yeah.
understand that circle. I can have
Is
a
2D
pizza.
for sphere.
It's 2D's for sphere. I like the way that you define that. You obviously don't know how to read the Bible, as in the first usage of that word circle isn't the same as the usage of the word for sphere. They are two completely different words.
No,
So
they are not.
circle. Okay, go
Can you
and
prove
get
that?
them.
Can you prove that claim?
Yeah, no.
Yes,
Listen,
I
you
Oh
can.
yeah,
said
you can't.
hold on. You
Because
said
I
no, they're
can.
not. Dude, go
Do you
and get
even
them.
know the Hebrew word for
Go and get
circle
them.
used in Isaiah in that verse right there?
Go
It
and get
is
them.
hog.
Okay, now go and
Yeah,
find the word for sphere.
Yeah,
I
it is
gave you a
hug.
hint.
It's hug. Hug. Hug.
Doesn't matter.
So,
Heliocentric.
so I'm gonna stream it. Hold on. No, let me refute him.
Hold on, shit, dude. No, you're not gonna, because you were dead at the very beginning. There was no heliocentric model to begin with. Don't matter. There was no heliocentric model to begin with. I already told you in the very beginning, prior to 3 days prior, the fourth day, the sun, moon, and stars were created. What was the earth going around for 3 days if there was no sun to go around in the heliocentric model? Hosea, you're refuted right at the beginning. In the beginning, you were refuted. What are you doing now? There's nothing you can pull out of your magic hat. There's nothing you can pull out of your magic hat. I don't care what
Hosea already.
terminology you use. Not going to be a globe. Period. You're refuted at the beginning, so you're done.
Alpha.
You
Yo,
are
Alpha.
done, sir. Based on the biblical reference, you're done. Sorry.
Well, you
He
guys are
did. He
getting
had a
schooled.
contradiction in
You
there.
guys are getting
He
schooled
claimed.
in Hebrew now. This is weird.
Yeah, he's claiming like a religious, like a religious background for a globe, but he doesn't have any texts that actually support his religious belief in a globe. So I wonder where he found this
So it
religion.
says hug is used as sphere as well here. So what does Jedi have to say about that?
Oh,
Don't let him
no,
run
and
away.
also the Bible
Don't let
doesn't
him run
say
away,
anything about
guys.
evolution,
He's
does it?
denying it. They're they're
Evolution?
Bible deniers. They're science deniers and Bible deniers.
Yeah, they don't even
So
support their own
Isaiah
religion.
uses words
The
whenever he
unforgivable
says
sin. The unforgivable sin. Damn.
Isaiah says two
Damn.
words when he talks about circle and ball. In Isaiah 18:22, he uses ball, right?
That's a
I'm gonna
different
take
word.
you, Israel,
Ball
take
is
you
a
into
different
a
word.
ball and throw you into a far off country, right? The same man writes later that he sits above the circle of the earth. Why didn't he use the same word to describe both situations?
Bingo.
That was a question.
He doesn't have an answer. He won't have an answer.
Yeah, the same author.
Alpha, bro. Alpha.
I wonder if
Sorry.
God. I wonder if also within the description of the earth it is pressed out like a clay seal. Now we understand what clay seals are. Wax seals were used to seal letters and envelopes. The seal was the ring that the king had. So pressed out like a seal, not formed into a ball. Pressed out like a seal.
Are you sure about that?
Stationary. immovable, set upon pillars. Now, if you're a Christian,
So what's holding the pillars?
Hold on, shush. If you're a Christian, and I've already noticed this, you think that somewhere in the Bible God created a spinning ball. There's over 200 to 250 references within the Bible as to what God created. You've tried to
What's under the
circle.
pillars?
I haven't finished. Now, if you want to make God out to be a liar, that's on you.
Never said he was.
Oh,
You're
so you're going to
making him out to be one.
No, I'm not.
Yep, you're going to
You said
take
it's
him
poetic
literally.
That's
language.
blasphemy.
In the beginning, you said it's poetic language. That's blasphemy. He's saying
No,
what
I
he's
didn't.
saying, and you're denying it.
I never said it was poetic language.
He
I said it
created the
was
sun, moon, and stars
metaphorically
on the fourth. Hosea.
interpreted that way.
Yeah, there you go. Because you want it to sound like it's talking about a heliocentric globe Earth spinning around the
It's
sun,
not.
and it
It's
is not
talking
doing
about.
that.
It's talking about the underwater.
You are in error, sir. You're pointed
It's
out
talking
in
about the
error.
underwater
You
terrarium
are
that he
in
made.
error, Hosea. You
We
are
are
a
inside
false
of an
prophet.
underwater
You
terrarium.
are a false prophet.
We are
Propagating the
inside of
message of
Sandy
the globe.
Cheek's house right now.
You're spreading the message of globe. You are a false prophet. So
I'm not.
identify that and repent.
I'm
because
playing
that's
devil's
what you are doing.
advocate. I've believed in flat Earth ever
Devil's
since.
advocate, sir? Are you a devil's advocate?
I've always believed in
Are you
flat
a
Earth,
devil's?
dude.
Are you a devil's advocate, sir? Are you a
Ask
devil's
me right
advocate?
now, dude. I know
Are
flat
you a
Earth.
devil's advocate?
I know flat
Answer
Earth
that.
from end to end,
Are
dude.
you
From the
a
four
devil's?
corners.
Are you a
From
devil's
corner to
advocate?
corner.
Answer the question. Are you a devil's
I was
advocate?
just playing one. I was just playing one because I wanted to test
Why
your
would you
knowledge.
play a devil's
I
advocate,
wanted
sir?
to test
Wouldn't
your
you be on the
knowledge.
side of
I
truth?
wanted to
Lying
test
is
your
sin,
knowledge.
man.
No, testing my
Sure.
knowledge is not what you're doing here.
Maybe.
You're in blatant
Lying is not a
contradiction.
sin unto death, though. I can
Okay,
still be
why
forgiven.
You are testifying against the truth, and you are in
I'm
error,
not. I'm
sir.
playing
You
devil's
need to
advocate
repent.
so I can strengthen your mind. And
I don't need that. Our minds are strengthened by the word and the truth. We don't need you playing devil's advocate. You are in error and a disgrace if you are claiming you are a truth seeker. Sit down. Yes, somebody was saying something?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying if I'm not, because he started point from the biblical point of view. But if I'm not a Christian, what shall I do now? Shall I look somewhere? Shall I look somewhere else, not in Bible? Shall I look in reality? Or maybe better, why he said he's flat earther? Can we find out why he's flat earther?
Can you guys just like create an echo chamber and talk amongst yourselves for a bit?
He's not a flat earther. He's a troll. He's just trolling, right? And what's happened to him is what happened to a lot of people. They find a contradiction, whether he is religious and a Christian, right? And he believes in God. He found a contradiction where science, modern science, tells you that you live on a globe, and the Bible tells you the opposite. So both things cannot be true.
Yeah, it's
And he's at
colliding
a
in his
crossroad.
worldview, which is what's happening to most of these guys. Especially if they find out they're following after the word, they're going to be coming into a paradox, which means that the word of man is saying one thing about space and the paradigm of cosmic vacuum, and the other hand, God is not saying that. And so they either have to reconcile that within their own self and then either conflate the two and make an amalgamation of globe earth and God within that. And it's disgusting. God's not saying anything that they're saying. So we don't need that. It's not needed in God's word.
Alpha, are you a flat earther?
Well, I'm a critical thinker, but I know that the earth is flat. How about that?
They calculated that Eratosthenes, 100 years before Jesus, he calculated that the earth was a sphere using math. Before
we can get into that. We can get into that. I'm gonna let my other friends in here. They want to jump in because I don't want to hog the mic. So anybody else in here that wants to take point?
Right, guys. Usually I'll jump right after this, but me and Mayhem have had a bit of time to say. Does anybody else want to take up the Aristosthenes channel?
Anybody else want to take point
Who's
from our
funding
team?
this? Who funds
What?
you guys?
Funds.
NASA.
Anyway,
Where do you
back
where
to
do
the
you guys
back
get
to
your
the point.
funding?
What are you talking about funding?
Zeros.
I don't understand this. You think if we were
you know,
making money,
money?
you
Like,
think
how
if
do
we
you
were
live?
making,
How do you
yeah,
live with yourself?
where are we making money? Are you giving us
Where do
money?
you get
Who's
your
giving
money?
us money? Who's giving us money? Who? Are you?
We're not even on one Discord channel.
Is anyone?
I'm,
Where's the
I'm
money?
not on.
Where's the
I'm
money
not a
going?
24/7 flat earther for
Where's
10
the
years.
money going, Zero? Where's the money going? You always complain about stuff. Where's it going?
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just asking you
All right,
where
then.
you get your funding. Like, why are you dodging, bro?
Then it's not
Where
it's
do you
not
get
a
your
point of
funding, bro?
concern. It's a non sequitur. You don't need to know where people make their money. And I'll tell you what, if we were getting paid for this and it didn't really matter, but if we were, it wouldn't be your concern. You need to stick your nose in your own business and keep it there. Stay in your lane, Zero. It's none of your business if people make money from this or not. People make money every single day. It's none of your concern. And that's not a good way to argue anyway. Whatever people's livelihoods are, that's what they are. And so what if they're making money off of this? Who cares?
Do you think it's unethical to scam people?
No, you are the one scamming people.
No, you said no.
You are a fucking. It's in your name, thought criminal. You are a scammer by nature.
You ever read 1984 by George
I don't give
Orwell?
a shit about 1984, George Orwell.
Yeah,
Is it
so you don't know what you're
applicable to
talking about.
today?
You don't know what you're talking
Is it
about.
applicable?
You
Is
come
it
from a
applicable?
place
Maybe
of
you don't
arrogance.
know.
You can't talk
What
down
are
to
you
me
talking
about
about?
things you don't know what you're talking about.
What you
Yeah,
are
because
talking
here's the
about?
thing, dude. I don't care about.
Without
I don't care about your squawk box little fucking
You're trying to
sideline
mock my name.
chanting.
You don't even know what my name means.
I don't give a shit,
Even
dude.
care.
To be honest, who cares? No one cares.
right,
You think that you're
without
important?
all,
Just sit
Why
down.
bring it up? Why bring it up if you don't care?
Then shut up and sit down. Fuck. Go ahead, Jedi.
I was just going to say, lots of people are starting to throw shit and ad homs all around the place. Let's get down to brass tacks, right? The reason why we're here. If you think that we're scamming people, the truth will be the arbiter of this. Let's bring out the truth. Let's talk about the Earth. Does anybody want to give us a direct measurement of drop over distance, the Earth sloping from point A to point B? Would anybody like to provide us with a direct measurement of the Earth rotating on its axis or motion around the Sun? And my fucking favourite, do you want to give me a demonstration of gas pressure without a container? Those are the three physical claims that they make about the Earth, the ball that spins in space. So 3 physical things that must be measured and demonstrated to be true. If you, excuse me, I'm not going to swear. Have you got any of those?
What's wrong with what was wrong with Hosea 11:9? He seemed very knowledgeable in Hebrew.
Shut up. We don't care about your squawk box. You have any evidence, yes or no? That's the question.
You can calculate the size of
That's
Earth,
your question.
like
All right.
with shadows.
Go ahead, Majestic.
Have you tried the Eratosthenes experiment yet?
Yes, I tried.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
I
it works.
tried.
It
Majestic.
works perfectly.
Majestic. If you want to
First
talk about
one.
the
First one.
if you want to talk
How
about the
step-
Eratosthenes, yeah, hang on, Sasha. If you want to talk about the Eratosthenes, we're gonna kick it over to one person, so somebody from the team can jump in if they want to, that knows the argument. If you do, please engage them on the topic and not veer off to another analogy that has nothing to do with the topic. Please stick it to the topic. Thank you. Now, if you're from the team, if you guys are equipped to have this, if not, me or Jedi can go introduce into the Eratosthenes.
I want to hear from here this. Okay, whatever town he wants to choose for Eratosthenes, whatever part of the world, and he will say, okay, this is London. This is 2 afternoon. The shadow is 7 meters. Then this is New York. Here is 4 in the morning, or no, let's say 11 in the morning. This is shadow 6 meters. And now, because in New York it's 6 meters, that means that geometrical horizon will be on 1.22 miles here, and geometrical horizon in London will be also on 1.22 miles. Can you do that?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yeah, this is shadows measurement. If you put the stick in London in one particular time, you need to have the length of the shadow. Now that length will give you the radius of the Earth. Is that true?
Yeah, because
Okay.
the way he did it, he was on the equator when he did it.
Give us all the data now.
Huh?
Give us all the data. Thick,
Yeah,
long.
okay.
Yeah, okay.
So he was on the equator, so he knew in the summer solstice that there would be absolutely no shadow casted. So he waited and he put he had a well, and that well there was no shadow. It was complete, so we can assume that's 0 degrees. He went up, I think, a few hundred miles. I can't remember the exact number.
500 miles straight.
Or no, he was already. He didn't go. Actually, no, he was already in place. So he already knew that.
That is on a straight line.
Distance,
He already knew that he's on straight line.
Yeah. So okay. So it's like
How
was
can
it
you
500
that?
miles?
How he knew that?
How he knew what? He read it in a book
That
that the wall is
he really.
exactly 0 angles.
Who gave him that book?
I
Yeah.
don't know the exact details, but he already knew that that was 0 degrees. So like that's
Okay.
not my argument. He already knew in that town that's 0 degrees. He knows how far he is from the town. He says I'm, let's say, 500 miles away from it. Okay, at this exact, we put a stick outside and we wait for it to hit 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
That angle,
Sure.
stick, let's say it's like
And where was the sun? Where was the sun?
The sun was directly
Eratosthenes'
in
experiment has
the
been debunked so many times.
But where was
Bro,
the
no,
sun?
no, it hasn't, bro.
All you need is just a light source. Like, you can literally recreate it in your own room with a few beer bottles and a ceiling light, dude. You're an
Then
idiot.
you're not doing it right. You're not doing it right.
You can't do it. You have to go outside.
You
But
don't understand math.
but you have to, when you get, okay, he takes a stick, right? He figures out the angle. Okay, from that angle and given that distance, he knows that let's say it's 7 degrees. Okay, how many 7 degrees are inside of 360 degrees? And then that times that, and then he takes the amount of, he takes 500 miles is equal to 7 degrees. How many times that, I need to figure out the exact number.
You're telling me all he did was
Look in
find
chat.
two
You can
angles.
look in chat. You can recreate the Eratosthenes.
So 51.
experiment.
Okay, so
Look in
7
chat.
goes into 30. 7 goes
I
into
wasn't
360.
using my robot.
7 goes into 360.
You're just really low,
51
Kiko.
Hey,
times.
shut up, dude. Let
Kiko,
him
you're really
speak.
low.
Let him
Seven-
speak.
Hang on. Let me just hang on, Majestic. What we're trying to get through is Kiko's trying to come in, but he's very low. We can't hear you, Kiko.
So it's Kiko's turn to talk.
Okay, how about that?
Let him speak then.
So what he did was he got two angles, right? He found the difference between them, divided by 360, he multiplied the distance, and that gave him the circumference.
Sure.
You're roboting, dude. Kiko.
Shall I?
He had one angle.
No, he's just roboting. Just give him one more chance. Kiko, can you try again?
Test.
Dude.
How about now?
Yeah, try again. One last time. Yeah, go
Okay.
for it.
He had two angles. He found the difference between the two angles.
Dude, the
He divided them by
Eratosthenes
360.
sticks experiment,
Then
it
he
works on
multiplied the
both
distance.
models. It works on a heliocentric model and a flat model. Look in chat. Look in chat right now.
I don't know what the,
You're still roboting, Kiko, by the way.
Look in chat right now. Someone do it right now. I can
relax,
probably do it
dude.
right now. Just have like two bottles and put it on the ground.
Almost everybody here is aware that it's a proof of the flat Earth. We get it.
No, I'm just telling I'm telling the globetard, not you, unless you are undercover.
So I guess you got parallel rays now with the sun, according to that.
You have to assume parallel rays, and you have to assume.
What do you mean parallel rays? There's no such
Parallel
thing.
rays doesn't work on the flat Earth model.
Rays that are parallel.
Yeah, because parallel rays don't exist, idiot. We only have crepuscular rays. Crepuscular.
No. The sun's so big that it's parallel. That's why it works.
No, the sun is actually not 93 million miles away, you moron. And the thing is, there's such thing as sun hotspots and straight sun reflection on the ocean. So
That's nothing to
that
do
wouldn't
with it.
happen if the sun was 96 million miles away. Yeah, it would.
No, that's not how it works.
The sun is actually approximately 32 miles wide and actually 3,000 miles away. It's actually closer than we
says
think.
who, bro? What?
Like,
Who said that it was 93 million miles away? You tell us first, because you guys are the first.
Can you prove that, mate?
No, I'm asking him. Can you prove that the sun is 93 million miles away?
You just made a claim how
It's a
big
counterclaim.
and far
It's a
away the sun
counterclaim.
was.
It's a
Have you got any
counterclaim
evidence
because
for it?
it's a counterclaim.
You got any evidence?
Because the default is that everyone believes the mainstream science says that the sun is 93 million miles away. I'm countering.
32 miles away.
I'm countering 3,000 miles away.
You just made a claim. How can you prove that those are the measurements?
Okay, I'm not gonna say it's those specific measurements, those exact
can
measurements,
prove
but
it.
it's not
That's the
93 million
thing.
miles away. It's smaller than Earth and local.
But you can't prove it.
Smaller than
Why are we supposed to
Okay, can you prove that it's not? So the thing is, what you can't prove is that it's 93 million miles away. So how did you measure that? How did you measure 93 million miles
The
away?
thing is that you believe.
Who measured it? Who measured it?
All right.
Hey, can you stop interrupting here? This is between me and the Globetard, not you, unless
Hey.
you are one too.
Well, I can just mute you and shut you the fuck up if you want.
Yeah.
Right?
What are you gonna do with that, globetard?
Right.
Oops.
So
Haha, got you there,
back up your
globetard.
claim. Back up your claim. You're a flat earther. You came in here. You made a claim about how big the sun was and how close it was, and then you said the sun is smaller than the Earth. So you're not a flat earther. You're a fucking pretender, and you don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry
Alright.
to interrupt. Sorry, Timbo, to interrupt. This was demonstrated earlier and used as a warning to flat earthers. When you make fucking claims about the size of the sun, we will hold you to that. Thank you, Timbo, for doing that for me.
Yep. No matter who you are, you say you're a flat earther, you're gonna get held down to that. So don't open up your yapper unless you know. The Clovers aren't the only ones that are getting heat. Just saying.
Right, who's taking point on Aristosthenes? Me, Timbo.
Oh yeah.
You.
Wait, did I already explain it? Yeah.
Right,
So
do you
so
want me to do it?
basically,
Do you want me to do it?
huh?
No worries. I heard what you said, Sunshine. It's fine. We've heard Aristosthenes about 20 times a day for the past 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, it's like an
I'm going to
experiment.
assert it. Okay, so I'm going to assert this. This is not proof either way. It can happen on a flat Earth with a smaller and local sun, like the gentleman was saying, but I'm not making a claim to that. The only observation I will point out is that we observe the rays from the sun to be divergent. The claims that
what?
Aristotle divergent. You understand what divergent
Oh.
light is, right? Yeah. You've seen corpuscular rays before, yes?
Sure.
Good. So Aristosthenes. Oh, I'll tell you what. Before I do this, I'll bring up a hostile witness. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that this is happening on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It isn't proof either way. I use another witness as well, the Chinese, a gentleman called Sung Hu, or Hai, however you fucking pronounce it, around the same time as Aristosthenes, who didn't make the same assumptions that Aristosthenes and just came out with the circular path of the sun above the flat Earth. Do you want me to continue?
I've never heard of that.
Okay, so the Chinese Aristosthenes experiment. Should be able to Google it. It's not a problem. Right, Aristosthenes made a few assumptions. One, because he already thought the Earth was a ball, he used mathematics with a radius value already inserted into the math. I could use
What
the same
radius
math
value?
in my shush. I could use the same math in my living room, stand underneath the main light in my living room where I'm casting no shadow, and walk away from it and watch my shadow increase in size. I can use the same math that Aristosthenes did to turn my living room floor into a sphere. Second assumption, the distance to the sun. So the sun was far away, but really big and casting parallel light rays. Now, Aristosthenes had a few assumptions within his interpretation and within his quote unquote proof. The Earth was already a ball. The distance to the sun was infinite. Problems if you're orbiting an infinite sun, by the way. And the light rays from the sun were parallel.
Right.
Chinese have done this. Neil deGrasse Tyson himself says this isn't proof either way. Do you want me to continue?
Wait, Eratosthenes' experiment isn't proof?
No.
Well, okay. I mean, that's your belief.
No, it's not my belief. I've demonstrated this with the Chinese Aristosthenes experiment, Neil deGrasse Tyson quoting, this is not proof either way. I've also demonstrated that if you walk away from a light source, that the shadow will increase the further away you get from a light source.
That doesn't matter. The
was on
angle is the same.
I haven't quite finished. Aristosthenes was on the equator, correct? And he saw the sun down the bottom of a well. It reflected back at him when he peeked his head over the top. He moved away from underneath the sun, the light source, 500 stades or miles, pretty much the same bloody thing, and then put a stick in the ground and noticed there was a shadow. Brilliant.
The issue
if you have any critical thought, you would understand that he could have quite as easily just walked away from underneath the sun. The sun was over.
But then they're not parallel.
Listen.
Right? So then it just comes down to, are the rays coming in parallel or not?
Listen. There's a flaw in your thinking because you're okay. If you have a light bulb, you walk away from it, the angle is changing. You go outside, you walk away, you can't walk away from the sun. The angle is the same. It doesn't matter. So you can't really make that's not really analogous. You can't say a light bulb walking away from a light bulb is different. You're changing the angle because you're moving away from the light source. The sun is so far away it's insignificant. The so is insignificant
He
when
just
you
debunked
what do you
it.
okay? If you were to assume the sun is like millions of miles
Right.
away,
What do you
and
think
you were to walk
Aristophanes was
and you were to
measuring,
walk
buddy?
20 feet, you were to move 20 feet, you're not going to notice a difference in the angle.
Would you say that the sun is quite high up in the sky?
What I say? What?
Would you say that the sun is quite high up in the sky when we observe it? I've just given you a local demonstration. Ratio would apply obviously to this, right? 500 miles. It's a fucking big distance. I'm not going to lie, but the sun with ratio to the surface of the earth, then as you walked away from underneath that light source, obviously your shadow will increase. All we really have to do, like my colleague just pointed out, is look at the light rays from the sun. They're not parallel, they're divergent.
By an insignificant. They're
You also
parallel.
realise that no, they're not. Do you understand what corpuscular rays are?
Listen.
No,
They're
don't
practically
tell us.
Corpuscular rays don't
No,
demonstrate that the rays are divergent. No. Like sometimes you do get refractions and things, like because generally, right, if you light up a cloud and then you partially occlude that cloud, well, the cloud is acting as a light source essentially in terms of how you look at it. But true corpuscular, oh god, I can't speak. True corpuscular rays coming from the sun don't look like
Fuck
that.
Palestine!
They don't diverge.
Right, and it's a very insignificant. There's a very small number. It's practically parallel.
So you're claiming that Rayleigh scattering of the light that makes it scatter. So then, how did he measure from the surface of the Earth? Yeah, parallel rays.
On a clear day.
That's what you're saying.
It was a clear day. It wasn't cloudy.
It's approximation. They don't have like infinitely precise measurements, man.
Who's they?
They're obviously neglecting the optical effects of ancient Greeks.
Yep. Yeah, that's all there is to it. As simple as that.
The ancient Greeks that we were discussing. Hello? Have you been here? What the fuck?
Yeah, so who is they? You said they are dismissing the optical effects of the Greeks.
Oh my god.
You're talking about the Greeks are dismissing it? Who's they?
Yes.
The Greeks are not observing their own observation. Weird.
They're observing
Why
their
do
own
you guys
observation.
fall
That
into
doesn't mean
this
they have a working model of
debunking
the
trip?
optics of the atmosphere. What the fuck?
The flat Earth claim doesn't require any empirical or analytic refutation. So why would you argue with these guys on those grounds?
It's not proof either way. That's the point.
Yeah, well, explain to me the business that's called SpaceX, the entire satellite industry.
Oh my god, dude!
The entire space industry.
So
People
you can see
watching satellite TV.
before
you know what?
Before you go to something new, you can see
People who've
not seeing
sailed
parallel
around the
light, or you
world.
think that the light is parallel.
Are they all in on it?
Can flat earthers explain? Can flat
Weather
earthers
satellites.
Yeah,
Can flat earthers explain
the
Chinese?
It's not going to be consistent with a
and that doesn't even
flat
work.
Earth with a sun at a particular distance. Like,
Alright,
it's not
stop.
going to be.
Stop. Hey, are light rays parallel, divergent, or convergent? Which one?
From the sun?
Yep.
They're well modeled in our situation as parallel. They're not truly parallel. Like the sun has size, etc., but they're pretty well modeled as parallel.
Okay, so when they have a full solar eclipse, why is the shadow smaller than if the light rays are parallel? Smaller than the so-called measurement of the moon. So the moon is specified to be a certain size, yeah? But the shadow of totality is 1/6 the size. So are light rays parallel, or is the moon that size?
Are you asking whether light rays can be scattered, or what is the
He's
term
telling you
for
that
when
when the lunar eclipse occurs, there's a tiny little shadow on the ground. So is the moon really really small, or are you backing away from the parallel sun rays?
No, what the Dude, when you change the experiment, things are going to be
You've got a
different, right? If the
contradiction
line's
in
coming
your
from the
model.
sun,
So
if the
you're saying
line's
when you
coming
change,
from the
you're saying when you
sun, if the
change, you're
line's
saying when you,
coming from the
you're
sun, if
saying
the
when you
line's
change
coming
the
from the
experiment, the
sun,
sun does
I'm
a
in the
different
middle of
thing.
speaking. If the
I don't
line's
care.
coming from the
You just
I'm in the
said.
middle of
Humanity,
speaking.
you're not
I'm
You
in the
just
middle
you
said.
haven't
of
addressed a single
responding to
question,
what you're
humanity.
saying. Can you
I mean,
please let me
you're not
respond?
responding
So
directly to any
the
questions that are being
sun,
asked. You're making up your new
the
points every
sun,
time to respond to.
the
Pretty
sun
obvious.
is the sun is generally emitting parallel light rays, right? But that does
Oh,
not
so can you prove
imply
that?
that
How
if you
can you
stick
state that claim
that
then?
if
How can
you
you state
Bro,
that
that
claim?
if you
All right. Sorry, mate. I
Thank
had to mute
you.
you.
Oh my god,
Thank
what?
So
you.
the question is,
You guys didn't even let him
are
explain.
light just no, because
Yes.
he's gone off the topic. So the question was, are light rays parallel, convergent, or divergent? Because they're your claim is that they're displaying everything, but you just claimed that they're parallel. So I'm going to unmute you, and if you can directly answer that question, that would be great.
You're thinking too hard about it, bro. If you want me to be
No,
honest.
I'm not.
No, I'll tell you why.
Yeah, solar
If,
eclipse.
if I
No,
can,
it's not
if I
your
can
turn.
respond, okay, I'll let
Go
him go.
ahead, humanity. You can answer that question
So
if you
I'd
want.
say your question is malformed, right? I can take a light source that has parallel light rays, and if I stick a prism in front of it, well, they're not going to be parallel anymore. If I stick an
Where?
edge in front of it, they're not
Is
going
the
to be parallel
moon a
anymore.
prism? Is the moon a
The
prism?
moon is an edge. The moon is an edge. The moon is going to curve light that passes near it back like down the way that light works. Yeah.
Have you got an
Refracting
example
light.
of
No,
this?
it's not refracting.
No,
That's
it
the term of
doesn't.
it. Yeah, generally, if you just put like your fingers close together, you can see that it warps like the light that goes between them, depending on the
What
wavelength,
does?
of course. But what do you mean? The space between your fingers causes like
Can you,
aberrations in what you can see between them.
can you show me an example of this?
Are you asking me to grab your fingers and make you look at them?
Why do you
through
change
them?
the subject
What are you
every
asking?
time? Why do you change the line of questioning every time, humanity? Why can't you just answer the questions directly? That would be appreciated.
I
The
answered
claim
very
is
directly. I
the
said,
claim
look, they're
is
coming off the
the
sun pretty
claim
close to
is
parallel. If
that
you do stuff to them, like put the moon in the way, they're not necessarily going to be parallel anymore.
the claim is that you claim that light rays are parallel for Eratosthenes' experiment, so-called experiment, to work. Now, are they parallel?
So there are going to be there's going to be light that isn't parallel, right? If the moon's in the way, but that does not imply that the majority of the light, the strength of the light that they see, the light that they're using to determine where the shadow is, isn't going to be parallel. Those are like different
Okay,
questions.
so when you see it come through the sky, what are they doing then?
It's talking outside of
Didn't
his
we already
model,
talk
by the
about
way.
this?
Yeah,
You're
I know.
talking outside of the model. So within the model for solar eclipses, when the moon occults the light of the sun, you have divergent and convergent light rays emitting from the sun. It's got fuck all to do with the interaction between the light and the moon. That's your model. In your assertion of Eratosthenes, however, the light rays are parallel. All we have to do is put the two models side by side, and this demonstrates this contradiction within your own model. Eratosthenes parallel light rays, but when you want to explain why the shadow of the moon is so fucking small within your solar eclipse idea, then they're divergent and convergent light rays that emit from the sun. So you have a contradiction in your model.
That's not what
If
was
you
said.
got a
I
basic
again
understanding of
said they can
optics,
be well approximated as parallel. If you block a bunch of them, then obviously it's going to be
Why
less
is the
well
moon? Well, then
approximated
why
as
this?
parallel.
All right. So then why is the? All right. Since you like that, why is the moon shadow very, very tiny?
What are you asking? Are you asking
During,
like
yeah,
for
when the
the
moon eclipses the
measurements
sun,
of
why is the
why?
moon? Yeah, why is it so tiny? Go ahead.
Generally speaking, right, the sun,
No,
or sorry, the
specifically.
moon isn't that large in compared to like the distance it is from the Earth. So that's pretty
So,
much the
so how big
explanation.
is the how? So how big do you think the moon is? Like, do you think you're making up your own moon size, or are you going to go with like the given moon size?
I'm pretty happy with the given moon size. Let's put it that way.
So why isn't that shadow the same size on the ground
Why would it be the
with
same
parallel
size as on the
rays?
ground? I said they're well
Parallel rays.
approximated as being. I said they are well approximated as being parallel. That doesn't mean that
Yeah.
like each individual photon is perfectly aligned. The sun isn't a laser.
So the moon is said to be about 2,000 miles across, but there's like a 20-mile shadow on the ground. What's going on? I don't think it's that big.
No, there's
Again.
a significantly bigger shadow than that.
Go ahead,
70
find it
miles.
for 70
I'm
miles.
gonna
Yeah.
have to point this out. The area of totality upon the Earth varies within solar eclipses. Some recorded instances, the shadow of the moon has only been a radius of 20 miles, sorry, diameter of 20 miles. In most extreme, 70 miles. So we have a problem here.
The shadow
So
is usually more than 64,000 kilometers. Sorry, 6,000 kilometers.
Don't understand why you're talking, because we have a problem here. I'd like you to do an experiment for me with a light source. Get a ball, have a wall, shine the light on the ball, and see if you can make that shadow smaller than the object casting it.
Yeah, if you have a big enough light source.
What
Parallel.
will the light rays?
Sorry.
What will the light rays be doing? Will they be parallel or will they be divergent and convergent?
Well,
See,
again,
this is
each
problem
point
within
on
your
your
own
light
model.
source is casting. Do you want me to answer the question or not? What are you doing?
Why are you getting
Okay,
upset?
so each point on your
Point
light
out
source
that
is emitting.
I'm
Oh my god! Please continue then.
Okay, all I was doing was pointing out the contradiction in your model. I literally only had another thing to say before you got fucking upset about it.
But it's not a contradiction, right? If each point on my light source is emitting light in all directions, then as a whole, the light can be pretty well modeled by saying they're all parallel, right? Because each point on the light source is emitting light in approximately the same direction as the target. Yeah, makes sense. But if you're going to, stick stuff in the way, well, then other parts of the light are going to dominate, right? If you block all the light that's mostly parallel, well, you're going to be left with all the light that is mostly not parallel.
So your light does whatever you want it to do, depending on what argument you're talking about, yeah?
Again, the sun is not a laser. It is
didn't
not emitting
say-
light in one specific way. Each part of the sun is emitting light in all directions.
Oi, obviously it's not a laser because in your model it's a sphere, so divergent rays.
Whether or not, no, it doesn't matter whether it's
Yeah.
a sphere or a flat or whatever. It still is
No one
not a
said
laser.
then, did
It doesn't
they?
act like a laser.
No one said laser, did they? Only you said laser.
If it's only emitting parallel fucking rays, it would act like a laser.
Okay, so it's not emitting parallel light rays then.
It is well approximated by parallel light rays, which is why that is what I already said.
Approximately. Depending
Yes.
on your argument or proof, quote unquote, Aristosthenes or model with regards to solar eclipses, the light will do what you want it to do.
No, they are approximating, man. They're saying, look, yeah, it's probably
Get a really
appropriately
big light.
parallel.
Get a really big
Doesn't
light.
mean you can't
Get a-
refine the like measurements or the calculations.
Dude, get a really fucking big light. I don't care if it's a fucking stadium light on a football ground. You can use that one. I'd like you to notice the football on the pitch. The shadow isn't smaller than the object casting it, that being the football. I don't care
not
how
true.
big your light. It is. I don't care how big your light source is, but we have to have a ratio here: the distance to the light source, to the moon, and the Earth. Now, with that ratio, if your light source is really, really far away, I guarantee you this: you're not going to be able to cause the shadow to be smaller than the object casting it.
When you say shadow, do you mean the umbra or the penumbra?
Area of totality.
So the penumbra.
Yes, the area
The
of
only one
totality.
that you can that people see. Yeah, the only one that actually is seen and proven.
What you can see the penumbra. That's where the partial in the penumbra the light dims. There's a partial eclipse.
That's a partial
right?
eclipse.
And so too. Yes,
partial eclipse.
exactly. Right. That is the shadow of the moon. That means the shadow is part of where you are.
Partial. We're talking about the area of
Yes.
totality. Where the sun is totally eclipsed.
Sure. So
That
if I have
area
a
of
big enough light
totality,
source,
like I
if
told
I
you.
have a
Right. You got a problem, dude. How can you
if I have a big
vary
enough light source,
area?
it's going to be exactly the same.
How can you vary the size of the shadow to be always smaller than the object casting it from a variance of
Again,
20 miles.
the penumbra is larger than the object
I don't
casting
think
it.
you should keep on
So
asking
the
him. He
overall
doesn't get
shadow
it.
is larger. The like nexus of the shadow, where the shadow's like strongest, is smaller than the object. That's generally
Yeah.
true.
Your claim is that you have a 93 million mile away sun, 93 million miles away. Then you have a moon that's like just above the Earth, right? Like 238,000 miles, which is like nothing. So it's like a little inch, and then you got 93 million mile away sun. But somehow the parallel light that comes in and hits the Earth's surface is only making a 20-mile wide shadow of the moon. So you got a problem, dude. Move on.
Again,
You're
the
wrong. Move
penumbra
on. Just
is
move on. Listen, not
significantly
again.
bigger
Just
than
move
that.
on. You're wrong. You're deluding yourself. I don't know
The
why. I don't know why
penumbra
you're doing
is
it.
like 6,400 kilometers, man. No, the shadow is really fucking big. That's not the same as the penumbra.
Yeah, during
Error,
totality, that's yeah. Go ahead.
no, fine. Error of totality was our whole point the entire time.
Sure, but again, that's not surprising. Like I don't know what you're expecting here.
You have a really big problem to claim that the sun's light rays are parallel when they are observably divergent.
I keep telling you, the sun is not a laser. It is not actually only emitting parallel light, but its light is well approximated as being parallel.
Whether it's emitting parallel light or not
Because
is not
there
the point.
is no divergence on average across the scales
Yeah,
that humans are
whether it's
operating on.
emitting it or not, that's not the point, right? The claim from the globe is not that the sun is emitting parallel light; it's that it hits the Earth parallel. Yeah. So I don't know if
But
you're out
that's
there
not
measuring
what
shadows
anyone
in outer
claims,
space.
right?
Are you out there measuring like outer space shadows? What are you claiming? What are you claiming? So on Earth, it
Everyone
comes in parallel.
agrees.
So stop red herring the situation and stay on point. Yeah.
Everyone agrees. Oh, sorry, not everyone, right? But in the generally accepted model, right, the sun has an angular diameter. So obviously the light isn't actually parallel, right? Because you can see that entire angular diameter. That means they're not parallel. If they were parallel, it would be point-like. There would be no apparent diameter to the sun because it would be a laser.
Bye bye Aristophanes then.
Again, I agree. Their calculation isn't infinitely precise. Assuming they're parallel is merely a decent approximation.
You have a contradiction in your model. That's all we're pointing out.
That's not a contradiction. The fact that something can't be perfectly measured isn't the same as a contradiction.
Within your model, you have got different light, parallel, divergent.
No.
Yes.
Everyone agrees that the sun, like the entire visible sun, is emitting light. That's why you can see it. Now that light is like pretty close to parallel, right? It's all been traveling, and you only see it being like a what is it, 0.5 degree distance, which is to say the divergence in it is up to 0.5 degrees. Now a 0.5 degree divergence is pretty close to parallel.
But
it's not actually parallel. It's not a laser.
For a 93.
Listen, dude, you got a magic sun. I don't know. Listen, you got a magic sun that doesn't do the parallel light, but then comes in parallel light, right? And then you can take the moon, right? There's this thing called a moon dial, right? And you can get the same exact time zones using the shadow of the moon. The light emitted from the moon. So somehow your magical sun in your model, right? Because it just changes however you want it to change. Comes in parallel, then changes during an eclipse, then changes at night to match for the moon to match exactly the same light that is cast by the sun. You got a magic sun model. That's okay.
You're not making sense here, man. You're just
you're not
insisting
making
things
sense,
are the case that are,
you
the
keep
case,
on,
right?
You keep on
I'm
saying that the sun is not a laser beam, but it's a laser
Christ.
beam with parallel light. Yeah, it's all right. Move on from all your wrong assertions.
I keep so when you have
not a laser beam, it's just parallel.
When you have a light source with an apparent size, right? You can see, okay, so if the sun is,
that's what we're telling
approximate
you. We're saying,
here,
look, you can
and say
see
that
that's what we're saying. You can see with your own
half
eyes, dude. That's what we're
degree,
saying. Obviously, you can
right?
see it
If
with
the
your own eyes.
If the sun's angular diameter is a half degree, that then
Blah, blah,
implies
blah, blah,
that
blah.
the
You
light
stood on the
coming
ground
from
and
it
took a
is
protractor
not
and put it up to the
parallel.
sky and measured a half a
It
degree
is
of a
a
light. Yeah,
half
gotcha.
degree. Right?
Yeah, so you have a contradiction, right? Yeah, right. You're saying it very clearly. Yeah, we can all see with our eyes. Yeah,
is
we can all. I
extremely
get what you're
close to
saying, dude.
parallel
I get what you're
from
saying,
the
bro. I get what you're
perspective
saying, man.
of people with light
Get what you're
sources
saying,
on
dude.
the
Loud
Earth
and clear,
without
like
lasers,
super loud and clear,
because
and never
there are
stopping.
not any humans
You're just
in
not
that
stopping.
time
I don't
who
know
could
why. I'm just
make
gonna talk
lights
over
that
you
were
because
that
you're not like
parallelized.
really getting it. It's all right. You're not getting it. It's okay. Right. So yeah, what you're saying is loud and clear that we have a contradiction. We can see that it's obviously not going to cast parallel light. We can see it's only a half a degree in the sky. It's going to be diverging light. We see diverging light everywhere we go. Even when we put our fingers up, like you said, you can put your fingers up and see that the rays are not parallel. But yet, if for the model to exist, they need to be parallel. We get what you're saying. Yeah.
None of that was true, but okay.
Can I say this real quick? If you take a sphere and say that it emits light, like a let's say like a 1 foot long in diameter sphere, okay. You take that sphere and you zoom in really close to its surface. The photons emitting from that sphere are practically parallel. That's all he's trying to say. It's not a laser, it's not magic, it's just simple basic optics and basic physics. Like it works even in your model or whatever if you just take
you're talking about how light
right, you
enters your eye,
understand
that's
that,
really
right?
different.
You understand that like if you zoom in
No,
far
you're
enough,
not
it'll
talking about a shadow though. You're talking about how light enters your eye. So that's totally different than a
I'm
shadow.
not talking about how light, I'm just talking about the angle.
that you've never seen.
I'm just saying you understand that if you were to zoom in close enough to that sphere, it would be the angle of the photons emitting would practically be parallel, right? You understand that, right? If you zoom
Sure,
in
in
close enough.
principle in geometry, but that's not the
In
focus.
geometry.
The focus, yeah, sure, in principle in geometry, but that is not the focus. The focus is what do we empirically detect, and what you're describing is not what we've ever empirically detected.
Well, okay, but that's just how our model works. That's even
Sure,
right to say.
your model has not been empirically detected. That is the focus. Has it been empirically detected? Is it the actual concrete state of
Yes.
affairs? No, we've never empirically detected that.
Yes, okay, bro.
Models can't be detected, but we can say, oh, are our measurements, are all the empirics consistent with a model? And I think that, yeah, basically, right? We have a whole lot of scientists
No,
constantly
you've
keep
never
showing
measured
this.
the angle of
You actually
light.
sound
You've never
kinda
measured
stupid.
the angle between the light rays.
What do you mean by that?
You have a
That's like
model that
pretty
doesn't
easy to
match
do.
reality.
You just like
Guys.
take a what's it called? It's a particular kind of filter that basically only accepts light in a very narrow angle of attack, right? And then you just move it around and you've measured the intensity at all the different angles. That's not
So
difficult.
you think you can measure the angle of light rays supposedly stretching 93 million miles?
I don't know what that means. I'm saying at any particular point you
What do you
can
mean you
measure
don't know what
the
it
angle of
means?
light.
Why are you making this difficult?
That's
I
a
thought you
weird
want us to
question.
get to the truth of the matter.
I do, but your question
That
doesn't
was
make sense to me.
that was his claim, but he doesn't know what it means. That was like his claim. Yeah.
I mean, like, listen to what's being said to you and stop just being so determined to be an apologist for this paradigm that you didn't even make. I don't
Wait,
understand
chill.
that.
None of this is relevant. Please, what are you saying?
Right? You think you can use some sort of ocular apparatus and measure the angle of the light rays supposedly stretching from the sun 93 million miles. Do you really believe we are able to do that?
So what you're doing is you're measuring the angle of the light that's entering the sensor, right? Where the light comes from isn't actually relevant. You can do this
I
equally to
didn't
light at
ask
any
you
distance.
that. I didn't ask
I
you
just
that. Why are you not
answered
answering the question
I just
directly?
answered the question directly. I said at any distance.
No, I didn't ask you what are you measuring. I asked you, do you really believe that?
Do I believe what?
Are you serious?
That I can measure
For
light
real?
that comes from any distance? Yes, I don't think that light stops being measurable because it's from
No,
far away.
no, just stop making this so difficult. It's not that hard. I'm trying to have a discourse with you, but you're just so
As
determined to
am
be an
I, but I'm
apologist for this
confused by
paradigm.
what you're trying to
You're not
get
even
at.
listening to the loud and clear question that's being asked to you. Do
Okay,
you
what's the loud
really
and clear
believe
question?
that we have some sort of ocular apparatus to measure the angle of light rays supposedly stretching 93 million miles?
I already told you that distance is irrelevant. So all you're asking me is,
It's not
do I think...
irrelevant.
Oh my god. I already told you that I
You people
don't
are
think...
so quick to make
Can
that
you
damn
let me
retort. You're
answer
not
your
being
fucking
at
point?
all critically consider
I
what's being said to you.
already
You people
said
destroy the
that
dialogue.
optical... Oh my god.
You people destroy the dialogue. You're just so quick to say that goddamn retort. You're not even at all giving yourself pause to critically consider what's being said to you. Of course it matters, the distance between you and the object you're trying to measure the light rays stretching from.
Why would it? Why would that change the
It's
light
going to
that's here?
change the angle. What do you
What are you
mean?
talking about? Why would it change the what?
Doesn't make any
no,
sense.
We're not measuring. We're not measuring the angle off in some other place. We're measuring the angle where we are actually doing the measurement. What the fuck are you talking
towards the light source, right?
No, of the light itself.
How the fuck do you measure light without the light source?
You
what kind
can't
of fucking
measure
sense
the
does
light
that
source.
make?
How would you do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you're not making any sense. You're sitting here talking with all this goddamn sassiness and irritation, and you're not even making no damn sense yourself. How the fuck
Okay,
you gonna measure some light
how are you
without the
measuring
light
a
source,
light source?
to emit the light
can't.
that you're trying to
It doesn't
measure?
make any. No, exactly. It's already emitted it, so you don't need to care about the light source.
So then the light source is not
emitted
irrelevant
already.
then.
It is
Shut
because
up.
the light is already emitted. You're measuring the light,
You can't
not the light
have the
source.
goddamn light to measure without the light source. You fool.
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
That was your point earlier.
So here's the thing, right?
Just
The
fill in
light
the
source.
goddamn voice
The
channel.
light source.
Just fill in the voice channel with all this rhetoric and blabbering, not even trying at all to critically consider what's being said to you.
I think I am actually critically
He even
considering
said
it, right?
earlier, he
And
said
it's
we
a very
measure up to this half a degree in the sky, and then we go down on the ground and we measure the angle between that half a degree up in this. And now he's saying no, we don't do that. I don't, he
No,
just
that's
does.
exactly
he just
what we
likes the
do.
model. That's okay.
No, that,
Yeah, right.
You're
you
exactly
keep on
right.
going back
We
and
measure.
forth.
We measure the light down here. We can't measure like random ass shit other places. We measure the light down here to figure out how parallel
Yeah,
it is.
based on a half a degree in the sky. You said this earlier, but now you're saying it doesn't matter. We don't even look at the sky. We just look down at the light. Yeah. So I mean, you just keep going back and forth, man, and not really taking a
There's
position
no back and forth,
to
man.
be able to be scrutinized on your position. You'll just jump, back and say, let's ignore that part now and go to this part. You keep doing
You
it.
just devoted this ridiculous controlling premise that you couldn't possibly be wrong about this paradigm. You're not listening to the words that you're saying to us. We are listening to you. You are not making sense. You can't neglect the light source that's emitting the light that you're trying to measure.
Yes,
That's
you
fucking
can.
retarded.
That's the entire point of scientific measurement, right? You can't know everything. We can't build some crazy contraption that can measure all possible influences. No, we take a local measurement. When we measure things, we aren't measuring other random ass things. We're
Stop
measuring
talking
the
like
things
you know
we're
what you're
actually
talking
measuring.
about. Everyone in here
I do
knows
know
you're
what
not
I'm
making
talking about.
sense. You're trying to measure angles of
Locality
light
measurement
rays.
is basic.
How do you do that without the light source?
Yeah, and on top of that,
So
like
you
another
set
thing
up
you
a
want to do when you
detector,
measure this angle,
and then
right?
you
Another like when
run
you
the
set up a
detector. That's
detector,
it.
though, what you want to do real quick though, before you do that, right? Is you want to level out like you don't want you to have your stick or whatever you're measuring a shadow of or your detector. You don't want to have it crooked because then you're going to measure like a slanted angle. So you want to level it out, make it horizontal, nice and flat, and then measure an angle off of that
We're not
flat
measuring
baseline.
So
angles.
is he trying to
right?
measure the
So
light
what you
rays to
could do,
see?
for
Are you trying to
example,
measure the angles to see how parallel they are? The sun's light. That's what you're doing.
So what you could do, for example, right, is you could just point it at fucking everything, right? You mount it in a nice gimbal, you have it spin around, you have it point at all different places, and you note down what direction is pointing relative to like the other place it's pointing
He's
at.
just
which
saying
is
words he
definitely
doesn't
measurable.
even
That's
understand at
that
this
is
point.
all local measurements, and then you measure the intensity of the parallel light that strikes the sensor. There you go.
And you don't measure
You
parallel
just
light rays.
now, so then you could put
And
that
you
together
don't
and figure
measure
out, and
parallel
you
light
can
rays.
put that. You
You just want to
build a
fill the voice
detector.
channel with your voice so that you can
Oh my
drown out
God.
everyone else's voice and not actually critically consider what's being said to you. You
Yeah,
are not
if you're
the
measuring-
intellectual bulwark here that deserves to dominate the voice channel.
Cool. That's very nice.
Yeah, if you're measuring
So
parallel
you
light rays
can
everywhere you go,
absolutely.
then the Earth cannot be a sphere whatsoever, right? Like it can't be a globe if you're measuring parallel light rays like you're claiming.
If you take
Yeah,
this
exactly,
device
because
and
there's
you
going to
point
be a
it at
deflection.
any light
There's going to
source,
be a
it's going to tell
deflection,
you
and you're
about
just
the
going
light.
to interpret.
Oh my God.
Yes, there's going to be a deflection. Then you're just going to interpret that that was due to the curved surface that you already presupposed never proved in the first place. So it's a circle jerk. Why don't you just shut up?
The moon definitely looks like a curved surface, dude.
How parallel the light rays are. There's going to be a divergence to the light source over the surface of the Earth. There's going to be. If it's flat, they're not very parallel.
You're not getting
if it's
it.
curved, okay, go ahead and help me get it.
Sure. So
So
if you have a
humanity, this
light
is not
source
just for you
right
to
in
talk. I
front
just
of
want to
you,
like remind you. It's just not. This is
and
like
that's
everybody
fine.
to talk. I just want to let you know.
I think I
Yeah.
just let flat water talk. I don't think I'm denying people.
No, I
talking
know, but
here,
you huffed.
right?
Like you huffed when somebody else spoke. That's what I'm just letting everybody should talk.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Earlier,
Well,
absolutely. Not in response to flat
I
water.
did just jump into the middle of a battle here, so maybe I don't have the full context. Tell us what you're talking about.
Yeah. Sure. So if we were to take this detector and we point it at a light source that's like right in front of us, what it will tell us is how much light is actually coming into the sensor in parallel from that light source. That's what it tells you, right? What is coming directly from that light source? It's to some angular degree. We could probably do like 0.001, something like that, right? It'll tell you, okay, this is the intensity here. We'll probably get an output in voltage. That's usually how these sensors work, right? That's it. All it's telling you is, oh, the light striking the sensor at this precise angle is approximately this much. And then you can that's it. That's the kind of measurement you're making.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would
whatever.
agree, but make sure you don't tilt that device, because if you tilt it, you're gonna get the reading's is not gonna be correct. You
Well,
wanna
you
hold it
just need
nice
to
and
keep track
flat,
of
level,
the.
horizontal.
No, you just that's not necessary. What you need to do is keep track of the relative angle, right? Because if all you want to do is see what is the angular size of the sun or something
It
like
does not
that,
make
then you
any
don't need.
sense. That is meaningless. What is the relative angle as opposed to just the angle?
But because the angle needs to be measured relative to something. So if you measure relative to your first
Then it's
measurement,
redundant.
well,
Then
if you measure relative to your first measurement, you don't need to worry about something like finding true level or like
just
mounting it
acknowledge
really
the error.
precisely.
It's redundant. You acting as though you acting as though you mentioning some sort of distinct nuance when really it's just a redundant phrase.
He's bringing it up, which is to imply that it matters, and I'm like, no, you can pretty readily compensate for a lack of any kind of like concrete orientation.
Okay, so just the angle, not relative angle. Of course, that's redundant. Now you need to take a
Sure,
look in
as
the
long
open
as we
chat
understand
because you don't
that
know
all we're
that the
saying.
moon is a humongous ball of rock. Right? You do not have a sufficient perspective to know that the moon is a humongous ball of rock. As soon as the damn thing loads into the open chat.
It being curved doesn't
It
imply
looks
it's a
round.
giant ball of rock. It could be a hypersphere. It could be a circle. It could be, I don't know, some really weird holographic projection of a more abstract geometry. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know that. You don't affirm that the moon is a
I
humongous
have
ball of rock.
other reasons to think that the moon is a big ball of rock, but not just what it looks like. No, but I would say it is curved from what it looks like.
I hope it's not people landing on it, because that could be like debunked pretty easily.
Do apologise, gentlemen. So the moon being a sphere looks like a sphere reflecting light, does it?
I think it's pretty well approximated by that, yeah.
Okay. You understand what happens when light hits a spherical object? What happens to the path of the light when it hits that object and rebounds or reflects off a sphere?
Didn't you just describe it when you said reflect? What are you asking about, like thermal effects? What are you asking?
Fuck me. What's the path of the light after it reflects off a sphere?
Is the sphere perfectly reflective? Are we talking about like the effects from heating of the sphere and how that's going to emit light? What are you asking?
Why do you, I'm going to agree with Gregory. Why do you have to make this more complicated? It's a very
Because I
simple
don't
question.
understand your question. Is the sphere
Is it the
reflective?
path
Are you
of the
asking,
light?
like what?
When you reflect light off a sphere, what is the path of the light when it is reflected off of that sphere? Is it parallel, convergent, or divergent?
Oh, well, yeah, it's generally going to be divergent, but like it could also just be so scattered as to not meaningfully be anything.
Yes, I really,
Right,
really
that's going to
scattered.
depend on the surface.
But divergent, right? Off
Yeah.
of a sphere. When you
Yeah.
observe a full moon, does that look like a sphere reflecting light? Does it have a specular highlight? Is it dim around the edges? Or is it an even covering of light, being equally as bright in the middle as the extremities?
Well, now you're just saying the sphere is lit by a light source that's really like far away, and like really broad.
That's not
Like,
what he
it's
just
really
said. He
big
asked you a
relative to the
question.
Yeah,
moon.
I don't think he said that. Try to track, please.
I feel like that's what's implied, right? You're saying
Yeah,
spheres
you
are lit.
feel
Answer
your
the
feelings.
question.
Your
Only some
feelings aren't
spheres
what
are
he
lit this
said.
way.
That's
Just
literally
answer
not
the
what he said.
question.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that I don't think that the moon is like the way we see the moon is dominated by reflective light in the way you're describing.
He didn't ask you that. Hello.
Yeah. Well, no, but that is exactly what he asked me. What do you mean?
No, does the moon appear to
He asked
be?
me.
Listen,
He
does
asked
the
me,
moon?
isn't that inconsistent with the moon? I'm saying, yeah, it is, but I think there's good reasons for that because
Yeah,
what
how
you're
about you just
describing
stop
isn't
talking
the
so
way
much
the
and
moon
listen to the
looks.
question he asked you again?
I just
Humanity, are you saying the moon
explained
is
how
flat?
what I
Is
said
that what you're
very.
saying? The moon is flat.
He asked you if it's evenly lit, basically. Can you try again?
It's obviously not evenly lit. The moon has phases.
No, we're not talking about
He said
phases.
during a
You're
full
not.
moon, bro. Why are you like this? Why are you doing
My
this on
friend,
purpose?
my friend, no one's talking about a crescent moon or a half moon. I literally said when we observe a full moon, being as I
Oh, I didn't hear
described it
that.
being,
Sorry.
well, I described it as being as light in the middle as it was on the extremities. No crescent moon there, no half moon there. A full moon. When we observe a full moon, it has an even covering of light. It is as bright in the middle as it is on the extremities.
No, I'd say that's approximately true. Yeah.
Approximately true. Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
So we
actually true.
understand. Yeah. So with the two questions that I've asked you, which I finally got two answers for fucking giving me a headache whilst getting them. We understand that the path of light after reflecting off of that spherical surface would be divergent, wouldn't it? And
Well,
second of all,
again,
what
the
we
reflection would
observe,
be.
yeah, but what we observe is an even covering of light upon the moon. There is no specular highlight. There's no dimming around the edges when we observe a full moon.
Yeah,
But
but
when
that's
we
just
reflect light,
implying that the moon. That's just implying that the moon isn't acting as a reflector in this sense.
It's demonstrating that it's not reflecting light like you believe.
Yeah, I would, for example, say, oh, what if instead this effect is caused by the moon's surface heating up and then that emitting light?
Okay, so rather than whistling past the obvious line of reasoning he just took you through, the empirical data is not indicative of a sphere reflecting light from another light source.
Yeah, I don't think the moon is shiny in the way that he's describing
Yeah.
it. I don't think
No
that you'd see a
specular.
specular highlight on something with the moon's surface. I don't think that's how that would work. Or the moon's temperature. Like the moon gets pretty warm.
Okay, so
That's
you
how any spherical
don't
object works.
see the moon reflecting the sun's light like is taught. That's not what we
Even a
see
tiny
in the
Really,
world.
not again, I don't think anyone thinks the moon looks like a mirror, so it's obviously not going to like act like a mirror.
I just heard
Right,
the
it's
moon
not
gets so
happening as
hot.
we're taught. I just said.
I
The
mean, in the
empirical
sense
data
of like
indicates that it's
elementary
not
school,
happening as
sure.
we're taught.
Does
In
he have
terms of
any
elementary
evidence that
school
Earth's a
explanations,
ball, though?
sure, but that's like true for everything. No one explains things like in proper
Right, so
detail
they're
to
wrong.
children. In
You
the
see how
sense
you
that all
were saying
education is
every other
wrong.
retort instead of that simple conclusion? So then they're wrong. It's
Yeah, but
false.
they're wrong in the same way that
Humanity
not
agrees.
explaining like all history is wrong. Well, I don't think
No,
that's
humanity.
You got
No,
any
that's
evidence
justified.
that
not at
That's
all
Earth's
like
a
a
valid
globe?
comparison. Stop it. This is where we get
I don't
annoyed
think
with
it is
people
a
like
valid
you. You make knowledge impossible. You can't just
I
admit
don't
that
think
you're
I do.
wrong. It's a very simple line of questioning Jedi just took you through, explaining and indicating that when you look at the moon, the full moon, that it is not indicative of the sun being of it being the reflector of the sun's light. That's not what we see. It's not a
And I
slight difference.
explained.
So
Oh my god.
literally a cosmological difference.
Dude,
And
you
you
said
weren't
the
wrong, humanity.
moon.
You were specific.
Dude,
Oh my
stop.
god.
Stop. You said the moon gets so hot it lights up. You might have won the award for the day.
Yeah, you made up your own model. That's okay, but like,
No,
like
I'm
that's not. It's
saying
not.
this is
You
another
didn't make that
possibility. I
claim,
don't remember how
humanity.
the
Like,
moon
it's not
works.
your moon. Like, you didn't make this model. Like, you don't have to abide by
Yeah,
their
true.
rules, but you do have. If you're going to stand up for their model, then you have to abide by their rules, right? But you didn't make the model. You're not responsible, or it's not your responsibility to justify it. It doesn't make any sense in a lot of ways, so you don't have to stand up for it.
No, I'm saying that his model is too simplistic, right? That's it.
Whose
Fuck the
model?
models. Is there any
The
evidence that the
model
Earth is
that
a
we were
spinning ball?
being. Oh my god. Yeah, there's
Any evidence
Coriolis
at
I remember
all?
him presenting a
It's just
model.
non
Yeah.
sequitur bullshit.
The
Well, what
Coriolis
happened,
effect.
humanity? Can I recap you what happened here? Right, is that you agreed, right? This one, let me give you a little recap, right? So it was Eratosthenes, parallel sun rays, doesn't make any sense, right? You kind of were like, you know what? Yeah, it doesn't. Little shadow from a solar eclipse, et cetera, et cetera. And then you said, but the moon. So that was like your backup
What? That's not what I said.
evidence of the model.
No,
You said,
someone
yeah,
else
but the
brought
moon
up the
looks like
moon,
a
man.
sphere. No, you
Correct.
for
I
sure.
said the no. I didn't say that at all. That you're making shit up.
No, you definitely brought up the moon for sure. Yeah.
No,
typed it in
other
the
people
live.
brought up the moon, and I said, yeah, the moon is indeed curved. That's what happened.
There you go.
You brought up the moon. I said I hope your
Well, the
evidence for
moon
the moon
isn't
is
telling
not
you
that
that
people
the
I
Earth
did
landed
is a
on
not
it,
bring up
ball.
the
right?
moon.
Like, so you brought up the moon for
You're
sure,
lying
100.
right now.
percent
I
I
did
said,
not bring up the moon.
well, we could run it
Forget
back
the
at some
moon.
point, right? But then I said, I hope that your evidence for the moon being an actual sphere, when you claimed it looks pretty sphere shaped to me, I'm pretty sure that
I
would
didn't
back it
say
up. I said, I
that.
hope it's not astronauts or people landing on the moon as your evidence. And then we went into the specular highlight
Yeah,
not being
but
present
that's
on
the
the moon, which would be
point.
present on all spherical objects, whether it's parallel, light coming. You can get a little marble, right? Put it in a room with a huge light.
Marbles are
Right,
shiny.
yeah. You get it on any spherical object with a single
No.
source
It's
light.
like a bunch of dead ends.
I don't know if you ever worked with like a 3D modeling program, but no, if you set a surface that's sufficiently
I've seen
like
a shiny full moon.
Oh my
if you
god.
see
Shut up about the moon. The moon isn't telling you live on a ball.
if you have a
Yeah, we're not
3D
getting to
modeling
any glow
program
proof
and
with
you
this.
set the surface to be sufficiently rough.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, dude. It would just be affirming the consequent at best anyway. You still can't say what the moon is. And the whole point was for you to try to determine what the Earth is. And it seems like the way that you're going about it is to assume that the sun's light is parallel, therefore the surface must be curved. And that the surface is curved, therefore the sun's light must be parallel. It's a bunch of circle jerks. Do you have anything better?
In fact, that line of reasoning doesn't even amount to the
Not even
It
true,
doesn't even get up to
motherfucker.
the dignity of a circuit of affirming the consequent. It's just non sequitur.
He doesn't even have anything
What's
to
the non
affirm.
sequitur?
Until
that
people
guy
the
said makes
moon
no sense
to try and
whatsoever.
prove that the Earth is a ball. That
I'm
doesn't
not
even
doing
rise
that.
to the dignity of affirming the
That didn't
consequent
happen.
fallacy.
Sure, in the sense that isn't what this conversation is at all. So sure.
There wasn't
another,
no need for
I'm
your
not
commentary
trying
on
to
that
prove
point. I
the
was talking
globe.
to Heretic.
Yeah, we don't
Another
need
guy.
you who's been lost about what the conversation is for like half an hour, if not longer, to tell us what the conversation is. But thanks.
It seems like when we actually measure the
Let's
moon,
try
it is
someone else.
indeed
This
unevenly
guy's
lit.
obviously brick.
The middle of the disc is brighter than the edges.
This one's bricked.
Thank you.
I thought you just agreed that a full moon is evenly lit. Like, what
No,
are
that
we
was
doing?
my
No, there must be
understanding, but
someone in
apparently no,
here.
it
There must
is
be someone
unevenly
in
lit.
here who's more worthwhile discussing with than this guy.
You know what they?
Is there
they
anyone
seem
in
to
here
do,
with home
Cyclone, is
training that wants to talk about the globe?
yeah, they seem to forget what they're arguing for in the middle of arguing for it, and then the conversation just goes every which way. So they can't keep
That's
track
true.
of what they're trying to say.
No, if
Yeah,
I'm
then after
trying, right? So
an
I'm
hour,
trying to
you point
explain
out that the moon doesn't prove what the Earth is, and they say, "I wasn't trying to prove what the Earth is." It's like, well,
True.
why are you wasting our time? Yeah,
You
true.
didn't
So
even
shut the
attempt to
fuck
give an
up.
argument to
Then
prove that your belief
then
is
why
true.
did you guys
Yeah, we're
fight
not
on any of the
interested.
things I was
We're
talking
not
about? What are you doing?
interested. We're interested in people who can discuss the topic, not people who just want to non sequitur for an hour and then be like, "I wasn't even trying to discuss the topic." Yeah, we know.
As
Then
though that
don't bring
escapes
up
logic,
if you aren't
right?
interested in
I wasn't
discussing
even
the
trying
moon.
to give
What
an
are you
argument
doing?
to prove my belief is true. Therefore, your critique fails. It just all the more proves the critique, my guy.
No, dude. When you say shit, I'm like, no, none of that shit's true. That isn't me like failing to deliver argument. I'm just arguing against the things I'm hearing.
Just
Alright,
stop
I'll tell you what.
talking. You just want to incessantly contradict and bicker about this damn
No,
subject. You don't
plenty of
actually want
things
to
I
edify
haven't disputed
anyone.
at all. There's plenty of things I haven't disputed at all, my man.
Right, let's move this conversation along like Heretic and Cyclone were trying to do. So there are
Well,
claims
humanity.
upon.
Good.
No worries. So there are 3 claims on the table. 1, the Earth is a ball. 2, it spins on its axis. And 3, the vacuum of space. Do we have any direct measurement or demonstration of any of them?
I mean, I would very much say that you would struggle to find direct demonstrations of like most things. I don't know. That's a weird thing to ask.
Could somebody go over Coriolis with humanity? Because I think that might have been one of his next claims.
What is it with these non sequitur retorts? So, if it is the case that you can't directly prove most knowledge claims, does it therefore make it invalid to ask the question?
It
No.
doesn't make it invalid. It just doesn't get at anything.
What?
So if it doesn't get at anything, then it couldn't possibly be valid, could it?
Because, like, again, as you yourself are pointing to, if
God,
it's
you
one
people
of the
are so
things that-
infuriating.
Oh my
We're trying to get knowledge, right? So you chose to speak into the microphone, that stupid ass retort. Well, you can't prove directly most things. So what is that supposed to do as it concerns the validity and legitimacy of the question.
That this
And
question isn't going to guide us to knowledge very well, because you're discarding most ways of gaining knowledge.
What? Through
that doesn't make
measurement and
any sense.
claim.
How is
Yes, it
asking a
does.
question as to how you know something not conducive to attaining knowledge?
Because the way that we know things isn't no. So you're not getting it, right? If I ask you,
This
yeah,
guy.
if I ask you, right? If I ask you, what is the mathematical proof for like the color of your hair? Well, what? That's not how you prove like what
It's
color
not
people's
a
hair
valid
is.
comparison. It's a false equivalency. There is no analogy between that. What you just asked is just an instance of a categorically erroneous question because colors is not a matter of mathematics.
Yeah, and I think that this is not a matter of
But
direct
asking how
measurement.
you know something is concerning how you get knowledge.
I agree, but I don't think that a
Right.
direct
So
demonstration
the question
is
is not
relevant here.
categorically erroneous, right?
I'm not saying it's
The question has
categorically
to do with
erroneous.
the subject in question.
I'm saying, in terms of how we come to know these knowledges, it's not via direct demonstration.
Shut up, dude. Fuck's sake.
So you don't
I'm
have
asking
any
for a
direct demonstration that your empirical knowledge claims are true. So you couldn't possibly know them to be
Yeah,
true,
no one
could you?
does. No one does. You
Okay,
can't
so thank you
build
for
a
destroying your
demonstration.
position. Thank you. Sit down.
No,
You don't have.
this is just universal.
We already
Yeah,
heard it
yeah,
here
yeah.
first. He has
Another
no
brain in a
direct
jar.
demonstration of his empirical knowledge claims to be true. Sit down and be quiet.
Yeah, he's quiet. Another pickled brain in a jar. Come on,
Yeah, I was gonna
Wilburys.
say
There must be something better.
we just had that conversation earlier, right? Like, I don't know, maybe like an hour ago, about how eventually, if somebody who takes a position of humanity will just say, how can we know anything? We're just, maybe it's all a stimulation. Maybe we're just a brain in a jar. And that's what you did, humanity. Like, what? Don't do that. It's okay if somebody lied to you. It doesn't mean everything's a lie.
My contempt comes from someone trying to condescendingly and belligerently press their rhetoric as though they know what they're talking about, when all the while in the back of their head they have this epistemological nihilism where knowledge is not possible. If you have that in the back of your head, shut up.
That's brilliant, Gregory. Spot on. Spot on, mate. Still gonna fucking ask the question though.
Well, don't let them get to you next time. You let them get to you, and you end up saying things like, GD live on air, which is a really serious problem. We got to be careful.
And you dropped the word retard like 4 times. That's not very nice.
Well, that's actually okay. No, I'll let them have retard. No, you can have retard. You just can't say God damn it. You can't do that.
No, not retard, retort.
Yeah, Gregory doesn't really say. Yeah, Gregory usually says retort, never says retard. Although he has said it's retarded on its face a few times. I like it when he says that.
Well, the good news is, Jedi, since you mentioned that, I'm just going to give everybody here the permission to say retard. So don't ever worry about that again. Thanks.
Thanks, buddy. All right.
Is there any
Cyclone
globalist
Heretic.
in here with home training that wants to teach us the truth about the cosmos?
Anyone at all?
There's a reoccurring pattern when I come into this VC, or when I go into 24/7 sometimes. Like the intention with the majority of them that come in here, they're not trying to have a cordial and amicable discussion, trying to lovingly edify us who are so lost, right? We've just been so deluded, right? No, it's just come in here, pummel, devastate, embarrass, humiliate, attack. That is not how we presented this voice channel. We didn't present this voice channel as an arena. Come in here and face me. No, please tell us the truth about the cosmos if we're so misguided.
Yeah, it does. You can listen in for 60 seconds and you'll realize that it's not really people looking for a fight, but it does seem like people come in just kind of just say, hey, this is a dumb idea. Let me say the dumbest thing I can think of and see what they have to say about it. That's not That's not an honest approach to a subject.
Yeah, somehow they think embarrassing themselves is going to embarrass us, which is bizarre.
It is somewhat embarrassing when people, attempt to answer like the dumbest thing you've ever heard somebody say. Like, well, let me get you a logical response to that ridiculous thing you just said. That can be embarrassing on both ends.
Most of them are scared of the claim. They can't even make the claim that they believe Earth's a globe. They know it's ridiculous. And so they'll ramble for 45 minutes about the moon and then at the end of it say, I wasn't even trying to prove the globe. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Saying that, right, saying that retort as though that saves them from the critique. I wasn't even trying to prove my position true. Haha. Really?
I know. It's painful. Guys.
That's how you win a debate, right? I wasn't even trying to win the debate. Therefore, I won?
I wasn't trying to prove anything. I don't know that anything is real. It's like, right. But you want to keep talking. And then complain when you're muted. After just conceding that you're not contributing anything to the discussion and that in fact you don't actually think you can know anything. But we should all listen to you. Fucking ramble on.
Before he got muted, he had go ahead, Gregory.
I was just going to say, and how apropos his username is. Humanity. That is a demonstration of humanity.
Right before he was muted, because he did seem to flip into saying he wasn't making a claim, but before that he said, "Well, I have evidence, it being Coriolis effect." So he was fighting for a claim.
See, Coriolis always picks my ears up. I'm always interested to know people's definitions of Coriolis, where they think it applies to the Earth, whether it's an apparent or actual deflection. People don't. I'm sorry, I'm not going to carry on. I would be interested though in hearing what he had to say about Coriolis. But if there is somebody else in the room, maybe we can go to that person first.
I'll say this last thing and then we can move on. What I have not seen from the Flat Earther, I have not ever heard a Flat Earther, at least in these Discord communities, like in 24/7 and in here, right? I have never heard them try to escape a critique by saying, I wasn't even trying to give an argument. I've only ever heard that from the globalist.
Well, I saw this meme about Coriolis where it shows a sniper on a hot air balloon. You know, which one? Okay. Is it Coriolis on or Coriolis off? You know, it's like once a bullet leaves the sniper chamber, or the sniper's barrel, does then Coriolis on? But as long as they're on the hot air balloon, then Coriolis off.
I mean, just follow the implications of your premises. If we are in this cosmos where the Earth is a humongous ball spinning, and we go up, especially several thousand feet up above the surface of the Earth, we would see the Earth spin beneath our feet. We don't.
Are you guys having a party or what?
Well, yeah. Well, it feels like chucking out time of one party, and maybe we can open for another party, man. But yeah, it's been an interesting half hour, 45 minutes. Lots of claims that ended up with people saying that they weren't making claims, and you can't know anything or anyway. So what's the fucking point?
Everybody swinging, dancing to the music.
We got any other ballers in here?
Mate, if you want to do the honors. I think
We got
Cyclone's
somebody.
Sorry, I
We
was
got
just going to say, I
somebody.
think Go on.
Go ahead. Go on.
All I was going to say is I think Cyclone is definitely eager to get involved as well. You've been trying to get things back on track for a while, so shout out to Cyclone, man. Love you.
Yeah, thanks, bro. No, it's not even that I'm mad to get involved. I just can't stand hearing that kind of shit. It just does my head in now. I've lost all the patience for it. It's like the rhetoric, the tactics, stop the bullshit. Too much.
Yeah, definitely been.
It's like, is there like, there must be, after all this, I'm gonna make an inference. There must be some sort of either direct, informal, or informal quasi sophistry course in university.
Yeah, like the
Not just in law school,
uniformity
but
of their
even with
rhetoric
physics.
is, yeah, like the pattern and uniformity of how this goes with them is so nuts.
It's a pattern. You said it. It's a pattern.
It's like telltale signs of a future serial killer, but anti-flat earther. There should really be like psychology courses on this kind of behavior.
How to not answer a question effectively.
Yeah.
Well, Gregor, you're saying that
But-
as if it's something that needs to be taught and it's not like a human trait already.
How to listen with your mouth.
Yeah, what you said, no tanks, 100%. And also, this is yet again, it's just a continuation of, well, like you said, human nature. But to really tie it in to academic categories, that's what the ancient sophists in ancient Greece taught. No one knows anything for sure, so just use your words as best as possible to get your way. And we see that today, not just in law school, but evidently also even in the so-called hard sciences of science and physics and things. The neo-sophists concerning cosmology and whatsoever physics. I suppose I'll come back later then. Peace, y'all.
Take care, Gregory.
See you, man. I see the battle mod has joined us. Just looking up and down the chat, seeing who's jumped in. See Talon has jumped in as well. What's up, Talon? How you doing, buddy? Just gonna go through, see if I recognise anybody. Consumer.
Hello there.
Mate, how are you? Who else we got? Interesting names. Who's got an interesting name I can pick on? Lone Wolf. Hello, mate. How you doing? Welcome to the server. Oh, I don't like Israel. We're still here. Well done, Sunshine. Who else we got? Dr. Automation. Now, I probably know who that is. He's fucking changed his name again. Well done, you.
Of course he did.
Yeah, of course he did. Somebody else who changes her name on a regular fucking basis. Balls orbiting balls. I hope you're doing well, Lulu. Who else we got? That's pretty much about it. Lots of
Offensive
other people
Jedi.
add. What's up,
Town
man?
Knight.
How are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Just having
They
lots of
still,
fun,
just to the record, Jedi, nobody has answered this question yet, though. So there's a magical question for some reason that the public can't really tell you about. So I hope you've been noticing this lately, Jedi, that there's one question they can't answer. So it's piling up. And it's that source. So all you got to do is say, where do you get your information from? And you can't get an answer. And that's what, what's his name? Human Sheeple proved, right? Like Human Sheeple can never tell you. Human Sheeple will never be able to tell you where he gets his information from anything. Whether it's his evolution paradigm or the outer space evolution paradigm. Yeah, same thing. Can't get a claim, Jedi.
Always fall backwards on their claims, don't they? Alpha Veritas, Mayhem, Miggy, Dr. Science. We were having a conversation earlier on today about what happens when people make claims about things, especially flat earthers. We had a claim to the distance and the size of the sun earlier made by the flat earther, and Timbo jumped all over it. I was kind of proud of him for that. So well done, Timbo. It's been a demonstration of things that we know to be true in this server today, from my eyes. The way that people argue or don't argue, or in some way try to convolute the argument and then claims, kind of everything that we were talking about earlier has been demonstrated over the last few hours, mate. So it's been a really interesting afternoon. Really interesting. Oh, bloody hell, late evening for me. It's coming up 11:30.
Man, if I only got a dime for every time I did that, but I guess that's why I'm the bad guy, Jedi, because you know that I'm not a flat earther, and I guess that's always why I've been in that position. So that's that's just how it has to be, Jedi. Not everybody can be a flat earther,
I actually like it when you jump in and say, "Hey, well, I'm not even a flat earther." Yeah.
Move, nigga.
Love that.
Amen. That's right.
So what are you? Do you just what kind of earther are you?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. Yeah, I'm just a Christian, but I believe that heaven is above. The Shamaim is above me, and I'm just a Christian, really. Also, boy, there are many other descriptions, but not earther. No, I mean, we live on earth now, but that's not really a good title. You see, that's kind of limiting a lot of creation. So let me give an example. What do you think the earth is? A closed system, open, or isolated, in your opinion or belief? Closed, good. Okay, what about when somebody says, no, it's open because things come in from, some other place? What about that? Is that open or closed?
Because it's semi-permeable.
Right. Is that an open system or is that a closed system?
Well, the energy coming in and out is open. So it's the energy system.
Okay. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Continue.
Open.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
But the system itself is closed.
Is it really closed? How is it? Okay. So can you tell me how it is closed?
Because we're all stuck in the atmosphere on the planet and can't go anywhere else.
Okay, well, wait a minute. You're saying that no one's ever left Earth to go to the moon or some orbit thing?
No, I said we can leave. I'm just saying the system itself is a closed system. It all cycles on its own within itself.
Okay,
like nothing's
right. So,
like energy is being introduced, so we're getting new energy, but the system that's getting the energy is a closed system.
Right. So what about meteors though? Are those physical?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean they join the closed system. So once they're here, they're not going anywhere. That's why it's closed. So, but it's also like open to new things. Obviously, it's both.
Right.
I guess
Okay. What
it's
about
both.
Sure. What about when we have a super volcano? We've been told that by super volcanoes that things could actually shoot out outside of the atmosphere and leave via orbit. What about that? That might.
Yeah.
I need to prove that first. Yeah.
Like a system isn't like whether or not a system is open or closed isn't like determined on whether or not you can leave. Like we can still leave and come and go, right? But the system itself is still closed. Like you can't take Earth with you. You can take like the atmosphere and the pressure, but like Earth is here, right? You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Right. So actually, is maybe Earth's not a system? Maybe it's the wrong completely. Maybe we're in a kind of like a wrong question, wrong answer. The whole thing's wrong. So it doesn't seem like Earth is a system. It seems like there's something else going on here. I think Earth, it has to be under my observation that it's part of a system. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, it's definitely like I said, there's nuance. I mean, it's technically, like I said, it's technically a closed system, but it's like the energy is open, and then like you can leave a planet, and like stuff comes here.
Okay. Well, right. So that means
the system isn't dependent, right? Like our system isn't dependent on like meteors coming here to provide us with rocks. You know what I mean? Like it's
right.
Just,
But I got you. But if I were to go in front of Okay. Now, if I were to go in front of the school board, though, and teach this at a lower grade level, the parents would get really upset, and they would say, "Wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense at all." Because there'd be a clear contradiction for many different reasons. And I just named a few in a couple minutes, and we can do that all day. But there is something else going on. I'm not going to tell you what to believe, but you asked me what I am, and I'm just showing you that there's actually a lot of problems with many of these sorts of ideas, but we don't get that far because we try to stick with a lot of basic fundamental things because that's actually truth. It's good to stick to basic fundamental things, and that's why I can talk to a lot of flat earthers because they want to stay with some of the basics. But everybody, remember, there's Christians out there that are terrible, right? But I'm a Christian, right? So it's much harder to be a Christian, right? There's Christians out there like that call themselves Christians that do horrible things and make it public, and right. So that term is very you got to be careful with these terms, but I have to be honest with you that there's a lot of problems with any sort of water in a vacuum environment, or a space environment, or a sub-vacuum, or any sort of Tor negative. That's also a system. So we got two systems that are actually next to each other, and this is what's not discussed. So if we have a hypothetical two-system deal here, and it's, again, everybody makes this mistake. I don't know why. So if we have two systems, they're going to be challenging each other. One's got to be bigger than the other is my, what would you say, theory. My theory is one system in this idea of an outer space, I'll just use that term, belief with the movement of objects. I'll just call them objects, or not objects in space, right? And then outside of this little layer, there's an object with a tiny little layer that's not even, it's not even measurable to the grand scale of this space, right? It's not even noticeable. It's literally insignificant. But we all know if we went to any sort of vacuum chamber and put water on some sort of object, it would cause issues, even in a very small, by relative comparison, vacuum chamber, right? And that's what we also don't compare. So we got this vacuum chamber condition and we put a little earth in it. In fact, we can't do that, right? But we know that that's going to cause problems. So just by those measures alone, you have to realize that that's why flat earthers are right about some of these things. They are right that there is no such thing as this outer space idea, and so I got to give it to them. You know, there's no such thing.
Just quickly, how are you defining a closed system?
Well, didn't you just bring up meteors though? Like, where do meteors come from?
It's up to
Hold
you.
on, hold on. To the guy the guy who was just talking, the other guy. How are you defining a closed system?
That's gay as fuck.
The system that we're in is a closed system.
Right. So what's
doesn't
your
know,
understanding of what a closed system is?
Can I? I
you
wanted to ask
define
you
it?
more about.
Well, can you define what a closed system is first?
I mean, that's what we were just talking about. Why are you?
Yeah.
bringing
So
up
what's
what
the
we were just talking about?
definition? What definition are you using for a closed system?
Where did that guy go? What's his name?
XO, yeah, but don't worry about it. What you have a definition for what you mean by closed system?
For like a closed system, it'd be like a system that doesn't like get new things. It's all like closed, so it cycles in itself.
So things can't leave or enter it.
Right.
But you said things could leave it.
Well, no, I mean you can leave the system, but the system itself is a closed system. Because it's like.
What did you say the definition of a closed system was again?
Listen, a closed system allows energy to enter, but no matter to leave.
Thank you. That's what I meant.
Holman sounded like he was on a helicopter then. That was awesome.
He sounded like he's in Vietnam out there, Mike.
Yeah, right. He's calling from 1969.
Yeah, Bannerman sounds like he's in
taking down the
between the war of Russia and the other guy.
So you.
Okay, my opinion sounds like a helicopter. That's funny. Let me paratroop. Most of you don't know what a closed system is.
Yeah, so you said
no, we got
the
it.
guy who was speaking that things could leave. Yeah, you said, Talon, I think it was. You said, yeah, things matter can go in and out of the system, but it's a closed system. But that's a closed system doesn't allow that.
Energy is open. The energy system is open, but the actual like physical part of Earth is closed.
So nothing physical can leave Earth, you're saying?
Yes, we can still leave the system because we are just because like
physical
we live here, we're an
matter can
organism.
leave the system. So then how is it a closed system?
We can leave. Oh, because like the energy and matter stays here. Like we live off the Earth.
Wait,
I'm sorry, Mod.
wait.
Mod, tell me again how I'm saying it wrong. Go ahead, Mod.
Right. So you're saying
like matter doesn't leave.
Then you can't leave because you are matter.
Right. So what are NASA telling us?
Well, no, I mean we can like fly. We can fly.
That's
So
not a
NASA
closed
aren't
system.
sending probes out into space then.
Yeah, no, that's what we do.
It's matter.
All right, so it's not a closed system then.
No, the system is still closed even if we send a satellite into
space. So then how is
like
matter getting out of it?
That
and how is matter getting into it?
Dynamics.
Because it's like the atmosphere. It's just atmosphere. It's just gas on the surface.
So matter can get in and out of the system.
Yeah, it's not very dense.
Then by
the system itself doesn't. the system itself is closed. So like
Is anyone else
the
hearing this
water
contradiction?
cycle, like the Earth and the
Yeah, I
like the
hear
sun,
it.
like
It doesn't
everything
make any
takes in
sense.
energy, but then it stays here.
Right. So you're saying matter can go in and out of the system.
Right, matter can, sure.
Right. So it's
If you
not a
have,
closed
like,
system.
if you have the
then.
power, like if you have the power to do it, like organisms.
So when you
can
said
leave.
the Earth is a closed system, you're now saying it's not a closed system.
No, I'm saying it's a closed system, but being a closed system
matter
doesn't
can go
mean
in
you're
and out.
trapped inside of the system. I'm just saying,
Listen,
like
yes,
the actual
listen.
like process, because I'm talking about the actual system as a
Alan.
process. So the
Alan.
process that the
You're
Earth is going
confused.
through is
Alan.
closed.
You're confused. By the laws of thermodynamics, if matter can leave, the system is not closed. Period. Period.
Right, like what else
That's
do
why
you
I
think
told you to look
comes
up the
Earth?
definition,
So like,
bro.
what
'cause
else
you
do you
don't
think
know
other
what
than like
you're
the occasional meteorite? Like,
talking
what else do you
about.
think comes to Earth? What else do you think we're using in the system that's not
It's not
in the closed
listen,
part of our
The point
planet?
is whether or not it's a closed or open system. It's not what else do I think enters. If any matter can leave or enter, then it's not a closed system by definition.
The Earth, so the
Yeah,
Earth
you're
is a
confused,
planet.
Talon.
So I'm talking about the system on the planet, not the planet itself.
What?
The process of life on the Earth and the processes of wind and things like the
Those are all
oceans and ocean
convection and
currents.
temperature
These are all
differentials.
closed. This is all part of a closed system.
It's part of an ecosystem and temperature differential, actually.
Right. Like
And
as we
that's
like
covered by
hurtle through space and
thermodynamics
time.
too. That's covered by thermodynamics too. But if matter can leave, it's not a closed system. A closed system
What?
can
Because
take in. Christ, man, can you let anybody talk, dude?
Okay. But you keep denying it. What I'm saying.
I'm
without
not
evidence.
denying it. I'm defining it by the laws of thermodynamics. Get an education. Let's define the terms under which we're using closed. Well, relative to thermodynamics, closed means matter cannot leave or enter. Energy can, because even from the outside of a system, you can heat it up. And heat is the delivery of energy. So energy can come in, but matter can't leave. That's the definition of a closed system by the laws of thermodynamics. If your theory breaks the law of thermodynamics, then it's not very true. It can be demonstrated to be untrue in a lab.
No, it doesn't.
Under controlled circumstances.
Like
Yeah, so
physically
clarify
leaving
for
Earth.
us. Is the Earth an open
So-
or a closed system?
The Earth is a closed system.
Right. So
But
matter
the Earth has
cannot leave or enter the Earth.
By definition.
So no, the physical Earth and planet is just an
Oh my
atmosphere,
God.
a gas.
No, but the Earth has multiple systems, so you can't generalize it as saying it's just
And what
system.
part and what system
Someone's
is that?
trying
part
to
of?
So it's
Yeah,
open. It's open and closed.
No,
There's
the
maybe
energy
some slack
is
there.
open.
Classic globe
Physical planet.
response.
Talon, so Talon, if that's you still, you let me know when you want to talk to me about this again. There's something else missing, so we'll talk about that when you're ready. So Jedi will let me know and I can speak. Okay, continue.
So I mean, well, wait, what do you think? Do you think that the system, the Earth, is an open or closed system, Master?
I think it's closed just like you do, but then I don't double speak the next sentence and say, yeah, matter can go in and out of the closed system because that's by definition not a closed system. So figure your shit out, dude.
So like the ocean, right? Is the ocean a system of liquid?
Oh, that's a good question. Do you want me to speak on this, guys, real quick?
Yes.
I'm gonna.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Is the
so
ocean a closed system?
Ooh, no. No, and it's not even describable, but that's the thing, right? Yeah, so we're talking about there's multiple systems here, right? Here's what I wanted to mention to you, Talon. The origins of these so-called planets, which is actually a different term anyways, but let's just use it because that's what you believe. So we got this planet issue, right? The formation of these planets formed because it was already open, right? If you don't have to answer. Okay, you don't have to answer. You can wait, so don't answer yet. Then let me save you on that one. So the formation of these planets, they have some really interesting things. Let's go to what they claim about the moon, right? Another object hit an object, right? Wow. So if there's two objects that are hitting each other, this is about as open as it gets. But I'm going to divert from my own. I'm going to show how open this is. It's so open that I don't know why people never talk about this. Because when these things were forming each other, they all formed each other because they could form each other because they're all in the same system. And then what they're going to say is, my prediction is that then they created their own closed system by coincidental evolution of these planetary systems, right? And now they have a closed system, but they started off open. Is that something that you might agree with, Talon?
Man, I have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, then
yeah,
that's
I can agree with
okay.
that.
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
He's,
So
he's
who
saying the
agreed with
system's
that?
wrong.
Either if the system's open or closed, like you can
Oh
talk
yeah,
about an
so
open system and a closed
yeah,
system.
so these
but
I'm just saying that you got to give it to the flat earthers. Not only are they right, but they're even more right, and they didn't even realize it because in your paradigm, these balls made each other in the same system, so everything's open. Again, this is not even my belief. I'm just pointing out the consensus. I'm done.
Yeah, there's
I
the
mean,
third
I agree
choice.
with what BattleMod is saying, but like just because something is isolated and closed, like exchange any heat
No,
for
those
matter,
heat.
but like we can use heat, combustion, in fact, to initiate thrust with a rocket and fly into space. So like just because it's a closed system
An
doesn't
isolated
stop us any
system.
more than like the ocean system stops us from going into
So
water.
it's
So
a
like we can't
closed
breathe.
system that matter
So this
can
ocean.
leave.
Ocean is a closed system because only the
No, it's
ocean
not.
is the ocean.
No,
That's a
it's
So it's
not.
a
closed
closed
system.
system that can
No,
exchange
it's
matter.
not.
You're saying.
The
Yeah,
water
'cause
cycle
it's on
defines the
Earth, so
fact that
it's only here.
water
But
leaves
we
it
can
and water
leave. You can
comes
get in
back
and out of
to
the
it.
ocean.
It's
But
an
can
It's like
you
a door. Like no close. Like
can
just
you
because it's a
enter
system doesn't mean you can't come and go.
can you
Like you can still
enter
like
Well, that
is
ain't what a
can you
closed system
enter
leave.
means, you fool.
can you enter the
You can
ocean
open a
and
door.
re-enter? Can you
So
enter
they're
the
opening a
ocean
door to go
and
into the
go out of
space,
the
are
ocean?
they?
You can take a fish
No,
out of
no,
the
it's more
ocean.
like I said. It's more like getting out of the ocean, but gas.
I gave a description of all three systems: isolated, open, and closed, by the laws of thermodynamics. This can all be demonstrated. An ocean, I can take a fish out of. A fish is matter, so it's by definition an open system. Rain goes in, dirt comes in,
Can a fish survive
water
in?
evaporates out. These are all examples of exchange of matter through an open system.
So is a fish closed to only being like? Are they like? So the ocean is closed for that fish because that fish can only survive in that water.
No, the fish can
So
jump
that
up out of
system
the water.
of breathing water means it's closed system for that fish. That fish is the gas. The open air is closed to that
How
fish.
about of your mental
They
gymnastics
can
is
go
going to
out.
save you on this,
They can
buddy?
leave.
No,
They can
stop.
leave the system that they live in.
That's some dumbass shit. Listen, fish live in the ocean, yes, but they can fucking leave it. They jump out the water. Whales jump out the water. Dolphins. Come on, what the fuck, dude?
But it's but the ocean is still a closed
Listen,
system.
when you just refuse to be wrong and you say a bunch of dumb shit just because you refuse to be wrong, that's not intelligent, man. It's just come on.
The ocean itself is a system of water and things that live inside it.
You can take the laws of thermodynamics and the definitions of system, isolated, closed, and open, and you can define each system within the larger ecosystem. And because they're all one, they're a shared system. Now, is that shared system isolated, closed, or open is the question. We're not talking about subcategories, but the entirety of it.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the closed system of Earth.
That means no matter could be exchanged and nothing leaves. Energy can come in, but no matter leaves.
Right.
Closed means contained, such as a combustion engine, a coolant system, a hyperbolic system. These are all examples of closed systems which we can demonstrate through mechanics.
Okay.
An open system is a radiator, you know. You can consider that also a closed system because energy is transferred out the radiator to cool off your coolant and into the radiator, but the coolant within the radiator is sealed and contained. But it exchanges energy, not matter. Now, the minute you get a leak, it's no longer a closed system.
There's not going to be any communism left after this conversation.
Radiator is an open system because in an open system, mass can cross the boundaries, but in closed system, there is no transfer of mass.
Yeah, once you fill it up and listen, once you fill it up and seal it off, it's a closed hyperbolic system.
Right.
Go to school, get your ACE certification, and you'll know this to be true. You could even demonstrate. That's like
Say
a
another
boiling.
funny.
Yeah, a boiling pot with a lid, that's a closed system. A boiling pot of water with no lid, open system.
Okay.
Pretty
Okay,
simple.
Talon, move on to your next contradiction / fallacy. That was
I
a
mean,
good
that's
one.
not though. That's. I mean, it's we're still in a closed system because no matter is being transferred.
Oh, so
But
there's no
yeah,
astronauts
you're
leaving Earth
an answer
then?
every day.
Well, like we're not part of, like we're not. You don't understand. We're not literally part of the system, right? Like humans don't create wind, or like
Yeah, but
ocean currents or the water cycle. Like we're not
Are
involved
humans
in
matter?
that.
Are humans
Like
matter?
we can lead, like we're free, like we're free organisms. We're not the Earth. Like we're not literally part of the Earth.
Are we
You don't
matter?
understand what the system is.
Yeah, we're
So we
matter.
do.
We're made of things that
We're matter,
the Earth is
and we
also
do
made of.
work within the system.
But that's
so we
part
are
of the
part
system,
of
right? So that's the system, correct? Like we're part of that system that's closed.
Yeah, so we don't leave it because we're matter because it's closed.
But then
part
what? So then, but when what happens when we come to
Exactly.
life and we're alive? What can we do?
You're stupid. You're just a
Like if we
fucking
can leave,
retard.
if we can
Sorry.
leave, if
What
we
do
can
you mean
fly in the
alive,
air.
Alan? Aren't you a brain in a jar?
Like you don't really, you really think that we're like part of the ocean currents, dude? You guys really think that?
Talon, is
Like,
it possible
we're
that you're
not a
just a brain in a
radiator.
jar?
Do you think we're a radiator? Like, do you think we're a radiator?
Actually,
like
we
we're a
are.
system?
That's in a
Like our bodies are closed systems.
We are a radiator. Our blood is our coolant system.
Right. So do you think our bodies are open or closed?
Open.
Open system?
Yeah, you eat food,
Yeah,
don't I?
exhale, dude. Do you not inhale and exhale? Like, what the fuck?
Right. Do you eat food? Do you shit? Are you?
Bro, this is too high level for Talon. We're clearly confusing him. Talon, is the Talon, is the jar that your brain is in, is that an open or closed system?
The jar that my brain is in. That's a
Is your brain not maybe in a jar?
That's a straw man, dude.
I mean, even mainstream science says that Earth is a closed system.
It's funny you point out a straw man.
You know what? His brain is a closed system. No information enters or leaves.
Well, we're made of both. Like we're made
That's
of
just
closed
isolated,
loop
man.
systems and open loop systems.
No
There's like both
energy.
closed loop systems and open loop systems.
True, isolated system. Yeah, yeah.
Because like we're not bleeding out all the time, so like that part's closed. But it's semi-permeable
minutes ago,
membranes
you
allow us
didn't know the
to
difference
move
between
stuff in and out. So like,
isolated
so what part of the
and
planet? So like, how often are we getting new mass on the planet?
Well,
Since you guys think
if we
we're
look at your theory, we'd be
oh, sorry, because you guys think we're a closed system,
No.
right? So like, so how do you think like humans are like keeping the planet, the system going?
Okay, they're not. I don't. I'm just. Can I say something real quick, guys? Can I just say something? I'll be gone. Just give me 1 second to say something. I don't think these people believe in a planet. They're called flat earthers, Talon. So you got to kind of pay attention to the whole thing. You know. Yes.
Yeah, it's everyone in the gym.
Point.
It's everyone in the gym getting on the gym bike.
All right, I'm gonna let you know, man. Like that solar point, they don't believe in that, and I guess they forget to keep telling you. But they don't believe in planets on TV. That religion is yours, not theirs. So they wouldn't be able to answer your questions for you. That's all.
Okay, but we all agree that like we live in a closed system, but we can still leave that system.
No, I don't know. This is no.
wouldn't be a
That's
closed
the point,
system
bro.
then.
You don't even know what I know. How can we all agree on this stuff? I guess this is why we can't not get any knowledge, but that's the point, bro. Obviously, I don't agree with anybody here, right? That's what I'm trying to show you,
Well,
right?
we
So we
could.
can't all agree on any. No, we don't. That's the point. No, I know that Earth is not a closed system. I bet my life on it. It's also not an open system either. I'll bet my life on it because Earth is part of a system. It's not a system. That's my belief. You say we all believe in something. Now you know that I'm different, bro. So let's just talk about you. What
Listen,
do
we're
you
not
want, bro?
different. But listen, we both agree
Very
that
different.
he's wrong, right? We agree
I'm
he's wrong,
very,
right?
I'm very different. Very
Well, I
different.
mean-
That has nothing to do with this. Yes, and
I
so
said
are
we-
you. And so
we
are
all-
you. You're also wrong. Yes, and you are dead wrong. You guys continue. Thanks.
Yeah, he's confused. Let's move it on. Talon, say something else funny about the globe.
So why can't we leave the planet?
Have you tried?
Planet?
No, I haven't personally tried, but there's tons of evidence
Oh well.
of people leaving the planet.
Try and
What's
let
a
us know what
planet?
it is that
Like
stops
what?
you.
I mean, I could go to NASA and get on a rocket. They actually like
Yes. Okay,
sell
do that
rocket.
and let us know how that goes. And when you
No,
don't
I mean,
manage,
William Shatner
you
just
can
did
tell
it.
us. You can tell us why we can't leave the Earth
actor?
when you get rejected.
But why are all these people leaving Earth? Why do the people keep leaving
You mean the
Earth?
actor?
Oh, did you see a video
William
on
Shatner?
TV,
Yeah,
bro?
the actor, the guy who
The
played Star
actor.
Trek, who was in Star
Oh,
Trek.
when he was
He,
in,
like,
when he was on the
space.
Enterprise.
Yeah, like why was he playing? Why was he playing a character in space for his entire career? Why is he most best known for
Isn't that what he's still
flying
doing?
through space?
Isn't that what he's still
Yeah,
doing?
bro.
So
It's
are you saying
amazing.
he didn't?
The
So you're saying
actor
his
who
whole?
played the guy
So
in
you're saying his
space
show they
actually
didn't
went
leave
to
space?
space, and you saw it on TV.
But yeah, right. So you notice how he was leaving space. Why was he able to leave space in his TV show?
Yeah, because they had warp drive, bro. They had warp
So they had like a
drive.
ship,
They had all this
right? They used like
technology.
right? They used technology, right? So they left space with technology.
Yeah, the USS Enterprise or
Or they
whatever.
left Earth. So they're not on Earth anymore. They left Earth.
Yeah, he's going to distant galaxies to spread diplomacy with his alien
Right.
friends.
And then like
remember?
and then in real life, he got onto a rocket and flew into space and was orbited the
Oh,
Earth.
in real life.
I saw Luke
Right.
Skywalker do that too, dude.
Right, you mean on TV?
He wasn't acting. He paid like he literally was
Oh,
like,
he wasn't
I'm an
acting
actor.
then.
I'm getting
How
on a
did you
rocket
know?
for real.
How did you know he wasn't acting there?
Because he was surrounded by other people that also were not actors and really
Oh.
going on a rocket and like
Oh,
Jeff
right.
Bezos was like paid for a rocket. He built the rocket himself and was like, I built a rocket. I'm leaving.
Okay, so you watched that TV, you watched that video,
The
and
video. Yeah, all the video
then
and
you
evidence.
were
and
like,
the
well,
witnesses.
there it is, the proof. Yeah.
Right.
Is this
Yeah.
the same
Right.
rhetoric you
Wow,
didn't
there you
like
go.
before? You're now using on
That's
someone
good,
else?
bro. Yeah, that's
Okay,
good
so we
proof.
all agree that you can leave. That we do often think about leaving.
Also, you would
the Earth
agree that
since Star
Bigfoot
Trek.
exists, right? You would agree that Bigfoot exists, yeah? What?
No, I don't
Harry
believe
and
in
the
Bigfoot.
Hendersons. I saw that.
What do you mean? There's loads of videos.
Yeah, but there's no videos of.
And Bigfoot's not
there's no-
acting because there's other
There's
people
loads
in the
of
videos
pictures of
who
the
aren't
flat Earth
acting.
There's no videos of oxygen. Have you seen
There's
oxygen?
loads of videos. There's loads of videos of Bigfoot, and the people in it aren't acting. So what do you mean?
Okay.
I breathe helium. I
So
don't think
Bigfoot's
so.
real, right?
Because just a picture of a guy in a costume is not evidence of a Bigfoot.
No, it's video, bro. You can see
No, so
Bigfoot
you're-
walking around.
How have you verified that evidence?
Oh, I don't need to verify it. They're not acting. I can say so.
Yeah, it was on TV.
Yeah, what do you mean
I would wait for
verify
more
it?
evidence. I would
Just
How
like
did
you guys
verify
say the
your
Earth is
video?
flat from a
How did
video
you
you guys
verify
have
your
on
video?
Snapchat.
Oh, because
Wait,
like
wait,
I've
wait,
seen
wait.
the rocket.
Just like the
I've
videos
seen,
that you guys like gave like to everybody.
Wait.
just to
Wait,
get
wait, wait.
flat
We're
pictures.
asking how he verified. How did you verify those videos that you were talking about?
Because I know William Shatner's real. Like I saw him on television lots of times.
Oh,
Oh, I
okay.
saw John Lithgow on television
There's like
too.
a
That's
lot
why I
more
know
people.
Harry and
There's a lot
Henderson's
more
is real.
like evidence of William Shatner than there is of Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, we're not debating the existence of William Shatner, are we?
Okay. Well, I'm debating.
You're
the
making a
existence
claim
of
that
Bigfoot.
he did something, are you not? How did you verify it?
So we
But
all agree
John
that
Lith-
William Shatner exists.
But John Lithgow exists too, and
Okay.
that's what Harry and Henderson's is all about, dude. John Lithgow's real.
Okay, so man exists, is on a video, therefore, what is on the video must be real. Yeah?
And that was filmed.
Yeah, exactly.
Of an event, live action event.
But you could use that same logic to say that you don't exist.
I saw Pierce Brosnan shoot Sean Bean in GoldenEye. Both of those people exist. So
Good-ass
I
movie.
guess Pierce Brosnan must have shot Sean Bean.
Yeah, but
In real life.
I can hear a voice that's slightly
Video
Scottish. But
That's verification for you.
That was a movie.
William Shatner is
What do you
also a
mean?
NASA.
How's it a movie? It was a video.
It was fake, like the Bigfoot video.
How do you know those
Well,
were
what's the
fake?
difference between William Shatner
Because we
and
know movies are fake. Movies are not real.
But
Sean
what
Bean
about how do you
didn't
know
really
how do you know your video was real?
How was
Why are your
my
movies
video
real?
was real? It was reported and
Yeah.
like you can like
Oh, it was
verify it and
recorded.
see,
Well,
like,
the movie was
all the different
recorded,
people.
so it must be real.
Well, CNN does
movie?
Santa Claus trackers,
Well,
so
they
does
weren't
that mean
like
Santa Claus is real?
they didn't claim that GoldenEye really happened. They were like, this is a
Oh,
movie.
okay. So the proof is that people claimed that it was a real video.
Ah, yes. It comes
Right,
down
and
to what they
had video
claim.
evidence.
Okay.
So like when there's
Ah,
evidence, like when
interesting.
there's like video of like Sean Bean.
So you don't even
getting,
really
like,
need
smashed
the
by a
so you don't
satellite.
even really need the video. Then you just need the claim. All they have to do is just say, "Hey, we did this." You don't really need the video part because that's
Well, I mean, you could-
unverifiable.
I mean,
other than
yeah,
other
there's
than they
tons of-
said, "Yeah, we did it."
Right. Well, there's all the video.
We can say the
evidence of
same thing about
rocket.
flat earthers, dude.
You
I
can
mean,
say
if you guys
whatever
want
you
to show
want.
the video of the flat Earth,
You guys-
I
you guys
would
show-
love to see it.
Just go outside, bro. You can see it.
No, it's just I
Who's
don't
this?
really.
Who's this other guy
don't
jumping
see
in? Who's
flat
the other
Earth.
guy jumping in?
I put Mom
What What was no?
Well, why
Take
don't
him
we
off
go
mute.
to?
Give him
Yeah, let's
his.
go to the
Let's
white
get
guy.
his globe proof. Are you in agreement that the best globe proof are these videos on YouTube? They're definitely real because they've got actors in them. Or do you have
So
something
from
better than that?
was he what Maverick or let's see Lone Wolf?
Whoever
Let's
was
try
the guy
him.
jumping in.
Yeah, there's two of them. Each time they jumped in, I put them on mute. All right,
Okay,
Lone
which
Wolf,
one's
go
the
ahead.
bravest?
Well, one deafened, so
Oh wow,
not
he's
the
not
one.
very brave.
Yeah.
Oh no, I
Okay, so the
wasn't
guy who
talking
did.
about. I wasn't talking about the globe or anything like that. I was saying what you were speaking to that guy rhetorically, the way that you were
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
before. You didn't like the rhetoric from the other guy.
Well, no, it wasn't. It was I was just asking him how he verified his videos. But the question to you was: are you under the impression that the evidence for the globe are these videos? Is that the best evidence?
Yes and no, because in the same respect that you can't see the oxygen you breathe, that doesn't deny the existence of oxygen, does it?
Well, but we're not denying the existence of oxygen or air, if that's what you're talking about.
No,
We're
you're not.
asking for
But there's no
evidence that the
video
Earth's
proof of
ball.
it. But it's the same concept that there's no video proof of the oxygen.
You
No.
don't need to. You don't need video proof. You breathe it.
Where's the proof of that
Breathe
though?
what?
I can't see it, and you're saying
Do you
that if
need?
you
Do
can't
you
see
need
it,
proof? Do you need proof that you're breathing right now?
well, I know I'm exchanging air.
Okay, so there you go. We don't need a video. You're breathing air. So the question was, what's the best evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball? Is it the videos, or is it something else?
I think a combination of factors would be the best way to
Okay.
determine.
So specifically, what would the best evidence be?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just came in here to listen. I haven't researched the topic. I'm just listening to the rhetoric that's being
Okay.
said.
But something's made you believe it, right?
I don't believe it or disbelieve it. I just like the discourse.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, welcome to Flat Earth. If you don't believe in the globe, all you have is a flat, motionless surface every day you go outside. So,
Yeah, so
welcome.
what do you think the shape of the Earth is? Like, if you don't believe or disbelieve it, are you open-minded to a specific shape, or do you think that it's just something we can't know?
Are you trying to destroy the world or something, bro? How can you?
Well, I mean, we can
attribute
just determine the shape. Determine the
No,
shape is
you
what I
can't.
want. Is what I'm here to do.
You can't measure the whole thing, bro. You can't attribute a shape to it. How about
You
it's
can.
shapeless?
I mean, it says 24/7 flat Earth at the top, so I want to
Flat's
hear
not a
about
shape.
the flat Earth
Flat
evidence.
is not a shape, bro.
It's mostly just
Come
like
on.
globe Earth
Yeah,
stuff.
that's an important part. There's not a
You
shape.
think flat is a
Definitely
shape?
not a shape.
So with the ground that we walk on and run around on and stuff is not a specific shape.
Well, how would you verify what shape it is, if any?
Because I want to know like what's over the hill or some
Yeah,
shit.
but
and, like, I wanna know where
how
I'm
would you
going
verify it?
and how to
How
get
would you verify
somewhere.
it?
How would I verify how I get somewhere, or like how
No, how
maps
would you
work?
verify the shape of the ground, quote unquote?
Oh, well, I mean, it's flat. I mean, the ground is flat itself from like my
Right.
perspective.
Flat is not a shape.
Right. So like, but then like in the distance and stuff, does you can't see forever.
Right. So you can't verify a shape.
No, you can. I mean, like there's scientific.
Okay, how would
measurements
you
to
do it? Okay, well, you'd have to measure all of its extents. How would you do that?
No, you could take like a sample of the distance. Of,
No, because you'd have to know
land over
well, you're
the
talking
distance,
about
like
the
surveyors.
entirety. You're talking about the entirety of a shape, so you would have to know all of its borders, all of its
Right.
boundaries,
Well, so like when
where
it takes like
terminates.
right, like when it takes 6 hours to get somewhere, like when I go from Chicago to Flint, right? Like there's probably like a specific shape to like the surface that I'm going across.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't tell you a shape.
The surface that I'm going across, I mean, it kind of does because it's like I'm definitely not in a bowl.
Okay, so
I'm
you're on a
definitely not
okay,
on a
so
donut.
yeah, I agree.
I don't
You're not
see
on
a
a ball.
donut in the sky.
Okay, so we fly from one place to another over what appears to be a motionless surface, a motionless plane. So how does that tell you what shape it is?
Right.
It
Well,
doesn't.
I mean,
You
we
can't
measure it.
verify a shape.
We would measure
No,
it.
you can measure it for convexity, unless you can say you can measure the entire thing from end to end, find the edges, tell us if it curves or if it's a squared shape. You can't define a shape, so it's useless. Anyway,
Well, I
let's
mean,
go
we
back to
can
the
now.
other
We
guy.
have
No, you
yeah, we can.
can't. Well, okay,
Yeah, we
okay,
can.
go and do it, and let us know how you get on. Tell us what the shape is.
So like
Until
if I
then,
want to like measure,
nonsense.
like let's say I wanted to measure a foot, right? And a foot is going to equal 12 inches.
No, no,
and
no.
then-
If you can do it, has anyone done it? What you just said you could
yeah,
do?
people have been
Okay, who's
measuring the
measured the
planet
shape
for a
of
long
the
time.
Earth? Who's measured the shape of the Earth?
They do it every day.
Aristophanes did it. People, scientists do it. NASA does it. Geographers
Oh, really?
do it.
Okay, so
Yeah, they
so
measure
pick one.
They have every year they have a bunch of schools, like elementary school kids, measure the radius
No,
of the
but
Earth all the time.
Eratosthenes assumed a shape, didn't he? He didn't measure one.
No, he took measurements of shadows and sticks.
Oh yeah,
He took direct
shadows.
measurements.
So not the Earth.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter what he assumed. He took measurements of the
Well,
Earth.
yeah,
so
it does,
physical
because if you
measurements.
assume it's a globe, you assume it's a
Okay.
ball, and then you say, "This is me measuring a ball." You don't know you're measuring a ball. You've just assumed
Well, I
it.
mean, you can take the
So you
measurements.
could say
and
it
see
could
what
be
you
any
find.
shape. You could do, yeah, but
Okay.
it works on a flat surface, so you could claim it's any shape. That's not measuring a
It
shape.
could. Well, it could also work on a
Right.
curved surface. Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't. So he didn't measure a shape.
No, but he did measure it.
He didn't
took
measure a
the
shape.
measurements.
He didn't measure the
measured a
Earth.
shape. Yes,
You
he
didn't
did. He found a
no,
radius.
you just said
Why
he
did he
didn't
find a
measure.
radius?
You just said he didn't measure a shape, and
Yes,
now
he
you're saying
did.
he
Yes, I
measured a
did.
shape.
I said he
No,
took
you just
shadows
said
and
you
sticks,
just
measured
agreed he assumed the shape being a ball.
No. He measured the planet.
He measured
He
the
took
planet. You just said he measured
took
shadows.
measurements.
You just
Took
said he measured
measurements of
shadows.
Right.
Oh, so not the
On
planet,
the
not
planet.
the Earth.
Yes,
Yeah, but
of
not
the Earth.
so he measured shadows, not
Because he
the
was
Earth.
measuring 2 points on the Earth. So he was measuring the shadows from one point, and then he walked like
Right.
a bunch of miles to a different city, and then took
He
the measurements
walked
from that point,
bunch of miles.
and then used
Fascinating.
math to determine the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, he used math to determine the curvature. He didn't measure any
Right.
curvature. He
That's
used
how
math to
you
determine
determine a curve.
curvature.
Is
So
math.
how did he get from measuring shadows on a flat surface to curve?
With math?
So he just assumed a curve in math.
No, he didn't assume a curve. He just measured something. Because like,
You know, you said he
doesn't
measured
matter, like-
shadows, not curve.
what's that?
Or did he measure a curve? Did he measure a curved shadow?
I mean, we all know what Aristophanes did. If you want to keep just saying that he made an assumption and therefore his
we do.
his measurements
you
didn't
don't-
work, then
you
that's
Apparently
what
you
say
don't.
that.
Apparently you don't know what he did.
Yeah, but you saying that he made an assumption doesn't make what his measurements did wrong, because you can go and do
He
it
said
again.
he made an assumption.
It makes
said,
your claim wrong
"I'm
that he
assuming
measured
so."
a shape.
But no,
He didn't measure
you
a
guys
shape. He
saying that he
assumed
made an
one.
assumption doesn't prove him wrong.
Bro.
Dude,
You said he measured a shape.
Made,
He
right,
assumed
and
one.
did he get correct measurements? Were his measurements correct?
Yeah, let's put it this way. He started with, if first we assume Earth to be a sphere, then we can assume this too, that the angle of the shadow might be 1/52nd the radius of a circumference, or a ball, a sphere. So first you have to assume it's a sphere, then you can break fractions down in ratios and give a ratio to the angle of the shadow. Then you could get a number based on your assumption. So you don't know what Aristophanes did. You just talk shit.
So we all agree that he measured shadows, correct?
Not the Earth, yeah.
Yes, of like here on Earth, right? So like, let's say he
Not the
didn't
Earth.
assume that the Earth was curved, and he was just like gonna wait to see like what the measurements said. What do you think he would have found?
He would have found what the guy over in China who did the same exact thing found.
What?
Which is the Earth to be stationary and the sun to be moving in a circle above us.
Well, if you're saying he doesn't assume curve, then you're just left with flat. So welcome to flat Earth, I guess.
Well, no, he didn't assume anything. He didn't assume flat or curved or anything. He just took the measurements.
No,
well,
he
yeah, but
definitely
you
did.
don't
He
know
assumed-
because that is the story. Even on the globe side, they say he assumed these things. You're clueless.
he
I don't know why
says
you
it.
keep
we
talking
know that,
as if
but
you
again,
know.
because why do you guys keep
What do you mean we
saying
get
that he
that?
made
You
an
just said he
assumption,
didn't do that.
therefore it doesn't matter
This
if
double
his
speaking.
measurements are correct?
You just said, yeah, we get that. After just saying the exact opposite of it. Could you stop the bullshit double speak? You just said he didn't assume anything. Then we said, even on the globe side, they admit he assumed it. And you said, yeah, we get that. What the fuck are you talking about then? Why are you
and
saying
then
he didn't
earlier-
assume it?
Yeah, you said even if he did
You're just
assume it,
lying.
If he
did,
didn't
how does that
assume
prove
it,
that he's wrong?
He still would have gotten measurements.
Oh, so he did assume it.
No, I'm saying even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter.
Right. So you're saying even if he didn't assume it, meaning he did assume it.
Well, if he assumed that the yeah, he is like, because that's what you guys want to say, right?
So
That's
he
what you
did.
guys keep saying.
So no, because that's what the story is. He assumed it.
Okay.
That it was a globe.
Right. He assumed it, but then he took real measurements.
Right. So why did you just say he didn't assume anything?
No, I said even if he didn't assume it.
No. Before that, you said he didn't assume anything.
No, I said, what if he did not assume it?
No, you said he didn't assume anything. You made a definitive statement.
No, I said
Just
he didn't
apologize
just
and move
make an assumption.
on. No,
No, I said he
everyone
took
heard you.
measurements.
Apologize and move on.
So it wasn't
His
just an
measurements-
assumption. I said it wasn't just
his
assuming. He didn't
measurements
just
were
assume the Earth.
computed
He didn't just like
based on
assume that the
his
Earth was curved and then like do
assumption.
nothing and then just like.
The measurements were computed based on the assumption. So your
What's
point
happening
is
right now? This is a sorry, guys.
Yeah,
This is a chance for you to be honest, my man.
a
Like this is a
blatant
chance for you
lie.
to like show like that you have like that you're honestly approaching the subject right now. Just be like, yeah, I did say that. I just wasn't aware. My bad.
Anyone else in the room? Did they hear him say he didn't assume anything?
Yes.
No, he kept saying he didn't make an assumption. He just made a measurement. Yeah, I mean, maybe he just made a mistake. This is a chance for him to
So
come forth and
Talon,
just be like, I made a mistake.
you did just say, and everyone else heard you say he didn't assume anything, and now you're saying he did assume it. So did you misspeak? Did you?
Made
What?
measurements. He didn't just assume anything. That's what I'm clarifying.
No, but you said he didn't
A
assume
clarification
anything. That's
doesn't
what we're
mean I'm wrong.
clarifying.
No, you
No, we're
guys are saying
clarifying
that the
that you
assumption
said
means that his conclusion and measurements are invalid.
no.
It doesn't
Because
prove
your
anything,
whole
even though it
initial
does.
your whole initial point with this was that he measured a shape. That was what your initial claim was.
That's
okay,
what,
but
that's
he
what he's
assumed
famous
it.
For.
He
That's
assumed
what we
it.
use today. That's what. Do you know?
He
How do you
assumed
think
it,
we
right?
measure the
He didn't
radius?
measure a shape. He didn't
How do you
measure a
think we
shape.
measure?
He assumed it. Talon.
Oh my God! Are you
You
fucking like?
just
I mean,
admitted
you
it.
keep lying.
Are you fucking kidding? He said I'm lying. Right, you can just sit on mute. Well, fucking liar.
Just brilliant.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with these people?
I don't know.
He can't keep up with the double speaking and the lies and the LARPing and trolling. He can't keep up.
It's just getting worse.
Just
Where was that other guy? Who was the other guy who didn't know what the Earth was? He's probably gone now that Talon's managed to obfuscate for another 25 minutes. He measured the shape. Oh, well, he assumed the shape, but that doesn't mean he didn't measure the shape. Well, no, he didn't assume anything. Well, yeah, he did assume it, but he measured a shape.
I mean,
ridiculous.
Look, all we have to do is point out the mathematics used by Aristophanes. He assumed he was on a ball. Used mathematics that inserted an R value. So don't be too fucking surprised when you come out with a circle or circumference value, because you got R baked into your fucking equations in the first place. I could use the same mathematics and turn my living room into a circle or sphere, if you wish, with a circumference value, just by moving myself from underneath a light and watching my shadow increase. The Chinese didn't make this assumption, as was pointed out, and the Chinese did this at around the same time that Aristophanes lived, if he fucking lived at all. But they didn't use this math, and they came out with, flat Earth, circular path of the sun. It's not a problem. I don't understand how these people don't get it. I really, really don't. Must be the 6th time, 7th time since lunchtime we've spoken about Aristophanes.
They just don't want to know. They don't want to know. They think if they can just keep talking bullshit, somehow that'll make it real to them or to anyone else. Just coping.
So,
and I've unmuted you if anyone else wants to listen to Talon.
So yeah, no, I can
double
again.
speak.
So you guys, he didn't assume the sphere. He assumed the sun being far away and the
surface
rays
being
being
curved.
parallel. Right, those are just assumptions.
surface
and
being
those,
curved.
So those and so, but it doesn't matter because the measurements prove that there was a curve.
So if he didn't assume it was a globe, how would he know it's a globe?
Because he measured it and found degrees.
Oh my
in
god.
curvature.
Well, let's
So
say
I'm sorry that you guys are sorry that he keeps finding the curvature of the Earth and that you can do it today.
No.
He didn't measure any curvature,
But you guys
remember?
can-
He measured shadows.
You think you're
No, he assumed the sun was far away.
Yeah, so assume that it's not, and then do the measurements.
The Aristotle's calculations are based on two assumptions. The first was that Cyrene lay on the Tropic of Cancer. The second assumption was that Alexandria lay due north of Syene on exactly the same line.
Right,
Nothing
so
about
can-
a curved Earth.
Which isn't true.
Nothing about a curved Earth. Nothing
So
about a
not
curved
true
Earth.
either.
Sorry,
see what you come up
you're
with.
wrong.
Change those assumptions and see what you come up with.
Go and get
Not
the math.
wrong.
Sorry, go and get the math, and then with a highlighter, highlight the R. Idiot. Go and get the math.
Yeah, you're not even pirating the globe story. They tell you this was based on assumptions of curvature and a distant sun. It works on a flat surface with a local sun. That's the globe
No,
story.
that's no. It's actually the sun being far away, and then the positions
Go
of
and get the
the
math, Alan.
points
So
that
are you?
you're taking.
Go and get the math that he used.
Go ahead
and
and
get
Google
it.
Aristotle's assumptions and let me know what it says.
It's your argument, Alan. You can provide it.
Send me one single article that says that it was based on the curvature.
It's probably already been posted.
No,
It's probably already posted.
Over the Fences shows like it's the assumptions are only about the sun rays.
Right. So assume that they're
Nothing about the curve.
Can you personally try to assume that those are different and see what measurements you get?
Sorry, over fences shows that the assumptions are the parallel light rays affecting shadows on a curved surface. Go and get the math, and with a highlighter for everyone, highlight R and bring it back. That will be the assumption of R. Radius. Nuh-uh. Where's Battle Mod? We need some comic relief. I want to hear those Vietnamese guns again. In that chopper and Full Metal Jacket.
Too funny. Jeez Louise.
I mean, it's really too bad that you guys have a misconception about what
Go
Aristophanes has done.
Yeah, it's too bad, bro.
But let me know when you get that article saying that he said he assumed the Earth was curved.
Bro, you just wrecked yourself on closed systems and Eratosthenes. Everyone's laughing. Chill.
This is like the fourth time now you've come in here with a fucking something you don't understand, presented it as evidence, and shot yourself in the fucking face. Go and get the math. With a highlighter, highlight R for everyone, so we can laugh at you. Open, closed, but sometimes open, hardly open, but sometimes closed. Open, closed, revolving door, Earth system. The fuck was he talking about earlier?
Oh well, don't think he's here anymore.
What?
I don't think he is here anymore.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. We'll talk about him when he's not here as well. Is that Mitchell, by the way?
Yes, aye. It's me again. I'm back.
How you doing, bud? How you doing, man? You
Good,
well?
good. Yeah, usual.
Have you been looking into this crazy flat Earth topic since the last time we spoke?
Yeah, got banned from the server.
What did you do?
I
Probably
don't know.
nothing,
I
right?
think I was being a bit of a dick to somebody a few times, just having a laugh. But yeah, eventually get banned.
Fair play to you. At least you admit it, mate. Most people won't. So what have you been discovering recently? What have you looked into? Anything exciting?
Oof. I still think I still personally think the Earth is a sphere. Maybe not a sphere, maybe a globe's a better word, but I'm not quite on the flat Earth thing yet. You know what I mean?
I mean, I hear you, but
Bit confusing.
You're not quite
The
on board
idea
with
of
observable reality.
calm down, wee man. I'll get to you in a minute. How you been then, FE Jedi?
yeah,
Usual.
I'm really well, man. Yeah, usual stuff,
Good to
man.
hear.
Usual stuff. But yeah, I was kind of looking forward to Cyclone jumping in a bit of Scottish on Scottish accent. It's always fun.
Yeah, that's all right. I was just asking, what is it that's making him reluctant to accept observable reality?
Well, it just generally a globe makes sense to me.
In what way?
Well, it would make sense why day and night happens. Why you're not always seeing the moon. You don't always see it when it's nighttime. Stuff
Would the
like that.
sun moving not make sense of day and night?
Oh, of course it would.
Right, because that's what we observe, isn't it? The sun moving, not the ground.
Well, why? You're on the ground.
Aye. So when you say it makes sense, I don't see how
Yes.
it makes sense that they tell us the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, but there's no evidence or measurement or detection of that in all human history. How does that make more sense than just the ground's not moving?
Oh, you're seeing things come up from the horizon. It would make sense if you're in a ball, because that sort of adds up, doesn't it? That
Well, it
makes
makes more
sense if you think about it.
Well, but that's only us observing the things in the sky moving. So to me, it makes sense that the things in the sky are moving and the ground is
Right.
not, because that's what we experience. But you're saying it makes more sense the other way around, that we're the thing moving and they're not. But how does
Well,
that make more sense?
it would line up if you've got, you know how you can do like your time lapse videos, stars going round Polaris.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand how that could also apply to like an idea of like a flat Earth, but like almost like a dome or a firmament or anything.
Well, it's
like
just what we
wee
observe. I mean,
dots
it's
and
just.
that. But
all
you
that
would
you're
also
observing.
you can do a time lapse video of what is it, fucking Sigma Octantis, it's the South Pole star.
Right. But you can do time lapses of all the luminaries, and it will show you the luminaries moving and the Earth not. So I'm still wondering why you think it makes more sense that the
Issues
opposite.
with these two stars is you can focus on this one star, and you can have all the others essentially rotate around it from your view.
Yeah. But you think that the whole Earth is moving at millions of miles per hour in a certain direction. So why would the one star be there and all the other stars going around it? Surely those would change.
Whoa, the stars would change? What?
Yeah, over time. If
Like
you're
if we're going that fast through space, that it would be like
Yeah.
obviously the stars would be moving past.
Well, no, but just over time, they would be in different positions, right? That's intuitively what you would assume if we're the one moving, not them. Whereas we just observe them moving and circling in their same patterns as they've done for all of our recorded history, which would indicate to me that we're not moving and they're revolving above us as we observe. Oh, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, you'd have to take into account just how far away these objects are.
Well, no, I'm just talking about what we observe them doing and what we observe us doing. We observe them moving, we observe us not moving, right?
Right.
So that makes sense to me to say, okay, we're not moving, they're moving. No?
Sure.
Yeah. So I don't understand how it makes more sense the other way, like you're saying, like what you
Well,
don't
the problem
experience.
is we've got two of these stars that we can take, one all the way north, one all the way south, and we can observe these as being exactly on the poles, and we can do time-lapse footage. We can all do this, and we can go, oh wow, if I time-lapse on this star, it appears that the sky is almost moving around that point.
Right,
And
the
that's
sky
happening
is
for
moving.
both poles.
Right, so you observe the sky moving, yeah?
Yes.
So how do you get to the ground moving?
Well, it's happening in two poles here.
Yeah,
So
but that's
we've
still just
either
an
got
observation of 2 points of
two
the sky.
separately moving skies, or there's one
No,
thing
no.
moving.
No. It's the same sky, and you see lights in the sky moving. I'm asking how you then get to the ground is moving. Where does that come in?
Because there's two separate points the other side of the world.
Of the sky moving.
Yes.
Right, not the ground moving.
I mean, not when you're standing on it, not relative to you.
Right.
The
So
ground's never
so
just
what
going to
makes you
move
think?
from you.
So why would you think that it's the ground moving?
Right. Because you would either have two bits of the sky moving, or maybe there's like a big sphere around the flat Earth, and that's like its axis right there. Or
Well, on
we
a
are
flat
the
Earth, the
object
stars could
moving.
do. Well, on a flat Earth, quote, the stars could literally be doing anything,
Right.
right? Because you don't know what medium they're in, what their
Yeah,
nature
yeah, of
is.
course.
So they could be appearing to do anything over a flat surface, and that's all we experience, that's all we observe. But you're still not telling me how you're going from observing the stars moving to the ground is moving without just making the baseless assumption that you're on a ball and one side is the rotation at the top of the ball and one side is the rotation at the bottom of the ball. But you understand that's just a massive leap of logic, right?
Well, having those 2 points spinning as they're observed to do is consistent with a globe.
Well, if you imagine and assume a globe, but why would you do that?
Well, the point would be, right, look, what shape do we think the Earth is? Right, let's guess it's a globe. Oh well, the stars are doing what we would
Why would you
think
do
it
that?
would
Because
do.
I would say, okay, if me and you're sitting and we don't have any idea what the Earth is, we're just looking out over the sea or something. You're going to say, okay, what do we think the Earth is? I'm going to say, well, I see a flat horizon. I don't experience any motion of the surface, so I'm just going to assume that it's flat and motionless until I have evidence of something else. How are you jumping immediately to a curved shape that's in motion when you only experience flat and no motion?
Well, say we both just started off on a beach. No idea of the shape of the Earth or anything. The first thing we would think is, wow, this is fucking flat as fuck.
Yeah,
Wow,
but
look
you would
how
assume,
flat it is.
right, so why would we assume it's a ball?
Observations, such as the two polar stars.
That's still over a flat, motionless surface that we're observing. You've just jumped to ball,
Relative to you.
but you've just jumped to ball spinning based
All
on.
makes sense.
Right, but I mean, if it's a flat surface, like we said, the stars could be doing anything. So
Yes.
it would also make sense that the flat surface that's motionless that we experience has these stars above it doing what they do. Why are we jumping
Right.
to a ball spinning? That's the bit I'm trying to get to. Because someone must have substantiated this, right? If you come up and say,
Right.
okay, well, I'm assuming it's a ball that spins, I'm going to say, okay, well, what's your verification of that claim?
Well, to immediately say that, oh, the stars could do absolutely anything on a flat plane, then there's no way to really know.
Well, there's no way
There's
for
no
you to
way.
say, well, there's no way for you to say they should be doing this, for example, because you don't know
Exactly.
what their
There's
nature
no way
is.
there's no way to say they should be doing this on a flat Earth. I get
Yeah.
that.
So exactly. So what they appear to do is just what they
Mhm.
do above a flat
Right.
surface. But the question is, we're being told the surface isn't flat like it looks and isn't motionless like it looks. It's actually curved and in motion. But that carries a burden of proof, right? You have to be able to substantiate those claims for it to be true.
Right.
So how do we
So
substantiate that there's curvature and motion of the surface?
right. When we're talking about, like, obviously we cannot guess or we cannot make, like, we can't know what the stars are going to do or which
Yeah,
way
but you
they're
look
going to
at
move on a flat Earth.
constellations.
They could do anything.
Right,
But
I'm asking how we
when we
verify that there's
think about
certain.
you could
Yeah.
take any shape ever. You could say, right, I think the Earth is like a dodecahedron, or I think the Earth is like a cylinder. We could make assumption, or we could make like educated guesses off that and say, right, if it was a cylinder, we would observe this in the sky. That's how the stars would move if it was a cylinder.
But if we're assuming what the shape of the ground is, then we need to be looking at and measuring the ground, not guessing a shape and then looking at the star and then saying that proves what I assume. Because if
So
you're going to say a cylinder, for example, then the surface has curvature. If you say a sphere, for example, then the surface has curvature. So that would be something that you have to verify, right?
Right.
could you verify it by looking
Okay,
at
so
constellations?
how do we verify, us in this channel, anyone,
Yeah.
how do we verify that the surface has curvature, for example?
Okay, so me and the girl above me are
Hold
in
on,
different
I was speaking to this guy. You can jump in now.
Oh. This is like a public discussion.
Wait, what are we
Yeah,
talking about now? Curvature?
Yeah.
It's
So the
We're
claim
moving
is,
away from the stars.
how do we verify, anyone at home, that the surface is curved, like they're claiming, for it to possibly be a ball?
I mean, how would you verify the shape of the Earth generally?
Well, I'm
How
not
is
claiming,
that possible?
a shape. I'm not claiming a
Would a
shape.
flat surface orbit around a flat surface the same way if it wasn't like a sphere?
What was
this is
that?
why we have to be
Like,
quiet
would a
whilst
flat
another
surface, or like if, say, do it, we know the moon's like a sphere, correct? We know the moon's not flat, right?
Well, I've never been to the moon or around it, so I
But
wouldn't
based on
claim
observing it, would
shape of
you
it.
assume, or would you, or based on our knowledge of, we've had people land, did I hear my name?
No. I don't believe that we've had people landing on a moon.
Okay, that's fair. Do you think a flat surface would orbit around another flat surface in the same way that it would a
No.
sphere?
The Earth is motionless. It doesn't move. So it's not orbiting anything. The sun, the moon, and the stars appear to
Everything's
revolve around
stationary?
us. Huh?
So everything's stationary as far as you're concerned.
No, the Earth is stationary. The luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars, they're moving, aren't they? We see them move, yeah?
Okay.
But we don't see the ground moving because
So
it's not moving.
how do we explain where the sun and moon sit from each other during day and night, and like how
So
the moon has different
So,
stages?
the luminaries have their motions, their paths that they move throughout the year, giving us the seasons and the day and night. And when the sun is moving from one part of the earth to another, and you're no longer in its range, let's say, it becomes nighttime. And then it's moved to another part of the earth, it becomes daytime there. So I wouldn't make any hard and fast claims to exactly what they are in their material composition, what medium they're in, etc., because we can't travel to these things and test them. What we can do is observe them and make maybe educated speculation about them. But there's been speculation on the luminaries since time began, right? This is
So
what
you don't
people have
believe
been doing.
anybody's been to space or like, maybe.
No,
Or
not like
okay.
they tell us on the TV. No.
Okay.
Can I talk about the constellations now?
Well, I'd rather
Yeah,
we talk
no.
about the Earth because
No,
that's the topic.
it's relevant. No,
They're in
it's
relation to
relevant.
it.
It's
Yeah,
relevant.
'cause
Yeah.
if we're talking about
So
where the stars are in positioning to the Earth as well.
yeah. So if
Constellations.
if
the
at the
Earth is the
time,
ground beneath your feet, and the stars are the stars, right?
yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So the assumption is that if the Earth was flat and you looked up, no matter where you were on the Earth, you would see the same constellations at the same time.
Is that your assumption? Is that what you're assuming?
I assume that. Yeah.
Why are you assuming that?
Because you're on a flat plane and the stars are so far away that the light source would still look the same.
How far away are the stars?
Extremely far.
How far?
Do you want me to pick a star and then find how they've measured the light source to give you?
Well, whichever star you know the distance of, you tell us.
The sun by measurement of wavelength.
Do Polaris before 2012 and after.
Okay, so what you said, the sun?
Yeah, by measurement of the wavelength.
Well, I thought you were talking about the stars, but okay, how far away is the sun?
Whatever it says, 95 million miles or whatever. It's irrelevant to this point. I don't need the specific
So how
facts.
did you
The underlying.
How did you
But I don't
verify
need to
that?
clarify it. I don't need to clarify the specific
Well,
points
it's in
because
your assumption. It's in your assumption. You said how far away these things are, so you don't
the
know
general
that.
point.
That's an assumption as well.
No, but you're breaking down into minute detail to make me trip up on something that doesn't
You're
really
tripping
matter. In
yourself up.
The general
You're
perspective
tripping
would be
yourself
that
because you've made a
if
fallacious
me
argument.
and because if me and somebody else were in
Your argument
different.
is fallacious. Your argument is fallacious because you've assumed some kind of model for flat Earth and said, on a flat Earth, this would happen. And I've quickly pointed out to you and demonstrated that you have no reason to say that. You don't know what distance the stars are. And if you're making the assumption that all of the stars would be visible from every spot on Earth, that's just your assumption and has nothing to do with what we're saying. So don't straw man our position. This is why we're talking about the Earth, because your speculation on the sky doesn't tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet. Obviously,
To be
that's
clear, you don't have a position, right?
You can measure the distance of a star. The measurement of distance of stars is in the wavelength.
Okay, how did you
And
measure the
I
distance
would
from
like
a
to
star?
understand.
Did
so,
I personally do it? No, but then you can't debunk someone's
Okay,
argument
cool
because you
story
say
then.
I haven't physically done it. No, because
Cool
you haven't
story.
physically done a lot of these things as well.
Bro, I can already tell you're getting pressed. Just chill. Jesus Christ.
I am because your same argument is you're wrong because you can't personally prove it yourself.
Fallacious, but that's fine. You don't have to get upset about it.
I'm not upset, but the same applies to you with your logics as well. I could say exactly the things that you tell me. I could say, "Where's your proof? Where's your proof?" To every single thing you say.
Maybe you could ask
But
that.
that's
Maybe
not
you
rational.
could.
That's not a decent. You could say that, yeah, and I do get the validity of it in the sense of I do get where you're coming from. It makes sense, yeah, because I do have to question every single thing. So I'm not getting heated. I understand your perspective from where you. I understand your perspective where you're coming from. I haven't interrupted you, so please stop. I haven't. I can appreciate where you're coming from in the fact that yes, I do not have the certain proof because I do not work in this field or industry, and I have to take the values from lecturers or communities of people who may have a bias.
Right, but that's got nothing to do with our position. Right, so you saying the distance to the sun is this wouldn't work on a flat Earth. We're not claiming that. So that's what I'm saying. Your argument doesn't make sense. So that's it.
You don't know our position, which is interesting.
Well, could you explain it then? That's at the same way. Rather than saying I'm wrong, you could explain how my theory wouldn't apply on a flat Earth. Would that not be more constructive? So then I'm enlightened.
I literally just explained how it doesn't apply.
I mean,
because you don't measure the distance from the stars or whatnot.
No.
So explain that more then. So are they light sources? Are they? They're obviously light sources. But...
Hold on, Dedesh trying to get in.
No, it's interesting. Listen, since yourself and the young lady came in, and you've made a load of assertions, like the Earth is a disk, for example. You've also gone on to say that You can respect our position, but you haven't actually asked about our position. You have an idea in your head what we say without asking us what we claim. It's interesting. You said that
But by me,
it
but
wouldn't
by
work.
me
It
putting
wouldn't work.
forward a point, I could also get the
What?
information from by me putting forward a point and you disproving it with a logic back to me. That would make me
Yeah,
more
we
likely to
can do
believe
that.
your side of the story.
We can do that. That's not a problem at all. But we have to
Yeah.
remember that you guys, and I say the ubiquitous you, people who come here that think that flat earthers claim a certain thing. Now we have these quote unquote kind of cartoon versions of what flat earthers quote unquote say, that the earth is a disc in space. Flat earthers don't actually say that. Flat earthers would easily term the earth is the floor of the universe, and all of the things that are above our heads, like the sun, moon, and stars, are above our heads. We don't make a claim to the distance to the sun, for example, or the distance to the moon, or what they are, or how big they are. But what we do is we just observe these things. When people come into the server and say, well, the sun, because it's so big and 93 million miles away, wouldn't work on the flat earth. Yeah, no shit. But we don't claim that in the first instance. So where would you like to start? Would you like to ask the question why flat earthers are making the claims that we make? Do you know what those claims are, for example?
There are so many claims. I can't say what your claims are. I can't brush you with the brush of everything that's read because no, I don't know what your understanding of flat Earth is. If you want to tell me what that is, that's fine.
Okay, so
And that may
dividing,
vary between other people.
well, all flat earthers, the ones that I know that come from the 24/7 Discord server, I hope a link's going to be provided in the text chat so you can join at a later point. Us flat
Oh,
earthers from the 24/7 will make these three claims about reality. The
okay.
earth is observed, measured, and practically used with regards to navigation, aviation, and engineering as a flat, stationary topographical plane. The Earth is not a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. Now, we will
Okay.
all agree to this. Everything else, though, would be probably someone's speculation, an idea of what the realm is actually like. But we will agree to these three things. The Earth is observed and measured and practically used as a flat stationary plane. Now, would you like to ask us how we came to that determination?
Go for it, sure.
Okay, so first point, observed. When we make long distance observations, our long distance observations are not interrupted by Earth curvature, for example. Long distance observations will exceed the obstruction known as Earth curvature. For an observer standing at altitude on a curved surface, there should be a physical geometric horizon obstructing our ability to see the bottoms of boats, buildings, and far off objects. When using technology, high-powered zoom cameras, infrared cameras, telescopes, we see much further than that geometric limit of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So observed over distance of water, that water is level, not curved. 2, measurement. When using lasers, signal propagation, radar, radio, Wi-Fi, lasers again with dual and triband and infrared lasers, we understand that these are targeting systems or can be used for targeting. When we shoot these lasers, for example, over a distance of water that should display Earth curvature, we hit a target at a distance of up to 25 miles over a known body of water, a lake, for example, demonstrating and measuring the surface beneath the laser to be level. So observed and measured. Practically used with regards to navigation. If we understand that we primarily have throughout ancient cultures used the stars to navigate, we would understand that we did this with an angle measuring device. If the Earth was a curved surface, you wouldn't be able to use an angle measuring device because an angle is defined as two straight lines meeting at a vertex. A sextant is a glorified protractor and is an angle measuring device. Aviation, for example, we can provide you with lots of documentation from the Royal Air Force, the American Air Force, and other aviation authorities around the world. That's funny. That demonstrate that the Earth is treated and must be assumed to be a flat stationary plane when flying across it. Engineering. when building large structures across distances of water, like dams and canals,
What
for
do you define
example,
as large? What do you define as large?
large enough where the Earth curvature should be assumed and have to
Okay.
take effect. So a dam, for
Okay.
example, you know where the Netherlands is, right? Holland.
Yeah, I
Now,
know where a
Holland
dam
was
is. Yeah, and all the dikes around Holland. Yeah, yeah.
one of those ones is 34 miles long. When
Okay.
constructing this dam, no curvature was taken into account, and there would be if the curved water was going to go into Holland, this area that was reclaimed. Canals, for example, the Suez and Panama Canal, huge. The Panama Canal is several locks. The only thing that you have to take into account is the topography in the way. That's why it has locks. The Suez Canal is up to 126 miles long. No radius value was taken into account when engineering this structure. Basically, a trench dug through the desert between two seas. So, aviation, navigation, and engineering. So the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. This is the point. If the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane, then it can't be a spinning ball.
Is that a moment of silence for the glory?
No, I mean, I understand your point, but oh, disconnected. Okay. I understand your point, but the scales that you say, I'd love to see the documentation on the building of the dams because the scales seem too small. Now, I understand my point is then irrelevant because you'll say, how do I know the circumference of the Earth? But with minute distances, especially even with flying, they still wouldn't have much of an impact on the curvature of an Earth. It would be so minuscule, it could be assumed to be flat.
By minuscule.
Like 0.00 of a degree. The angle change is so minuscule that you'd round it to 0.
Are we talking about the horizon left to right curvature or curvature from you to a distant object over a body of water? Because there's two types of curvature and I want to make sure we're talking about the right one.
What's the difference between the two curvatures?
One would be the horizon line left to right, which we don't perceive because the horizon is defined as a horizontal line. And I would grant you that most definitely when we apply the maths to it, we shouldn't be seeing Earth curvature if we were down here. In actual fact, when we apply the maths to it, you shouldn't be able to even see curvature from left to right from the International Space Station. But I digress. What we should observe is curvature from you to a distant object over a body of water because the curve of the Earth would obstruct your view, like I was saying earlier.
Yeah, by the boat. Yeah. You shouldn't be able to see the boat, the lower of it, because it's submerging over the horizon. Yeah.
So that's the one that I'm talking about. So we're not too
Where
small.
is the proof of that then?
Oh, awesome stuff. We've gone to see. I was just about to drop one. We've got so many long distance observations now. It's becoming kind of funny. Can somebody post a black swan for me, please? I'm on a different device, so I don't actually have it with me. But if somebody could do that, that would be awesome. Any one of the two ones that we're using at the moment would be great.
Don't move. Don't
41
move.
minutes.
Are you in the text room, my friend?
What's the text string? Is that when I click on the general chat thing? Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
41 minutes past the hour. You see the observation of two oil rigs. Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, 2 seconds. So let's go through this premise first. If the Earth was a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every physical geometric horizon distance will be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you're standing on that curved surface and you're 6 foot tall, the physical geometric horizon should be 3 miles away. If you're 1 foot above the surface of the water, just to keep the math simple, the geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles away. This is just the maths that is associated with standing on a curved surface. Now, the reason why these oil rigs are in this observation, this is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video if you wish, where the height of the camera is quite easily determined. The reason why these oil rigs are in this observation is because they're static and they're at known distances from the observer. One's at 6 miles plus, one's at 9 miles plus. Can you tell me, in relation to the two oil rigs, where the horizon appears to be? Is it before, between, or beyond the two oil rigs?
Beyond.
Beyond. And the oil rig on the left-hand side is at 9.4 miles, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So we can safely say that the horizon appears to be at least 10 miles away, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. So for this 1 foot observer, the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles away, but we can clearly see the horizons at least 10 miles away, demonstrating that that physical Earth curvature isn't seen. Do you understand how that works?
Yeah, I'm just reading through the maths.
Yeah, no problem. It's also proposed in the modus tollens argument as well, which basically is if a thing is a thing, it will display the attributes of that thing. If it doesn't display the attributes of that thing, then it ain't that thing then. There are other long distance observations as well, but this is the more common one that we use. It's called the black swan. The reason why it's called the black swan comes from an ancient argument. I forget the gentleman's name who came up with it, but he argued that all swans were white, and you'd only have to destroy this premise by providing an observation of a black swan to demonstrate that the claim all swans are white kind of fallacious. We have many long distance observations with increasing technology. I think this is using the P900 camera with very extensive view. We do have observations as well using infrared camera from high altitude that seem to be showing a distance of over 1,000 miles. Where if you're at 35,000 feet, the physical geometric horizon should be 250 miles away. It's 4 times beyond its geometric limits for an altitude of 35,000 feet. At this observation at 1 foot above the surface of the water, 10 times the physical geometric limit because it's beyond 10 miles.
Hand jobs.
Like good ones or mid ones?
Premium quality. Flat Earth.
So has anybody else got any more questions? It's gone a little bit quiet in the room. I guess some people are thinking with regards to the information that's been provided. That's fine. Don't mind that at all.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. I'm doing the research now. You're not speaking to someone that knows anything of these topics, so I can't come
Hookers
back
and
to you with a.
That's fine. No worries, man. Just pipe up if you've got another question. I'll see if I can see if there's somebody else who's got any other questions.
Hell
So,
yeah.
is there any... Yeah, cheers, buddy. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room that's got some questions, points of view, things I'd like to demonstrate?
You alright?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
How come we can observe an ISS-shaped object, like, in the sky?
Because there's an ISS-shaped object in the sky.
Right, but how would that make any sense?
In which regard?
As in, if it's not orbiting, which it wouldn't be orbiting on a flat Earth.
No, it'd just be
What,
going. It would
what
just be
is
going on
that?
the floor.
Is it just a sort of, we don't know, it's just a object that's observed sometimes going really quick?
Yeah, I mean, it does go really quick. It doesn't have to go as quick as they tell you to do. Tell you that it would, because ultimately, one, you see it, which is a bit of a problem for saying it's 250 miles away, the size of the International Space Station. It's not that much bigger than the fucking football stadium. And two, if it was to do with, say, it was closer, it wouldn't have to go as fast. You know, like
Right.
the hand clock, right? You know, the tip of that hand has got a greater circumference, for example,
Yes.
and halfway up that hand, it doesn't have a greater circumference, but they reach the same hour marks at the same time. But you know that the bit at the top's going a little bit faster than halfway, right? So from your observation, if it was closer, it wouldn't have to go as fast.
Right.
I tell you one thing though, it's not in the vacuum of space.
You sure?
Yeah, positive, 100%.
Oh, well.
The vacuum of space can't exist.
How
You know
come?
that, mate. Well, you can't have gas pressure without a container. And if you didn't have a physical boundary separating our gas pressure environment from that vacuous space, the gas would fuck off.
As in, you think that because there's the vacuum, their gas from the ground would almost like flow up to fill in that vacuum?
That's because that's what gas does, right? It fills spaces, doesn't it? The only way that you can stop gas from going somewhere is to physically stop it from going somewhere. For
Yeah.
example, if you've got a vacuum chamber, you
Yes.
understand that a physical chamber that is separating the two dynamic environments. You can't have a vacuum without a chamber.
Yeah,
You understand?
yeah. Of
You
course.
understand? Yeah. So you understand that when you open the door of that vacuum chamber, the
Yep,
gas on
all
the
the air
outside.
goes and rushes in to fill that vacuum.
For the garbage now.
Yeah. The thing is, it feels almost like we've got a force. I'm not gonna name it yet because I know it's a bit of a hot topic. We've essentially got a force acting on this air to prevent it from leaving.
Awesome. Can you show me gravity acting on gas and changing the gas's path?
Can I show you gravity acting on gas and changing the gas's path?
Yes. Because when
Not
you
at
drop
any scale that would be like easy.
Could you not in like
Again,
if you're smoking a vape in an area with no wind or airflow, would it not just fall to the ground? Would that not be proof?
Yeah, no.
Why would the gas just not linger in the sky?
Why
Or float up?
would? What are you even talking about now?
You're saying can you prove gravity affects a gas? So I can't prove the gravity. I can prove a force makes the gas descend, but maybe the temperature could change. If I could keep the temperature the same, then maybe.
But air is moving omnidirectionally on the surface of Earth, including upwards. So observably, it is not being pulled downwards. Pretty simple.
This is why we like. Sorry, Cyclone, carry on.
No, I'm just saying, so according to the globe story, where gravity is said to be strongest at the surface, closest to the center of mass, the air is not being pulled down, but we're supposed to believe that as it climbs higher in altitude, at some random point it just decides to switch on and starts pulling the air back down instead of going into the lower pressure space like we all know high pressure does. Come on, think about it.
If there's a container keeping all this air in and providing air pressure, why would air reduce in pressure as we gain altitude?
Within the, and I've been looking into this for a while now, and I found a few citations to back it up. I just got to clip them out and post them and stuff. But within the heliocentric model, the reason, and this isn't because if you do a very quick Google search, you will find it's gravity, gravity, gravity. But that's not actually the cause of the gas pressure gradient. The actual cause of the gas pressure gradient is heat.
The gas is produced at the surface.
Heat from the sun and radiant heat from the surface of the earth. Now we understand what temperature does to gas, right?
Expands.
So, yeah, so when we have radiant heat from the surface of the earth interacting with that gas, guess what happens? When we go up a mountain and it's colder up there, guess what happens? And obviously the further we get up into the atmosphere, guess what the temperature is? It's a direct correlation between the heat and the gas pressure gradient. And within the model, it's heat that causes the gas pressure gradient. What we have to understand as well is, like Cyclone and I have kind of, we'll give you gravity, but it's not affecting gas. We don't have to give you gravity because there's no scientific experiment that proves it in the first instance, right? But
I have a question. Just
Go on
a
then.
simple question. If like where I am right now, it's about 7 degrees Celsius, and there's someplace else on Earth right now where it's probably in the 30s Celsius, if not higher. But both those places have the same pressure, relatively speaking. So is it really just temperature that's causing this, or is there maybe something else?
No, it is just temperature, and we have to understand the difference between, what barometric pressure is, right? Now that is definitely in accordance with heat, whether it be cold or whether it be hot. We don't have the same. Everyone likes to say it's 14.7 psi at ground level. Not really.
Yeah,
the variance in that.
Well, I mean,
the pressure's not the same if it's 7 degrees and 30 degrees. It's different. That's why you have low pressures and high pressures in weather systems. If yours is 7 degrees, you're going to have low pressure. If someone's got 30 degrees Celsius, it's obviously going to be a high pressure. Have a look at your pressure map on the weather app.
Okay, but then if that's the case, then why? Okay, I mean, I guess if we want to call it that. I mean, there's not that big of a pressure difference on the surface, as far as I know, but I never heard of it that way, so I'll look into that.
But the important thing is we can't have the pressure to begin with a gradient or not, without a container for that gas to be pressing off. It's in the definition of gas pressure, the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. So we can have a million examples of gas pressure in a container, but we're being told that we live in a system that is gas pressure without a container. And whenever we ask for any demonstration that this is even possible, no one has one. It's never been demonstrated. That's the problem.
Okay, so just a question for you though. If you have a container and you put a certain amount of gas pressure in it, you would not have a gradient in it. So if you think about it in a way, like
no, you can't have a pressure gradient in a container.
You truly were in a container. Wait, pardon me?
No, you can have a pressure gradient within a container. You can't have a pressure gradient with no container.
How do you have a pressure gradient in an enclosed pressurized container?
Well, how would you have a pressure gradient? How would you have that?
It's like no one listened to me. It's really annoying.
I know. I'm sorry, Jedi.
Well, you didn't really explain it.
Well, you kind of hand wave past the hard part there, Jedi. So that's going to happen.
No. Jedi will answer. Go on.
Idiot. So I explained this within the model of the atmosphere. It's heat that causes the pressure gradient. So in an
Well, couldn't you just say like it's heat that keeps the Earth's atmosphere? It was a glow on the atmosphere. Oh my god, dude! New perspective.
Incorrect definition of gas pressure. Silly.
gas expands, doesn't it? Entropy would take effect, wouldn't it? And this is the problem with being uncontained from a vacuum. One, like Cyclones pointed out, and myself, the definition of gas pressure, you know, PRESS is in the fucking word press. It's because it's got to press against something. That being the walls of its container, like within a tire, a football, basketball, or a balloon. You understand that the more gas that you put into this fixed volume of the container is going to be achieving higher and higher and higher pressure. You
Yeah, but
release
we don't see that as we go up in the atmosphere, do we?
we have a
We
gas
see less
pressure
and less
gradient.
air.
Yes, we have a gas pressure gradient, yes, but within your model that's caused by heat. 5th time now.
But
And
he said so. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Jedi.
that is
No, so my point is that
Real quick,
if you
before it
follow,
goes too far, he just said gas pressure gradient, right? So gas pressure being the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container. So it would be a differential of the force that gas is exerting on the walls of its container.
but my point is that if you have a container, if you take a gas cylinder and you put 20 pounds of pressure, or even 14.7 pounds of pressure, if you want to put it that way, in the container, that pressure is pushing up against all walls of the container equally, and there's no gradient in that container. So there would be no gradient within that container if you have a certain amount of gas pressure exerting against every single wall.
Unless you change the heat.
But the heat would increase the pressure of the container, and therefore would increase the pressure on all the walls equally. Yes, but
No,
that's
you
how
can
it would
cause a
work.
gradient. Listen, you whistled past what I just said. The gradient, the gas pressure gradient, is just a differential of the force that gas is exerting on the walls of its container. What do you think you need for those circumstances to arise?
Well, why would the gas itself inside the container have a differential?
Dude,
Why would there be a
is there
difference?
gas
Why would there
pressure?
be?
Is there gas pressure?
Well, yes. The gas pressure is
Okay,
pushing
so there
against
is
all walls
force that
equally.
gas is exerting on the walls of its container. So
Equally,
pointing to a
yes.
differential in that force is obviously not going to tell you there's no container because that force doesn't exist without the container in the first place.
And what's not analogous with the static gas controlled environment, same heat in a container, to the Earth's dynamic system? What else do we have within the Earth dynamic system? We've got the cycles, right? We have thermals. We have descending gas. Heat is making those gases go up and go down. We have cycles within nature, chemical and biological cycles, which primarily take place down here on the surface of the Earth where the gas is produced. So the gas is produced down here, right? Let's look at the evaporation cycle. Sun comes out, heats some water. The water loses hydrogen bonds, expands up away from the mass and goes upwards. Then comes back down as rain, fluid. So don't be surprised that there's more gas down here where the gas is produced than the radiant heat of the sun, which is always being released by the surface of the Earth, whether it's nighttime or not. Because the surface of the Earth holds on to that heat and then slowly over time releases that heat, radiant, right?
Okay.
So it's not analogous to I've got a container with gas in and it's pressing upwards and outwards at the same pressure and downwards, right? But the only thing that you're going to need is a container. If you don't have a container, you don't have a fixed volume, you don't achieve gas pressure, so you can't have a gas pressure gradient.
So Jedi,
That causes a differential in gas pressure and the force that it's exerting on the walls of its container with energy input into the system, but you can't have that force in the first place without the container as per the definition. That's just reality.
right,
And
so say, like, well, I understand the whole like radiant heat of the Earth, like same reasons why when we've got like cloud cover and all that ends up warmer and shit. See when it's daytime,
Yeah.
closer to the sun or more towards where the sun is, would we have a higher pressure because of the
No,
heat? No.
no, because there's not as many There's not a lot of matter up there, right? Down here where the surface is, where all the matter is, all of that matter is absorbing the heat from the sun and slowly releasing that over time. When you go up into the atmosphere, you've got ever increasing differentials in gas molecules. So not a lot of things to soak up, quote unquote, probably a bad word, the heat of the sun. And it's colder up there until you get to a certain point. If you've ever looked at one of those graphs that explain the troposphere, the ionosphere, the mesosphere, all of those different, I keep saying spheres, but it's not sphere, all of those different layers that we have described within our atmospheric gradient, we understand that yes, there is one straight line that takes temperature down as we get further up, and then all of a sudden it takes a nice right angle and then starts getting hotter again. And this would be because of the different constitutions of the gas, the thermosphere.
Jedi, I have a question.
Yep.
Do you believe the sun is local?
I don't know what the sun is.
Do you believe it's local?
I wouldn't be able to tell you where it is, how big it is, or what it was, or even if that thing that I observed was an actual physical thing. I have a problem with saying the, in brackets, definite article, close brackets, sun. Because I don't know if that is an actual physical object that I am looking at. It
I've
might.
heard it thrown around a couple times in here that the general consensus is among you guys that the sun is a local thing.
No,
Is,
that's
right?
not true.
So Jedi, is the sun?
We are
Is it?
saying that everybody of us saying that we don't know what is the sun, what Jedi said. Properly like that.
Okay. Okay. Is the sun inside the container?
We don't know even that.
Yeah, seriously,
Okay.
don't even that, mate.
And Jedi, can I ask you a question? Jedi,
But
when
we
they
agree
are
that the sun is hot and produces a lot of heat, right?
Yeah.
I have the impression when people speaking about gradients that they are speaking some static thing. I have an impression when they are speaking, oh, there is a gradient up there, and there is no more, like it's less dense. They're speaking like there is a static thing, but in 1 hour, what happened with the Earth and that gradient? Is that static or there is moving that gradient?
Could you please repeat that? Sorry.
Does that gradients are static or they are moving?
They're moving, but there's still a gradient.
How what is the speed of that gas gradient?
I don't know. You tell me. But it seems like from weather patterns there is a gradient, and that there is movement among the gradient.
Is it maybe 66,000 miles per hour?
What?
Is it maybe 66,000 miles per hour moving gradient?
Are you talking about the speed at which the Earth moves or spins?
I'm
according
speaking
to the
about that.
Goldberg model.
Yeah, because that is gradient in atmosphere, and that atmosphere is where?
Did you just say how fast is the
I
gradient moving?
Yeah,
I could
I'm
say the G
asking
word, but
you,
you won't like the G word.
when you speak, it is going up and the stratosphere, whatever sphere you want, their layer, does that layers are static or they are moving?
Yeah, you guys are acting like it's weird to think that the gradient of the atmo is moving when that's exactly what you guys are claiming.
Yeah.
That it's moving with a spinning ball. Come on, guys. Stay consistent.
Technically, it's only spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, but you know.
I get really excited, and I keep forgetting to bring this point up. That is a second law of that is a first law. Fucking hell, you could say second law all the bloody time, and I got excited about saying first law for a long time. This is a first law of thermodynamics violation. If the atmosphere is spherical in nature on a rotating body, because it is further away, creating a further circumference, larger radius value, the gas at the top is having to go further around than the Earth underneath, the physical body Earth. The reason why it's a first law of thermodynamics violation, if you know what the first law is, energy can't be created or destroyed. So where's all that extra energy coming from? There would have to be extra energy for that gas to keep staying with the Earth. So where does it fucking come from if the Earth was a rotating ball? You can't have that. That's the first law violation.
Yeah, it comes from the sun.
What?
Something intelligent, mate, and we'll keep you on the server.
I think they are thinking only about 1,000 miles per hour. They are not thinking about orbital rotation. And that
There
stuff
you
is going,
go.
that is
That's
going
right.
to the vacuum.
Uh-oh,
Yeah,
what
but
should the
what do they mean?
question be? So shouldn't the question be, what is the speed of this? It takes me 5 seconds to get the demons triggered. So what would the speed of the Earth be, comparison or relative to the Great Attractor? Sasha, would be the question. What is that answer? It'll take you about a year to get an answer, but let me know when you find it.
Millions of miles an hour.
All right, who else on the globe side has evidence for the globe? Questions?
Can I do the
Fire
one
ahead.
that's like really overused? Right.
They're all overused.
Sydney to Santiago. I bet that's one you've no heard before.
Yeah. Flight path.
Yeah, is there any evidence that that doesn't happen in reality that I experience? Not experiencing curvature or spin in a straight line from Santiago to, yeah. What does that do for you?
Because every time somebody's shown me a fucking flat map, it doesn't work.
Okay, well, if you want to show me those examples and tell me how it can't work on a flat map, man, I'm definitely interested in your information.
Right.
Just let me know where you get your information from.
Also, most maps are flat, so.
Actually, all maps are flat,
by
so let's watch what
definition,
he's going to come up with. We'll see
all
what he
maps are
comes. If
flat.
he has a claim, I'd like to see some evidence to that.
Here
Yeah.
it
Who
is.
am I speaking to?
Me.
Right. What do they call you? What do people usually call
Mitchell.
you? Okay,
Right.
I'm the XO.
So,
Okay.
and today at 00:36 by Old Dudes provided a map.
Okay. Any you're gonna post it in the 24/7 Flat
Yeah,
Earth
these are his second, I'll
text,
copy it. Yeah,
and then we can see some evidence. Yeah.
Oh, fuck, that didn't work. Doesn't let me. Oh, wait, no, I'm just not at the top, am I? I'm a wee bit stupid, sorry.
Okay. No, I mean, yeah, we just got to get a claim to start off with. Yeah, and we can just find out,
Can I
what's
try?
up,
So
man.
if we have
Okay,
that,
go ahead. Yeah.
if we have that flight, that means that water all around the world is curving.
No.
What?
I gotta say no, Sasha. No.
If we have that
That's
flight,
not
that means you cannot fly it over the flat surface.
Right, we have that flight.
That
We
means
do
that
not
everything
observe
is
it
curving.
flying
Okay, hold
over
on.
North
He's
America.
talking. He's completely ignoring what you're saying. Yeah, if you have any evidence that this flight can't work from continent to continent over the Mayim of the Shamayim, just let me know, bro. I just need some attempt of evidence to show me how that flight wouldn't work in reality. I'm not a flat earther either. I'm just talking. Just show me what you have. Where'd you get your information from? I just
Right.
want you to be able to have a claim. Yeah, just make a complete sentence and tell us what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right, let's get this one. Publicly available Qantas Flight QF28, Qantas Flight QF26. Departure
Cool.
times unknown, landing times unknown.
Wow, they're unknown. Okay, so do you have any
Unknown.
evidence though for your claim? All you got to do is find some evidence for anything you're talking about, though. Just at all. I'll just
So,
entertain it. Yeah.
the problem here is in this
Well, you
map.
first have to present your. Well, hold on. First, you
Right,
got to present
calm
your
down, pal.
evidence. Okay, listen,
On this
you're
map,
turning into a weirdo. I'm asking for evidence, and you're giving your religious belief. If you don't have any evidence, just say I don't have it. I'm just going to tell you a story. I don't want story time right now. I'm curious to have you have any evidence, not a story.
Right, so we have the landing times, and
Yes.
we
So the
have
landing time could
takeoff.
be
Yeah,
true. Do you have any
let him
evidence?
get his
Yes.
point. Just let him say his
Okay.
thing, and then we can answer.
All right, great. Let me know when you're done, Faradox. Just say I'm done now. That was my claim, and then we'll go to the evidence. Okay? Go ahead.
No worries. So we have the takeoff time and we have the landing time. We know where these airports are. Now, on the map provided, this aircraft, if travelling in a straight line, would pass over North America. This does not happen.
Okay, well, no, you have to show some evidence that that's what people believe that you're saying. So when you have any evidence, let us
That's
know.
what people believe I'm saying. What?
Sure, just let me know when you have any evidence for anything you're saying.
What I would say,
I'm looking
Mitchell,
for
is
a
you've got a
claim.
few assumptions. You've got a few assumptions in there.
Well, yeah,
So
that's what I'm
firstly
trying to
and
see what his evidence
primarily,
is, though.
your assumptions will be that that plane is flying over a curved in motion surface. The route that the plane is taking, as to what's disclosed to you. I mean, I'm assuming you've not taken this flight.
Not at all.
So we're assuming, well, you're assuming what it would be like if you did take that flight. You're assuming potentially what kind of aircraft they might use, what kind of engines, and therefore what kind of speed they might get. You're also maybe assuming how they might fly in terms of the flight corridors and the air systems. What do they call them? The jet streams, right? You know, there's different jet streams that planes use to jump on and increase their speed. So we'd have to consider that as well when thinking about flights. But moreover, even if we were to say, okay, so your argument is that because this flight exists, the surface must be curved and in motion, you still come back to, okay, but you need to verify that that assumption is correct, that it's curved and in motion on the surface, which a plane flight won't tell you because they just treat the Earth as flat and motionless. That's what pilots are trained to treat the Earth as.
Was that your claim, Mitchell? Was that your claim, Mitchell?
My claim is this flight does not work on that map.
Okay, well, oh yeah, I don't know what map is, so that's the claim. Yeah, what map is that?
The other assumption is that that map truly represents the Earth and how it's
what
laid
map
out.
is there? Can we get a
Right.
claim for the map? I mean, let's have a real conversation. What map are you talking about, man?
Yeah, he's talking about the AE map, but we're not claiming that the AE map
I know, that's my point. Like,
is
what,
the
can you show me a
representation,
map?
right?
Yeah, you can just make a claim, though. That's not a claim, though. Show me an AE map that you're saying this can't work on, and show me that the flight doesn't do what it should have to do. You know, there's not even, there's nothing to talk about, man. You got to first present something to me. I don't know what other people are going to do, but you can't even present anything.
Well,
you know, just the story.
So just from my point that's me pointing out, like Exo's saying here, that there's quite a few assumptions you have to make, and there's a lot of unknowns in what you're talking about for you to be able to say that proves that the Earth must be a ball. And even if that is what you believe, you would still then have to get to, okay, so it's a ball. Who's measured that curve? Who's measured that motion? How do we have gas pressure without the container? There's all these other questions still to answer, right? But if you're confident that that flight shows that it must be curved on the surface, then someone must have measured it. Why has no one measured it? Why can no one, when it's 2023 now, measure curvature of the surface that they tell us is definitely curved? And that you're saying must be curved if this flight exists?
Well, that's not what he's claiming. He's actually, right, you're not claiming that. You're claiming it doesn't work on something else. So I'm just, yeah. Right, doesn't work on what? That's what I'm trying to ask. Like, forget your globe. Yeah, right, can you show me this map? Can you show me this, anything, any information or anything?
The text channel I've put here. Click on what it's referring to.
I posted also if you want
Yeah,
to see.
okay, so where did they get the, so you're saying that this is the map that the Earth would have to be if it's flat? You're saying this, so this map that you're using, I still haven't seen it. If anybody, I know, that's what, well, that's my point, yeah,
Okay,
where did you get this
so if you're not
information?
saying that it's the globe,
Well,
we're
like,
not
I guess
saying
I could,
that
I guess I'll have to have a
flat
real
Earth.
conversation later,
So-
but anyway, yeah, there's not going to be a demonstration of anything, so it's fine.
Right.
So if you ever have a
map
claim, man, just let me know. I'd like to have a real
doesn't work.
conversation eventually. So hopefully we can have a real conversation eventually.
Well,
You let me know, man.
luckily, our argument isn't that map. Our argument is that there's no curvature to the surface.
Wait, what
so it
map
can't
is
be a
that? Can
ball.
we see this other map? There's that
Holy
map again.
fuck,
We
look
have
in the
nothing to
chat.
go on.
So,
Yeah,
I know
can
what map
somebody
he's talking
show
about.
it
He's
to
talking
me?
about the AE map.
I don't see
Right.
any
Can
map.
somebody show me? Okay, so so this guy's admitting that if the Earth is flat, it has to match the AE map. I'm waiting for that claim.
No, I'm
And
saying
he's not
the
even.
AE
Yeah, you
map
won't
is
even tell me
false.
that, will you? So you're saying if the Earth is flat, wait, hold on. Are you saying if the Earth is? I'm not a flat earther. If you're saying the Earth is flat, the AE map is the only option. Is that your claim?
No point have I said that.
Okay, then what is your claim? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
The
What do you
AE
mean it
map
doesn't
is
work on a
cursed.
flat Earth?
But
Yeah,
we are not
what do you
claiming.
right? What? Okay, hold on. So wait, I'm not. I don't even know what any of this stuff is. I'm a new person. I'm waiting for you to tell me what this means. What does this have to do with the knowledge that I know that the Earth is not a spinning ball? How is it not gonna? How's it gonna affect me, man? And where are you getting your information from that this map is even accurate, right? To a flat Earth?
It's not.
Yeah, there's no claim. He's just laughing. Yeah, there's no.
Maybe if you like let him talk, he can answer you, dude. I don't know.
I've been asking for 10 minutes now. There's no claim,
just
weirdo.
speaking
Yeah,
constantly.
because you
Right,
just
calm down.
keep speaking.
Yes, there's no. Does
Right.
anybody have a claim for
We
any
get
information in here from this
we go
person
into
at all?
the text chat.
Maybe
we
he can
ask
tell you
for
a claim
a
if
flat map.
you let him
Yeah,
speak.
I mean, does
The
anybody? Can you
first
point
flat
out his
map
claim?
provided is this map. That
What does
map
the flat map
is
have
an
to
It's not
do
my
with
job to
right
point out a
reality? So what does the map have to do with reality? Are you saying
because
we use that
I
map?
ask for a map. I am provided a map.
Right.
The map
Okay,
is
so
wrong.
so when I show you this map and I modify it to make it so that it works perfectly on my flat Earth map, then I guess you know the Earth is flat, huh?
Well, if it works properly, then we can go, oh, wow, that's
There
actually
you go.
more accurate than before.
There you go. It's
Well,
that easy.
that
So
would be
yeah, I
amazing.
mean,
Holy shit.
perfect. There you go. All you
That
got to
would
do is make
actually
a
be
map.
amazing.
Yep, it's that easy. Yeah, all I got to do is modify my map, and it works perfectly in reality. That was easy.
See if your map works. That would be amazing. That would.
Yeah,
If we could
exactly.
make a map
Everybody has to use that.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck,
exactly.
that's
Everybody
called
use
a
flat Earth
globe.
maps.
Holy shit.
I'm not even a flat
Fuck.
earther. Yeah, exactly. See the panic? We don't even have a claim.
That's so difficult,
Everything.
man.
I rest my case. Hopefully, we can just find a claim for this globe religion someday. That was easy. All maps are flat.
Mitchell, what's the problem? Sorry, mate. I do apologise. What's the problem?
Good.
with
I
you
find a claim.
What's the problem with using an AE map?
Right. The problem with this specific map is that this flight, we know exactly when it takes off, we know when it lands.
No. The map itself. What's the problem with the map itself? Do
What
you
do you
know
mean
what
what's the problem with the map itself? Oh, it's based on a globe. Oh, fuck.
No. It's an AE map, right? Do you know what that means?
No idea.
Right. So further south of the equator doesn't match up. Should be in the bottom right-hand corner of that map if you're given the right one with all of the blurb on the side of it. You have to do calculations because the squares further south expanded. You have to, and I can't remember exactly, and I know Indio's around and he'd be able to tell you 100%, but he's probably not in the stream, he's just in the text room. But the problem with using the AE equidistant, there we go, it's the fucking word, equidistant map, is it's not an actual representation of the Earth. It's a map that you have to do mathematical calculations the further south that you go to get a truer representation of where you are. So this isn't a God's eye view this isn't a God's eye view top-down perspective of the Earth. It's a projection map that you have to use mathematical equations the further south you go. It's not like any other map, it's an AE map. So no wonder you're having problems with your flight times on this one because, yeah, you'd have to do the mathematical equations to make any sense of it further south of the equator that you go.
It's also
It's
based on assumptions
exactly-
about a flight that you've never taken.
It's exactly like every other map. It's distorted.
Mm-hmm.
There's distortions.
Correct.
Right. If the Earth is flat,
No, you're not getting it at all, are you?
we could
I'll see if I
make
can.
a map that isn't distorted.
How would you do that? Explain your process. You've got the
He
funding
just
of
said
a
because of the
navy
globe.
behind you.
Wow.
And you're going to go
Because
out
of the
and
globe.
you're going to
Wait,
go out
wait.
and map the entire world now, are you?
Did you guys just hear his claim? Does anybody hear his claim? He just said all maps are wrong because reality is a globe. You might want to
No,
take
all
that as a
maps are
win,
distorted.
Sasha. You might want to take that as a win. Because of the globe, all maps are distorted. Please start thinking about these answers, flat earthers. Please start thinking about how
You wonder
ridiculous this
why
is.
there are so
He's
many
telling you
maps. Have you seen how
my
many?
reality. This guy just told you that all maps are wrong because in his fantasy he believes in a globe. Take the win, flat earthers. Thanks.
He
What
said that
map's right then?
Mitchell, you said it doesn't work on a map. Now, can you provide a map where is everything working?
There is no map where everything works because
That
they are
means why are they
distorted.
comparing maps?
Sasha, what did I just tell you? Sasha, what did I mean, excuse me, is this Sasha, right? What did I just tell you? What did I just tell you, Sasha?
Yeah, the same thing.
What did I just no, Sasha, what did I say? Wait, hold on,
flat.
Sasha, let me talk to you, Sasha. What did I just tell you, Sasha? Listen to me. What did I tell you just now? What did he do?
There is no accurate map, but
He just said, right, stop, watch. All these people, let me talk to you, Sasha, for a second. Remember, for 8 years, these people say, all maps only work because the Earth is a globe. Now he's saying no maps work because the Earth is a globe. Are you fucking listening, people? Start listening. Thank you.
You done?
That's how stupid these people are. And you guys are letting them get away with it. For 8 years, they say only maps work because it's a globe. Now he's saying no maps work because it's a globe. You gotta tell these people if they're gonna be retards to hand them a consolation prize. At least notify them. Make us red siren. Where's QE? Get a moot button. Guys, he just confessed everything to you. Take the win, Sasha. Please take this win, Sasha. Don't remind him of his globe. Take the win.
I'm not winning anything, man. The nature is
Even
winning.
even your most accurate kind of maps, such as your ordnance surveys, are distortions of a globe. They're
Yep,
distorted
and that's why they
maps.
don't work. Right? They only work flat, guys. That's the point. All maps only work flat. That's the point, guys. And if you can even challenge that, I'll retire off the internet forever. Let me know when you have any evidence at all that can challenge that. And I'm not a flat earther. Thanks.
A map is flat.
Let me know when as soon as you can challenge what I just said. Just let me know, bro. Maybe get a slobber nurse.
Map is
So-
flat. That's profound.
Right. So imagine taking a flat plane. You would not have to distort this flat plane to represent it on what is effectively another flat plane.
Okay, imagine now reality.
There you go, Sasha. Thank you. Well done. Good job.
If you want to imagine the flat or something, imagine the map. Imagine now. You don't need to imagine reality. You can observe the reality. No? And then you have distances, because if maps are working, that means that oil rig is 10 miles from the beach. If all maps are okay, because there is distance on Google and saying there is 10 miles to the oil rig.
Right.
All right. Yeah, I think we can move this one along now. So let's. Is there anyone else new in?
Bro, I feel like I'm watching an episode of Dora the Explorer where Dora's like, "Can you bring up the map?"
Interesting.
Yeah.
So no new people.
Sorry, Cyclone. I know you're
I
trying
mean,
to move.
Globies do live in a cartoon, so that makes sense.
Well, the EXO, I don't understand why you keep saying you're not a flat earther when.
Yes, that's wait. Dora the Explorer. No, Dora the Explorer doesn't
Oh
say
my
bring me a.
God.
Can I say one thing, guys? Let me just talk. Watch this. You're saying Dora the Explorer doesn't say bring me a globe?
Oh my God.
Fucking retards. That's how
Shut the
stupid
fuck
these
up.
people are. That's how stupid. I'm crushing these demons left and right. I'm
Oh
performing
my
an
fucking
exorcism right
God.
now.
Right,
Come
guys.
out of this
We're
woman.
moving it
Come
on.
out of
We're
this
moving it
woman.
on.
again, bro.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Baruch Hashem. That is the name above all names. Of course you would say Jesus Christ once an exorcism happens. You're welcome.
All right. Who else we got in here? Mitchell, are you still there?
Definitely.
There's no one else
Having a good time.
is speaking up. Good stuff. Yeah. It's a good time. So, well, maybe just we'll try and move it back on. I don't know. Do you want to do curvature Jedi? Do you have any preference?
I don't mind. I did have just one last thing to say about maps, though, and then we can fucking move on to something else.
Yeah, go for it.
I was going to ask Mitchell what the most accurate map used by the US and British militaries was. Do you know what it is?
I'm unaware. No.
It's
Is it inverse Mercator?
Yes, it is. And you understand that's a square map, right?
Yes.
North at the top, south at the bottom, 90-degree square grid system, Cartesian coordinate system.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most accurate map used by people that will want to know lands, seas, how to get from A to B, all of that lovely good stuff. So that's a flat map, but it's a square map. But it also suggests that there's north and there is south, top and there is bottom, and there's east and there's west, and there's a problem getting from west to east again because you miss out the middle. But yeah, that's the most accurate map that is used.
Yep.
Yep. Cool. We can move on, Cyclone.
Here we are. Okay, so Mitchell, do you think anyone has ever measured curvature of the Earth?
Don't know.
What about motion of the Earth?
No idea. They might have, might not have. I've no been in the room when they did it, at least.
Sounds like an episode of Mastermind. Just say pass as well. We'll have a beep.
Pass.
Beep.
Phone a friend.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. After a
Did you
few
not
months,
think-
Jedi, yeah,
not
they know
think-
they can't answer that.
But do you not think if there was curvature and motion, someone by now would have measured it?
I don't know how they would measure it.
But then how do they know it's there?
Educated guesses.
So they're just guessing the Earth's a globe, and they're teaching
Yeah,
kids in
pretty much.
school. So why are they teaching kids in school that it's definitely a globe that they live on?
Observations from space. That's a good one.
So stories from the government.
Isn't all of education controlled by the government?
Yeah.
Isn't
Does
that what a curriculum is?
Does that make it true?
I'm sure most of it's true.
What makes you say that?
The fact that the majority of things you're taught tend to be correct.
About the Earth?
Things, mathematics, chemistry, physics.
Right, but what you're told about the Earth, I mean.
I'm sure it's right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What makes you say that?
Assumptions.
Based on what?
Based on everything else generally being right.
Based on everything else generally being right. That's very vague and broad. What do you mean?
Well, if you go to school, you get taught things. And a lot of the time you might end up going, right, okay, you get taught how the world is. I mean, the shape of the Earth is taught in really every form of media to be around. Would you really question it? Would you question it if
Well, if the only
everything
evidence
around
you're
you
given
says it's round?
Well, right, but what if nothing around you says it's round and that you only observe a flat, motionless plane, which is what we do?
Then you would think it's flat.
Or you would need some actual decent evidence that you can verify to know whether or not what you live on is actually a spinning ball, no?
I mean, if you had like severe trust issues with NASA, then yeah.
Well, I mean, it's your entire worldview being given to you by stories from the U.S. government. Do you think the U.S. government never lie? Is that what you're under the impression of?
Do I think the U.S. government never lie?
Yeah, because that's what you're saying, right? NASA.
Fuck! If I was paid every time they lied, I wouldn't be sitting in fucking Discord.
Oh, right, but you trust NASA, I thought.
Yes.
Right, but that's the U.S. government.
Okay.
Who you just said
what's
are
the
liars.
motive for lying in that instance?
Well, you just said they are liars. Didn't you?
Right.
Right. So what are you talking about? Because
Why
that's what NASA
would
is.
they lie about the shape of the Earth?
Well, why do they lie about the other things that you say they lie about?
Let's think. US government covering up scandals, assassinations.
Yeah. Why are they doing that, and why are they lying to people?
Don't want to take accountability.
Okay.
For hushing people up.
So
a whole number of reasons why they lie.
Did the whole conspiracy just start with the US government? Or is it every government?
No.
Well, how many governments claim to be going to space and seeing a baller?
How many governments claim to live in a flat Earth?
Well, it's not a very pertinent reversal. I mean,
Well,
you're
none.
saying that you're saying you don't trust the U.S. government, but that you do trust the U.S. government when it comes to the Earth.
How many governors was in the space?
How many governments are in space or have been to space? Sorry.
Yeah, how many? Let's say Peru government, Azerbaijan government, Croatian government, Madagascar government, Belgian government, Bosnian government, Tajikistan government.
I've never heard of the Tajikistan space program.
Oh, really? Where are they getting information?
I mean, I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
For sure,
I'm
I
not
think from
familiar
Peru.
with
I think from
Tajikistan.
Peru. Tajikistan getting from Peru.
Oh, they're getting it from Peru?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Oh, and they're
Because
all talking to each other at the UN.
why Peru government lying about space programs?
They don't have a space program.
Oh, really? And where information coming from?
I don't know.
Maybe
I'm
not,
not from Tajikistan.
maybe from 5-6 space agencies that we have in the world, not more.
Right.
Right? Why would all governments lie? Because they didn't even go there.
How many government or how many countries will have like proper what's the fucking name for it as well? It's not even a complex word either. Observatories. How many places have like proper size observatories?
How many?
Where
Okay.
there is
Hold on.
there are observatories in Peru, but they're owned by the American government.
So just back on the American government. So Mitchell, do you believe the U.S. government when they tell you that in the '60s they flew 3 men to the moon?
Oh, and the moon landings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a moon landing truther.
What does that mean? Like you believe
I
it
think
happened?
they happened, yeah.
Okay. So why? But you think they lie all the time, the U.S. government?
Yeah, I think politicians lie a lot.
But you believe them when they say they went to the light in the sky that we call the moon and they drove around on little cars
Yes.
and played golf. Do you see that there's a bit of a contradiction there?
I feel like it's parts of the US government I don't trust.
But what makes you trust this? Because this is it's a pretty wild story, right? It's not a mundane thing to claim. It's like we flew
I'm
half a
glad they
million
recorded
miles.
it.
But they don't have the
see
original
if they
footage
just
anymore,
said
right?
if they just said that they did it, then maybe it'd be like, oof, that's a wee bit weird. You know what I mean?
But
But
if they
if you
had
went to the pub
videos,
and somebody said, "Oh, I swam to Brazil last night," like, it'd be a bit of a stretch. But see if they recorded
have
it.
you watched much of the footage that they claim?
Yes.
And you think it looks legit?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just show you. Let me just show you one quick GIF and tell me what you think about this.
It's better be the astronaut falling over and getting back up again. If it's not cyclone,
That would be quite funny, but
I do have that one as well, but this is a slightly different one.
I love that one.
What about this one?
1 second, I need to get back in the chat. Right, what's the thing about?
So this is what they claim is the craft that they went down on the moon to.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, does seeing that kind of footage make you think, yeah, okay, they did it? Or do you think it's possible that something like that can be done through other means? Here's another one.
I'm sure the bonk and the sound effects were added like by
No, that's the
someone
raw.
other
That's the
than
raw.
NASA.
That's the raw audio bit.
It's like comes straight from NASA. Yeah.
Yeah, that went through the TV. People were
It's
loving it.
mental how they had their wee horns, isn't it?
There's supposed to be no sand traveling in a vacuum, but I don't know. Weird things happen when you go to the moon. Did you hear that they came back and they gave the Dutch government moon rock? Did you hear about that?
I don't know about it, but I'm sure it's something that happened.
So they gave them. They
So they
gave the
came
moon
back from the
rock.
second law of thermodynamics violation. So you're just going to let him go with that and argue about the government lying and stuff like that. What about the second law of
Yeah.
thermodynamics violation with what they had to travel through? What about that?
What?
The second
Were you
law
not
of
here when we went through
thermodynamics?
that?
I don't know, man. Like, I'd rather context rather than just jumping into the conversation.
The gas pressure argument.
Oh fuck! It's just you're just gonna say, oh, there's no way to prove gravity and
Prove gravity.
it's
Get back to
stuff
your
like
fairy
that.
tale
Oh,
vacuum.
you need a
Get back to your fairy tale
You need a
vacuum.
container,
Stop
yeah.
with your
Remember, we
monologue.
had that discussion, and then you need a
My
container.
I
God.
fucking talked about this, pal. Just shut up.
Shut up. The dumbest person in a room is telling me to shut up.
Well, we're looking at really funny videos, pal.
So all these second law of thermodynamics violation agencies. Did you know that outer space is a standing second law of thermodynamics violation? Did you know that? Yeah. Yes, it is.
News to me. Can you explain,
Oh,
please?
wait. No, it's not fucking news to you, Sunshine. I told you this earlier, and I've told you this at least 3 times now. Come the fuck on.
I'm
So you're
letting
a
him
liar.
say
You're
his
not only a
piece.
dumbass, you're a liar.
No, I'm letting you say your piece. Come on.
Yeah, right.
you need somebody to put the wee tea down so you can swing for
down, you sack sniffing booger eater.
it. Fucking stupid bastard.
Yeah, you're projecting now.
Oh, projecting like a globe onto
little
another.
governments. Oh, the government's like you contradicted yourself like 6 fucking times already.
Okay, citation.
Citation. Hey, I
No?
got a question for
Oh.
you. I got an easier question for your dumbass.
Go for it.
How do you have a horizon on a baltard?
Right, you ready for this?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. You know how in a ball's curved, right?
Shut up. How do you have a horizon on a baltard?
A baltard? What's that?
A baltard, a sphere-tard. Your globe.
What's that? My
Your
globe?
globe.
I don't own a globe.
Yeah, but we have horizons, correct?
Yes, we have horizons.
But that's impossible on a ball. Because
no, it isn't.
Oh, yeah, it is. I'm going to tell you why. According to the slope-intercept formula, the slope of a horizontal line is always 0, like your IQ. And guess where horizontal lines come from? Come from the horizon. You got a big problem because the definition of curvature is the rate of change of slope. So how can you have a constant rate of change of slope and at the same time have a horizon which has 0 slope, Sunshine?
Well, it's amazing how you immediately draw a flat fucking line and say, wow, there's no curvature. Of course there's not.
Are you listening to another fucking
Right.
room or reading another conversation and not paying attention to this one?
Wee bit, but
Yeah, wee bit.
essentially, when you have this horizon,
So how do you have a
you
fucking
can't
non-slope and a
see
slope?
what's behind it because it's going
So how do you have a horizon on a
going
baltard?
down. How do you have
Paradox.
a horizon?
See, now just shut him. Put him on mute. Shut him the fuck up. He's the doofus. Look at him.
You're obviously not
Yep.
listening.
Live in a paradox. Defeat your baltard that easy.
So, once that curve goes
Oh
down,
shit! Now we're gonna listen to him talk some more. Good job, moderators. He's compromised.
can
He's done.
someone mute
Kick him
this
out.
guy so that we can
Kick him out.
discuss the funny videos again?
Kick him out.
He's their leader.
Can you not
They
shut
won't. They'll all just listen to what he
Kick
says.
him out,
Put him on
guys.
mute.
This
Holy
guy's chatting
shit.
way too much, guys.
Just put him on mute. He's proved demonstrated dumbass.
So,
So let's listen to him. Let's listen to him philosophize some more.
okay, are you going to let me do that?
Don't fuck. No, fucking get the fuck out of here.
Of course you wouldn't. You
Dumbass,
fucking
go back to your cake
cunt.
decorating forums. What
Oh
the fuck?
fuck! You knew about that, didn't
You're a
you?
fucking
Holy shit!
moron.
I've actually looked through your website.
You're a fucking moron.
I've looked through
You're
the
a
website. It's
demonstrated
like
moron.
it's the
I just
ramblings of a
demonstrated it.
madman.
I
It's
just
like the inside.
demonstrated. Yep, just
Somebody's
an ad
broken out
hom.
of this straitjacket.
Yeah, yeah. Your sister doesn't seem to mind though.
Aye, she likes the straitjacket.
Yeah,
but
that's it. Yeah, right.
aye,
That's right.
she's a bit scared when you
Keep it,
smile.
keep
But
it something substantive. Either make an argument or something. Address something specific. Not just
I already
about
did.
single.
It's already over. Why haven't you
Yeah,
made
no, I'm
them?
talking to Mitchell. If he's gonna say this insane, whatever, like make an actual argument.
right, every third letter is a different fucking
Just kick his
case and
dumbass out.
colour. If you looked at his
Go
website, if
start
you
some more
please look
shrooms.
at Quantum
Mitchell, that's not an
Arrested
argument.
Time to
That's not-
reevaluate the
please
death
look at
toll of the Holocaust.
What
Ah,
the
shut
fuck?
the fuck up.
Whoa.
Kick his
All right,
ass
who else
out,
have we
man.
got in here? Who else have we got in here? Anyone for the Globe got any evidence?
Was Hitler really the bad guy in World War II?
Right,
What?
can you shut
It's
up,
not.
please?
It's not World War
Hitler
II.
was
There.
right, in his own opinion.
Right, we're on the Earth, guys, not World War II. It's not a History Channel.
Hitler knew the truth about flat Earth.
All
I
right.
wish your
Well,
mom would have known the truth about
Fucking-
fucking birth control.
fuck it. That's the first funny thing I've heard you say. Nice one. All right. Okay, who was that speaking? What was his name? Was he just fucking bail? God damn it, Earth is glob. You scared away our only glober.
I'm sorry, you wanted a Hitler Glober?
Beggars can't be choosers, unfortunately.
Alright, okay.
You would think
Our
the Hitler
standards
ones
are
would fit in with you guys.
as you've noticed. Who's this?
That was Human Sheeple. Who else is it? Would say something as dumb as that?
No, I didn't actually
Attention
hear
on
him.
deck.
Oh,
You guys gonna be at Sam's Club Hotel on Saturday?
Yeah.
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
You got fucking one trick pony, Human Sheeple, nub nuts.
Oh, he's the
That's all
guy
you
that
do
loves
when
the
you come in
flat
here.
Earth lore and all the personalities. He's like the fan club guy.
Yeah, I'm like the fan club guy. I'm gonna go to
You are?
Flattoberfest. Are you gonna go?
No, I won't be. I wouldn't be going to any place where you are unless they've got some good security. You guys
Why?
are like
Well, I
those
mean, Karen B's gonna be
shooter
there, so
types.
Why
they
would
got
you
like
be
a
there?
big burly man as
Why
security
would you go
already.
there? Why would you go there? There's just
I'm gonna
nothing
go
but
to the singles event.
nothing but pretender clown flat earthers there.
No, there's like single women flat earthers that I can date and turn into
Oh,
Globers.
brother. Now we gotta
Wow.
listen to this.
They're gonna waddle through the lobby in the morning and tell you all
Just
about
put
the
him on
curve.
fucking mute.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Let them know who started NASA too. See
Who
whose
knows?
side he's really on.
We got Pen Pal in the house. We got some new faces in here. Pen Pal, what's going on? Have we talked to Pen Pal yet?
I don't think so. Save us, pen pal. Say something not completely retarded, please.
Semi-coherent. Oh my goodness. You guys were having a big stream of these guys come through here, huh?
Yeah, man, it's been fun.
Jeez. I
Just
see
makes me-
Mitchell's been keeping you guys entertained.
Not you
other than that-
guys.
Some
Not
guys?
you guys,
Most-
just a couple guys that just let them be entertained by him. Not
shit.
you guys.
All right, so Pen Pal's not saying anything. We got Lone Wolf. Oh, but Lone Wolf is deafened. What else we got in here? T's in here. What's up, T? You changed your mind about the globe? We got Shine Cipher to just join. Or Sign Cipher. Sign, are you there? Welcome to the channel, Sign. Hello. Okay. Who else is in here right now? We got AI that's joining us. What's up, AI? How you feeling today, bro?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
AI? You mean pre-crime?
Yeah, he was not here for a couple of days. But he's back.
Uh-oh.
Andy, hold my beer. What's up, dude?
Evening all.
Hey. We got Lelucas in the house. Balls orbiting balls. Strange name. What's up? Do we got any other Globers other than Mitchell? I don't think so, huh?
He's not a Glober. He's just your average dumbass.
Well, like I said, we got Pen Pal, but there's nothing doing there.
He'll write to us later.
Oh, and T. We got T in the house.
Brilliant.
But yesterday we got some concessions as soon as QE had left last night. So Mez, Scott Mackey, and there was another gentleman that conceded and said they had no evidence for the Earth as a globe. And they said that there is no need for gravitational theories. According to them, they don't believe in Einstein or Newtonian. They just tossed it away.
What about NASA?
Well, they said they didn't need that. So, but NASA, they didn't. There was no comment on it. They didn't even get that far.
No NASA gravity?
NASA gravity, no.
Oh, okay.
And they also said that they cannot confirm anything.
Yeah.
And the brain surgeon now the brain surgeon's chat skanking. Oh, you really got me now. Quantum eraser, you got a flat Earth model yet? Just get the fuck out of here. Fucking retard. You don't even know what a model is. His best proof in that whole discussion was, well, we got eyeglasses, therefore globe. More or less, that's what he was saying. Used the false equivalence fallacy, false comparison fallacy. Well, we got physics, chemistry. We have physics and chemistry and biology. Of course, the fucking globe is not science to begin with. So that's a false equivalence fallacy. But since we have those, therefore globe. That was one of your fuckwit arguments, right?
Don't you mean false equivocation fallacy?
That's redundant.
It's your average
An equivocation fallacy automatically assumes a false equivocation, right? Hence the word fallacy, meaning fallacious, meaning false.
I said equivocation, excuse you.
You missed it. It's a new term they're throwing around here. They're equivocating. See, Teal's joining us. What's up, Teal? Mike, what's up, Mike?
Mike, what's up?
Nothing, just got home.
No, that doesn't sound like Mike.
No, that was Teal.
I'll give a shout out to Mike and his microphone earlier. He sounded like he was taking down some Viet Cong from a helicopter. It was awesome. I was rolling around for hours with that.
He used to have a really good mic, dude. I don't know what happened. Now he's got some far away sound. Like he sounds like he's far away.
His daughter's using it at the moment, so he's been relegated to a not so good.
Oh. Haven't seen Quad in a while. What's up, Quad? Seeing Gregory in here. What's up, Greg? You like that conversation with humanity earlier? Was that your first encounter with that guy?
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna jump in. I was like, nah, I think Greg's having fun.
I'm sorry, man, but I don't think I've ever heard you get so upset so quickly. You're
Yeah.
usually calm, cool, and collected, but wow, never heard you go like that before. It was a pleasure and an honor to see you fucking go at him.
Me? Was it me?
Yes,
Yeah.
you. Usually so
That's what I was
calm and
saying.
yeah.
I was listening to you. I was like, oh shit, Greg's having fun. Fuck it. I won't go in there. Fucking.
He was distinctly sophistic.
Yeah, there's it hits different. He hits different, doesn't he? For some reason. It's
Sorry, I'm
fucking.
just laughing in the background
You know, a very
because
clear mid-Atlantic American accent with the nerve and the audacity to talk to us like we're the ones who are slow, being annoying, while
Yeah.
we're asking him simple questions in a sequitur line of reasoning to actually get down to the bottom of the matter.
Yeah, he was a slippery one in the conversation. He didn't want to answer Jedi's questions. I was listening to that.
oh no, he didn't. Very simple questions as well, and I
Yeah,
hate it when I give very simple questions and they tell me, like, I don't know what you mean. And the fuck.
Yeah, well, he was turning it to more an absurdity. Like he would always like, what are you saying by what you mean right there? What does that you mean? What are you saying there? As he didn't know. It's a game. What they're
He
doing.
would say,
It is a
"Well,
game.
the sun's not a laser."
Yeah. And say that.
I mean, either speaking his choice of words is a pretense and he really doesn't understand what he's saying, or he does have a degree of acumen to where he can understand these lofty concepts and he's pretending that he can't understand the very same level of vocabulary that the other persons are using when they talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the conversation he was having with you, Gregory, about being able to measure the angles of light and so on. We were talking to him for a long time where he was seeming to be coming not from a place of authority, but from a place of knowledge. And then right at the end of the conversation, he completely 180s on himself and says, well, how can we know anything? How can you come from a place of knowledge and arrogance to then turn around and say, we can't know anything? So it would
I mean,
render all of your claims before useless because apparently you can't know anything.
there it is. So here's this pattern that's starting to rear its ugly head. So it's like, I guess at least might just start beginning the dialogue with a preliminary question. Is knowledge possible, my guy? Because if the answer is no, and that's in the back of your head, while you wax poetic with all these supposed empirical facts and arguments, I'm not going to have it.
Definitely something that's been happening more and more.
Well, it seems like they're trying to escape the argument when it seems like they're being pinned down. So that's a way out.
I mean, look, I've said it repeatedly, and it's worthwhile repeating. If I am so misguided and foolish, then please tell me the truth. But that, like what comes from humanity, is not an instance of someone trying to lovingly edify me.
He's definitely a character.
I don't know. Is he almost the same as H Advocate? Oh, I don't think QE's met him. Advocate. H Advocate. He's a scholar. That guy. And he was kind of snubbing his nose down or up to everybody in here. Too good. It was like, what profession, what do you guys do? Like he was, what did he say? I think we were in here with Jemsy that one night. Jemsy really got upset too. And he was asking, you guys remember H Advocate when he was saying that? He's like, well, what degrees do you guys have? Like he said some stupid thing like that.
I wasn't here. I don't think I was here.
Yeah. I'll remind him when he comes back.
And the thing is, someone like me, I'm not an anarchist, right? I don't just outright deny the veracity of what another person is saying, given that they have some sort of official, credentialed position in whatever given institution. I don't want it to be the case that the world order is full of wickedness. It's not what I want to be the case. But we have this conflict, right? The conflict between various beliefs, between various any given two or more given persons. And there's a conflict between what any given person is saying and the experiences that we've had. Right? So there's this conflict, there's this problem. I just want the problem to be solved. I'm not just gnashing my teeth against this or that person or people because they're a member of this or that group ipso facto. No, it's because what they're saying is false or what they're doing is unjust or immoral or something bad. Okay, so I'm not going to just dismiss Dr. So-and-so just because they're Dr. So-and-so. No.
Hey, have we spoken to I Don't Like Israel? Who is that guy?
I don't know, man. I really don't know. Pops up quite a lot. It's always in the server. Well, not always, but it's in the server quite a lot. And I don't even know if we've actually spoken.
T, are you still there?
I'm
Yo,
here.
T.
But I don't feel like
Ah.
engaging. I don't know, man.
No?
I'm scared. You know what happens.
You're scared of what? There's nothing to be
Yeah,
scared
it
of.
just ends in conflict, man. I don't want.
Well,
don't
I
want peace.
mean, okay. I'm not coaxing you into talking, but I mean, the truth is the truth. I mean, you're gonna know it or not.
I mean, I think you
I
said
feel
something
him with that
yesterday, like,
concern.
what is truth?
I-
How do we arrive at truth? Right? We can talk about
No,
that.
oh, what is truth, right?
Hmm.
Well, something that's not false, which means that if the information you receive cannot be verified and has been told to you as a story, but it can't be falsified either, then what do you have there? Is that something true that someone has told you? In regards to the Earth, right? So anything that whether the Earth is in motion or the curvature claim or the cosmic vacuum, as they tell you, as it exists, can any of those things be verified? I mean, they're making these claims like it's real, and they're telling people about it. So it's just interesting, man.
Hmm.
People sound like they know what they're talking about. Well, when asked the question, they don't know.
I know. I think I know a lot. You can
You
ask
think you
me a
know a lot?
question if you want.
You said you think you know a lot?
Yeah, I'm like.
Okay, who measured curve?
Who measures
'Cause-
curve? How do you measure curve? Like, how would you go about that?
Well,
Well,
why are you asking
how
him though? I don't
would
understand.
you?
Like,
I mean, what is
Is
this?
that not your
What is
belief?
curve? What is curve, and how do you measure curve? Right? Is there
Like
like
the
a
curve
measurement?
of the ball that you're saying.
Curvature is the
You
rate
know,
of change of slope.
You can measure the radius of a sphere, right?
Curvature is the rate of change of slope.
The rate of change of slope. Is it like?
Yeah, that's curvature. You should have already known that. Then we got a follow-on question.
Why?
How do you have a horizon when you have curvature?
How do you have horizon when you have curvature?
Yeah.
Because when something goes like away from you, right?
When
On
something
the
goes
surface of a
away from
sphere.
you,
Yeah, when something moves away from you on the surface of a
when
sphere.
something moves away from you,
Hmm.
what's the slope of a
It's
horizontal
going to
line?
go behind the curvature. It's going to be
What's the
obstructed
slope
by
of a horizontal line?
none.
0.
Yeah.
Curvature is the rate of change of slope. How can you have a constant rate of change of slope on the Earth, all the while having a horizon that has no change of slope. It's always 0, like your IQ.
Funny story. Look at chat.
Funny story.
I have a
It's
nice
a really
picture that
funny
shows.
story. You better answer that question, Sunshine, because you ain't getting around it.
You made the claim that there's no curvature on the horizon, right? But there is.
No, that's just
Look at
basic
chat.
geometry.
Check
It's not
chat.
it's not a claim, Sunshine. It's basic geometry.
Have you checked chat?
That's a compressed
Yeah, I
image.
checked it.
Well,
It's a
you see
compressed
the
image,
curvature,
T.
right?
Holy crap, dude! You gotta
Line
be
up
kidding
one
me.
end of that to the
Like
other end.
2015.
He's
Who
done this
Yeah.
posted
before.
that?
He's done this
Oh,
before. Like he did this yesterday.
Oh my
I'm
god!
waiting for
Oh
the
my
day
god!
when you
Let's
debunk
AI,
it.
let
dude,
AI come
You
in.
haven't debunked it yet.
Hang on, T. AI's
holy
coming in here.
crap,
Relax.
bro!
Just relax.
Bro,
Go ahead, AI.
I'm looking at this compressed image,
Mhm.
and I'm noticing that the table is also curved,
Mhm.
right? So it's clearly the camera put curve on all this stuff.
Have you ever considered that the table is curved because the table just is curved?
No.
Have you ever considered you're a
Really?
retard based on geometry? Let's get
It's-
back to that. We're not
It's
going
a
off
plastic.
this sidetrack.
It's a plastic
What's
table
the
standing in
slope
the
of a
sun.
horizontal line, Sunshine?
None. You asked me before.
I know, 0. But curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope. That's what we call in the industry a paradox. Reconcile the paradox right now.
There's no paradox because I think the
There is a
horizon isn't
paradox.
straight.
I just
The
stated it.
horizon is not a straight line.
The horizon is not a straight line.
No.
You would fail 3rd grade geometry.
Sure, man.
Yes. You're done. It's over.
Slope a dope.
Slope. I just sloped the dope.
That's a new one.
So when
That's
I
how
asked
easy it
you,
is. He's got nothing. He
Have you
can't
ever
say anything.
considered
Hey,
that there's
A
there's
horizontal
things-
line's
I
not a
just
straight line.
picture. I just sent
Really,
you a
citation,
picture.
please. Citation.
So you cannot fathom.
Citation. So.
I just
Citation
sent you a
saying
picture,
that
T.
shut
T.
the fuck up.
Yo, why are you screaming at teal for?
I don't
Chill,
want
man.
anyone interrupting my ass ripping of you. So I would need a citation showing that horizontal line is not a straight line. That's not even part of the discussion. You just begocked it like a dumb fuck. But I want to see that. Show. I'm not from Missouri, but I live in Missouri. Right?
Good for you.
So you're going to have to show me right in text right now. Show where a horizontal line is not fucking straight. Turn out the lights, baby. You're a retard. Thank you very much, baltard
I lost
moron.
to you. Okay, I
Yeah,
concede.
you're
I
fucked up. Boy,
concede.
that was
The globe is
easy.
a lie. The globe is a lie.
Just snort some lewds. I can bring my cat's litter box in here and make an ass out of you.
Sure, man.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Next.
Mute. Put him on mute.
Not if he does it himself. Out of dignity and compassion for his fellow man. The only way we're putting him on mute is to protect him and protect everyone else in here. Quarantine his dumbass. Horizontal line's
Can I
not a
ask you a
straight line.
question, or is that forbidden?
Horizontal line's not a straight line.
Can I ask you a question, or is that
Fucking
forbidden?
no. Fuck off.
Okay, sorry, man.
Anybody know who this old fucker's yelling at in here?
Fuck you.
Fuck you too, buddy.
Your sister. Is a horizontal line a straight line?
Hey, guess
Is
what?
a
you
horizontal
fucking
line a straight
Yankee?
line?
Answer it.
No. You know what else isn't straight?
Is a horizontal line a straight line?
You know what else isn't straight,
Is a
buddy?
horizontal line just mute
Your
him.
glasses are
Shut
fucked
the
up,
fuck
you
up.
fucking bald piece of shit. Dog took a shit on your head.
Listen to him.
buddy.
He's fucking, he's gamma spiraling.
Let's give it for the segue that you did there, Kiwi. That was a nice segue.
What's that?
Your sister is a horizontal line straight.
oh shit.
Can we have that be the question tonight? Not what AI said. the question of the evening: how can you have a horizon on a ball tart? Y'all gonna get this argument because you're gonna hear it like 30,000 times. It's gonna finally sink in.
To answer the question, so you ask them like this: okay, do you have a sister? They say yes. Okay. Can you go ask your sister is a whore is on the line straight?
That is a malformed question. A ball tart is not real. That is not a real shape.
Oh yes, it is. You're living proof of it.
I'm living proof of what?
A ball tart. Boy, you're kind of slow, aren't you?
Ball tart shaped.
How am I ball tart shaped? What is that
You're
shape?
no, I didn't say ball tart shape. That was somebody else. You're gonna have to answer to them.
I'm sorry, that is a malformed question.
I didn't make a question. I made a statement.
That is a malformed statement.
What's malformed about it?
It's malformed because it came out of your mouth.
Just dig yourself deeper and deeper, right? Right? You think you're some kind you're just a fucking idiot, sophist, ball-tard monkey. That's it.
What else?
Can move on.
Alice, do you have a sister?
I do, yeah.
Can you ask her if your sister is a horizontal line straight?
Can I ask my sister if her sister is a horizontal line straight?
Yeah. Can you ask your sister is a horizontal line straight?
Can I ask my sister is horizontal line straight? I'm sorry, that is a malformed question.
It's not if you listen to it.
She didn't get it.
Nah.
Shit.
No, I got it.
Sure you did.
I did. Yeah, I
We
got
can
it.
move on. Who gives a fuck? You fucking couldn't get 2 + 1 + 2.
So besides
12.
Tennessee, yeah,
Told you.
besides Tennessee Tyler coming in hot, you want to unmute him, see if, what he's got for the ball?
Yeah.
It's y
This will
equals
get your popcorn out.
plus.
I'm
Tennessee
sorry.
Tyler.
Did the beginning of my sentence interrupt the middle of yours? Go ahead, ask him. Everyone got their popcorn?
I got a double.
Slope that dope.
I think he's shy.
He wasn't shy a few minutes ago.
My bad, fellas. I'm back.
Go ahead, Mickey.
Question is, do you have a sister?
Oh, God.
Hey, yeah, I do. And what about her?
All right. Can you ask your sister is a horizontal line straight?
Hey, how about you come up with another joke? Yeah. It's very played out. So make your point to me, sir, that the now that the trolling is over, make your point to me that the Earth is flat.
Oh no.
I've heard this argument a handful of times, but I'm curious as to why that's a hill that you would die on, sir.
Why is the Earth flat?
Yeah.
Let's see. Because it's flat. So water. Listen, we all know water is flat and level. That's been human experience throughout antiquity. right? Water is allegedly covering 70% of the known surface territory of the Earth. Therefore, the Earth cannot possibly be a globe.
So you're saying that because you believe that water is flat and level, if I'm understanding you right, then that would mean that the water wouldn't be able to stick to a ball. That's why you consider it to be flat.
Right? Stick to a ball. What are you talking about, dude?
Well, you opened up saying that the water itself is flat, right? Flat on the surface. That whole point that you just fucking made. I mean, say it again. I want to make sure I heard you
Okay,
right.
it's not that hard.
Flat.
So water is flat and level.
Okay.
It covers 70% of the known territory. And
Okay.
if 70% of the known territory is flat and level, then it's flat and level.
The whole Earth being flat and level because of that one point.
Well, how could it be otherwise?
I mean, other than gravity holding, well, other than the Earth being a ball or spherical shape and gravity holding it as
No,
the.
dude. If the Earth is a ball, then the water would be curved around it. If the water's flat, then it's not curved around it.
So you've never went to the ocean or flew on an airplane and looked out at the horizon?
Listen to this dumb fuck. Horizon.
Yeah, exactly.
You've
I'm
never.
sorry. Go ahead, AI. I'll go ahead and forgive me. I'm a worm.
So when I look out at the horizon, I see a horizontal line. So what does that have to do with anything? Horizontal line, horizontal, right? Zero slope on the x-axis, right? So that's just more proof that it's flat and level. So
Have
what's
you
your
ever
point?
flown on an airplane?
Absolutely. What's your point?
So you've been on an airplane in clear skies and looked out and seen nothing but flat and level.
Yep. What else would I see?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that the Earth is not flat. I mean, if you're at 30,000 feet, or if you jump from 30,000, you'd probably be able to tell that the Earth is not flat.
Oh, wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. Probably? I thought you were about to tell me you saw it for sure.
I mean, I have seen it.
Well, then why are you saying probably, dude?
Anecdotal evidence. You're not going to take anecdotal evidence, though, in this kind of
You're
argument.
damn skippy, I'm not.
You said
Especially
what?
from a height that you're damn skippy. I'm not going to take no anecdotal evidence, especially from a height off a globe that's allegedly 3,959 miles radius, right? From the paltry amount of distance you're off of it, that you think you would see a curvature.
So you think you are telling me that you said 3,000 feet off of it?
Dude, we're talking 30,000 feet. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, buddy. I mean, you can. Okay, explain. Here's something I've always been curious about, genuinely. The firmament. Explain that to me. Say the Earth is flat, and then explain the dome.
Okay. Dude, what if the Earth is flat and it's covered by a cubicle? What if the Earth is flat and it's covered by a tapestry? What if the Earth is flat and it's covered by tapioca pudding? It's highly irrelevant.
Well, I mean, in this argument in particular, no, it's not. Because if the Earth is flat, either way, how would we have gone to space? I doubt you believe in the moon landing or any other, or any kind of space exploration, satellites, anything like that.
Good Lord, this guy's a retard from 2015.
Well, see, look, I've never dealt into this topic. I'll be honest with you. I
Oh,
came on here to fuck around
no!
tonight.
No,
So
you're joshing us. You're kidding.
no, I'm not. I genuinely came on here drunk to fuck around tonight. And now I'm curious because
Now you're curious.
I don't get into flat Earth shit. I never have.
Flat Earth shit. You're just a dumbass ball-tard then, right?
A ball-tard?
Yeah, a sphere-tard. Just
Holy
a regular,
fuck.
everyday dumb fuck.
Yeah, I bet I am. Yeah.
Yeah, you are
You're
a dumb
right,
fuck.
you're
You should
right.
listen to yourself.
I don't walk around drinking my Bud Light, listening to fucking
Bud
Flat
Light.
Earth on
Yeah, you
YouTube.
would be drinking Bud
Yeah,
Light.
you're right. You're
Fucking
so
clown. Your fairy tale space, your little moon landing had to travel through a second law of thermodynamics violation. But of course, you don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is, do you?
Uh-huh.
You just come spouting off with your fucking Elmer Fudd sophistry. It's not even sophistry. You're just fucking Elmer Fudd. You're just a Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating threads. They'll probably laugh you out of that too.
Fucking cake decorating
Dumb
thread.
fuck. You're just a
Got a
dumb
simpler-
fuck. What's the second law of
I got a
thermodynamics?
simpler question. He doesn't
What's
know
your
that.
question, buddy?
All right, I got a simpler question for you. So I bought some graph. I bought some graph paper.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to know, when you buy graph paper, you have upways lines, vertical lines, and horizontal lines on the graph paper, right? Little squares.
Yep.
So are the horizontal lines on the graph paper curved or straight?
On a piece of paper, they're straight. Now, I mean, if you bend the paper, they'd be fucking curved, but they're straight if you're putting the paper on a flat surface.
Okay, so that being said, horizontal, right, is synonymous and axiomatically straight, right?
I mean, depending on the surface, like the scale or where the surface sits, I guess it would be, yeah. Like I
Right.
said,
So
if the paper is bent into
if
it, yeah.
water's flat and level, and horizontal is synonymous with straight, flat, level, then the Earth is flat and level, bro.
There ain't no fucking way, man.
Now,
I
bro,
love
listen,
y'all. I
I've
genuinely appreciate coming on to entertain. I genuinely do.
Well, dude, let me get quick with you. I've got a 1-inch level. I've got a 6-inch level. I've got an 8-inch level. I've got a 2-foot level. I've got a 4-foot level. I've got a 6-foot level. I got an 8-foot level. And after 8 feet, then I got lasers. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you, bro, when I level that thing, it's horizontal. Right? Now, if I took my laser and I shot it over water, and I measured that water is level, and water's flat and level, and the Earth is covered with 70% of that sweet water stuff, and therefore the Earth is flat and level.
Okay, now I understand the flat and level. So, are you putting the laser on top of the ripples on the water that you can visibly see, or are you putting it slightly above to send a flat current, or to send a flat level the whole way? Do you get my
You'd have to put it above. You'd have to put it above the ripples, obviously.
Oh,
well,
here comes
how
the
water,
here comes the piercing intellect.
the piercing, yeah, the drunken slumber. How can water be flat and level if you can visibly see ripple? That wouldn't it be Ripley and level then?
Oh, shit it out, bro. Really?
Hey,
dude, what if I just wait? What if I just wait till the winter?
Science, buddy.
Well,
Okay,
think about this, bro. What if I just wait till winter when it's frozen?
then that's not water. That's ice. Well, I mean, it's water in ice form, frozen for solid form.
What the?
So wait. Who came up
Oh
with the
yeah,
term?
it would be flat and level. You're correct.
Who came up with the term sea level? Was it flat earthers that came up with the term sea level, or was it scientists?
I ain't got no fucking idea. I'll be honest with you.
Most honest.
See,
literally,
Tennessee strikes me as
we
a guy
literally-
who's at least attempting to be honest from what I'm listening to. So
Yeah.
perhaps I'm thinking if we can just talk to him, maybe we might talk to him a little bit sensibly. But he hasn't given up, so it sounds like he's thinking at least a little.
I'm genuinely enjoying the.
I know. I'm listening
the
to you.
call.
It's different. You have a different tone, so I can tell somebody when they're being disingenuous. You don't sound that way to me. So at least there's that, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I may
So,
not
well,
believe in the topic, but I'll
I
still
know.
engage. And why not?
Does that mean I have to cease and desist?
Just a little bit. I just want to see. I'm curious now. He's thinking about things. I haven't heard somebody say it that way, but it's fucking. Jedi,
I have
you want to come in?
I have a little different take on it, but I'll go ahead and acquiesce.
Jedi, did you want to come in? I don't know if AI. Did you want to finish your point, and then I want to see because I know
Well, the
Jedi
point
wanted to come
is,
in.
like, you use the principle of a laser level or a laser transit, which set up a laser with a known height. You set up the target, the storyboard where the laser is going to tell you the differential, right, of the target location relative to where you put the laser, right? You level your laser, you shoot the laser across, right?
Uh-huh.
Let's say you use 25 miles of water, right, on a frozen lake, and you set up three targets at different ranges, 25 miles being the furthest. The other one might be like 7 miles and 14 miles. You pan the laser horizontally, right, through all three targets, proving that the laser's level. You hit the furthest target at 25 miles, okay?
Yeah.
Let's say the laser's set up about 2 meters and the target's about 2 meters. Now you are going to have a divergence of the laser. That's going to be a maximum of about a meter. You're going to have refraction. That's going to be another like 3 to 5 meters.
The
right?
fuck?
So
What
at
the
best,
fuck?
don't worry about it. At best, you have a differential swing from what you would expect to hit on your storyboard of approximately 5 to 8 meters, right?
Okay.
So that means that the maximum differential between the bottom of the laser and the water is 5 to 8 meters, maximum, with all your errors included.
Holy fucking shit!
Now, that laser should have went over the target if the Earth was a globe by 90 meters, right? So if you convert that over into feet, that's actually 2 orders of magnitude off the globe prediction. So you could just shoot a laser, and by 2 orders of magnitude, debunk globe geometry rather easily.
So let me ask this. Say you could set this experiment up and do it, right? You had a laser powerful enough.
Oh, it's been done. It's been done, friend. It's not can you set it up? These types of things have been done over and over again, and they supersede the globe geometry by orders of magnitude every time. Now, listen. My friend here, Quantum Eraser, was quite exacerbated about the use of the word refraction. I only threw that in there because it's a glober savior that they try to compute after the fact as an ex post hoc rationale for why all these observations keep occurring that supersede globe geometry. It's actually just a mathematical construct. It's nonsense. But even if you include it, you don't get anywhere near enough to change anything about the result.
All right. So do you believe then? So here's the question. Another, it's not trolling, a genuine question. Do you believe then, because in your worldview, the Earth is flat, do you think that other planets are also flat, or do other planets not really exist, or how do you think there's outside of the Earth?
Look, there's clearly things above the Earth. Okay, what they are and the nature of them is whatever they are, but they're not the Earth. Okay, I don't have a uniformitarian assumption where all objects in the cosmos are identical to the thing I'm standing on. For example, there's nothing in the cosmos that has life. There's nothing in the cosmos that has oceans and trees. There's nothing in the cosmos anything like what we're standing on. Nothing. Not one thing. So I have no reason to believe anything in the sky is like the Earth. The Earth is unique. For me to think otherwise would at best be a philosophy. Even if it's the case, let's say, that an object above the Earth is a sphere for any reason, that doesn't change what the Earth is. It's highly irrelevant. It's only relevant in a heliocentric cosmogony, which means the birth of the universe, how it came to be, how it was created. It's only relevant in their creation story because they need these forces to mold and shape the big fart that came out of the Big Bang's ass, right? So they mold it all into these ball charts right? And then they're floating in free space. Okay, if you just remove that creation story, which by the way is just a philosophy at best and a religion in practicality, you just take that right out, get rid of it, and then all that little story about everything has to be the same, everything has to be globes, everything has to be balls, 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 balls all day long. It's like these guys have a Freudian slip. All they think about is balls all day long.
How many planets in the sky are round?
Who was that directed? Was that directed towards me?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I don't fucking know. I don't even know what telescope, dog. Listen.
Yeah, they are saying there are 7 that planets. Like, let's say Jupiter, Mars, blah blah. They're round. What with other stars? They are not round. There are trillion stars that are not even one round.
Do what?
Other stars are not round.
All right.
That means we have 7 trillions of bodies in the sky are not round, and 7 are round. How we came to the logic that everything is round?
Their
Shit.
creation story, bro. That's what.
400 years past that the answer to that question, sir. I don't.
Yep. I'm asking you how your brain is working. You are saying there is is it Jupiter round? Is it Mars round? There is 7 of them, because we are now counting the Pluto, or what is Uranus and Earth. That means I will give you 8. And what with other 7 billions, trillions stars are not round?
What the fuck?
Yeah,
talking
I
to
don't
me.
know if
I'm
he's talking to Just or.
because people watching the sky and saying everything is round in the sky. What the fuck is round in the sky?
What does round have to do with anything? Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive.
I know that. I don't want to say spherical because you see the round in the sky with the telescope, but only 7 things you see round in the sky.
His point, my friend, is that your conclusion doesn't follow, even from your own point, that everything in the sky is one thing, therefore the Earth must be the same. I think we've beaten that horse to death, shot it, and ran it over with a tractor.
Served it
I
after
mean,
dinner.
I get my ball telescope. They're pretty round. I feel like.
Good call, Meggy.
Okay, so when have we observed any of those round bodies in the sky spinning? We're spinning, so how come they aren't?
Holy
That's actually how they.
What the heck are you talking about?
What's going on? This is starting to devolve.
What I'm saying is, when people say, "Oh, these planets and these stars are round, so how come we're not round?" Well, I hit them with, "We're spinning according to your theory. How come we don't observe
Yeah.
these?"
And
Yeah,
you
maybe
still
I'm the
haven't caught on to the fact, even though it's mind-numbing minutia, of round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. That didn't affect you one little bit, did it? That renders the entire fucking composition into absurdity.
Yes.
You
So,
ever
in
seen
short,
Archie Bunker
Yeah, that has
pantomime
nothing to do
suicides?
with what I was
hold on,
just saying.
buddy. Hold on. All right. So, in short, for our friend, okay, any conclusion that you reverse engineer from your assumption about what's going on in the sky and try to apply it to the Earth is logically fallacious. Okay, it's non sequitur. It doesn't make any sense. It's pointless. Now, you could have a curiosity about questioning about it, but it's not an argument. It's not a point. The sky is what the sky does, and the Earth is what the Earth is.
All right, can I ask Tennessee a question? Now that I was talking with my mic shut. All right, Tennessee, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
All right. So, how much of this have you understood, like right now, as everybody's talking to you? I just want to get a little assessment before we continue. What have you learned so far?
I mean, look, I've got to be honest. I am not
Mm-hmm.
prepared. Well, one, being drunk. Two, in general, to
Understood.
have the debate for the spherical Earth side. I can agree. I think you guys are sound in your logic. as to the fact that I don't agree necessarily with the outcome of your reasoning. I can respect the fact that you have been willing to have the talk, and I'm enjoying it, honestly. I learned, obviously the laser point. I've never thought of that. Some things like that I've never thought of. While I don't fully agree, I can understand it.
Okay. And then the reason I'm asking you because I don't want this to be over your head, like what we're saying. So it'll be kind of we'll be out of sorts if you just are like, well, I don't know what's going on, So we
It's a
want to
good
make sure
response, though. It
that
sounds like he's
yeah,
listening. He's
yeah,
curious.
which is
You got to
why I'm
remember
asking.
too, I'm a little drunk right now too, so I'm
Yeah,
not.
yeah. You said that 3 times. I think we got. You mean you're drunk? I think we
No,
got
not
that
at
part.
all. Never.
Russ B made a good point. Is he sober enough for the Black Swan?
The fuck is a black? Huh?
Well, yeah, just if you allow quantum, just walk through it with him, then you'll kind of get in a better headspace about what's going on here. How about that? It's a little
Sounds
presentation. It won't take long. What say you, Tennessee?
You said what now, buddy?
He wants to take you through a little presentation of the Black Swan. Can you manage that?
I mean, I can try. Shit, I can give it the Irish try. I'm scared of nothing.
All right, let's go then.
Is the cease and desist order lifted?
Yeah, we're going through with the. Or if you want to go through with the Black Swan, I think that would be. He needs a run through. I think on this. All right, go look at the text chat, Tennessee.
All right.
Let me do it again because people just that are away from dinner, pre-crime that's away from dinner, he wants to post.
Am I looking at the oil platform?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
So we're looking at what we got here is we got a still photo taken from a video with the camera at 1 foot elevation height in Sacramento, California. It's at Miramar Beach. Now, these oil platforms are stationary; they don't move.
Okay.
And what he did was he said, "Oh shit!" Took a video of this, and I seen the video, and I said, "We got a rooster in the hen house. Here's the rooster's coming." So we have an observer height of 1 foot. Now this is not in contention. If you watch the original video, we can get it for you. Somebody will probably post a GIF or something here for you, but we have the original video where he took this. So that's not in contention. So the observer height is 1 foot. That's the camera. See, on a max distance to the geometric horizon on a globe with a radius of 3959, circumference 25,000 miles, the max distance to the horizon, the geometric horizon, is 1.22 miles, based on simple geometry. All the Earth curve calculators have this same geometry in it, right? So what we got here is we're using the oil platforms to demarcate distance. So we got platform Hill House at 6.21 miles, and we got platform Habitat at 9.41 miles away from the camera. And we look at and we see, damn, that horizon is behind platform Habitat at 9.41 miles.
It's round.
My question, shut the fuck up. So, can we safely say, Tennessee, that horizon is at least 10 miles away?
Or away from, if I have you right, away from Habitat, 10 miles away from Habitat, or just based off the entire equation?
Not based off the equation. The horizon in the photo, I just want you to look at the
Okay.
photo.
Yeah.
The horizon we can safely say that the horizon is 10 miles away from the camera lens.
I mean, it looks like it. With the air
We
quality.
can safely say it's 10 miles away.
Roughly. We'll go for an estimate. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just 10 miles. It's actually like 24, 25, but we ain't going to get into particulars.
Fuck that.
Yeah, we just need 10 miles. It'll be okay. Do you know that according to Pythagorean formula, in this photo, with the horizon at just 10 miles away, the Earth's radius climbs from 3959 to 264,000 miles. Interesting, isn't it?
Could be, and that would be with the round Earth theory, sphere Earth theory.
No,
It's
there is no round Earth theory, and round and flat aren't mutually exclusive for the
I'm
86,795th time.
no, I'm doing my best here. Okay.
No, you're
So
you're okay. You're
you're
okay.
saying
Y
that if
so
the
you
Earth is a
understand.
sphere, that the second platform should be elevated, right? Is that kind of where I'm?
No, no, no. That the horizon should appear at 1.22. You can't even see 1.22 miles in this photograph. It's way before the first water that you see.
Mhm.
But it's not. The horizon is at least 10 times further than it should be
Okay.
on a sphere with a given radius because you can't get out of the geometry. Geometrically, this kills the Baltard. That's it.
Interesting.
That's the argument. There's more official argument, but it kills the Baltard. If you need the actual Modus Tollens argument, I can give that to you right now, but I don't think you really need it, do you?
I'm still trying to comprehend. I'm getting this one down. You know what I mean? I'm working on
So
this
yeah,
one.
the predicted value of where the horizon should be on the geometry of the Earth, the size they say it is, should be
Yep.
at 1.22 miles, right? Do you get that
Yep.
much, Tennessee?
Yep.
It should
Yep.
be there, but you're seeing far past that, even where the oil rigs are that are demarcating the distance. And
Okay.
platform habitat was at 9.41 miles, but the horizon is even farther past that, which was like what QE was saying at 10 miles. So it's not the geometry of the globe is busted right here. It is completely wrecked.
Based
There's no
on the
way that
picture and how far it
well,
is.
it's a line of sight, right? So you're seeing all the way
Yeah.
to the horizon, where the predicted horizon should be at 1.22 miles and an observer height of 1 foot off the water. So it's geometry's broken here. This is like the line of sight supersedes the geometry farther past like what it should be. The predicted geometric horizon. Is that can you see what what's
Yeah.
presented here?
I
Right.
do now.
And that's all we're saying. And in every test that this is basically a method that you can actually you don't have to do anything. You can just sit here and say like, well, this is proof, right? It's evidence. But if you really wanted to say, you know what, whatever, for whatever reason you wanted to get it in your head to go and do this, you can actually do this yourself. Same thing. 1 foot off the water, take a line of sight distance, find a clear day to do it in, and you'll find out the same result you got here in this image. So what this does is it puts it into every man's hand to disprove the geometric claim of the Earth, the predicted value of where the horizon should be.
Maybe I got an easier one for him. Has Tennessee ever taken a commercial flight?
Yes.
You taken a commercial? Have you flown at least 1 hour on a commercial flight?
Yes.
See, there you got a big fucking problem, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You see, if you're traveling on a commercial flight, and commercial flights usually go about 500 miles an hour, so you're going to be traveling like 500 miles an hour, or 500 miles, sorry. Yes. Follow that? If you're traveling at 500 miles an hour on a Globetard, and you're obviously traveling for 1 hour, so you're going 500 miles, the vertical drop that must be negotiated by that plane on your trip is 167,376 feet. Do you know how much vertical drop that plane has to negotiate every minute on your 1 hour flight? I'll tell you. 2,789.6 feet of vertical drop every minute on average for your flight. Did you know that if that were true, that the nose of the plane would never get above horizontal?
Yeah. That's interesting.
Isn't that interesting? I'll tell you what, Tennessee, you sound like a good guy for the ad homs you came out of the gate with.
Hey,
Let me
have a
see.
good
Let me.
time. My bad.
I could deal. I could deal with that. I don't have a problem with it. But I'm gonna post my website to you.
All right.
That's an honor.
Tennessee, Tennessee Tyler, and I want you to go through these. You'll see on the website there's flat Earth proofs. There's 7 of them. I want you to go through them on, but just on your leisure.
Yeah. This
Okay?
is
All
just
right.
the
I'll try to look into it.
yeah, bro. This rabbit hole goes very deep, bro. You're only at the very beginning. Trust.
I
Well, see,
posted it to you. I posted it to you at 42. I
Yeah, I see
posted it.
it.
Holy shit, man. At 42 minutes after the hour, I posted the link for you. All right. You rock on. You be cool. There's a new sheriff in town. His name's Quantum Eraser. Y'all be cool. Right on.
All right. We got some people that are still listening in. Let's see if we can get the ball rolling. What else we got in here right now? We got Jedi. We got somebody. We got Globe Earth in here. Tracksuit Timmy. I don't think you want to unmute him.
Fucking Timmy.
Hey, Timmy. Let's see. We got Kill Heal. What does that mean? Oh, he just dipped.
Yo, I've got a question.
Red Century. What's up, man?
So the question mainly revolves around geology. So how would
Geology?
Yeah,
That's not
because
damn science, son.
it is a science.
No, it's not.
Why not? Well, can I
Why?
just wait? Can I just say my question first?
I'll tell you why not. Shut the fuck up. I'll tell you why not. Because there is not a single viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of geology.
No, in terms of mineral formations, there is.
No.
But
See, you said it was science there, Crayon Crunchy Clown. See, to be a natural science, you have to have hypotheses because that's the basis of all natural science. And geology hasn't any.
It has.
Oh, really? Post one viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of geology in chat right now.
Sure.
Oh, I'm going to put £10 down that he doesn't even know what a hypothesis is.
I'll take some of that action.
Who am I
I know
talking
what a
to?
hypothesis is.
Who am I? Hold on, Tennessee. Is that Tennessee? Just relax.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, just.
I
The
thought
firing
I
line is hot,
recognized that.
Tennessee.
I thought I recognized that. Who are we talking to? That Mr. Geology.
Red
Right
Century.
here.
Just one person, please. Holy shit. You are a globetard, right? What the fuck is your name, idiot?
Hey, you didn't even let me finish my first question. You jumped on the geology's
Red Century, dumb fuck it. I had to go find it. So, Red Century, I need a scientific hypothesis in chat right fucking now, sir.
Sure thing, man. Let me scour the
All right.
internet for you.
Yeah, go ahead. You're a wiki Google scientist. Although you're going to get your ass spanked.
You said you wanted a post.
You're going to get your ass spanked. You're a pretender clown. Everyone in this VC knows you're a fucking retard. But we're gonna entertain you. This is gonna be fun.
Are you such a dick, John?
Well, because I have pure contempt for pretender clown frauds.
So you can't give anybody the benefit of the doubt, though.
Well, benefit of the doubt that they're a pretender clown fraud. I already know that.
He just did.
I just did. I asked them to give me a hypothesis. Fucking weasel. You fucked up. Just go on mute. Shut the fuck up and go back to your cake decorating threads. Nancy.
don't need to start with the ad hominems, man.
Oh, ad hominem. I bet you don't know what ad hominem is either.
50
Keep
quid.
telling people you don't know. No one's gonna
Yeah,
talk to
yeah,
you, man.
because you don't fucking know.
Aren't you
Because
supposed to
you're
be
using
looking
it
for
as
that
a
information?
category, Air. I can tell when you use it, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Just like geology as a science. Let's get on with this shit. Right? That is not a citation. You don't even know what a fucking citation is, do you?
Do you want like scientific paper? Like, what do you want, man?
I asked you for a fucking citation, moron, not a
Citation
source.
could be anything.
You fucking clown. Just put him on fucking mute. He's a
You can
fucking
cite
retard.
anything. You can cite a journal. You can
I
cite
mean,
an
people
academic.
know the difference between citations and sources in high school. Just put him on fucking mute. He's a dumb fuck. I mean, what the fuck? Go ahead, Jetty. You might as well go down this road with him. Just see if he knows what a scientific hypothesis is. Let get your popcorn out.
Yeah. So, what was the gentleman's name that we were talking to? Sorry, buddy, I didn't
Red
catch your name.
Century, dumb fuck.
So, Red Central. Hello, buddy. How you doing? You good?
You guys muted me, didn't you?
Fuck
No, I
off.
haven't muted you, buddy. I'm trying to talk to you. How you doing? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
You wish you were muted, you dumb fuck.
Except for this guy talking.
You're a dumb fuck. Go ahead, Jetty.
I get it. So, you made a claim that geology was science, natural science, which would follow the scientific method, which would mean hypothesis construction and test. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
You make a claim, then you try to prove that claim.
No, that's not what a hypothesis is. Don't
Then
make
you go with the
claims.
methodology. That's for the entire scientific process. Where you make the hypothesis.
Adjust. Right. What is step one of the scientific method? What do we do?
Well, listen. First, I wanted to ask a question in geology. Like, why are we trying to debate? Why are you trying to debate geology itself?
Because your subject's fucking compromised, dipshit. Duh.
I tell you what, if we can get through this, then you can ask your question. I definitely don't mind doing that. I want you to ask your question, but let's see if we can do this. Because some people like to claim things that really they don't know anything about, and that's not a slight at you. That's kind of the world we live in. People think they've got science when they haven't. So, step one of the scientific method. What's that, mate?
First, you observe something.
Wrong.
You have to observe something.
What is that something?
It could be any phenomena you want. You could observe something in any type of sector, then you make a hypothesis, your own hypothesis.
Okay, so we observe a phenomena. I got the word phenomena from you, didn't I? Yeah, we observe a phenomena.
It could be anything.
It could be anything. Let's say it's a fucking tree.
All right.
Let's say it's a fucking tree. You said it could be anything, you geology numpty dipshit.
Yeah, it could be. For a study, it could have anything.
Yeah. Okay. So observe natural phenomena. Oh, I shouldn't do that. I'm gonna do it anyway. He won't catch on. The observe phenomena. Fuck. It's fucking stupid right out of the gate. Tree. So the tree is the dependent variable. What's your independent variable?
That really depends on what you want to have it connected to.
What a dumb
fuck. Yeah,
this
that's
is
how
like
it works.
listening. This is
that's
like
how it works. Then
this
you,
is like
go through the
listening to
study.
Elmer Fudd at a neurosurgery pathway convention.
Then you go through the study.
Yeah, fucking just shut him the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Elmer.
Man, I don't know why you're.
My God, I don't even know how you have the audacity as a dumb fuck retard to come in here. People ask you questions and you think you give technical answers. You're a fucking moron. That's not what a hypothesis is. That's not what the first step of the scientific method is. You would fail 5th grade general science, retard.
I mean, you're the one talking about flat Earth. I don't know about this.
What the fuck? What the fuck is your malfunction? Don't you have any honor? Don't you have any dignity, you Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit?
I mean, if you want to give on insights.
I mean, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up right now. I don't want to hear another word out of your fucking dumbass mouth. Shut
You have
the
a tree.
fuck up.
You have a tree can
Shut
connect it to
the
anything you
fuck
want.
up.
That's why he said independent.
Just mute him. Mute him and move on. He's a dumb fuck. Mute him.
Man, I'm trying to have a calm
I'll
conversation.
tell you what, you fucking moderators in here, you better fucking mute him. Do it now.
Wait, I don't understand. Is he not part of this conversation? Or is he like
The
that? the whole
boogeyman will
time?
come out if you don't mute him, guys. Yeah, hold up. It's funny.
All right, who's the other guy chatting in the background?
Oh, dude.
Who was I talking to? The other person?
Yeah, that was me, buddy. I was the guy who put £20 down that you didn't know what a hypothesis was. I was going to go through it with you to demonstrate my claim that people think they know things because science, right? Geology is a science, apparently. But when we understand what science is, then we would understand that geology isn't a science. It's natural science, hypothesis, construction, and test. Right? Not everything can be a phenomena. Right? A phenomena is something happening. Right? A bucket isn't a phenomena because it's a concrete noun, so not happening. The only inquiry in the scientific method is what causes something to happen. Natural science demonstrates cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world. So step one, the gaining of your dependent variable is to observe something happening, an effect. You then make a
That's what he said.
yeah. So you then make a prediction of cause of that effect. These things must be physical, obviously. So you have your independent variable, presumed cause, and that you also have your dependent variable, the phenomena. So a hypothesis is a very simple statement. If this, then that. If cause, then effect. You understand, right?
Sure, I understand that, but listen, saying that geology is not a science when you have already different kinds, because when you ask for a study, because geology is an old science, so I'm going to have to look for studies that are maybe 50 years old, 70 years old, to find like the first studies for, let's say, anticlines or synclines or types of geological formations, and those are old studies, so that's why it took a bit time for me to find them.
Yeah. We're going to have a problem, though, because we haven't completed the scientific method. Because after the hypothesis construction comes the hypothesis test, where you, the researcher, vary and manipulate the presumed cause in an experiment to see if it has the effect.
Well,
geology cannot and does not go through that.
Well,
unfortunately,
no, it does in
It
terms of mineralogical formations. So there is one guy, one researcher. I'll try to find him, but he actually took different kinds of rocks and he melted them down, and he tried to simulate what happens with mineralization through depth and heat and pressure. So it's not that geology is not a science; it's that the science of it is a bit too large in terms of scale. To reproduce it within a lab, you'd have to have a miniature version of it, because you can't really produce a mountain in your lab.
There
But
you go.
you can't produce minerals though with variation of depth and temperature.
That's awesome, dude.
But I'm not
Well,
trying to. This is not my
some
point.
people
I'm trying. Sorry. My main question for the flat Earth thing is, how would you retain heat in a flat Earth? That's the only. That's my main question, not of geology, not of anything.
What do you mean by retaining heat?
Like Earth itself. Okay, if you look at the globe version of Earth, right? You have an inner core You have slowly radiating heat over billions of years. You have radiation heat in terms of the decaying of certain types of minerals, and you also have heat retained since the formation of Earth.
Hmm.
So, in a flat Earth, would the Earth's shape itself be like double-sided? Would you have another end, another crust on the other end, or would you have
Yeah,
No.
like this?
there's a problem there though, Red Century. You're backwards engineering from the standpoint of thinking that the Earth has some type of core mantle, just like the way you've been told. So you're backwards engineering, and that's the wrong way to go about it. You have to first establish the premise, which is the Earth a globe or not? So you're going at it like from that standpoint would be working off a derivative topic, already pre-assuming that the Earth is a globe, and then saying, well, we know this information because the Earth is a globe. What do you guys have to say if you're saying the Earth is flat? So you're coming at it all wrong. You have to first establish the premise, which is we don't know that people are telling us that the Earth is a globe. We have to figure that out first. So you have to first figure out if it is established to be a globe and what method it was they did to actually establish that fact, and then move into the realm of figuring out what you're doing, and then attributing it to anything that you can already after you figured out the premise that it is a globe. You know what I
Sure.
mean? So we have to establish that point first.
Yeah, I'll,
That's
I'll remove
step one.
I'll remove the globe part. I'll just focus on the part of radiating heat and how it
All right, but
radiates.
but but I'm saying though it's still backwards engineering because in your mind it's derivative to the fact that it is a globe, working off the fact that they're telling you that inside the Earth there's certain layers that it gets hotter. So you still have that in your mind. Even if you remove the globe, you still have some type of model in your head. So you can't. What I'm
Okay,
saying is,
without the model,
y-
sorry.
yeah.
Without
Well,
the
what I'm
model,
saying is,
how would you get your thermal energy?
well, here's the thing, though. You want to establish a foundation for your knowledge. You can't already think, well, how else would it work? That's not the way to do it. So first of all, like I would mention to you, do you know anybody in history that's ever measured the curvature of the Earth? You have to establish this globe first. It's got to be there before you start putting the physics and the science behind it. So I'm
Wouldn't it
gonna
be
ask you.
best? Wouldn't it be best to have the science first? If you can prove the physics of a flat Earth, then you can disprove any types of physics or chemistry or
Well,
geology
no, because
or any type of globe
no,
Earth.
because backwards engineering means that you're going to give your derivative topic a presuppositional understanding. So you're already stating that, well, if we have this working a specific way, then it can only work on a globe. So there would
Oh,
be no other way. Like, so it backwards engineering. You have to start with the foundation, which is establishing if the Earth is a globe or not. So
if
it's just like what I'm saying. So if you think about it, right? Okay, let's not think about looking at thermal heat right now. Let's just put that to the side. Let's establish first if the Earth is a globe or not, right? Because that's already working into a derivative topic. So just let's establish this point. If you know it, then you know it, right? Like it's true knowledge. So do
but
you
you
know
would
if the
use
Earth?
physics, right? You would use
Well,
physics,
well, but
geology,
think about
chemistry, and all that to
but
actually
think
establish
about
it.
yeah. Listen, think about it like this: has it been established that the Earth is known to have been directly measured as curvature, drop over distance, anytime in history, red century? This is what I'm
Well,
asking you.
well, if you look at geology, the Earth isn't exactly like a global shape. There's certain depths, certain rises. It's like a if you
Okay,
press
but
an egg,
but yeah, you can say anything about that, but we have established metrics. Like when you look on Google, it tells you the size of the Earth, does it not?
it does.
Okay, so that means that we have metrics to then understand the oblate spheroid that we're standing on, according to the mainstream consensus. I mean, at least that much you can agree on because it's public knowledge. We all know this, right?
Yeah, I agree
Okay,
in terms of
okay,
the
so
globe Earth part.
right, based on the agreed upon information, then it's settled as far as that goes. Like we understand we got these metrics. Now, with those metrics, we're going to test the claim. That means that we're going to find out, has anybody measured it? Are these just calculations? Is this some mathematical construct, or is this actually verified information that we can falsify? So that's why I'm asking you the question. We're getting into the part of your knowledge, your truth claim of the Earth being a globe. Now we're going to identify if you know it is or not. And so, truthfully, intellectually honest, right? That's what we need you to be right now. Has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth, red century, that you can think of in history, anytime, as in the drop over the distance. We're not looking for sticks and shadows. We're looking for slope or rate of change from your perspective as an observer to a target distance. We want to know if there's a slope.
Yo,
right?
Alpha, like I understand how you guys want to go onto this
Sure.
topic using curvature of the Earth. I just wanted the geology part. I'm
Yeah,
sorry if I
but that's
can.
no, that's fine. That's fine. But listen, what this is doing is just getting you to be honest about what you know. And if you don't know, that's fine. I'm not asking you to know this. It's just if you don't know, just say, "Hey, I don't know. Some scientist figured it out or something." But I
Yeah, I
just
don't
want
know
to
the
know.
exacts. I just
That's
like
fine. But like I
mainly
said
I'm in
before,
geology.
remember Red Century, what I said is intellectual honesty in this position means that you're going to be forthcoming with saying, "I don't know," or "I do know," and then give me the information. So if you don't know, just say, "Hey, I don't know." It's not a gotcha. It's just getting to know what you know about the truth claim of the Earth being a globe. So once again, do you know anybody that's measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, Red Century?
I don't know their specific names now.
You don't know their specific names, but there's somebody that you can think of that's done it?
I mean, if I don't know their names, I can't really think of that person.
Well, just easy to say I don't know, right? Wouldn't that be easier?
Well, we know people have measured, tried to measure or have measured there with
Correct.
sophisticated tools.
But as far as you being honest, just say I don't know. There's no
Sure, I
shame in
don't know.
that. Okay. So there's 3 questions pertinent to the Earth being a globe, right? The second one is axial rotation. Now they're telling us that the Earth is spinning on its axis. So spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, allegedly, they're telling us this information. So I want to ask you, right? If you have knowledge on this, who's ever directly measured this axial rotation? Do you know?
I don't know personally anyone, but maybe in like physics classes or professors or NASA
Well,
scientists,
that's
or
fine,
maybe
but
even
you
ballistics,
yeah.
like ballistics
That's
engineers, like
fine, but you
aerospace
don't know,
engineers.
right? Yeah, maybe somebody, but you don't know, right?
Not personally, I don't think you
Okay.
either. Like personally,
Well, it's
haven't
not about
conducted
me,
this.
sir. It's not about me. We're asking
Or
you the questions to see if you know any of this information.
like I don't expect anyone here to be like a full-fledged
Yeah,
scientist. And
nobody's. There's no burden that we're laying on anyone. It's just if you know, yes. If not, then that's fine, right?
sure, I don't know who did it.
Okay. All right. So the third question is, they're telling us that we're, hurtling through a cosmic vacuum. And they're saying that the low pressure system of the vacuum of space is adjacent to the high pressure system here on the surface. What we're at breathing at 14 psi currently. So what we're figuring out is that they're telling us we're in an open system. Rockets can leave this system, satellites and all kinds of things, right? Moon landings and such. So what we are identifying with the alleged story is that we're living in a ball with an open system. Now you can leave the system, right? Well, we have a problem. We understand that gas requires a container. It's what defines it. It's a conditional statement. If the container is not present, the gas pressure cannot be defined. So, in this very sentence that I just gave you as a conditional statement, the only way to define gas pressure is by having a container. So, we're trying to figure out in this open system, how can you have gas pressure without a container, as in a cosmic
Gravity.
vacuum? Okay. So, with that claim, how can you support it in a demonstration? How is it possible that you can demonstrate to anyone that gravity is a container?
Well, it's a container in terms of attracting the gas or attracting the material to a certain point. But
Okay.
in terms of being a rigid container,
hmm
no, it's not rigid. It's more fluid in terms of how the
Okay.
gas
So it's
expands
a fluid.
outwards into this into the space or into the sky.
Okay. So does gas expand even though gravity is a container, or gas does not expand because gravity is a container?
Gravity pulls everything towards it, right? But different densities of materials and fluids, they stack up upon each other. That's why air, gases are on top, solids,
Is
even though
gra-
they can
yeah,
be
is
fluid.
gravity so is gravity a container?
Gravity is a force.
Is it a container?
It can act as a container for material, but it's not
Okay, so
rigid.
is it a container for the air that you and I breathe?
In some way, yes.
In some way or in any way? Because we got to
It's,
figure out if it's a
it's not
container
like
or not.
it's not like a container you can plug, screw, a
So
cap
what
on.
kind of container is it?
It's a force that attracts other material towards it.
Okay, so can we demonstrate what you just said as gravity being a container anywhere on Earth? Can we just control this? Can I control gravity and hold gas pressure in a location using that very method that you said?
Well, if you had enough mass and you had, I don't know, unlimited power, and you tried to push that mass into a single point,
Right. But
you
that's
could.
a hypothetical. It doesn't exist. We need a demonstration in reality in the really is level. So I can show you that every time I talk about gas pressure, I'm going to show you a container, like a bike tire, like an air tank, like anything that has a container, like a balloon. Anytime I have gas pressure, it's defined by the walls of its container. Otherwise, I will not have gas pressure. I need to have a rigid container. Now you said I don't need a rigid container
What if I
because
have?
gravity.
Sorry. What if you
Go
have an
ahead.
empty container
Well, the point
and you
is,
and you put a
do you
hole in
have
it?
a right? Do you have a container with gravity? This is the thing that I'm asking.
Listen, Earth is a
Sure.
different. I mean, a planet is a different system than having a container that's, I don't know, maybe centimeter or 20 centimeters by two
So you're
centimeters.
telling me you don't have an example, a demonstration, right? Is that what
Well,
you're saying?
you can look at celestial objects for examples
Well,
of
I'm
how
asking.
gravity
Well, I'm
attracts them.
not looking right. I'm not looking over there. I'm looking right here on Earth. Do we have a container with gravity here on Earth?
You're trying to simulate gravity.
No, I'm trying for you to demonstrate gravity as a container.
Well, I told you that gravity, it attracts other material towards it. It can
Yeah, I
act
know
as a
that's a
container.
story. That's
It
a
can act as a
story.
container,
I know, but
and it
Red
turns.
Century,
That's not
yeah,
rigid.
listen,
Doesn't have
listen,
walls.
right. That's a story that you've been told. Now, what I need from you, because I shown you that in every instance, I need a container when I have gas pressure. Every instance, I don't care what I'm saying. If I have gas pressure, I'm going to show you a container that has the gas pressure inside of it. Now, you're telling me that gravity is a container. Now, I need a demonstration here on Earth for you to demonstrate to me that I don't need a container. I can use gravity as a container. Can you demonstrate that for me here on Earth?
You're on Earth. That's a demonstration.
Yes. No, it's not a demonstration. It's just an explanation. I don't need that. I need a demonstration. Like I can show you with a container filled with gas pressure.
Sure, but you can also
Okay, now,
you can also show me
okay.
a container with that gas pressure without anything inside as a vacuum,
That's not what I'm asking. I'm
and
asking
air would
you.
come towards it.
Right. So either you have the demonstration or not, because what you're saying is just a bunch of explanations. I need you to give me a demonstration of gravity being a container.
I mean, if you look
Yes.
at fast rotational objects, maybe like
Well, what rotational objects
like
on
if you
Earth?
had you want natural rotating objects, or
No, I need you to show me here on Earth how gas pressure using gravity as a container I can have gas pressure that way. Because right now, I can in every instance I'm telling you, the conditional statement is that in order for the gas pressure to be defined, I need a container. And you say I don't need a container, I can just use gravity. Okay, show me gravity as a container because apparently my conditional statement isn't true.
well,
Yours is.
well, gas.
Mhm.
I mean, sorry, gravity can't be simulated in terms of the Earth scale, but it can be simulated when you have rotational movement.
So I'm asking you to demonstrate for me, sir.
Sure,
Is
sure.
there some demonstration that you can do, right? That you can do, Red Century, that you can do to demonstrate to me that gravity is a container? It's a yes or no. And it's easy to just say I don't have
Sure.
a demonstration. But
So
if you want to keep going, I'll keep pressing and we'll find out at the very end. It's going to take us a
you,
little bit, it sounds
if you
like.
have
But
if you have a bucket,
until yeah, okay, go ahead.
if
Go
you have
ahead.
a bucket, put a string on it, you rotate it really fast. There's water in it. Why does the water stay on a single side only?
Okay. Water is not the air that we breathe, sir.
It is a
It's not
fluid.
analogous. It's not
Air,
Centrifugal
analogous at
force
all.
air and
causes
water
a
It's
pressure.
it's
Centrifugal force causes a pressure. It's not
right,
nothing to
but
do with gravity whatsoever.
it has nothing to do with gravity. Correct. But it's not even analogous because you're
It's
using
because we
water
can't
and not
simulate
gas.
gravity.
Oh, okay, so you're telling me you can't give us a demonstration of gravity being a container.
But
Is that what you're
don't you
saying?
guys
I can't
refer to
simulate
Cavendish?
gravity.
Hold on, don't
Hang,
heliosexuals refer to Cavendish
yeah,
as a
yeah.
demonstration of?
Let's wait because here's the thing. It takes sometimes it takes people a while for them to realize. But With Red Century, it's taking a little longer. Red Century, I need you to we're starting to run out of time. So you either have the demonstration or not, and then we can proceed forward past this third question. So I don't want to take you through this rigmarole. I want you to be honest with everybody. If you do not have the demonstration, sir, that means you do not have what you're saying right now as an explanation. You're bankrupt. You don't have it. You need to be honest, Red Century. Stop playing these games and be honest. You don't have the demonstration.
I don't have a demonstration of gravity, but I only have
Being a
demonstration of
container.
rotation. You can have gravity, but it doesn't need to have
Sir,
walls.
sir, do you have the demonstration of gravity being a container? Yes or no?
I don't
That's
have
a
it with me.
no. Just say
I don't
no.
think
Thank you.
anyone has it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So now we'll proceed to the end of the three questions, which is I'm going to summarize. So I asked you if you had any evidence of Earth curvature. You said I don't know. Axial rotation, sir. You said you had axial rotation. I asked you for that. You said I don't know either. And the very last one, there was a little bit of resistance, but we got to the end where you don't have a demonstration of gravity being the container that you require for a demonstration. Thus, it's going to give us the understanding that you don't have the information to support the Earth as a globe spinning in the cosmic vacuum, which means it's a blind belief currently right now that you have, and it's not a true knowledge. And this is what I wanted to bring to your mind, because a lot of people think they know when actually faced with the facts that only the information that you provided was not sufficient to support the claim of the Earth being a globe. Like I said, it's a blind belief, and that's all we have. That's it.
Well, that's only because you wouldn't believe that gravity is a force that attracts other material
You don't need
towards it.
belief, sir. Belief is not needed here in this case. All you need
The
to
the-
do is demonstrate. That's it.
It's
Just
He
actually
literally
demonstrate.
said that we had to believe something in order for it to work. But that's
Yep.
not how it works. You have to prove it scientifically for me
Yep.
to adhere to it. I don't
It's,
just do
it's
beliefs.
well, you
I don't
can
do religion. I don't do gravity
you don't need
well you can
beliefs
theories.
here. You don't need beliefs, Red Century.
prove gravity with linear
Right.
movements.
But
How do we do this?
that's an explanation. These are explanations that you have, like I said before, and they're beliefs that you have. But
No, you can actually do
regardless of
them.
that,
You can have
yeah, but
horizontal, vertical movement, and
yes,
there's
I know
formulas for that.
these are things you've been told, Red Century. But what we do here is, if you don't have demonstration or something
I
to
can
provide, you
demonstrate
don't.
that
Yeah, but fine. Okay,
for
that's
for
what
linear
I'm saying
movement.
though. Red Century, I don't know where you're going to recover from this, because, like I said before, it's a blind belief you have. So I don't know where you're going to go from here. You have to
No,
reconcile the fact that you have a blind belief in the globe.
no, for
That's
linear
what you have to do.
movements, you can actually prove it on your own, just using simple numbers and a
And what is
ball,
that
and
going to tell us, Red Century? What is that
it
going to
can
tell us?
it can tell you the horizontal the acceleration, vertical acceleration, and movement.
What vertical
You're
acceleration
gonna
of
need.
what?
He's gonna need
What?
2 reference frames. He's trying to refer.
There's a
Say again,
person.
Flatsy. You cut out, Flatsy.
Oh, he's trying to appeal to Cavendish but he's gonna need 2 reference frames for that. So he's
Correct.
in trouble.
But once again, like, you wanted to bring geology back into this reference frame, and I just showed you that with your blind belief, you cannot go into a derivative topic and talk about, the core, the mantle, and all that stuff, because that's not going to fly anymore. You have just a blind belief in the Earth being a globe. Therefore, everything that you have to present past this point is going to be a belief-based
No,
system.
no,
It's
for
totally belief.
linear movement, you'd actually I could demonstrate it to you. Like anyone, I
What is
think
that gonna?
anyone.
What is it at the end of that? What is it gonna tell you? What is the end of your
Well,
demonstration of linear movement?
a
What is it gonna
component
tell you?
of linear movement would be gravity.
Okay, so
the
what is gravity to you? I guess, you know what? I'm gonna let Jedi or somebody else, Cyclone or somebody else, pick up on this. Or how about Lulu? Lulu, if you're in here, anybody can pick up on this. If anybody wants to run point on this,
I got
you
gravity
guys.
posted in the chat.
Why do we keep going through gravity? Do you want me to take point on gravity? Is this what's going on at the
Instead of
moment?
perfume.
Apparently he went through the 3 points, but he said linear movement proves gravity. I don't know what he wants to do, but I mean, if you guys want to take him through.
Well, it's only that you said he went on that gravity is not a container, and I don't know. You tried to make gravity as a non-important issue. I'm just trying to like point out another
Yeah,
subject.
you there's a misconception here. We understand there's two well, I would say we have to parse it out. Gravity, it's an effect and a cause. We understand the effect very well. We agree with everybody in this room about the effect. 9.8 meters per second as an average rate of fall. We know that. It's useful for applications and all of these things. But as the theory, the big G, the cause, we disagree. There's no such thing as a cause, somebody attributing a cause to the effect. So you can do all you want by showing me that things fall through the medium of air. I'm going to be like, whoop-de-doo. There's nothing wrong with that. When you attribute a cause to that, now we got issues. Do you see, Red Century, what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay.
But to understand why I brought up geology to all of this is radiation of heat. Like I don't know why we're going
Well,
down the curvature of Earth.
you could talk about things that are happening on the Earth and a bit far underneath, like, not too far, but as far as we can get to. But as far as like when you get to like the root, like the core and the mantle and all this stuff, you don't know that. No one does. Nobody can present that information as true knowledge.
That's why there's research. Research is
Research,
developing.
yeah, research is a good term to throw around like science and all that, but that doesn't give what you're saying any more credibility. You have to present something that can be tested, verified, and falsified. And that's where we stand with this information. As somebody who's critically thinking about anything that is being told, you can't just accept everything they tell you and model it in your mind. Like it has to have a foundation, a basis for understanding.
Sure, that's why I just wanted to focus on radiation of heat.
But we're not here to talk like Red Century. As much as you want to talk about that, if that conversation is a road to nowhere, we're not going to get anywhere with that. So what
Then
if
how
you
are,
find out more
how are we
information
supposed
about
to
that topic?
how are you supposed to like actually explain flat Earth?
Right. So
If
I'm
you can't
telling
go
you,
to every single point within physics, within geology, within chemistry.
because you're trying to backwards engineer your position, and you can't. I already said you cannot do that
I
because
did
I
not bring
proved
up
to you. I
say
know, but I
backwards
just
engineering. Wait, sorry.
Red
Say back.
Century. Red Century, I just shown you from the premise, from the understanding that you think you live on a globe, you didn't know any information. I don't know to the three things that I told you. You couldn't present a
I don't know
demonstration to
specific people.
do what?
Demonstration for gravity. Wait, sorry. Demonstrations
Yeah.
for gravity would be something else entirely. To ask for specific people, I don't think I know that on top of my head. But if you want to talk about specific things like, let's say, radiation of heat or linear movement, we
Like
can
I
talk
said,
about
for
that
what?
because that
Yeah, for
helps.
what? That's not helping anything. So if we talk about that, no one's going to be any wiser about the geometry of Earth. No one's going to be any wiser about the rotation of the Earth. No one's going to be any wiser about the
They
cosmic
will.
vacuum. They
If
won't,
if
because you're
one
going to try
part,
to use that knowledge, because that knowledge that you're specifically getting into and probably know a little bit about doesn't cover if the premise, right? The foundation of people's knowledge is that they live on a globe. It doesn't cover that. It just gives you more foothold to talk about a subject matter that you think you know right now, which is
don't
why I don't want to get into it, because it's going to just give you more things to talk about. And the longer you talk, you think the better you're going to be able to get somebody to think about the Earth being a globe. And that's not how it works here. You have to first establish that the Earth is a globe, and then you can have your talking points. But other than that, you don't have a leg to stand on currently, because you said I don't know to the three foundational questions of the Earth being a globe, which
no
you have a
for the
blind
last
belief in.
for the last part. You asked me if I could show a demonstration of gravity, or
I
if
asked you,
gravity is a
no,
container.
not a demonstration. Yes, if gravity is a container for the gas pressure, right? And you didn't have that. You
I
didn't
said
have it a
yes.
demonstration. You
I
didn't have
said
a
exactly.
demonstration to support. You
I
didn't.
said no. I said exactly. If you want to look at a demonstration, you'd have to go into further topics that I don't think you would believe in, like other celestial
No,
objects
it's not.
containing.
Once again, you're building a system based on belief, and we don't talk about beliefs. It doesn't need beliefs, Red Century. If you don't have anything to provide us evidence, then if you say belief to anybody else in here, then you're just going to propagate your religion to someone else, and you don't need to evangelize your religion. We don't need to hear that. If you don't have any information to support the claim that you're giving, we don't need to hear how you need to believe in other things. We don't need that.
I gave you
Understand?
the bucket and rope demonstration.
It
That will
was
work.
not gravity.
No, it
It
would
was
work in
not
terms of
gravity.
force,
It was not gravity, was it?
because gravity
Red
is a
Century.
force.
Was it gravity, yes or no, that you demonstrated with the bucket?
It is a force. That's why I said
Was
gravity
it
is a
gravity?
force.
Was it? Answer the question and be honest. Was it gravity that you presented?
You can't really demonstrate gravity
Was
since you
it
don't have
gravity, Red
enough.
Century? Answer the question. Was it gravity?
It is not gravity because you can't
Thank
have
you.
enough matter to
Thank
actually
you.
demonstrate
Thank you. Do
gravity
you
in a
see?
room.
If you're honest, that's how we'll get far. If you're dishonest, we won't.
But your question means that someone can do gravity in a laboratory, which is impossible.
Well, then why do they state that it's holding things down like gas? If you're saying it's impossible, then of course, if you said it was
Within a
possible,
lab. Within a lab.
well, not
And only
even a lab, but
gravity.
like not even a lab. What I was asking you is go out into nature and go find a place where gravity's making something coalesce into a holding it as a gas pressure. You couldn't do that. No one can. You don't observe that in nature anywhere.
That's why we have atmospheric pressure units or ATMs.
No.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
but that's already saying that on this earth this is the way it is, right? But you don't know what the earth is because with your blind belief in the earth being a globe is the only thing you have. It's a
we can
belief
measure
system.
you can measure what one ATM is though in Pascal units.
So yeah, good for you. Yeah, but
Big
like I said before, like I said, it has nothing to do with the geometry of Earth. It has nothing to do with the rotation of Earth, and it definitely has nothing to do with the cosmic vacuum.
It does in
So
terms of if you build up. This is why the best way
you
to
don't
prove
build
flat
up
Earth.
Red Century. It's not a preponderance of evidence. It's directly knowing if you can support the claim that the Earth is of a certain size of geometry. It is if you can support the Earth that's been directly measured to be rotating. And it also is if you can directly tell us how you know you can have gas pressure without a container, Red Century. That's the only things we're concerned with. The thing that you want to support are talking points for things that you know that has nothing to do with those.
This is why I brought up if you have an empty container on Earth, what type of pressure puts in air inside that container? A vacuum.
Why do we need to talk about that? For what? What's the end of that? You tell me the end of that road. What are we gonna learn from that?
We learned that there is a constant pressure around the Earth. Why would air go inside?
Okay.
Why
And
would
we
Earth?
already know this. We already know this. It's you don't need a globe Earth to have that. Don't need that.
Sure. Can you explain to us?
Sorry.
Sure.
Do you
It's a
think?
contained system. Go ahead, Jedi. You want to come in?
Yeah, no, it's just because I'm hearing interesting things and it's interesting. Do you think the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is because of some gravitational idea you've got?
Yes.
That's incorrect. Within your model, it is clearly stated that the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is the thing you keep saying an awful lot of: heat. Heat is the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient here on the Earth. Energy from the sun radiating from the surface. Being as the sun's energy is radiating off this surface, and we understand what happens to
Sure.
gas when you.
Sure. That changes
So
around the Earth. I understand where you're getting in terms of how pressure changes around the Earth. In terms of the polar sides having a higher pressure than the equator sides, but still you would have pressure regardless.
yeah, but it's not me. This is your model, and your model claims it's not gravity that gives us a gas pressure gradient, but heat. So it's not me. It's your model.
You said gradient.
Yes.
Yes.
I only said pressure.
Awesome. How do you achieve gas pressure? What's the definition of it?
Listen, if you have gas, that's a different.
Answer the question, sir. Answer the question, Red Century.
If you have pressure and gradient, those are two different things. If you just want to talk about pressure as a
Yeah, but
constant
why
state,
won't you answer
sure.
the question, Red Century? Why do you dodge the question that he asked you? The gentleman just asked you a question. Why don't you answer it? I'm confused.
I'm not dodging the question because he brought up
Okay, then
gradient.
can you please answer the question?
Because we haven't talked about gradient the entire
I know,
time.
but he hasn't. He asked you a question. Please, he's answering your questions. Just answer his. We're having a back and forth.
Sure, Jedi, could you repeat it?
What's the definition of gas pressure?
Gas pressure is the amount of pressure within, let's say, that presses onto an object or onto a surface.
Yeah, to a point. But gas pressure is defined, gas pressure itself, how you achieve a pressure to press on another object. To achieve gas pressure, that is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. You know, when you put air into a tyre, when you get a flat, you pump it up after you've repaired your tyre, and there's
Sure.
gas pressure within the tyre. Good. You understand what a balloon is, don't you? It
Sure,
will
but that's a
expand.
container. That's a rigid container. When we're
That's
talking about the Earth. That's a
Yes.
different thing.
Okay, no problem. But we're talking about laws of nature, okay,
And you,
which apply to. Why have you got to talk for him? I'm trying to be really quiet and
yeah,
succinct
sorry.
and not interrupt. Right, we're talking about laws of nature that apply to the earth, correct?
Yeah, laws of nature that apply to the earth.
Awesome. So to achieve gas pressure in every single demonstration, we must have a physical boundary, a fixed volume, a container. Because if we don't have a fixed volume, a physical boundary, a container, two problems. One, we don't have anything for the gas to press upon. And two, being as there's no fixed boundary, the gas will disperse, keep going away, won't it?
Sure, but the way to increase pressure within a container itself is either by decreasing the volume or increasing the amount of air within the container.
Yeah, completely
Sure,
agree.
sure. But when talking about the earth, there's another force that doesn't require having a a wall on the other side. Like when earth,
Okay,
let's say air
no problem.
presses vertically upon a surface, you don't need something that is on the other end, like up in the sky or something like a container shape. You don't need that.
Okay, you've got two choices in that case then. And you don't have to do them in order. I'm just going to say one and then two. One, you can scientifically verify, demonstrate through hypothesis construction and test gravity. Or two, you can point to somewhere in the physical and natural world where gravity, and I'll give it to you for the sake of this argument, changing the path of gas molecules as they go in that vector. Do you understand the evaporation cycle?
Sure, I think everyone here understands that.
Cool. So when the hydrogen bonds of the water are broken, which direction does the gas go?
The hydrogen bonds broken in water. That's a
Yeah.
physical change. Evaporation does not need a
So
chemical
what?
change.
What? Sorry, do apologise. But what happens?
Why
What happens?
evaporation has nothing to do with chemical changes.
What happens when the water is heated?
Water is heated, it changes physical state.
Okay, and it turns to
Vapor.
awesome. And which direction does the vapor go?
Less density goes up. Like
Awesome. Brilliant.
true.
This is what I'm talking about with observed phenomena. One, gravity is the vector downwards or inwards to a radial point. That's fine. But ultimately, the gas is going in the opposite direction. You know what a vacuum chamber is, don't you?
Everyone knows what a vacuum chamber is.
You know what, mate? I've been in this fucking conversation long enough. Some people don't. Please don't have feigned exasperation with me and think that I'm trying to treat you in some way. I'm not. I'm just clarifying terms so we both understand. Do you get me?
Sure,
Is that
Jedi, but
okay?
when talking
Thank you.
about,
So you understand what a vacuum chamber is, don't you? Yes?
I couldn't hear you.
You understand what a vacuum chamber is, yes?
Yes.
Good. So you understand that the chamber itself, the physical boundary, is the only thing that is separating the vacuum inside and the gas pressure outside. Two demonstrations for you. Or actually, we'll just use one. What happens when I open the door?
Can you open the door on the earth to space?
Dude, can you just follow my line of reasoning and I'll get to your open system in a minute? What
If you
happens when I
open
open the door?
if you open the door, the pressure is gonna go inside and it's gonna make an equilibrium.
Awesome stuff. Which direction does the gas go?
High to low.
So, no, which direction? Not what pressure.
High pressure to low pressure in terms of
Yeah, yeah.
from outside the door, outside the chamber, inside the container.
Okay, so when the gas starts dispersing into the chamber, which direction does the gas go?
From
If I
the
was to
high,
if I was to drop a rock in a vacuum chamber, it would go down, wouldn't it?
I mean, it would spread uniformly all around since it's a container and it has
There
low pressure.
we go. So both these examples are on the Earth. The evaporation cycle, when the gas goes up, we put gas back into a vacuum chamber and it moves freely and randomly in all directions. It goes as fast up as it goes fast down and outwards, omnidirectionally, right?
But
So
that's
this is what I
only
mean about first step in the scientific method of observing a natural phenomena.
But
In
that's
this
only
instance,
on the micro scale. You have to look at the micro scale. If you look at it only on like what you can do in the laboratory, that's an entirely different thing from when you look at it when it happens on Earth on a planet scale, on the macro
we're
scale.
on Earth. Cool. We're on Earth.
Yeah, where else have you
Seas-
tried it? Name somewhere other than
Sorry.
Earth you've tried it. All good. Go ahead, Jay.
No, you're fine. The seas take up, according to your model, 72% of the surface of the Earth. The evaporation cycles take place on all bodies of water on the Earth. So there's all of the gravity of the Earth, and it's not affecting the gas. I don't care how big your vacuum chamber is. It can be the one at NASA that reaches a pressure differential of 10 to negative 6 torr. But when you impart gas into those vacuum chambers that are here on the Earth, the gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions. Do you understand what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Well, the water vapor itself does not expand anywhere. It depends on how much how much of the how much condensed water it has. You know how you see the clouds. You have different types of clouds, right? Each one is at a different level in height. So over time, they would go back. That's the entire water cycle. It's not like they go up, they come down just because if they have a higher density. And also, density relates to gravity. It's not like its own
Let's do
force.
it like this. Do it like this because I've given you gravity, right? And it's observably not affecting gas. I'm not talking about rain coming back down. I'm talking about in any demonstration ever, the path of gas is free and random in all directions. The only thing that changes the path of gas molecules is the collisions with itself and when it hits something physical. The only way that you can achieve gas pressure here on Earth is to have a fixed volume. It's the definition of gas pressure. It is a conditional statement. Do you understand what the second law of thermodynamics is?
If you only use fluids, let's go to. You said 72% of the Earth. 72% of the Earth is water, right? If you look at
Yeah.
depth and pressure, water itself only has a water level, but doesn't have a fixed rigid container. It's connected because it's in the same state of matter, right? But does not have a rigid.
What are you talking about? Water is contained by the bed, the shores, and the pressure above.
Yes, the
If you have-
pressure
if you
above.
have-
But if you go down, you have more pressure.
When you have a reduction of pressure above, guess what happens to the sea level? It rises. Right?
If you go with, let's say 10 kilometers or 5 kilometers underneath the ocean, you have a change in pressure. This is what you said before with gradient, right?
Yeah.
When you go,
Gradient in a container. Yeah, go on.
but it's not a rigid container.
What do you mean not a rigid container? We're talking about the water, which is contained by the bed and the shore, and the pressure above.
The pressure, which is a constant atmospheric pressure.
Not constant. It's an agreed upon
Semi-constant.
average. Yeah, semi-constant. Barometric pressure, high pressure, low pressure, weather patterns. Yeah, and that's pressure. There's
Which
no
is
gravity.
not contained itself. It's only contained with gravity. It doesn't need a rigid. It doesn't need a rigid container above it.
It doesn't need a rigid container. This is going to take me back to my question I asked you 2 moments ago. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
I don't know on top of my head, no.
Okay. So it is explained like this. 2 things. The second law specifically talks about energy and matter. Right? Now, what happens to a hot cup of coffee if I leave it on the side for a while? What will happen to the hot cup of coffee over time?
Dissipation of energy from high to low.
It'll get cold, won't it?
Yes, high to low. That's the main thing with.
High to low. So we understand we did this in the vacuum chamber, and you described the path of the gas as high to low. High pressure will disperse into lower pressure environment. So if the Earth is an open system, entropy should increase.
Damn straight.
You're claiming a okay, threw me off then. You are claiming with your gravity entropy decrease, which is a violation of that second law.
I don't think I said that.
But
Because
it is.
this is the same thing with macro or micro scale. If you look at things only on the micro scale, you won't see the actual effects, man.
Not micro scale. All over the fucking place. Everywhere on
Yeah,
Earth.
man. If the Earth is round, then why does my house?
Who cares? Who gives a fuck? Laws of nature that apply to the Earth. Don't give me macro and micro scales again. Please don't.